global blizzard heralds the arrival of the apocalypse. Reborn a month before the world is engulfed in ice, Lu Dong awakens with the haunting memories of a painful past. In his previous life, he was betrayed by his ex-girlfriend and met a tragic end in the apocalypse. In this life, he has but one goal: to exact vengeance and survive at all costs. Upon his rebirth, I shall first seize opportunities, win the lottery, and construct a safe haven for the end times. Behold my luck. Can the green tea and my ex still deny their wrongs? Not a chance. Who would look upon you now? Chapter 1. Seizing opportunities upon rebirth. Lu Dong, brother, please open the door. We have nothing left to eat. Yes, Lu Dong, brother. Lu Dong opened the door, only to be met by the very person he had longed for, Lin Xian, whom he had cherished for 3 years. Cold, a bone-chilling cold, accompanied by agonizing pain, was Lu Dong's last sensation in life. He felt as if he were meat on a chopping block, torn apart by countless hands. In his fading consciousness, he heard the sweet yet venomous voice of his ex-girlfriend, Lin Xian. Hurry up. This waste must still have food. Tear off his arm. It will suffice for our stew. Qin Xian, you're so clever to trick him into opening the door. This fool still believes you would reconcile with him. The mocking laughter of Lu Dong's so-called best friend, Zhang Hao, echoed. Tisk, you've stained my shoes with blood, came another frigid voice, that of the seemingly innocent Zhou Ke. Endless regret and coldness consumed him. He loathed his own foolishness, the unreserved trust he had bestowed, and most of all, these familiar faces that had pushed him into hell. Suddenly, Lu Dong shot up from his bed, gasping for air, sweat beading on his forehead, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. He anxiously touched his body, intact and warm, even slightly feverish from the blanket and the adrenaline of surviving. Bright sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, forming a clear beam of light in the air, with dust dancing within it. The computer screen glowed, displaying the game interface he had left running the night before, while the clock beside it ticked away, clearly showing July 15th, 9:30 a.m. Outside, the sound of bustling traffic and vendors' calls created a scene of thriving prosperity. I'm not dead. Lu Dong stared incredulously at his hands, then rushed to the window, pulling open the curtains. The blinding sunlight made him squint slightly. Below, pedestrians hurried by, a breakfast stall wafting steam. Everything was teeming with life. This was not the icy hell covered in meters of snow, filled with despair where human life was worthless. A wild thought surged through his mind. He had been reborn. He, Lu Dong, had returned to a month before the global freeze descended. The overwhelming joy had yet to wash over him when the excruciating images of betrayal, cold, and pain from his last moments flooded back, engulfing him in a wave more chilling than the bitter cold. Lin Xian, whom he had adored for 3 years, still lingering in his thoughts after the apocalypse, was the one who had deceived him with her tearful plea. Lu Dong, I was wrong. It's so cold outside. Let me in, let's reconcile, tricking him into opening the door to his last moments of life. The instant the door opened, he was met not with a tender embrace, but with Zhang Hao's iron rod crashing down upon him, and Lin Xian's face twisted by hunger and greed. And there was her friend, the ever-innocent-looking Zhou Ke, feigning to dissuade them. Don't do this, she said, while seizing the last piece of life-saving chocolate hidden in his chest, her face adorned with a mask of false sympathy. Lu Dong, you're gonna die anyway. Don't waste food. Hatred. An overwhelming wave of hate surged through him, crashing down the confusion and fleeting joy of rebirth, causing Lu Dong's eyes to redden and his body to tremble with rage. Those he had once treated sincerely, even willing to share food within the apocalypse, transformed into demons more terrifying than the bitter cold the moment he opened the door. As they feasted upon his flesh, their eyes bore no hint of guilt, only a frenzied thirst for survival and gluttony for food. In this life, Lu Dong clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, bringing a sharp pain that heightened his awareness, confirming that this was no dream. I will trust no one again. Lin Xian, Zhang Hao, Zhou Ke, and all those ungrateful souls await your reckoning. I shall make you pay 1,000-fold in this cold, white hell. I want to witness your wails of despair as you freeze to death. Suddenly, a mild dizziness swept over his mind, as if his mental energy had been drained and quickly replenished. Then, he felt his consciousness connect to an extraordinarily peculiar realm. It was a gray, seemingly infinite silent space. There was no sense of up or down, no passage of time, yet it was entirely within his control. What is this? Lu Dong thought, attempting to place his phone into this space. Whoosh! The phone vanished from his hand without a trace. In the next moment, he clearly saw his phone quietly floating in the center of that gray space, like a solitary star in the universe. With another thought, the phone returned to his hand, the cold touch of its exterior feeling all too real. This was spatial ability, an ability only found in novels. Lu Dong's heart raced, the immense joy finally dispelling some of the shadows of hatred, turning into a cold, confident excitement. Heaven has not forsaken me. Not only have I been reborn, foreseeing the opportunities of the coming month, but I have also been granted such a miraculous ability. With this infinite space, all my plans shall unfold seamlessly. Stockpiling resources will no longer be constrained by location or transportation. The construction of my safe haven can incorporate even more ideas. 1 month. He has only 1 month. He must create an absolutely secure, entirely self-sufficient ultimate safe house that will leave all his enemies desolate and envious. Gather enough resources to sustain a lifetime of luxury. Food, water, energy, medicine, weapons, everything imaginable must be hoarded. Hoarded until the seas run dry and the stones decay. Lu Dong leapt from the bed, his gaze cold and sharp, filled with unprecedented resolve and ruthlessness. The past indecision and naivety had been utterly obliterated by the betrayals and cannibalism of his previous life. He approached the window, observing those below who remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, still caught up in the struggles of daily life, quarreling over trifles and troubled by their emotions, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Revel in this last tranquility and prosperity while you can. Soon, you will understand how luxurious warmth, food, and order truly are. You will know what a genuine hell on earth is. Meanwhile, I shall sit within my impregnable fortress, warm as spring, with resources piled high, watching you struggle and wail in the snow, fighting each other over a moldy piece of bread, especially those who have betrayed me. Let us begin with you too, my dear ex-girlfriend and good brother, Lu Dong murmured coldly to himself. After a tumultuous surge of emotions, he compelled himself to regain his composure swiftly. Hatred serves as a catalyst, but it must never dominate. In a world beset by apocalypse, survival necessitates unwavering rationality, meticulous planning, and ruthless execution. Those swayed by emotions in the end times meet their demise first. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and commenced a more meticulous exploration of his newly awakened spatial abilities. With a mere flicker of thought, objects on the table, the cup, the keyboard, the pillow, the heavy comforter, vanished and reappeared in quick succession. He rigorously tested the speed of collection, the distance, the weight, and the expenditure of mental energy, gradually discerning the initial patterns. This space seemed devoid of temporal flow. Items retained their state upon entry and exit, with hot tea emerging still steaming, perfectly preserved. The dimensions of the space appeared boundless, as if genuinely infinite, yet attempting to collect overly large, heavy, or numerous items resulted in noticeable dizziness and mental fatigue, evidently linked to the intensity of his mental energy. This is sufficient for now. With continued use, it may even enhance. Excitement and a primal glint sparkled in Lu Dong's eyes. This ability was nothing short of a miraculous boon for stockpiling in the apocalypse, a means to tackle any situation. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Dong embarked on his first step in this new world, capitalizing on opportunities. Every endeavor necessitates funding, and Lu Dong sought to secure his first fortune in the end times. He grasped his phone, locating the number of someone he had once cherished, a contact he had pinned and messaged endlessly with caring inquiries, now wearing a smile devoid of warmth. On the screen, Lin Xian's WeChat avatar remained the same familiar pouty selfie, enhanced with 10 levels of beauty filters, which had once struck him as irresistibly cute, yet now appeared utterly repugnant and hypocritical. He took a deep breath, adjusted his facial muscles, dialed the number, and deliberately adopted a tone reminiscent of his previous self, tinged with a hint of flattery, enthusiasm, and a touch of humility. "Hello, Qian Qian." From the other end, Lin Xian's voice emerged, tinged with impatience yet laced with habitual playfulness, suggesting she had not fully awakened. "What is it, Lu Dong? It's early. I stayed up late watching dramas last night. If there's something, just say it." In the background, the light laughter of another woman could be heard, likely her friend Zhou Ke, with whom she had probably spent the night gossiping. Lu Dong suppressed his revulsion and murderous intent, maintaining his tone while injecting a note of just the right amount of urgency, excitement, and trust. "It's nothing serious, just a good opportunity. One of my close friends back home has an incredibly lucrative short-term investment project. Insider information suggests the returns are exceptionally high and the cycle is brief, but the entry barrier is steep and requires immediate capital to secure a share." He paused, infusing his tone with added sincerity. I don't have quite enough in savings, just a little short. Could you lend me some? Just for 3 days. Only 3. I'll repay you with both principal and interest, and we can split the profits. He understood Lin Qian's nature, vain, opportunistic, and particularly sensitive to money. If he stated that he needed it for himself, she would refuse to part with a single cent and mock his poverty. However, by dangling the bait of high returns, short-term, and insider information, combined with his previously subservient puppy persona and the promise of shared interest, he was likely to ensnare her. Indeed, Lin Qian's voice rose an octave, suspicion intermingled with barely concealed greed. An investment project? Is it reliable? What kind of project can be so profitable? You better not get scammed. There are so many fraudsters out there. Absolutely reliable. My childhood friend, who grew up with nothing, would never deceive me. He has already invested several million of his own money. If this opportunity weren't so rare and the shares so competitive, I wouldn't even bring this up with you. Miss this chance, and it will be gone forever. Qian, this is quick money. Lu Dong's tone grew more urgent, flawlessly portraying the image of someone eager to seize a shortcut to wealth. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a muffled consultation, and he could faintly hear Zhou Kuer's soft voice suggesting, "It sounds promising. 3 days is quick. Ask how much." After a brief interval, Lin Qian's voice returned, now tinged with shrewdness and calculation. "So how much do you need? I'm a bit tight on cash lately. I just bought some skincare products. The most I can spare is 20,000. She feigned poverty, attempting to lower the amount or perhaps wishing to retain more for her own investment. Lu Dong chuckled internally, but immediately responded. 20,000 might not be enough. If we can't secure a good share, the profit will dwindle. How about 50,000? Qian, please help me get to a round number. Once we profit, I'll transfer you 60,000 immediately. I'll even buy you that Tiffany necklace you've been eyeing for so long. What do you think?" He raised the stakes again, presenting an almost irresistible temptation. He knew Lin Qian had coveted that Tiffany necklace for quite some time, having hinted at it multiple times on social media. Unsurprisingly, he could hear her breath quicken on the other end. Another bout of suppressed negotiation ensued, with Zhou Kuer seemingly urging her on. Ultimately, Lin Qian appeared to reach a decision, though her tone feigned reluctance. All right, seeing as you're so sincere and you genuinely thought of me with this good opportunity. 50,000 it is. But remember, just 3 days. You owe me 60,000, principal and interest. And don't forget the necklace." "No problem. It's a deal. Thank you so much, Qian. You are truly my lucky star," Lu Dong expressed, his voice imbued with feigned gratitude, almost choking with emotion as if profoundly moved. The moment he hung up, the expression on his face turned to ice, replaced by cold mockery and murderous intent. A lucky star? More like a calamity guiding me to my demise. A necklace? Rest assured, I shall burn it for you. Almost simultaneously with the call's end, a notification chimed from Alipay, announcing that Lin Qian's 50,000 had arrived. The speed of the transaction revealed her desperate yearning for the fictitious high interest and tangible rewards. "Fool," Lu Dong muttered under his breath, his gaze unwavering. Yet this was not enough. He replicated the scheme and called his so-called good brother, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was more cunning and suspicious, so Lu Dong embellished his tale further, even fabricating a false internal profit screenshot to send him, ultimately borrowing 80,000 from that scoundrel who had once broken his leg in a past life. Zhang Hao came from a slightly better background and was greedier, thus willing to invest more. After ending the call, Lu Dong utilized the tens of thousands he had acquired as collateral and repayment assurance, rapidly exhausting all his credit card limits and applying for the highest loan amounts available on every online lending platform he could find. He even exploited his position in the finance department to forge the manager's signature, preemptively advancing a payment of 500,000 that was not due until the following week, executing the maneuver discreetly and swiftly. All funds received were immediately transferred into several newly opened bank accounts, unrelated to his usual ones, breaking them down into smaller amounts. In just a single morning, through borrowing, misappropriation, and various other means, he had amassed nearly $1 million in cash flow. This far exceeded his typical capacity and constituted a perilous operation teetering on the edge of legality. Yet, with the impending collapse of order in a month, he felt no psychological burden. Instead, he reveled in the exhilaration of extracting the last vestiges of value from the old world. Once he had completed all of this, a wave of intense hunger and exhaustion washed over him. The initial drain on his mental energy, combined with the heightened tension, required replenishment. Glancing at the time, it was now midday. He decided to descend for a decent meal while simultaneously scouting the location for his future safe house. Lu Dong currently resided in a multi-story residential complex nearly 20 years old, devoid of an elevator, featuring outdated layouts, yet the construction quality had been solid in its time. He needed to assess whether there were structural aspects of the building that could be utilized or modified. Living on the 6th floor, the topmost level, suited him perfectly. However, whether to select a new residence or remain here required further contemplation. He would step outside first. Lu Dong donned a nondescript tracksuit and slipped his phone into his pocket. Opening the door, he found the corridor quiet and empty. Only the distant murmur of the city filtering in through the window. He descended the stairs step by step, the cement steps somewhat worn, while the hallway bore the clutter of neighbors' belongings, with various advertisements for locksmiths and plumbing services plastered on the walls. As he reached the 5th floor landing, a faint, sweet scent mingled with floral and fruity notes wafted into his nostrils. Simultaneously, a soft, languid voice called out from below, halting him. "Oh, Lu Dong, aren't you working today?" Chapter 2. The alluring neighbor Lu Dong raised his head in response to the sound, his gaze momentarily sharpening. It was the woman from the 5th floor, named Su Wanbai, leaning against her doorframe with a charming smile directed at him. She appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing extraordinary beauty, with captivating peach blossom eyes that sparkled enticingly. Today, she seemed to have just awakened, clad in a silk burgundy camisole nightgown. The smooth fabric clung to her form, perfectly accentuating her alluring S-shaped curves. The gown's fullness at the chest created a breathtaking rise, while the hem barely concealed the upper thighs, revealing a pair of long, straight, and dazzlingly fair legs. She was barefoot, her delicate feet painted with bright red nail polish, curling slightly in a languid yet silent invitation of domestic allure. Lu Dong recalled this woman. She seemed to be a minor internet celebrity or a kept canary, rarely venturing out, living a seemingly leisurely life. After the frigid apocalypse, she appeared to be among the first to vanish, rumored to have sought sustenance and protection through her body, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Faced with this vivid scene, had it been the Lu Dong of his previous life, he would have undoubtedly turned crimson, his heart racing, struggling to articulate a response. Yet, in this moment, Lu Dong remained unmoved, perceiving the situation as merely troublesome. He cast a fleeting glance, his gaze lingering less than a heartbeat on her astounding figure before shifting to her face, calmly stating, "Yes, I took a leave." His reaction evidently surprised Su Wanbai. Confident in her allure, she had often noticed the bashful demeanor of this young neighbor whenever he encountered her, finding it amusing. However, today his gaze was chillingly composed, almost scrutinizing, as if appraising an object's worth. This gaze made Su Wanbai feel a twinge of discomfort. She instinctively closed her legs, though her alluring smile remained intact. "Oh, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to fetch you a cup of hot water?" "No, thank you," Lu Dong politely but distantly declined, continuing past her without hesitation. As they brushed shoulders, he could more distinctly perceive the scent of her expensive perfume, mingling with a warm aroma emanating from her mature body beneath the nightgown. Yet, the ambiguous atmosphere that would typically stir desire in any ordinary man failed to penetrate his icy heart. He even found himself coolly assessing the situation in his mind. The 5th floor is too close to my safe haven. Beautiful women are sources of trouble in the apocalypse. Unless they possess sufficient value, they must not be allowed to draw near. Should I consider relocating? As Lu Dong pondered, he descended the stairs, oblivious to Su Wanbai's puzzled gaze. Watching him leave without hesitation, her smile gradually faded, a flicker of astonishment and intrigue dancing in her peach blossom eyes. Strangely, she mused softly to herself. Glancing down at her alluring figure, she felt a twinge of doubt about her own charm for the very first time. Lu Dong swiftly concluded his lunch at a local Shaw County eatery near the community entrance, all the while meticulously refining his plans in his mind. The design of the safe house must be foolproof. Walls, doors, windows, ventilation, energy, surveillance. Each aspect required the finest materials and designs. The accumulation of supplies was of utmost importance. Food, water, medicine, energy, weapons, tools, and various comforts. With his spatial ability, he could discreetly conduct large-scale stockpiling. He took out his phone and began searching for several large building material and wholesale markets in the city, mapping out his itinerary for the afternoon. As he finished paying and exited the eatery, his gaze inadvertently swept across the street to a high-end outdoor equipment store. A tall figure was emerging from the shop. It was a woman of strikingly different demeanor. Clad in a sleek, functional gray sports outfit and professional hiking shoes, she showcased a balanced and powerful physique. She appeared to have just completed a workout, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her cheeks flushed. Her hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a face marked by an air of confidence and beauty. Most captivating were her eyes, bright, sharp, exuding a sense of calm and self-assurance. She carried a seemingly heavy bag, which appeared to contain professional outdoor tools and high-calorie food. Fong Qingyao, Lu Dong recognized her. She lived in the adjacent unit and was reputed to be an outdoor enthusiast, even a coach at a climbing club. In the early days of the apocalypse in his former life, she seemed to have sustained herself for a while due to her robust physical condition and survival knowledge. But she eventually vanished during an outing in search of supplies. Lu Dong's gaze lingered on the bag in her hand, then shifted back to the outdoor shop. Professional equipment, survival knowledge, perhaps. A vague notion flickered in his mind. Yet, the painful lessons of his past life promptly extinguished that thought. For now, it was wise not to trust anyone. Interests. Only absolute interests and control were the principles of survival in the apocalypse. At least for the time being, he needed no companions. Retrieving his gaze, Lu Dong turned expressionlessly and hailed a taxi. "Driver, take me to the largest building materials wholesale market." He opened the car door and settled inside. The city outside bustling with life and bathed in sunshine. Yet his eyes pierced through this deceptive prosperity, envisioning a world a month hence, one shrouded in ice and snow, lifeless and steeped in despair. Perhaps it would be prudent to spend a day familiarizing himself with the current market conditions. He could not afford to act blindly. After all, there was still ample time. The following day at noon, Lu Dong awakened in his rented apartment, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remembered the lottery ticket for today. In his previous life, he seemed to have been just 2 numbers away from a win, which left a profound impression on him. This time, he was determined to strike it rich. After freshening up, Lu Dong descended the stairs. But this time he did not encounter Su Wanbai. Just as he was about to head to the lottery station, 3 familiar figures approached him, blocking his path. They were Lin Xian, Zhou Ke, and that so-called good brother from his past life, Zhang Hao. Lin Xian was dressed impeccably, sporting a pink crop t-shirt that revealed her midriff, paired with tight denim shorts that accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous hips. Beneath the shorts, her long legs were encased in sheer, gray stockings, subtly showcasing the shine of her skin, while her feet were adorned with platform, casual shoes, lending her an even more elongated appearance. Her makeup was delicately applied, yet her gaze towards Lu Dong was laced with unabashed disdain and arrogance. Beside her, Zhou Ke wore a white dress that fell to her knees, exuding an air of innocent charm. She donned nearly invisible flesh-colored ultra-thin stockings that were smooth and delicate, with only slight creases visible when she bent her knees, and her feet were clad in dainty white leather shoes, presenting an image of innocence. However, her occasional glances at Lu Dong concealed a subtle calculation and contempt. Zhang Hao, clad in trendy attire, casually draped his arm over Lin Qian's shoulder, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Upon spotting Lu Dong, he let out a scoff and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Oh, if it isn't the esteemed young Master Lu? In such a hurry, where are you off to in pursuit of wealth?" Zhang Hao initiated the mockery, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lin Qian followed suit, curling her lips. Where else could he be going? Probably to beg for money from some dubious friends again. "Lu Dong, I'm not one to criticize, but if you can barely afford a meal, perhaps it's time to abandon those unrealistic investment dreams." Zhou Ke gently tugged at Lin Qian's arm, appearing to offer solace, yet her words only stoked the flames. "Come on, Qian. Maybe Brother Lu really has urgent matters to attend to." However, the pity in her gaze was far more nauseating than any direct mockery. Lu Dong halted his steps, his icy gaze sweeping over the trio. The pain of betrayal and the resentment from his past life surged within him, yet he suppressed it forcefully. Now was not the time for confrontation. He needed to accumulate capital. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Of course there is." Zhang Hao discarded his cigarette and stomped it out, stepping closer to Lu Dong. "What about the money you borrowed from Qian and me yesterday? When do you plan to repay it? Didn't you say 3 days? Why the rush?" Lu Dong retorted. "Young Master Lu, are you afraid we might think you're trying to default? Borrowing from one of us is one thing, but it seems you intend to ask us all. Planning to run away with the money? Or is it that you've taken out a loan you can't repay?" "Ha ha ha," Zhang Hao mocked, as the others echoed his sentiments. At that moment, the words flowed with extravagant promises, claiming a return of 60,000 within 3 days. I dare say you won't even manage to repay the principal. Hurry up and return the 50,000 to me. I shall forego the interest. Consider it my misfortune. Lin Qian crossed her arms defiantly, her figure accentuated under the pressure, speaking with an air of superiority. Lu Dong, you ought to repay Hao Ji's 80,000 as well. None of us have it easy, Zhou Kuo added softly from the side. Her seemingly well-meaning reminder was, in fact, a pointed emphasis on the debt. As if fearing Lu Dong might forget, Lu Dong surveyed the distasteful expressions before him, a cold sneer forming within. Initially, he had indeed contemplated delaying repayment, waiting for the apocalypse to arrive, allowing these debts to evaporate naturally, leaving them to regret in their despair. Yet he had since changed his mind. With this modest sum, he could sever the last vestiges of false connection with these nuisances, gaining tranquility and ample preparation time in return, a most worthwhile exchange. Moreover, he would soon acquire funds far exceeding this amount. Is this all? Lu Dong suddenly chuckled, his laughter devoid of warmth, only cold derision. Is this paltry some worthy of your trio's special visit to confront me? It appears you've been rather idle lately. His words rendered the three momentarily speechless, clearly taken aback by Lu Dong's unexpected reaction. Enough of the nonsense. If you have the money, return it promptly. If not, just say so. Don't act like a lord here. Zhang Hao shouted impatiently, reaching to push Lu Dong. Lu Dong sidestepped effortlessly, casting a sharp glance at Zhang Hao. The chill in his gaze causing Zhang to instinctively take a step back. Alipay or WeChat? Lu Dong inquired flatly, retrieving his phone. Huh? Lin Qian momentarily faltered. I said, transfer, Alipay or WeChat. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time, Lu Dong reiterated, his tone tinged with evident impatience. Lin Qian and Zhou Kuo exchanged looks, seemingly unable to believe Lu Dong was genuinely ready to repay so readily. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Yet with the prospect of money nearly within reach, he dismissed his unease. WeChat. Lin Qian quickly produced her phone, displaying the payment code, while simultaneously throwing in a taunt. At least you know your place. I wonder from which gullible fool you swindled this money. Zhou Kuo silently revealed Zhang Hao's payment code, the 80,000 intended for him. Lu Dong, uninterested in further banter, deftly maneuvered his fingers across the screen. Soon, the notification sounds chimed on Lin Qian's and Zhang Hao's phones in succession. WeChat deposit, 50,000. WeChat deposit, 80,000. Upon hearing the unmistakable confirmation of their transactions, the expressions of the three were nothing short of captivating. Lin Qian displayed a mix of surprise and resentment, clearly displeased that Lu Dong had not begged for mercy. Zhou Kuo appeared bewildered, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, wore an expression of disbelief, scrutinizing Lu Dong as if attempting to discern the source of his newfound wealth. The transaction has been completed. The funds have been transferred, and we are square. Lu Dong put away his phone, his icy gaze sweeping over the three individuals before finally settling on Lin Qian's face, which was marred by vanity. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing. Do not trouble me again. With that, he turned away from the three, striding past them as if they were inconsequential bystanders. He marched towards the lottery station, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Lin Qian watched Lu Dong's unwavering departure, her frustration manifesting in an irritable stamp of her foot, her long legs clad in light gray stockings tensed in anger. How infuriating! Had he stumbled upon some fortuitous windfall? Look at how proud he is. Zhou Kuo, observing the direction in which Lu Dong had vanished, furrowed her brow and remarked softly, Qian, don't you think Lu Dong seems a bit different? Different? He is still the same useless fool. Zhang Hao spat disdainfully, attributing his luck to mere happenstance. Just let me not cross paths with him again. Although the money had been secured, Lu Dong's previous indifference and seeming superiority left him quite displeased. Lin Qian huffed in agreement as she linked her arm with Zhang Hao's. Indeed, let's not dwell on it. The money is what matters. Oh yeah. Let us go catch a movie. There's a new one out. She quickly dismissed her irritation, redirecting her thoughts towards how to indulge in the pleasures of life. None of them truly considered Lu Dong's transformation, nor would they foresee that this would be their last encounter with him as creditors and living beings, standing so effortlessly beneath the sun. Once Lu Dong had distanced himself, he finally relaxed his clenched fist, having nearly expended all his willpower to suppress the urge for immediate vengeance. Just wait, he murmured to himself. Soon, I shall reclaim every bit of what you owe me. With interest. He inhaled deeply, forcing the turbulent desire for retribution back into the depths of his heart, his gaze resolutely fixed on the nearby lottery station. Simply possessing the 1 million was insufficient. The paramount task now was to acquire that additional fortune, the key to revenge and survival. He entered the station without hesitation, promptly reciting the numbers etched in his memory to the shopkeeper. Holding the seemingly weightless ticket, which bore immense hope, Lu Dong's heartbeat quickened, not with excitement, but with the affirmation that his plan was about to unfold. After purchasing the ticket, he dined nearby, satiating his hunger before heading home. Throughout the journey, he clutched the ticket tightly, as if it were the key to a new world. Upon returning home, he locked himself in his room, meticulously verifying the ticket numbers once more before cautiously concealing it in a secure pocket. In the ensuing moments, Lu Dong dared not waste a second. He powered on his computer and began to meticulously devise plans for the construction of a safe house and a comprehensive inventory of supplies. He meticulously documented the quantity, brand, and purchasing channels of every item. Simultaneously, he scoured the internet for various survival strategies and outdoor equipment knowledge, continuously refining his plan. As dusk descended outside, Lu Dong felt no fatigue. He understood that his time was fleeting. In a month, this bustling city would be engulfed by ice and snow, and he must be thoroughly prepared to survive in this impending apocalypse. Chapter 3. A Change of Residence. Open the door, Lu Dong, dear brother. I know you still love me, don't you? Oh, hurry up, you too, don't dawdle. Quickly divide Lu Dong's meat. Boom! Lu Dong jolted awake, once again struggling back from that despairing endpoint to the reality of his beginning. Another nightmare, the vendettas of his past life in this lifetime. I shall demand 100-fold retribution. Just wait. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and the cacophony of the city faintly echoed. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the surging hatred, his gaze landing on the small lottery ticket on the bedside table. Today is the day. Memories of his past life flowed clearly in his mind. The numbers he purchased yesterday, which will be discussed with a sense of desperation by countless individuals in the days to come. 4. 8 billion, nearly 3. 8 billion after taxes, had briefly stirred a ripple before being completely submerged by greater horrors. Yet at this moment, this sum would ignite the flames of his vengeance and serve as the crucial funding for his apocalypse sanctuary. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose, washed up, donned the most inconspicuous athletic attire, and pulled his cap low, resembling an ordinary young man starting his day, before re-entering that lottery shop. In the afternoon, the results were announced without a hint of suspense. A massive red banner instantly adorned the entrance of the lottery shop. We have a grand prize winner. Prize for 8 billion. The news spread like wildfire, drawing an unmanageable crowd, the air thick with envy, jealousy, and unrealistic fantasies. Lu Dong blended into the throng, a calm observer, his heart unwavering. He patiently waited a moment, then, utilizing his formidable psychological resilience and pre-prepared disguise, completed the ticket verification and initial registration amidst the lottery shop owner's ecstatic, incoherent praises and a multitude of burning gazes. For the subsequent tedious prize-claiming procedures, he employed the funds he had cleverly acquired to hire a team of professional lawyers and financial advisors, with a single demand: swiftly and anonymously, maximizing the protection of his privacy. As the first substantial sums were transferred in batches to several newly opened bank accounts, Lu Dong stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the bank's VIP room, gazing down at the still-thriving metropolis beneath him, his eyes as cold as steel. The money was in place. Now it was time to execute the plan. The first step of his revenge plan was not to acquire supplies directly, but rather to select an ideal safe house that would overlook his adversaries. In an instant, images of his ex-girlfriend Lin Xian and her insipid friend Zhou Ke residing in the upscale community of Junlin Tiantang flashed through his mind. It was conveniently located near his current residence in an older neighborhood. They shared a rental there, often flaunting their fabricated sense of superiority on social media, while frequently mocking him with their derision. Perfect. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lu Dong's lips. I shall construct a sanctuary above you, one that you could never fathom, a place from which you will gaze up at me while you suffer in hunger and cold. Without hesitation, he hailed a cab and made his way to the sales office of Junlin Tiantang. Upon arriving, as he pushed open the door, a young saleswoman clad in a standard professional outfit promptly approached him. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you? Her voice was sweet, imbued with a professional warmth. Lu Dong assessed her with a discerning gaze. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and statuesque. Her fitted black blazer paired with a knee-length pencil skirt accentuated her slender waist and shapely hips. Beneath the hem of her skirt lay a pair of long, graceful legs clad in sheer nude stockings, elegantly complemented by black stilettos that lent her an alluring poise. Her makeup was immaculate, her long hair elegantly styled into an updo, revealing a fair neck that embodied both competence and feminine charm. Had it been in a previous life, Lu Dong might have felt a twinge of nervousness. However, at this moment, his gaze merely scanned her like a scanner, assessing her professionalism without a ripple of emotion within. I wish to view a property. I require a ready unit on the top floor with the best view. The woman hesitated momentarily, seemingly captivated by his directness and formidable presence. Yet she quickly regained her composure, her smile becoming even more enthusiastic. Of course, sir. Right this way, please. My name is Su Man. We currently have a reserved model unit on the top floor of the building in our community, with a total area of 400 square meters, featuring an expansive terrace. The view is undoubtedly among the finest in the city. Shall I show you? Yes, let's take a look, Lu Dong replied, nodding in agreement. They ascended to the 18th floor via the elevator, the sharp clacking of Su Man's heels echoing crisply against the floor, her faint perfume wafting through the enclosed space. Upon opening the heavy entrance door, a vast expanse and an unobstructed projection screen greeted them. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a breathtaking panorama of the city, flooded with stunning light. Lu Dong paid little attention to the lavish decor or furnishings. His focus was primarily on the load-bearing structure, the orientation of the windows, the placement of ventilation shafts. In the staircase leading to the rooftop, he mentally calculated reinforcement plans, the positioning of surveillance points, and the installation of various equipment. This will suffice. Lu Dong made his decision almost instantaneously. The top floor, the 18th level, offered sufficient height, a relatively independent structure, making it ideal for modification and defense. As Su Man prepared to elaborate on the myriad advantages and exquisite details of the property, she was momentarily taken aback by the client's abrupt decision. Excuse me, sir. Are you saying full payment? Expedite the paperwork? Lu Dong turned, his gaze calm and unwavering. Can we sign a contract today? Su Man was astonished by his directness and efficiency, her heart racing as a flush of excitement colored her fair cheeks, not out of shyness, but from overwhelming surprise and exhilaration. The commission from his property would allow her to indulge for quite some time. Absolutely. Of course. I will contact the manager immediately to prepare the contract. Please, take a moment to relax in the VIP room. Her voice trembled with excitement as she looked at Lu Dong, her eyes filled with disbelief and fervor. This young man exuded an aura of mystery, characterized by his understated demeanor, calmness, decisive nature, and astonishing financial means. The process of completing the paperwork progressed with remarkable smoothness. As Lu Dong signed, Su Man stood quietly beside him, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. From this vantage point, Lu Dong could discern her finely sculpted profile and the delicate flutter of her eyelashes, as well as the taut curves accentuated by her fitted suit and stockings. Any ordinary man might find it difficult to remain unaffected in such a situation. Yet Lu Dong had no time for such distractions. He contemplated the saleswoman's commendable professionalism. Perhaps she could serve as a potential ally or source of information in times of scarcity, provided she could survive the impending apocalypse. Upon receiving the keys to his new home and the relevant documents, Lu Dong did not linger for even a moment. He disregarded the glimmer of expectation and allure in Su Man's eyes and departed the sales office with purpose. Standing at the grand entrance of the imposing Junlin Tiantian community, he cast a glance back at the towering building. Lin Qian, Zhou Ke, do you know? The opulent life you sought to attain by any means is now within my grasp. And as you confront the hellish end of days, I shall be the sole observer, residing above you. This prologue to the apocalypse has only just begun. With a substantial sum of money and the keys to his new abode in hand, Lu Dong wasted not a moment. Time was his greatest adversary. Every minute and second must be meticulously utilized. Constructing a fortress capable of withstanding the frigid grasp of the apocalypse and the darkness of human nature was far more complex than merely stockpiling supplies. It required a professional, efficient, and reliable construction team. Chapter 4. Budget is not an issue. Upon exiting his newly purchased residence, Lu Dong hailed a cab and made his way to Tianhai City's largest home improvement center, a hub not only for various building material brands, but also for numerous renovation companies and design studios. He needed to find a team capable of fulfilling his unique requirements. As he stepped through the impressive entrance of the home center, a sharp argument erupted from the adjacent lounge, shattering the serene background music that had enveloped the marketplace. Mr. Wong, your demands are utterly unreasonable. Such a thing is simply impossible. The difficulties our company faces are merely temporary. Yet I will never resort to such means to secure a contract. A voice cool and tinged with suppressed anger rang out. Lu Dong's gaze swept over, revealing a woman with her back turned towards him. She was clad in a meticulously tailored light gray suit, the hem of her skirt resting about 10 centimeters above the knee, perfectly accentuating her shapely hips and slender waist. Most striking were her legs, adorned in sheer, high-quality black stockings that subtly reflected the light above, delineating her long, straight, and well-toned legs. On her feet were elegant black pointed heels, enhancing her already statuesque figure. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man, his beard belly protruding, sporting a receding hairline and a gold watch adorning his wrist. An unsettling smile, brimming with superiority and greed, lingered on his face. Xiaoqin, do not speak so assuredly, Mr. Wong said leisurely while sipping his tea, his gaze audaciously wandering over the woman's stocking-clad legs and tightly cinched waist. What is the current situation at Dingfeng Decoration? Who in our circles is unaware? You're in debt for materials, and I dare say the workers' wages are nearly due, correct? The bank is also pressing for repayment? TSK, aside from me. Who else would dare or be willing to lend you a hand at this point? He leaned forward, lowering his voice, yet his tone grew even more brazen. Just one night, accompany me. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon, I shall transfer the advance payment for the project in the Southern District. It will be sufficient for your operations. A most advantageous deal, wouldn't you agree? The woman, known as Qin Yuyin, trembled slightly with rage, her fair profile revealing clenched jaws. She abruptly stood, her stocking-clad legs taut with indignation. Mr. Wong, please show some respect. Even if the company faces bankruptcy, I will never acquiesce to such shameless demands. I bid you farewell. Oof, ungrateful. Mr. Wong's expression darkened instantly as he slammed his teacup down on the table. Qin Yuyin, let me make myself clear. Without this order from me, you will last 3 days. By then, even if you come crawling to me, I may not be interested. The woman named Qin Yuyin stiffened, her back appearing incredibly slender and desolate, yet she remained resolute, ready to leave this repugnant place. At that moment, a calm voice interjected, shattering the stalemate. Dingfeng Decoration? Is that the local company renowned for its high-end design and sturdy construction? Lu Dong strolled over, his gaze bypassing the visibly displeased Mr. Wong, settling instead on Qin Yuyin, who had just turned to face him. The instant he beheld her features, a flicker of subtle surprise crossed his eyes. This woman was strikingly beautiful, not in the alluring manner of Su Wanbai or the spirited charm of Fang Qinyao, but with a cool elegance that exuded intellect and competence. Her makeup was exquisite yet not excessive, with delicate willow brows and apricot eyes, a refined nose, and full lips tinted with a deep matte red. At that moment, her lips were pressed tightly together in anger and humiliation, adding a touch of stubborn charm to her demeanor. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, at a stage where youthful innocence had faded, replaced by a blend of maturity and brilliance. Qin Yuyin was taken aback by the sudden interjection, seemingly from someone well acquainted with her company. After a brief pause, she swiftly composed herself. Despite her slightly reddened eyes, her professionalism restored her calm. Hello, I am Qin Yuyin, the general manager of Dingfeng Decoration. May I ask who you are? Beside her, the overlooked Mr. Wong let out an annoyed snort. Who is this inexperienced brat? Can't you see we are in the middle of a discussion? It was as if Lu Dong had only just noticed him. He cast a casual glance in Wong's direction, his tone remaining utterly flat. Is that so? Yet, from my perspective, it seems that Ms. Qin has no intention of collaborating with you. I wonder where your confidence originates. You. Mr. Wong's face flushed in indignation. Lu Dong disregarded him and turned back to Qin Yuyin, getting straight to the point. Ms. Qin, I happen to have an urgent and highly demanding private project in search of a contractor. I have heard that your company is renowned for its quality and reputation. I wonder if you might be interested? At that moment, Qin Yuyin found herself at the lowest ebb of her life, her company on the brink of collapse, having just endured a significant humiliation. Suddenly, a young man with a unique aura and calm demeanor appeared, presenting a project that seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. It was akin to grasping a lifeline while drowning. She suppressed her excitement and doubts, cautiously inquiring, "Thank you for your interest. May I ask how you were addressed? What are the specifics of your project?" "My surname is Liu," he replied. "The project details are quite complex and require absolute confidentiality, with exceedingly high demands for the durability, sealing, energy independence, and safety of materials, higher than you can imagine. The budget is not an issue, but I require the fastest execution, the highest quality, and complete adherence to my design plan, with no compromises." Hearing that budget was not a concern and that the demands were extraordinarily high, Qin Yuyin's heart raced. She sensed that this could indeed be an opportunity to salvage her company. "Mr. Liu, as long as your requirements fall within legal and ethical boundaries, Dingfeng absolutely has the capability and confidence to fulfill them." Her tone became resolute and professional as she instinctively straightened her posture, accentuating the curves beneath her tailored jacket. "Excellent." Lu Dong nodded. "This is not the place for negotiations. If it is convenient for you, Ms. Qin, please take me to your company or construction site so we can discuss the details further." As for extraneous individuals, his gaze swept over Mr. Wong once more. They need not be involved. Mr. Wong was so furious he nearly choked, pointing at Lu Dong and Qin Yuyin. Fine. Qin Yuyin, you have some nerve. And you, whoever you are, just wait." With that, he stormed out in a huff. As the unsightly individual departed, Qin Yuyin quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, simultaneously feeling a flicker of gratitude towards the enigmatic Mr. Liu before her. Regardless of the project's outcome, he had just extricated her from a precarious situation. "Mr. Liu, I apologize for the earlier awkwardness," she said graciously, gesturing for him to follow. "My vehicle is right outside. Allow me to take you to one of our recently completed high-end sites, where you can gain a more tangible understanding of our craftsmanship." Her gesture was elegant yet understated. Mr. Liu nodded, following her out. The sound of her high heels striking the ground was crisp and rhythmic, while her long legs, encased in black stockings, created a captivating visual as they moved. Yet, Mr. Liu's gaze remained serenely fixed ahead, his mind solely occupied with the blueprint for his safe house. During the drive to the construction site, Mr. Liu articulated his requirements. The entire structure was to be reinforced with reinforced concrete walls, equipped with bank vault-grade blast doors, specialized bulletproof glass, an independent power and heating system, a comprehensive monitoring and alarm system, ventilation and filtration systems, and soundproofing. Each stipulation left Qin Yuyin astounded. This was not merely a renovation project, but the creation of a fortress designed to withstand war or an apocalyptic scenario. For a moment, she even questioned whether Mr. Liu harbored some delusions of persecution. However, the extreme calmness and seriousness with which he conveyed his specifications, coupled with his repeated assurance that budget was not a concern, quelled all her doubts. For a company on the brink of bankruptcy, a client's peculiar demands were hardly a problem. The real issue lay in a lack of funds. Upon arriving at the site, Qin Yuyin personally elucidated their company's construction standards, material selections, and meticulous attention to detail. Mr. Liu scrutinized the concealed electrical works, the thickness of wall coatings, and the precision of window and door installations, clearly discerning the high level of professionalism and dedication this company once exhibited. "Excellent, Mr. Liu finally declared, President Qin, I entrust this project to your company." Qin Yuyin could scarcely believe her ears, suppressing her excitement to confirm, "Mr. Liu, are you certain? Your requirements are exceedingly high, and the corresponding costs will be extraordinarily steep." "I have stated that budget is not an issue," Mr. Liu interjected. "Provide me with a card number, and I shall transfer the deposit." Upon completion, he instructed, immediately commence preparations for the highest standard materials and contact the most reliable workers. "Tomorrow, I will send you the detailed design blueprints and requirements list. There is but one demand: the utmost speed, unparalleled quality, and absolute confidentiality." No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Yuyin received a notification of a bank transfer. 5 million in deposits? That was remarkably swift. Gazing at the figures on her screen, she inhaled deeply, allowing all her hesitations and doubts to evaporate instantly. With a slightly trembling hand, she accepted the deposit, her gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. "Rest assured, Mr. Liu, Dingfeng Decoration will not disappoint you. I shall personally oversee this project." "One can only hope," he replied. Lu Dong gazed at her. "This was the final opportunity for your company and my sole choice. Do not squander it." After leaving his contact information, he did not cast another glance at those captivating eyes, which shimmered with excitement, nor at her alluringly long legs clad in stockings. He turned and departed. For him, Qin Yin was merely a tool, fortuitously meeting the requirements and temporarily ensnared in a predicament. Driven by monetary incentive, he aimed to achieve his objectives. This was the law of the apocalypse. Tools, if useful, should be employed. If not, they are to be discarded. Qin Yin stood in place, watching Lu Dong's retreating figure, her emotions a turbulent mix. She felt a euphoric thrill of survival against the odds, the immense pressure of the project, and an insatiable curiosity towards this enigmatic, aloof young man. Who precisely was he? Why was he constructing such an impregnable safe haven? She shook her head, casting aside irrelevant thoughts. Regardless of the reasons, seizing this opportunity to survive was of utmost importance. She immediately took out her phone and dialed the company, her tone regaining the sharpness and decisiveness of a strong woman. Hello, Anjia. Gather all the skilled craftsmen we can reach immediately. We have work to do. A significant project. Yes, right away. Chapter 5. The washing machine is broken. The renovation of a new house was rapidly progressing under Qin Yin's determined push. After Lu Dong made the initial substantial payment for the project, he did not oversee the work closely. He placed his trust in the stringent contract, the lofty costs, and Qin Yin's resolute determination to seize this opportunity amid her dire circumstances. He only needed to occasionally check the progress via remote monitoring. A significant amount of materials continued to be stockpiled as he scoured all nearby wholesale markets and warehouses. In the evening, feeling slightly fatigued, he returned to the old neighborhood he had not visited in a long time. Some hard-to-obtain special tools and a few precious collectibles remained here. He needed to retrieve them and secure them safely. As he ascended to the 5th floor, he heard a faint, somewhat vexed sigh emanating from the slightly ajar door of Su Wanbai's apartment. Lu Dong initially intended to ascend without looking, but just then, the door was pulled open. Oh, Lu Dong, you're back. Su Wanbai's voice carried a hint of surprise, as if she had not anticipated encountering him. Turning at the sound, Lu Dong's gaze fell upon her, and even his frozen heart stirred slightly, creating the faintest ripple. Today, Su Wanbai appeared to have made a special effort in her appearance. She wore a soft, cream-colored fitted knit dress, the hem barely concealing her upper thighs, accentuating her curvaceous S-shaped silhouette. Most striking were her beautiful legs, clad in an incredibly sheer layer of black stockings. The stockings were evidently of a mere tendy thickness or even lower, clinging to her skin like a second layer, enhancing her already fair complexion to an exquisite smoothness, radiating a hazy and enticing sheen. The tops of the stockings are delicately adorned with lace trim, subtly nestled beneath the hem of her skirt, evoking boundless imagination. The stockings exquisitely accentuate the elongated, straight lines of her legs, from her rounded knees to her slender ankles, with every curve perfectly defined. She is barefoot in a pair of plush slippers, which further enhances the charm of her elegant black stockinged legs, embodying a blend of domestic laziness and sensuality. It appears she has just emerged from shower, her long hair slightly damp, cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding the fresh fragrance of body wash mingled with the warm, mature scent unique to a woman. A faint blush graces her cheeks, her eyes glistening as she gazes at Lu Dong, infused with just the right touch of helplessness and apology. Indeed, she had returned to retrieve something. Lu Dong's tone remains calm, yet his gaze lingers on her striking black stockinged legs for a brief moment longer. This is merely an instinctive appraisal of exquisite beauty and allure, devoid of desire. Su Wanbai keenly perceives his slight pause, a flicker of barely discernible pride crossing her eyes, quickly followed by a slight furrow of her brows, revealing a troubled expression. Lu Dong, could I trouble you for a favor? It seems my washing machine is malfunctioning, making a constant noise but refusing to spin. I can't manage it alone. She clasps her hands in a pleading gesture, accentuating the fullness of her bosom. In a previous life, faced with such an alluring request for assistance, Lu Dong would have undoubtedly blushed and hastened to comply. However, at this moment, he quickly weighs his options. Offering to help with the repair might expedite her departure, thus avoiding unnecessary entanglements, and he is also curious to observe this neighbor up close, assessing the potential troubles or value she might bring in a post-apocalyptic world. Is that so? Well then, let me take a look. Lu Dong nods, his tone unremarkable. Wonderful. Please come in. Su Wanbai's face instantly brightens with a radiant smile as she steps aside to let him enter. Lu Dong walks into her room, which is decorated with a cozy yet somewhat luxurious ambience. the air filled with the same sweet scent that envelopes her. Indeed, the washing machine on the balcony emits a peculiar buzzing noise. After a brief inspection, Lu Dong discovers that the drainage pipe has been inadvertently pinched, preventing the machine from starting due to its self-protective mechanism. He swiftly resolves the issue and restarts the machine, which immediately returns to normal operation. Was it really that simple? Thank you so much, Lu Dong. You're truly remarkable. Su Wanbai claps her hands in appreciation, her face glowing with an appropriate sense of admiration, her body unconsciously leaning in a little closer. The mingled aroma of the body wash and her mature fragrance intensifying in the air. It was a minor issue, Lu Dong replies casually, preparing to take his leave. Don't rush off just yet. Su Yanbao interjects. Has simile enchanting. You've been such a great help, and I just so happen to have prepared dinner. Eating alone can be quite dull, so why not stay and share a meal? Consider it a token of my gratitude. As she speaks, she gestures toward the dining area. Indeed, the dining table is adorned with several exquisite dishes, lit by aromatic candles, creating an atmosphere that is undeniably intimate. This was evidently not a coincidence, but rather a meticulously orchestrated affair. Lu Dong's gaze swept across the dining table before settling on the woman before him, whose eyes sparkled with intention. He could almost ascertain that the malfunction of the washing machine and this dinner were both intricately designed scenarios. In a previous life, he might have joyfully succumbed to this gentle trap, but now he found it tedious, even somewhat amusing. However, he did not outright refuse. Acquiring information was a vital aspect of survival in this apocalyptic world. This woman's social circle was complex, and she might have valuable insights to share. Moreover, observing her closely would allow for a better judgment of her character. Very well, he nodded in acquiescence. During dinner, Su Wanbai displayed remarkable enthusiasm and chatter, continuously serving Lu Dong with dishes and pouring wine. She seemed to deliberately adjust her posture, her exquisitely slender legs clad in sheer black stockings shifting subtly beneath the table, the delicate fabric glimmering under the ambient light and candle flames. The outline of her perfectly manicured toes, adorned in vibrant red polish, was faintly visible through the translucent stockings, exuding a silent allure. She spoke of gossip from the influencer circle, lamenting the monotony of life, her words occasionally revealing a yearning for material wealth and a reliance on powerful men. Lu Dong mostly listened in silence, occasionally interjecting a comment, calmly analyzing the information embedded in her dialogue. Thus, one must find a reliable man, Su Wanbai mused, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze languidly fixed on Lu Dong, her meaning unmistakable. Someone like you, steady and formidable, is quite rare these days. You seem rather busy lately. Have you struck it rich? Lu Dong smirked internally, aware that this was her true inquiry. He swirled the wine in his glass, deftly sidestepping the question. Just a bit of personal business, he replied lightly. As for you, Miss Su, it might be wise to keep an ear to the news. I've heard extreme weather is on the horizon. Stocking up on supplies wouldn't hurt. His subtle warning seemed to escape her notice, taken merely as casual banter. She laughed. Extreme weather? Can it possibly be worse than last year's typhoon? Don't worry, if it comes to that, I'll just come find you for shelter. All right? Her tone was half joking, half serious, her eyes enticing. Lu Dong did not respond, merely offering a faint smile. The meal had reached its conclusion, and he had gleaned the information he sought. This woman was beautiful, vain, possessed a modicum of cleverness, yet lacked foresight and the ability to survive independently, which would pose significant challenges in the apocalypse. He set down his cutlery, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and rose from his seat. Thank you for the dinner. Misu, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. A flicker of surprise and disappointment crossed Su Wanbai's face. She hadn't anticipated Lu Dong's abrupt departure. Her carefully crafted atmosphere and insinuations seemed to have fallen flat. She hastily stood up. Are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer? I have some fine wine. That's unnecessary, Lu Dong interjected, his tone distant yet polite. Farewell. He turned around without hesitation, opening the door to depart, casting not a single glance at those exquisite black silk-clad legs. Yet, that was not the focal point at present. Should an opportunity arise later, he mused with a smirk, he would certainly rend her black stockings to shreds. As the door shut behind him, it severed the lingering warmth and the woman's incredulous, resentful expression from his view. Walking down the dimly lit staircase, his demeanor shifted back to one of cold sharpness. A beautiful exterior, clumsy theatrics, and a shallow soul. These qualities would prove utterly worthless in the impending apocalypse, perhaps even serving as a harbinger of doom. He returned to his sparsely furnished abode, commencing a final inventory of the items he intended to take with him. Outside, the city remained aglow with dazzling lights, yet he understood that beneath this facade of opulence, a chilling crisis was stealthily encroaching. He knew he must prepare thoroughly before that moment arrived. Chapter 6. The hypocrisy of confession upon returning to his old residence. Having just finished cataloging a few meaningful relics to take with him, he was preparing to secure them in his space when a series of urgent yet intentionally soft knocks echoed from the door. "Dudong, are you home? It's Lin Qian." "Dudong, please open the door. We have something to discuss with you," followed another overly sweet voice. In an instant, his brow furrowed in irritation. Those voices were etched in his memory. His ex-girlfriend Lin Qian and her conniving friend Zhou Kur. How had they found him here? And the tone they employed was disturbingly nauseating. He approached the peephole to peer outside, where he beheld Lin Qian and Zhou Kur standing at his doorstep. A flicker of cold derision crossed his eyes. Today, Lin Qian was evidently dressed with meticulous intent, even to the point of being calculated. She had donned a blue and white JK uniform. The short blue pleated skirt reaching perilously high, teetering on the edge of propriety. Beneath the skirt, her legs were encased in pristine white thigh-high stockings. These stockings were not of heavy cotton, but rather of velvety or subtly embossed material with a sheen, adhering delicately to every inch of her skin, accentuating the length and straightness of her legs. The hem of the stockings left a faintly indented, alluring mark on her mid-thigh, contrasting sharply with her flawlessly pale skin, deliberately exuding an aura of innocent allure. On her feet were black leather shoes, rendering her appearance akin to a naive schoolgirl who had absconded from campus, a jarring and ludicrous contrast to her usual vanity. Beside her, Zhou Kur was attired considerably more modestly, in a beige knitted cardigan over a white camisole, paired with light blue jeans that elegantly shaped her legs. On her feet were low-cut flats, beneath which transparent nude stockings were worn, so sheer they nearly melded with her skin. Only at the ankles and toes could one discern the subtle texture, embodying a low-key yet cunning charm, effectively playing the role of the leafy backdrop to the vibrant flower. In that moment, Dudong comprehended everything. "What a ridiculous game you're playing, engaging in the charade," he thought, recognizing her as the quintessential schemer. It appears that the news of his lottery win has ultimately been leaked through certain channels. These two women, clearly drawn by the scent of wealth, are attempting to rekindle his past infatuation with the most disreputable of charms. He took a deep breath, fully aware of their true intentions, yet for the moment, he could not afford to sever ties. Suppressing the tumult of revulsion within him, he expressionlessly opened the door. "Lu Dong, you are truly home. How wonderful. We have missed you so much." As the door swung open, Lin Qian immediately clasped her hands together in a gesture of innocence, her large eyes sparkling with a feigned naivety, her voice sweet enough to draw water. As she spoke, she even attempted to step forward, seemingly eager to nestle into Lu Dong's embrace. Zhou Kur chimed in, her tone laced with insincere contrition. "Lu Dong, it was all our fault before. We misunderstood you." Qian Qian has been weeping daily since her return, filled with regret. "Let's speak plainly." Lu Dong retreated a step, deftly evading Lin Qian's advances, leaning against the doorframe to obstruct their entry, his voice as frigid as ice. His reaction evidently caught both women off guard. Lin Qian's sweet smile faltered, and Zhou Kur exhibited a flicker of disbelief. According to their script, Lu Dong, once the ultimate sycophant, should have been utterly captivated by Lin Qian's striking attire, ready to forgive at a moment's notice. Lin Qian quickly adjusted her expression, her eyes reddening as she adopted a trembling tone. "Lu Dong, I know you are angry with me. I should not have listened to others, nor treated you that way. I truly understand my mistakes. Let us reconcile, shall we? I promise to treat you well from now on." As she spoke, she seemingly unconsciously brought her dazzling legs clad in white stockings together, and then slightly apart, her pleated skirt swaying gently, striving to capture Lu Dong's gaze. "Zhu Kai is in agreement. Yes, Lu Dong, Qian Qian is genuinely remorseful. Look, she has donned a dress she would have never worn before for you. Please forgive her this once. We are all adults here, and misunderstandings can surely be resolved." Lu Dong's cold gaze swept over Lin Qian's deliberately displayed legs, and then to Zhou Kur, his seemingly modest yet subtly alluring appearance. In a previous life, he might have felt his heart racing, caught off guard. Yet, at this moment, he found the situation profoundly ironic and laughable. He could vividly recall how, in his past existence, the owner of those white-stockinged legs had coldly watched as Zhang Hao shattered his knee, urging others to hastily divide his meager rations. "Are you finished? If so, you may leave. I'm quite busy." Lu Dong's voice remained unwavering. "Lu Dong." Lin Qian finally struggled to maintain her composure, her tone tinged with urgency and a barely perceptible irritation. "Are you truly so heartless? I know you've won the lottery and acquired wealth, but I did not come for your money. I genuinely love you." With a sardonic smile gracing his lips, Lu Dong could no longer restrain himself, revealing the truth behind the facade. "Oh, a stroke of luck? Your news travels fast. However, how I choose to spend my money is of no concern to you," he retorted. Zhou Ku'er quickly attempted to mediate the situation. "Lu Dong, please don't misunderstand. Qianqian didn't mean it that way. She merely believes that if you come into wealth, it is only natural to have someone who understands your needs by your side, rather than being deceived by unscrupulous individuals." Her words hinted at other women who might be circling Lu Dong. Lu Dong, weary of their pretense, issued a direct dismissal. "My affairs do not require your concern. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. I wish to rest." His indifference and aloofness extinguished the fantasies of Lin Qian and Zhou Ku'er like a bucket of ice water. They finally grasped that the Lu Dong before them was no longer the pliable sycophant they remembered. Lin Qian's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor, a tumult of embarrassment and anger causing her to instinctively close her legs, appearing somewhat stiff. Zhou Ku'er's expression soured as well, her eyes darting with unspoken calculations. "Lu Dong, you will regret this." Lin Qian hurled a hollow threat before her facade of innocence crumbled. She stomped her foot in frustration, tugging Zhou Ku'er along as they stormed down the stairs, the cacophony of their heels and flats echoing chaotically. Their meticulously crafted appearances now seemed absurd and disheveled. With a resounding thud, Lu Dong shut the door, sealing off the repugnant atmosphere outside. Leaning against the door, his gaze remained icy. The money, indeed, attracted unwelcome attention. It was imperative to hasten his preparations. Following this brief farce, he grew more resolute in his desire for self-preservation. Yet, it also served as a sobering reminder that in this apocalyptic world, women like Lin Qian and Zhou Ku'er, possessing beauty yet harboring ulterior motives, would stop at nothing to survive. He must remain vigilant. Without further delay, he gathered the last of his belongings into his space. Then, seated on the bare floor of the empty living room, he retrieved his tablet and began his final review and supplementation of the inventory list for the impending apocalypse. The tranquility of the old house allowed him to think with clarity. Chapter 7. Procurement of Supplies. The antics of Lin Qian and Zhou Ku'er were akin to a pebble cast into a serene lake, creating momentary ripples that quickly subsided, failing to disrupt Lu Dong's ultimate plan. With unwavering focus, he devoted all his energy to the preparations before the impending catastrophe. Now that the funds were fully secured, Lu Dong sat before his computer, fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. He eschewed conventional retail procurement, deeming it inefficient and overly conspicuous. His aim was crystal clear: to seek out large wholesalers, source factories, and even the store channels of major supermarket chains. With fragmented memories from a past life and a keen ability to capture information from the internet, he swiftly identified several large food processing plants, bottled water companies, and the most prominent wholesale markets in the locality. Under the pretense of sourcing for large construction site canteens in remote areas and stocking supplies for an impending chain convenience store opening, he commenced the first round of procurement through contracts with newly registered shell companies. Tens of thousands of boxes of compressed biscuits, canned goods, self-heating meals, tons of rice, flour, and cooking oil, seasonings, countless boxes of bottled water, mineral water, various functional and carbonated beverages, vast quantities of toilet paper, wet wipes, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, soap, and other daily necessities, as well as bundled clothing and bedding, were all included. However, these were merely appetizers, basic supplies. Orders flew like snowflakes to different suppliers, requesting staggered deliveries to several temporary warehouses he had previously rented on the outskirts of the city, where human presence was sparse. These warehouses were meticulously selected transit points, with the true destination being his boundless dimensional space. He paid deposits and scheduled delivery times. Lu Dong's actions were efficient and discreet, striving to scatter orders to avoid raising suspicion with any single supplier. After processing these online orders, he donned inconspicuous casual attire, preparing for a more direct and efficient procurement effort. He recalled a piece of information he had fortuitously overheard in his past life. A college acquaintance, Lu Pongzi, had managed to secure a position at the largest Walmart in Tianhai City through connections after graduation, and after a few years, he had risen to the rank of a minor supervisor in the warehousing department. This person was somewhat greedy but lacked boldness, often seeking small advantages, and he was unaware of Lu Dong's recent windfall, only knowing that he seemed to have come into a bit of fortune lately. Perhaps this could serve as a breakthrough. In Walmart's central warehouse, the variety and quantity of supplies far surpassed those of the wholesale markets, especially concerning imported and high-quality goods. Lu Dong dialed Lu Pongzi's number. "Hello, who is this?" came Lu Pongzi's slightly languid voice from the other end, with background noise suggesting he was inspecting the warehouse. "Pongzi, it's me, Lu Dong." "Oh, Dongzi. A rare caller. What made you think to call me? I heard you've been doing well lately?" Lu Pongzi's tone immediately brightened, laced with curiosity. "Not bad. Just took a small order, dabbling in a bit of business," Lu Dong replied casually. "By the way, I need to discuss something with you. Would you be free to grab a meal? I have some business to talk about." "Business?" Lu Pongzi hesitated for a moment. "What business can we discuss?" "I'm just a warehouse supervisor." "It pertains to your warehouse," Lu Dong reassured him. "Don't worry, it's a good opportunity, and I understand the rules." After a few seconds of silence on the other end, as if weighing the options, Lu Pongzi's voice returned, lowered slightly. "All right, where shall we meet?" "Okay, I know the place. I'll head over after work." An hour later, in a private room of a bustling hot pot restaurant, Lu, noticeably heavier than during his university years, sat with a protruding belly, clad in a Walmart uniform shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, exuding a shrewd yet slightly greasy demeanor. He picked up a large piece of tripe to cook, but his eyes frequently darted towards Lu Dong. "What lucrative venture are you involved in? So mysterious." He couldn't help but inquire first. Lu Dong, unhurried, took a sip of beer, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice. "Fatty, let me be straightforward. I've landed a substantial order for an overseas aid project that requires urgent procurement, with significant quantities and diverse categories. The usual retail channels are too slow, and the wholesale market lacks comprehensive supplies. That is why I thought of you." "Overseas aid? Procurement?" Lu's small eyes narrowed, glinting with both confusion and intrigue. "This is quite a leap. How much do you need?" "For the first batch, at least this amount," Lu Dong gestured with his hand. "And it's not a one-time deal. There may be follow-ups. Mainly food, daily necessities, and medical supplies. Hard currencies in demand." Lu gasped, pausing his cooking. "So much. If you're going through company accounts, invoicing, I can't manage that. The inventory has limits, and I don't have the guts for it." "Shoo." Lu Dong signaled him to lower his voice. "We still need to go through company accounts. Invoices can be issued normally, but the pricing can be a tad more flexible. The excess portion, we can split between us as brothers. Moreover, many goods don't need to be from the latest batches. Items nearing expiration or with slightly damaged packaging are acceptable. They want to be picky over there. Your warehouse must have plenty of items to dispose of, right? Isn't there room for maneuver here?" Lu Dong's words acted as bait, expertly cast towards Lu. He was aware that supermarket warehouses often contained near-expiry products and damaged packaging that were troublesome to handle, yet offered significant price flexibility. For a giant like Walmart, offloading some of these items would be inconsequential. Lu's breathing grew noticeably heavier, his gaze fluctuating between greed and fear. The terms Lu Dong presented were exceedingly tempting, and the perceived risks seemed manageable. Can this really work? Monitoring inventory. There are always more solutions than difficulties. You're the storage supervisor. Adjusting the product records to process some items slated for destruction early is merely a matter of your word. Gather a few trustworthy night shift colleagues to help load the truck. I will compensate them separately for their effort." Lu Dong pressed forward, simultaneously offering an even more enticing incentive. "Once the deal is done, beyond your share, I'll provide you with this sum as a referral fee." He indicated a figure with his hands. Lu's eyes lit up as he beheld Lu Dong's gesture, the last vestige of hesitation utterly crushed by greed. He slapped his thigh with vigor, as if making a monumental decision. "Damn it. Fortune favors the bold. Dongzi, I trust you. Let's do this. What exactly do you need? When do you want it?" A smile spread across Lu Dong's face. He knew he had hooked his fish. "I'll send you the list. We can start as early as tomorrow night. Remember, keep it discreet." "Understood. Rest assured, I'll make sure it's handled flawlessly." Lu the Fat thumped his chest, the flesh on his face quivering with excitement as he began to calculate the potential benefits he could reap. Lu Dong nodded, a cold smile lurking within. In this apocalyptic world, morality and rules were on the verge of collapse. He felt no guilt in exploiting human greed to secure the greatest survival resources for himself. In this transaction, no one emerged untainted. It was merely a matter of mutual gain. Chapter 8. Preparations for Zero-Cost Acquisition. After finalizing the specific details with Lu the Fat, Lu Dong immediately set his plan into motion. He rented an inconspicuous medium-sized cargo van and prepared multiple different license plates for unforeseen circumstances. Over the next few nights, he would assume the role of a clandestine mover. On the first night, the moon was obscured and the wind howled. Following the address provided by Lu the Fat, Lu Dong drove to the Walmart distribution center located on the outskirts of Tianhai City. The vast expanse was dominated by a colossal warehouse, resembling a slumbering steel beast, with only a few scattered lights piercing the darkness. He did not approach through the front entrance, but instead circled to a relatively secluded side door. Lu the Fat had been waiting there, accompanied by two young men dressed in moving uniforms, who appeared somewhat anxious. They were clearly Lu the Fat's associates. "You're here?" Lu the Fat approached, his voice lowered, eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Is everything prepared?" Lu Dong jumped out of the vehicle. "Almost. According to your list, the first batch consists mainly of grains, oils, and canned goods, along with some daily necessities. They are all concentrated in Channel 7 of Area C, where surveillance is minimal and there are fewer people at night." Lu the Fat pointed toward a warehouse entrance shrouded in darkness. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li. Hurry and load the truck." The two young men responded promptly, skillfully opening the cargo van's doors, then swiftly wheeling over several flatbed carts piled high with cardboard boxes. Lu Dong did not remain idle. He followed them into the warehouse. Even with prior mental preparation, the sight before him still left him slightly awestruck. Towering shelves reached heights that seemed endless, densely packed with a myriad of goods, resembling a jungle of supplies with no visible end. The air was thick with a unique aroma of cardboard, plastic, and food, a testament to the vast logistics of modern industrial society, one of the cornerstones of civilization. Soon, all of this would become the target of frantic competition among countless individuals. "Quick, move faster," Lu the Fat urged in a hushed tone, displaying signs of impatience. The two young movers were strong and remarkably efficient, swiftly pushing boxes and pallets into the cargo van's compartment. Lu Dong pretended to lend a hand, but in reality, each time his fingers brushed against the laden flatbed carts, his thoughts subtly shifted, causing an entire cart's worth of goods to be instantly absorbed into a dimensional space, leaving behind only an empty cart. To maintain the facade, he would also leave some items stacked in the cargo van to create the illusion of activity. Rice flour, cooking oil, assorted flavors of canned meats, canned fruits, canned fish, compressed biscuits, pasta, sauces, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, toilet paper, feminine hygiene products, diapers, flashlights, batteries, lighters, multifunctional tools, and ropes. Supplies vanished and reappeared at an astonishing pace. Lu Dong's consciousness immersed within the space, meticulously categorizing and stacking different types of supplies with impeccable order. This sensation was exquisitely marvelous and profoundly fulfilling. Each act of organization signified a weightier leverage in his struggle for survival in the apocalypse. Lu Fatty and two workers felt that today's vehicle seemed unusually capacious. Despite pushing countless carts, the truck's cargo area appeared far from full. However, motivated by the lucrative overtime pay and Lu Fatty's urging, they focused solely on their labor, suppressing their curiosity and attributing it to the truck's modified capacity. Within 2 hours, the majority of the first batch of supplies Lu Dong had planned for was securely transferred to the dimensional space, with the truck bed only symbolically stacked to 1/10 of its potential. "That should suffice for today, Fatty," Lu Dong said, clapping his hands and shutting the truck door. "All right." Lu Fatty sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow and handing over a list. "Here, that's the processing list and prices. Take a look." Lu Dong glanced over, noting that the prices were indeed significantly lower than the market wholesale rates. He readily handed Lu Fatty cash along with a thick envelope, cheerfully stating, "This is the deposit and a token of appreciation for the brothers' hard work. It's been a pleasure collaborating. Send me the account for the balance, and I'll transfer it to you shortly." Lu Fatty, clutching the thick envelope, beamed with joy, his last traces of tension dissipating. "No problem, Dongzi." It's been a delightful partnership. Anytime you need anything, just reach out. Lu Dong nodded, leapt into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and slowly departed from the vast treasure trove of supplies. Through the rearview mirror, he beheld the receding silhouette of the immense warehouse, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was merely the beginning. In the following days, Lu Dong flitted like a phantom between the various transit warehouses he had rented and the Walmart stored facilities. Utilizing Lu Fatty's connections, he systematically acquired an astounding quantity of bottled water, beverages, gourmet snacks, imported foods, coffee, tea, and a substantial array of clothing and bedding. Concurrently, the supplies he had previously ordered through wholesale channels began to arrive at the transit warehouse. Whenever the night grew quiet, he would venture alone to the warehouse, lock the doors, and, akin to a mythological beast, consume the towering piles of supplies into the dimensional space. Within this space, the supplies expanded with unprecedented velocity. The food sector piled high, drinking water pooled into a lake, and the daily necessities formed a dazzling array, quietly shaping a miniature sanctuary capable of sustaining his lavish lifestyle for many years. Yet, an issue loomed. Energy remained a concern. Fuel-powered generators will become exceedingly precious once the true apocalypse arrives. Presently, every collection undertaken by Lu Dong incurs a slight drain on both his physical and mental stamina. Yet he remains undeterred. This tangible sense of controlling his own destiny provides him with an unprecedented tranquility. He is acutely aware that time is of the essence. He must finalize his preparations before the tempest descends. As Lu Dong gazes at the seemingly endless pile of supplies within his dimensional space, a profound sense of satisfaction and security envelopes him. He roughly estimates that, through the connections with Lu Fatty, the assorted supplies he has scavenged from the Walmart warehouse, when evaluated at market price, undoubtedly exceed 20 million. This amount was acquired at a mere fraction of the cost he paid Lu Fatty. Coupled with over 150 million invested through wholesale channels previously, his current stockpile has reached astounding proportions. He glances at the balance in his bank account. After deducting the 20% income tax from his lottery winnings and the flood of expenses incurred during this period, wholesale purchases, renting temporary warehouses, acquiring vehicles, and compensating Lu Fatty and his associates, he still finds over 300 million in cash lying quietly on the ledger. 300 million. Such a fortune would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence in peaceful times. Yet in the impending apocalypse, it will swiftly transform into a mere string of inconsequential numbers. He must seek to convert this wealth into tangible resources for survival as promptly as possible. Meanwhile, a bolder, more audacious plan begins to take shape in Lu Dong's mind. The pace at which he acquires and hoards supplies seems rather sluggish. Perhaps a zero-cost acquisition is in order? Lu Fatty, this pawn, still possesses one last utility. Lu Dong's gaze gradually turns frigid. He intends to invite Lu Fatty to dinner under some pretext on the last day before the apocalypse descends. The venue will be a restaurant not far from the Walmart warehouse, where he will ply the greedy man with the strongest of spirits and feigned enthusiasm. Once Lu Fatty is thoroughly intoxicated and rendered unconscious, he will seize his warehouse access card and all keys. Then will commence the truly unrestrained moment of zero-cost acquisition. Without intermediaries, no need for disguised vehicles, and devoid of the worry of being discovered, he will operate alone, utilizing the infinite capacity of his dimensional space and his ability to collect instantaneously. Like a silent specter, he will infiltrate the vast distribution center, whose structure he has partially deciphered. He must act before chaos erupts, clearing out the remaining vast stock of supplies, be it food, clothing, medicine, tools, or even those expensive electronics, furniture, and fitness equipment. Everything of value must be emptied. Not a trace shall remain. At this thought, Lu Dong's breath quickens, not from fear but from exhilaration. This will be the final, most thorough harvest of the wealth accumulated by the civilization of the old era. Lu Fatty would never have imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that the culmination of his avaricious alliances would not be wealth, but rather a complete obliteration, serving as a garment for others. And a dismal fate resulting from the loss of all utilitarian value in the apocalyptic world. This plan was cold and ruthless. Yet Lu Dong harbored no hesitation in his heart. The first tenet of the apocalyptic law is that mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. Lu Fatty was never his friend. He was merely a convenient stepping stone. The ultimate value of a stepping stone is to be thoroughly crushed, paving the way for one's own survival. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his gaze returning to a serene calm. He continued to inventory and organize the supplies within the space. Chapter 9. The Prototype of the Safehouse. Time flew swiftly as Lu Dong frantically stockpiled resources and meticulously strategized. 2 days later, he resolved to personally inspect the renovation progress of the safehouse. This investment was crucial and allowed for no negligence. He took a taxi to the Junlin Tiantang community. The security here was indeed stringent. Registration, identity verification, and confirmation with the owner were mandatory before being granted entry. This bolstered his confidence in the community's safety. Ascending directly to the top-floor duplex in the elevator, he was greeted by the sounds of intense drilling, hammering, and the calls of workers, creating a scene of bustling order upon exiting the elevator. The main door stood ajar, revealing that the originally luxurious decor had been entirely dismantled, exposing the concrete structure beneath. Workers were reinforcing the steel framework and executing secondary concrete pouring according to the blueprints. The air was thick with dust and the scent of construction materials. Lu Dong stood at the entrance, his calm gaze sweeping over the interior. The progress surpassed his expectations. The main load-bearing structure was beginning to take shape, clearly indicating that Qin Yuan had indeed devoted immense effort and resources to the project. "Mr. Lu?" A voice that was both surprised and slightly anxious called from behind him. Lu Dong turned to see Qin Yuan briskly descending from the staircase, evidently having just come up from the temporary storage or another area below. Today, she donned an outfit more suited for the construction site. Yet she retained an astonishing charm and professionalism. She wore a fitted white shirt, one button undone at the collar, revealing her delicate collarbone, with sleeves rolled up to her elbows, exuding a sharp and efficient aura. Below, she sported high-waisted black, straight-leg trousers that perfectly accentuated her pert posterior and long legs. However, the most striking detail was the sheer black stockings she wore beneath her trousers. The exquisite texture of the stockings melded seamlessly with her skin tone, only revealing a delicate, ethereal sheen under the light, cloaking her straight legs in an alluring and enigmatic quality. On her feet were black flat loafers, clearly chosen for ease of movement on the construction site. Yet even so, the silhouette of her ankles and the tops of her feet, encased in sheer black stockings, radiated a subtle yet sophisticated sensuality. She held a tablet and a measuring tape in her hands, fine beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, with a few strands of hair clinging to her cheek, appearing to personally oversee the site. "General Qin." Lu Dong gave a slight nod, his gaze lingering on her for less than half a second before redirecting to the construction site. "The progress is commendable." Sensing the almost imperceptible stillness in Lu Dong's gaze, Qin Yuan felt a subtle pang of disappointment, yet it was overshadowed by a wave of anxiety. She hurriedly reported, "Mr. Lu, your arrival is timely. We are adhering strictly to your specifications and the blueprints. All the steel is of the highest grade, and the concrete has been infused with special materials, far exceeding standard strength and seismic resistance. We are currently reinforcing the main structure, and soon we will begin installing the blast-proof doors and specialized glass frames as per your directive." As she spoke, she guided Lu Dong inward, deftly avoiding the materials and tools strewn across the floor. As they walked, the fabric of her dress pants brushed against her sheer stockings, producing an almost imperceptible sound. Her long legs, partially concealed beneath the black silk, form an exquisite yet harmonious contrast against the drab construction backdrop. The renovation of electrical systems and the embedding of ventilation pipes commenced concurrently. "Here is the current materials list and progress report for your review." She handed him the tablet, the screen displaying intricate graphs and data. Lu Dong accepted it, quickly yet meticulously perusing the information. His inquiries were highly professional and astute, targeting the critical aspects of construction and potential hazards. Does the density of the rebar meet the specifications outlined in the blueprints? How can we ensure absolute airtightness in the concealed ventilation systems? Have we received the load-bearing test report for the hinges on the blast-proof doors? Will the arrival time of the specialized glass affect the subsequent schedule? Qin Yuan found it somewhat challenging to respond, yet her preparation stood her in good stead, allowing her to answer almost immediately. For any uncertainties, she promptly called the engineers, displaying an earnest sense of responsibility. She sensed that this young man possessed a far deeper understanding of the project than she had anticipated, and any semblance of negligence could lead to catastrophic outcomes. After a thorough inspection, Lu Dong expressed his satisfaction. Qin Yuyin and her team were indeed exerting their utmost efforts, maintaining stringent quality control. Well done, he reiterated this commendation. Continue at this standard and pace. Are there any issues regarding funding? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuyin's face momentarily revealed a hint of embarrassment, but she quickly masked it. For now, we can manage. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Liu. Lu Dong glanced at her without further comment, directly pulling out his phone to make some transactions. Minutes later, Qin Yuyin's phone buzzed with a bank notification. Your account ending in XXXX has received 15 renminbi. 0000000. Balance, 15 million. Qin Yuyin's eyes widened in astonishment, her hand trembling as she clutched the tablet. The substantial funds for the project arrived like a much-needed rain, not only alleviating the company's immediate predicament, but also serving as the greatest support and trust bestowed upon her team. She lifted her gaze, her eyes meeting Lu Dong's, filled with incredulity and gratitude. Her lips parted slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Lu, this is far too much. According to the schedule, Lu Dong interjected, his tone unembellished. What I require is the utmost speed and superior quality. Do not let financial issues delay progress or compromise standards. My demands must be met without exception. Do you understand? Feeling the weight of Lu Dong's gaze, Qin Yuyin straightened her back, aligning her long legs clad in sheer black stockings, her demeanor turning exceedingly solemn. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I guarantee with the reputation of ding-feng decoration and my personal integrity, I shall not betray your trust and expectations. This safe house will undoubtedly become your most formidable fortress. Let's hope so, Lu Dong nodded. Once the business matters were concluded, he showed no intention of lingering and turned to leave. Observing his indifferent silhouette, Qin Yuyin, driven by an inexplicable urge, stepped forward. A melange of faint perfume, the scent of perspiration, and the dust of construction enveloped her, not unpleasant but intriguingly alluring. Mr. Liu, she called, her voice slightly elevated. Lu Dong halted, turning back with a questioning gaze. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to make her smile appear more genuine and natural. To express my gratitude for your trust, I wonder if you might have time tonight for a casual meal? It would also provide an opportunity to report some details more comprehensively. She subtly shifted her posture, accentuating the taut contours of her white shirt and the fitted waistband of her trousers, which highlighted her striking waist-to-hip ratio. Her legs, clad in sheer black stockings, appeared all the more exquisite and enticing amidst the chaotic environment of the construction site. This was the allure exuded by a mature, intellectual woman, inadvertently captivating. Yet, Lu Dong's expression remained calm and undisturbed. No need, he decisively declined. Time is of the essence. Focus must remain on the project. Dining can be discussed later. With that, he exhibited no hesitation, striding directly toward the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, reflecting her somewhat disheveled yet charming silhouette, Qin Yuyin stood rooted, her emotions a tangled web of complexity, frustration, disappointment, and an even deeper curiosity intertwined. What manner of man was he? Calm, decisive, enigmatic, affluent, yet indifferent to the beauty presented before him? What was the true purpose of this safe house? She glanced down at her legs, encased in delicate black stockings, and for the first time, a sliver of doubt regarding her own allure crept in. However, shaking her head resolutely, her gaze regained its determination. Regardless, seizing this opportunity and executing the project flawlessly was of paramount importance. She turned back to the bustling construction site, her voice regaining the chill and decisiveness of a formidable woman. Engineer, please double-check the spacing of the rebar over here. Master Wang, the depth of the embedded pipes must strictly adhere to the blueprints. Yet, deep within her heart, the image of that indifferent young man had already been etched. Chapter 10. The gourmet street leaving the grand establishment, dusk was approaching. The remnants of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue upon the towering edifices of the city. But all that filled Lu Dong's heart was a frigid countdown. He needed to seize the fleeting moments to fortify his sanctuary. A slight pang of hunger stirred within him, and he suddenly recalled a place, the renowned street food market in the southern part of the city, vibrant with the essence of culinary delight. It was a haven of authentic flavors from across the land, boasting affordable prices. And it had been one of his favorite haunts during his university days and shortly after graduation. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, these delectable morsels of human experience would become a mere memory. Cold canned goods and compressed biscuits would become staples, with occasional cooking serving more to replenish energy than to indulge the palate. A thought flickered through his mind. If the dimensional space could preserve things perfectly, why not stockpile this future luxury as well? With that resolve, Lu Dong no longer hesitated. He hailed a taxi, heading straight for the university's food street. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt at the street's entrance. Before he even alighted, an overwhelming medley of aromas wafted toward him, the charred scent of skewers, the distinctive odor of stinky tofu, the sweet fragrance of candied chestnuts, and the sizzling allure of teppanyaki. The air was alive with the clamor of voices, students mingling in groups, laughing and darting between the stalls, imbued with vitality. This familiar scene momentarily swept Lu Dong into a reverie, as if the apocalypse were merely a distant nightmare. But he soon regained his composure, his gaze sharpening once more. Unlike the average patron who would meander through the stalls, he made a beeline for the management office of the food street, employing a slight show of means, primarily by showcasing his bank card balance. He swiftly secured an audience with the manager. "I wish to reserve the entirety of this food street stall for the next 2 hours," Lu Dong stated plainly. His tone is serene, as if he were merely ordering a bottle of water. What? Reserve. Everything? The manager, a balding middle-aged man, nearly choked on his own saliva, convinced he had misheard. "Yes, everything. I want all items produced by each stall from this moment onward. I will settle at twice their usual highest turnover. Payment upon delivery. The condition is that the service must be swift, with a complete variety, packaged in the finest containers, and delivered to that cold chain truck I have rented outside," Lu Dong added, gesturing towards the vehicle he had temporarily procured for cover. The manager, realizing Lu Dong was not jesting, confirmed the balance alert on his phone. His demeanor instantly transformed into one of fervent enthusiasm and respect. "Absolutely no problem. Rest assured, Mr. Lu. I will notify all the stall owners immediately. I guarantee your satisfaction." The news spread like a bombshell through the intercom of the Snack Street management, and soon, all the vendors received this incredible announcement. After a brief moment of shock and doubt, the entire Snack Street erupted with excitement. The vendors, energized as if by a magical elixir, unleashed their full potential. The grills blazed red-hot, the frying pans bubbled vigorously, and the spatulas danced in the air. The production efficiency of the entire Snack Street reached an unprecedented peak. Lu Dong stood in a secluded spot at the entrance, calmly observing this absurdly theatrical scene. Countless freshly prepared dishes, grilled cold noodles, stinky tofu, fried chicken fillets, takoyaki, grilled oysters, milk tea, fruit juices, and shaved ice, were swiftly packaged and loaded into the enormous cold chain truck. Meanwhile, his thoughts precisely transported the delectable offerings, box by box, into a designated culinary zone within a dimensional space. The truck remained suspended, serving merely as an exquisite illusion. The aroma intensified, almost palpable in its richness. This crude, money-driven method of stockpiling was straightforward yet remarkably effective. Just as Lu Dong reveled in the feast of the entire Snack Street, two familiar figures squeezed through the crowd into the bustling scene. Lin Xian and Zhou Ku, having faced disappointment a few days prior at Lu Dong's old residence. Their spirits had since plummeted. Lin Xian, particularly frustrated, felt her meticulously planned white silk JK outfit had utterly failed to entice, leaving her both embarrassed and irate. Thankfully, Zhou Ku had been by her side, embodying the essence of the best friend in the world. Today, in an effort to lift their spirits, they decided to visit the university town Snack Street to indulge in culinary delights and perhaps stumble upon new opportunities, perhaps even encountering a wealthy heir, which excited them at the mere thought. However, shortly after their arrival, they sensed something amiss. Many vendors were fervently preparing food, yet there were no lines at their stalls. Finished dishes were directly boxed up and sent in a singular direction. What was going on? Was there a special event happening at the Snack Street today? Why was there no one selling? Lin Xian clasped Zhou Ku's arm, peering around in confusion. Noticing that those transporting the food were all headed in the same direction, it appeared that everything was being sent to the end of the street. Who could be so extravagant? The two, intrigued, followed the flow of people and food toward the street's entrance. As they approached, the peculiar atmosphere thickened. The vendors were busy yet exhilarated, while students huddled together, their faces alight with astonishment and envy. Have you heard? A mysterious tycoon has rented out the entire street. No way. Is that for real? The whole thing? How much would that cost? Who knows? Look at that truck. It's never been full. I can't believe it. Being rich must be wonderful. I want to experience what it's like to have everything. The chatter reached Lin Xian and Zhou Ku's ears, igniting their curiosity even further. What manner of person is this, so audacious? They pushed through the throng and finally arrived near the street corner. The first sight that met their eyes was a colossal cold chain truck, alongside which several individuals clad in office uniforms were directing the operations. Then, their gaze was instantly captivated by a figure standing in the shadow of the truck. With an upright posture, a composed profile, and an indifferent expression, it was none other than Lu Dong. He occasionally glanced down at his phone, nodding at the person in charge beside him. Those boxes and crates of snacks, which they typically had a queue for, were being continuously transported as if they were worthless refuse. And despite their inability to discern the specific actions taking place, it was evident that the items were being loaded onto the truck, which seemed perpetually insatiable. It was indeed he, the enigmatic tycoon who had commandeered the entire snack street, and yet had coldly dismissed them just hours earlier. In that moment, Lin Xian and Zhou Ku were overwhelmed with disbelief. When Lu Dong had turned them down 2 days prior, they had been aware of his wealth, but the impact of the scene was far more visceral and intense. The output of the entire snack street in just 2 hours. How much fortune must that entail? Was he truly spending such sums merely to procure these snacks? This was no longer mere affluence. It was akin to setting money ablaze. Lu Dong had evidently noted their presence, casting a dispassionate glance in their direction, as if regarding two inconsequential strangers, before dismissively averting his gaze to continue overseeing his culinary accumulation. This utter disregard stung Lin Xian far more than the cold words he had uttered previously. Observing Lu Dong's nonchalant demeanor, exuding control over everything, in stark contrast to her own earlier clumsy performance and her current state of shock, an overwhelming sense of shame and indignation engulfed her. Instinctively clutching Lin Xian's arm, whispering, Qian Qiani, Lin Xian abruptly shook off Zhou Ku's hand, her chest heaving with agitation. She gazed at the ceaselessly transported delicacies, recalling her earlier intention to queue for a serving of grilled cold noodles, while Lu Dong casually purchased them all. The immense psychological disparity nearly pushed her to the brink. Unable to restrain herself, she took a few steps forward, her voice tinged with sharp excitement. Lu Dong, what does this mean? Just days ago you claimed it was none of our concern, yet now you squander here without restraint? You would rather waste your money on these junk foods than... Her words trailed off, but her meaning was unmistakable. At last, Lu Dong regarded her directly, his expression laced with unabashed scorn, as if viewing a fool. My money, my choice of indulgence, what issue is there? His tone was flat, almost disinterested. Must it receive your approval? Or do you deem these as inferior, unworthy of your attention? How fortuitous, for I had no intention of inviting you to partake. You. Lin Xian was left speechless, her face flushed crimson. Beside her, Zhou Ku wore an expression of profound embarrassment, instinctively drawing her legs, clad in delicate flats and sheer, flesh-toned stockings, closer together, as if to diminish her presence. Lu Dong dismissed them entirely, directing the person in charge with a terse command. Accelerate the pace. Time is of the essence. He then turned away, leaving behind only a frigid silhouette. Lin Xian and Zhou Ku stood rooted, caught in a limbo of indecision, neither able to depart nor remain. The glances from those around them were laden with a voyeuristic intent, igniting a burning sensation upon their cheeks. The aroma of food wafting through the air now seemed laced with irony, as they observed Lu Dong's retreating figure and the seemingly endless procession of delicacies being delivered. They felt for the first time the immense chasm that had come to exist between them and Lu Dong, a gulf insurmountable. Ultimately, amidst the stifling atmosphere of disregard and discomfort, they slipped away from the crowd in a hasty retreat, their initial desire to purchase something to eat evaporating entirely. Throughout it all, Lu Dong remained fixated on his stockpiling endeavors. The allure of those forthcoming culinary delights far surpassed that of the two serpents. Chapter 11. Bait. Upon returning to the old house, Lu Dong began contemplating his next course of action, under the relentless supervision of Qin Yuyan. The construction of the safe house was progressing tirelessly, day and night. Various materials and equipment were being transported, installed, and calibrated in an orderly fashion. Inside, the space was ablaze with light, filled with the din of machinery, as workers operated in shifts, seemingly racing against time. Qin Yin frequently visited the site to oversee the work, her presence darting between the construction zones to ensure every detail met Lu Dong's specifications. The structure of the safe house grew increasingly robust, with its defensive systems gradually coming to fruition, resembling an impending fortress of survival. Simultaneously, the culinary delights within the dimensional space had accumulated to staggering heights. From the spicy and fragrant hot pot base to the crispy and delightful jianbing guozi. From the sweet and tender glutinous rice balls to the tangy and spicy sour noodles, a plethora of delicacies dazzled the senses, their aromas intoxicating. Lu Dong periodically ventured into the space to inventory the supplies, verifying the storage conditions and quantities of each food item. These provisions not only boasted a wide variety, but were also ample enough to sustain them for a considerable duration. Exaggeratedly speaking, they could last for centuries. However, despite the mountain of food, Lu Dong's brow remained furrowed. The most critical item on his list, energy, particularly fuel, loomed as his greatest concern. Gasoline, diesel, and propane. These liquid and gaseous energies constituted the true currency of the apocalypse. They were essential not only for the operation of generators and heating, but also for potentially powering vehicles in the future, the lifeblood of mobility. Without a stable energy supply, even the most formidable safe house could transform into an icebox in extreme cold. An abundance of food might gradually spoil, and even the most advanced equipment could be reduced to scrap metal. Energy was the cornerstone of sustaining any semblance of survival. Nonetheless, the prospect of bulk purchasing fuel at this stage was exceedingly challenging and fraught with sensitivity. The private acquisition of substantial quantities of gasoline and diesel necessitates a labyrinthine approval process, accompanied by the requirement to furnish intricate details regarding usage and storage conditions, which inevitably draws the attention and scrutiny of relevant authorities. This stands in stark contrast to Lu Dong's principle of discreetly stockpiling resources to avoid attracting notice. Should he opt for sporadic purchases at gas stations, not only would the efficiency be woefully inadequate, with each transaction limited to a meager quantity, but the frequency of such purchases would also leave a discernible trail, failing to satisfy his immense demand. What he requires is not merely a few barrels of oil, but an energy reserve sufficient to sustain him for several years, if not longer. As he pondered his predicament, an exceedingly unpleasant figure materialized in his thoughts, Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng, his arch-nemesis from high school, a spoiled scion, brazen and arrogant due to his family's wealth and influence. Gao Sheng's father, Gao Qiqiang, is a well-known energy magnate in the region, operating several gas stations and a modest finished oil storage facility, primarily serving construction sites, factories, and logistics fleets. The Gao family has amassed considerable wealth and connections through their energy enterprise. Throughout their 3 years in high school, Gao Sheng made it a point to torment Lu Dong. Whether due to trivial provocations, perhaps stemming from Lu Dong's consistent academic superiority, or simply because Lu Dong unwittingly garnered more admiration from certain female classmates, a fact he himself was indifferent to. Yet, this was ample reason for the petty Gao Sheng to perceive Lu Dong as a thorn in his side. Over the years, Gao Sheng resorted to various and scrupulous tactics, spreading malicious rumors, ostracizing him during group activities, and even covertly inciting others to trip him up. Although these actions did not inflict substantial harm upon Lu Dong, they incessantly buzzed around him like a bothersome fly, engendering irritation and disgust. The Gao family, entrenched in the energy business, Lu Dong's fingers absent-mindedly drummed upon the table, his gaze icy and piercing. It was as though fate had conspired to present him with an opportunity. Fragments of memories from a past life surfaced quietly. In the early days of the apocalypse, as order disintegrated, energy swiftly became the most coveted resource. He had heard whispers that Gao Sheng, leveraging the substantial fuel reserves hoarded by his family, thrived during the initial chaos, rapidly amassing a following and establishing himself as a minor power broker. However, it seemed that internal strife or the predation of more formidable and avaricious forces led to his swift decline and a tragic fate. Given that your previous life ended poorly and our histories are intertwined, a cold smirk crept upon Lu Dong's lips, a hunter's expression fixated upon its prey. In this life, I shall assist in alleviating your surplus stock, lest it go to waste. The thrill of retribution is but a trifling bonus to this scheme. More crucially, the Gao family's modest finished oil storage facility stands as his most viable option for acquiring a substantial amount of fuel in a short span, without arousing undue attention or investigation. The inventory there is ample enough to meet his considerable needs for an extended period. Yet how to proceed? This presents an exceedingly intricate dilemma. Coercion? In a society where the rule of law still prevails, such an act would equate to self-destruction, not only inviting rigorous scrutiny from law enforcement, but also exposing oneself entirely, thereby jeopardizing all discrete strategies. Deception? Although Goldman himself may be arrogant and foolish, his father Gao Qiqiang is a self-made entrepreneur, a seasoned veteran who has navigated the turbulent waters of commerce with astuteness and vigilance, possessing a mind that is both intricate and discerning, far from being easily deceived. Ordinary ruses would likely fail to ensnare him, potentially alerting him to the scheme. A meticulously crafted, seamless plan is imperative, one that would compel the Gao family to willingly, even eagerly, deliver substantial fuel supplies into his hands. This necessitates precise intelligence, ingenious design, and a profound understanding of human frailties. Lu Dong inhaled deeply, opened his computer, and the cold glow of the screen illuminated his expressionless yet intensely focused visage. He commenced an exhaustive search for all information pertinent to the Gao family's enterprises. This was an extensive and meticulous process of information excavation. He perused local business news, sought the latest reports and developments regarding Gao Qiqiang and his companies, and utilized public business registration platforms to analyze the equity structure, registered capital, and operational scope of Gao's enterprises. He even scrutinized job postings on recruitment websites, inferring operational conditions from the positions and remuneration offered by Gao's companies. Additionally, gossip posts and rumors from local forums became part of his information tapestry. Though their authenticity was often questionable, they occasionally provided unexpected leads. Time elapsed amid the sounds of keystrokes and mouse clicks. Lu Dong resembled a patient spider, lurking in the depths of an invisible web, meticulously weaving strands of information, sensing the faintest vibrations, and searching for that crucial, vulnerable point of entry. After several hours of intense information retrieval and analysis, a seemingly inconspicuous detail nestled within a few ordinary financial news articles captured his attention. The report vaguely indicated that local energy magnate Gao Qiqiang appeared to be seeking short-term bridge financing for his largest storage center, intended for expanding storage capacity and bidding on a new large-scale logistics park fuel supply project. However, the report also noted that negotiations with several banks were progressing poorly due to insufficient collateral valuation and the high risks associated with the project. A strained cash flow? A glint of insight flickered in Lu Dong's eyes as he leaned forward slightly. This was indeed a fascinating piece of information. He promptly delved deeper along this lead. By cross-referencing various sources, he ascertained the reliability of this news. He further clarified the specific location of the storage center, its approximate inventory capacity, the usual management processes for inbound and outbound goods, and the surrounding security conditions. Although there may still be discrepancies in the details, a preliminary plan began to take shape in his mind, gradually becoming clearer. This plan carries immense risk. Should Gao Qiqiang see through it, the consequences would be dire. However, in contrast, the potential gains are so immense that they are simply irresistible. Once successful, he would no longer have to worry about basic fuel resources even in the later stages of the apocalypse, thereby securing a significant survival advantage and strategic initiative. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Dong made his decision. He picked up his phone, sifting through the contacts and class group chat for a number he had rarely reached out to, Gao Sheng's mobile number. Gao Sheng, eager to flaunt his family's wealth, had a strikingly memorable number with consecutive digits that stood out in the group chat. After a brief pause, Lu Dong began to compose a text message, mimicking the tone of those sycophantic classmates from his memory, infused with just the right amount of flattery and subtle probing. Brother Sheng, long time no see. It's Lu Dong. I heard your father's business is expanding rapidly, truly impressive. Recently, I happen to have some spare funds and am seeking reliable investment channels. I wonder if you could possibly introduce me to your father? I've heard he is involved in significant projects, and it would be a great opportunity to learn. Rest assured, there will be generous rewards once the matter is settled. After meticulously reviewing the message several times to ensure it sounded natural and devoid of any anomalies, Lu Dong pressed the send button. The message dispatched, the phone screen dimmed. Lu Dong placed the device on the table and leaned back into his chair, closing his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously tapping a rhythmic pattern on the armrest, producing a subtle yet consistent sound. The bedroom of the old house was enveloped in silence, save for the steady cadence of his breathing and the light tapping of his fingers. The bait, infused with a carefully crafted allure, had been cast into the waters. Now, all that remained was to wait, waiting for that arrogant, greedy fish, which was perhaps in desperate need of funding, to bite, and to see when it might do so. Chapter 12. Collecting interest to Lu Dong's surprise, Gao Sheng's reply arrived swiftly, retaining that familiar tone of condescension. Lu Dong, look at you, finally making something of yourself. Fine, since you seem so considerate, let us meet tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon at Blue Bay Cafe. Be punctual, my time is valuable. Lu Dong glanced at the message, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. This attitude was just perfect. The following afternoon, at Blue Bay Cafe, Lu Dong arrived 10 minutes early and chose a quiet booth. Promptly at 3, Gao Sheng appeared, dressed in an evidently expensive yet ostentatiously branded outfit. His hair slicked back and a glimmering gold watch adorning his wrist, striding with an air of arrogance. Following him was a burly man clad in a black suit and sunglasses, seemingly a driver and bodyguard, attempting to exude a gangster air aura. However, to Lu Dong, it appeared rather comical. Brother Sheng, over here, Lu Dong called out, rising to greet him with a smile that struck the perfect balance of cordiality and subtle admiration. Gao Sheng plopped down across from him, propping his leg up, surveying Lu Dong's seemingly ordinary attire with a fleeting look of disdain. Doing all right? I heard you've made a bit of money? In comparison to Brother Sheng's household, my success is merely a stroke of luck, having earned a modest sum through diligent effort. Lu Dong humbly waved his hand, pushing the menu forward. What would Brother Sheng like to drink? Feel free to order. Gao Sheng, unreserved, selected the most exquisite coffee along with an array of delicate pastries, then glanced sideways at Lu Dong. Speak up. What investment opportunities are you curious about? My father's business is indeed substantial. Trivial matters hardly catch our attention. Lu Dong leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice while adopting an air of mystery. Brother Sheng, to be candid, I'm looking to embark on something significant. I have received an absolutely reliable insider tip. He lowered his voice further. There will soon be major developments concerning stringent checks on environmental regulations and private oil reserves, particularly for storage centers like your Uncle S. They will undoubtedly be under close scrutiny. The situation is tense. It is rumored that a considerable amount may be seized. Gao Sheng's haughty demeanor instantly stiffened, his pupils narrowing slightly. Who told you this? Is it true? Without a doubt, Lu Dong asserted earnestly, his expression grave. I have a distant cousin working within that sphere. The information is indisputable. They are likely to act within the next few days. Just think, Brother Sheng, if they conduct an investigation, fines are the least of our worries. If responsibility is assigned, that would spell disaster. Gao Sheng's countenance darkened. His family was currently facing financial strain, and his father was overwhelmed with worry. The thought of an investigation at this moment was unfathomable. What can be done then? He asked, his tone betraying a sense of panic as he instinctively sought Lu Dong's advice, his previous arrogance vanishing entirely. Lu Dong smirked inwardly, though his face maintained a facade of concern for him. Brother Sheng, we are old classmates. I wanted to inform you first. In my opinion, it would be prudent to swiftly dispose of a portion of your inventory before news spreads, particularly those stocks with ambiguous origins, to recoup funds and avoid the spotlight. When the inquiry begins, having reduced inventory makes it easier to navigate the situation, does it not? Gao Sheng grasped this advice as if it were a lifeline, nodding fervently. Yes, that makes sense. But how can we manage to sell such a large quantity of oil in a short time? To whom can we sell it? Lu Dong feigned a troubled expression, hesitating as if making a significant decision. What can we do since we are classmates? Here's the deal, Brother Sheng. I will take a loss to assist you. I know a big boss from out of town who specializes in this. He has the connections to handle large quantities and deals in cash, completely clean and straightforward. However, given the risks involved, the price will likely be considerably below market value. By how much? Gao Sheng inquired eagerly. Lu Dong quoted a price that was almost ludicrously low, nearly half the cost price. Gao Sheng gasped in astonishment. So low. Brother Sheng, this is a risk price. Lu Dong implored earnestly. What is the current situation? Ensuring a safe liquidation is of utmost importance. Money can be earned again, but if one gets embroiled in this mess, it's all over. Consider whether this reasoning holds true. Moreover, with cash transactions, it will immediately alleviate your uncle's pressing concerns. Goldman Sachs was thoroughly deceived. Considering his father's recent anxiety and the potential for scrutiny, he steeled himself. A loss is a loss, but it's far better than losing everything. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. When can we execute the transaction? The sooner, the better. Tonight. The longer we linger, the more complications may arise. Lu Dong spoke with unwavering resolve. The location will be set near your storage center. It is secluded and conducive for operations. Have your workers prepared. I shall bring my own vehicle and personnel to transport and settle the payment. Goods and cash will be exchanged simultaneously. To bolster his credibility, Lu Dong promptly showed Goldman Sachs a glimpse of his substantial bank balance on his mobile device, proving his capacity for payment, rather than merely boasting empty words. Upon witnessing that impressive figure, Goldman Sachs's last shred of doubt evaporated, and a flicker of gratitude even emerged towards Lu Dong. My good brother, I owe you one this time. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Goldman Sachs patted his chest, seemingly having forgotten his previous arrogance. They meticulously discussed the details of the handover, time, place, and method. Lu Dong emphasized the absolute necessity for confidentiality. Not a whisper of this must escape. Goldman Sachs readily agreed. As they departed the cafe, Goldman Sachs hurriedly made a call home to arrange matters. Lu Dong watched his retreating figure, and the urgency and concern etched on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling indifference. The fishing plan was set in motion. As night fell, on an abandoned dead-end road at the outskirts of the city, near the Gao family storage center, several large oil tankers, disguised as logistics vehicles, stood quietly. Lu Dong stood alone in the shadows, akin to a lurking predator. In the distance, a car with its headlights on led a few of the Gao family's smaller tankers slowly toward him. Goldman Sachs jumped out of the vehicle, his expression a mix of tension and impatience. Are we all set? Lu Dong approached him. Yes. It's all top-quality oil. Hurry, let's load it. Goldman Sachs urged. Lu Dong nodded, signaling for them to begin pumping oil into the large tankers. Throughout the entire process, Goldman Sachs's crew appeared furtive, fearful of detection, perfectly aligning with Lu Dong's covert operation. Meanwhile, under the cover of night and the concealment of vehicles, Lu Dong's fingers seemingly absent-mindedly brushed against the delivery pipes and tankers, as his thoughts surged uncontrollably, as if opening an invisible black hole. A substantial quantity of high-quality gasoline and diesel was not entirely flowing into the disguised tankers, but instead was being rapidly absorbed into his dimensional space. Those large tankers were merely a facade, their interiors nearly empty. Goldman Sachs's men were so focused on hastily completing this clandestine transaction that no one bothered to meticulously check whether the output and input matched. Soon, the agreed-upon quantity was achieved, though in reality, it far exceeded expectations. Lu Dong efficiently handed a heavy suitcase filled with cash to Goldman Sachs. Goldman glanced at it briefly, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes, yet relief predominated as he hurriedly shoved it into his vehicle. Pleasure doing business, Brother Sheng. Remember, absolute confidentiality. Lu Dong cautioned one last time. Rest assured, utterly confidential. Goldman nodded repeatedly, hastily ushering his companions into the vehicle, as if lingering for even a second might invite calamity. As he watched the taillights of the convoy fade into the distance, Lu Dong stood rooted to the spot, acutely aware of the sudden influx of an immense quantity of fuel within his dimensional space, sufficient to sustain a large fleet for years. A cold, victorious smile finally graced his lips. Ah, Goldman, how grateful I am for your generous contributions. This debt, principal and interest alike, I shall gladly accept. Chapter 13. Cold Weather Gear. The issue of fuel had been resolved in a remarkably dramatic fashion. Within Lu Dong's dimensional space, gasoline and diesel had coalesced into a breathtaking underground oil lake, providing a robust energy source for future generators and various equipment. However, the next item on the list bore an urgency that was equally pressing as the energy concerns: protection against the extreme cold. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, temperatures plummeted to a staggering -80 or 90 degrees. This figure was enough to swiftly extinguish any life exposed to such an environment. Steel would become as brittle as glass, rubber would shatter, and water cast into the air would crystallize into ice instantaneously. Even with a heating system in the safe house, one must consider the potential for system failures or fuel shortages in extreme circumstances. Moreover, what if a brief excursion outside was necessary? Top-tier cold weather gear cannot simply be resolved by purchasing a few thick down jackets. It requires specialized materials, innovative designs, and stringent quality control. Such supplies typically have specific procurement channels that are difficult to access in the ordinary market and can easily attract attention. Lu Dong first considered online channels and specialized outdoor equipment suppliers. He once again utilized that shell company, placing substantial orders under the guise of logistics procurement for polar research teams and labor protection for construction crews in frigid high-altitude regions with several renowned domestic outdoor gear brands and labor protection manufacturers. The order encompassed the highest quality down-filled cold weather apparel, thermal pants featuring high insulation and waterproof, windproof fabrics capable of withstanding extreme low temperatures, professional-grade layered thermal underwear, polar cold-resistant boots lined with heavy insulating materials, high-grade ice traction soles, waterproof high tops, as well as thick thermal gloves, hats, masks, snow goggles, and other items that could comprehensively protect any skin exposed to the elements. In addition to these, there were disposable heating products like hand warmers. These orders consumed a significant portion of his funds once more, yet he did not flinch. Money, soon to be mere waste paper. However, online procurement required time for production and logistics, and what he lacked most was time. He needed a more direct and rapid channel that could provide immediate access to substantial inventory. At that moment, he recalled Qin Yuyan as a high-end decoration company. Dingfeng Decoration frequently undertook projects requiring special materials, such as temperature and humidity-controlled wine cellars, soundproof media rooms, and even laboratories or cigar rooms with unique specifications. Perhaps she might have some connections? He dialed Qin Yuyan's number. The phone rang several times before it was answered. The background noise somewhat chaotic, seemingly from a construction site. Mr. Liu? Qin Yuyan's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet retained a professional clarity. President Qin, I apologize for the interruption. I have a matter I wish to consult with you, Lu Dong stated directly. Your company engages in high-end projects. Do you have any connections with top-tier suppliers of thermal insulation materials? I require a substantial procurement of high-performance professional cold weather gear, and it must be available immediately. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if she were contemplating. Lu Dong could hear the sound of her fingers tapping on tablet. Top-tier cold weather gear? Immediate availability? Qin Yuyan echoed, her tone slightly surprised, but she quickly regained her professional demeanor. Mr. Liu, what are your specific performance requirements? The minimum tolerance temperature must reach at least minus 70 degrees Celsius, ideally capable of withstanding minus 100 degrees. Windproof, waterproof, and with the highest level of breathability. Primarily, I need clothing, tents, and sleeping bags, personal protective equipment. Lu Dong articulated the necessary parameters. Minus 100 degrees. Qin Yuyan could not suppress a gasp. This requirement far exceeded the realm of civilian or even general professional needs, bordering on the standards required for aerospace or polar exploration. Her curiosity piqued again. What precisely was Mr. Liu planning? Was that safe house intended for, perhaps, an ice age? However, she wisely refrained from probing further and quickly searched her mind for relevant information. Mr. Liu, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Our company has indeed previously engaged with a premier outdoor equipment supplier, a high-end brand representative from Switzerland. They primarily serve professional mountaineering teams, polar research groups, and even some national special forces. Their product performance should meet your requirements, but the pricing is exceedingly high. Moreover, they typically only accept orders from professional institutions. As for immediate stock, she hesitated. Money is not an issue, Lu Dong reiterated. As long as the requirements are met and the stock is available. Can you find a way to contact them? Or do you know any key individuals? Qin Yuyan fell silent again, seemingly resolute. I will give it a try. Their general agent for the China region is surnamed Wang. I met him once at an industry networking event and exchanged business cards. I might be able to reach out, stating that our company has an urgent polar-themed high-end club project that requires immediate procurement of employee protective gear. The excuse sounded somewhat contrived, but she could not conjure a better one at the moment. Very well. Please contact them as soon as possible. Regardless of the outcome, I appreciate your help. Lu Dong replied. You are too kind, Mr. Liu. This is my responsibility. I will reach out immediately. Qin Yuyan's tone became earnest. After hanging up the phone, Lu Dong felt a slight sense of reassurance. This connection with Qin Yuyan might just yield surprising results. He continued to explore alternative avenues online and began to devise a plan for how to leverage his spatial abilities to visit the warehouses of large outdoor equipment stores. Should his efforts with Qin Yuyan prove futile, although the brands might not be the most prestigious, the sheer quantity could compensate for that. After about half an hour, just as Lu Dong was beginning to lose hope, his phone rang. It was Qin Yuyan. Mr. Liu. Her voice was tinged with an uncontainable excitement and urgency. We made contact. Fortune smiles upon us. General Manager Wang has a batch of supplies ready to be shipped to a polar research station in Europe, which has been temporarily held up in a bonded warehouse due to a sudden alteration in shipping routes. The quantity is substantial, precisely matching your requirement for large, immediate stock. However, but what? Lu Dong felt a tightening in his chest. But they demand full payment in cash, and the transaction must be completed today. Otherwise, they will seek other means to transport the goods. Qin Yuyan spoke rapidly. The price exceeds my initial expectations, and there are additional costs for special transportation and customs clearance. Although the goods are in the bonded warehouse, the transaction is rather flexible. Lu Dong instantly comprehended the implications. This shipment likely had sensitive origins, or the agent wished to expedite a private transaction, bypassing official records. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. Where's the location? What's the total price? Lu Dong inquired without hesitation. Qin Yuyan provided an address for a warehouse located near the port and quoted an astronomical figure that would daunt the average person. Send me the specific coordinates and the contact number. I will transfer the funds to the intermediary account you recommended immediately. Lu Dong commanded decisively. Though he harbored reservations about General Manager Wang, he chose to trust Qin Yuyan's judgment and connections at this critical moment. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Huh? You want to transfer it directly to me? Qin Yuyan was taken aback. The enormity of the trust placed in her weighed heavily. I have faith in your professional judgment, General Qin. We must act swiftly. Lu Dong's tone brooked no argument. Understood. I will proceed at once. Qin Yuyan's heart raced at this absolute trust. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure, and began to coordinate the arrangements. An hour later, Lu Dong arrived in his vehicle near the designated bonded warehouse. He did not enter immediately, but observed from a distance. Simultaneously, he communicated remotely with a contact inside the warehouse, a subordinate of General Manager Wang. After confirming the existence and quality of the goods, he transferred the substantial sum through Qin Yuyan's intermediary account. What followed was a straightforward and efficient process. Under the cover of night, the side door of the warehouse swung open, and batches of tightly packaged special supplies, marked with foreign labels, were transported out by forklift. Lu Dong maneuvered his vehicle into a concealed corner, like a specter, as he touched the items that could withstand the harshest polar conditions. Professional gear, top-tier winter clothing, snow boots, high-tech thermal underwear, polar tents, and even several powerful fuel heaters, vanishing into the air, safely stored within the dimensional space. The entire process unfolded with astonishing speed. The personnel at the warehouse merely assumed that Lu Dong had a covert delivery team, and after receiving a substantial payment, they were eager to swiftly conclude this clandestine transaction, without anyone delving deeper. Once the last item was secured in the designated space, Lu Dong exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a significant weight had been lifted from his heart. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Qin Yuyan. Dear President Qin, the goods have been received, everything is in order. Thank you. The project is progressing swiftly. Soon, Qin Yuyan responded with a brief message. Received. Mr. Lu, please rest assured. Between the lines, one could sense her relief, tinged with a hint of complexity. Lu Dong put away his phone, glanced at the distant silhouette of the massive warehouse, and turned to merge into the night. The issue of cold resistance had been resolved in an unexpectedly rapid and effective manner. After completing these tasks, Lu Dong checked the time on his phone. The date on the screen showed that it was already the 81st day. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had slipped by. There remained a full 2 weeks until that fateful day, 12 a.m. on the 816th. The final countdown had commenced. Chapter 14, A Grand Feast. The successful acquisition of cold-resistant gear acted as a shot of adrenaline, propelling Lu Dong into a more efficient and focused rhythm. At the very least, he was prepared for explorations in the post-apocalyptic world. No one could have anticipated that in the sweltering August heat, global temperatures would plummet to below -80 or 90 degrees. Lu Dong vaguely recalled the tragic fate of many who, lacking proper cold protection, perished from exposure. He glanced at his phone. It was already August 2nd. This signified that the approach of the apocalypse had drawn one day nearer. The air was thick with an invisible urgency, yet Lu Dong's heart remained unnaturally calm, characterized solely by a chilling resolve to proceed as planned. He surveyed the provisions in the alternate space, where mountains of instant noodles of various flavors towered alongside stacks of bottled water. Not to mention the diverse supplies procured from Walmart. Although the variety was impressive, something essential seemed to be lacking. Gourmet dining, indeed. What he needed were high-quality ingredients. Lu Dong pondered momentarily, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He conceived a plan that would allow him to procure top-tier delicacies on a grand scale while remaining relatively inconspicuous. He picked up his phone and began searching for the finest hotels in the city and surrounding areas, Michelin-starred restaurants, and renowned large-scale catering groups. Subsequently, he activated the name of that versatile shell company, placing orders under the guise of a large corporate group's anniversary celebration, important client appreciation events, and multinational conference receptions. Phone call after phone call ensued. Is this the banquet department of XX Hotel? I need to reserve 100 tables for the highest standard banquet. Yes. The supreme feast standard. The Australian lobster must weigh at least 1.5 pounds, and the Wagyu beef should be M12 grade. Iberico ham must be freshly sliced. And bluefin tuna belly. Yes, all ingredients must be of the highest quality. When? Not for immediate consumption. I require you to prepare them in batches within 3 days. And I will send someone to collect them. Deposit? I can pay the full amount right now. The dialogue, marked by an incessant repetition, unfolds against the backdrop of opulent establishments such as Hilton, Ritz-Carlton, the esteemed local Vibin Hotel, and exclusive seafood restaurants. Lu Dong has nearly swept clean every notable high-end dining venue. His demands are exceedingly stringent. The ingredients must be of the utmost freshness. The culinary creations must be completed within a specified time frame, and the packaging must facilitate both transportation and long-term preservation. Upon the sight of the food, Lu Dong would promptly absorb it into his dimensional space, rendering preservation a trivial concern. The sums involved are so staggering that each sales manager answering the call trembles with awe, their demeanor shifting to one of profound humility. No one questions the bizarre nature of these requests, merely attributing them to the whims of an enigmatic super-wealthy client. Within days, Lu Dong's schedule becomes overwhelmingly packed, as he navigates the glimmers and shadows of the city. By day, he might be found in the back corridors of a five-star hotel, witnessing meticulously crafted Buddha jumps over the wall, roasted suckling pig, and steamed East Asian grouper being packed in especially designed thermal boxes, only to vanish at his fingertips. By night, he might appear in the storeroom of a Michelin 3-star restaurant, where freshly airlifted white truffles, caviar, and French foie gras are being incorporated into his dimensional realm. Within this space, an everlasting global gastronomic exhibition unfolds, featuring the grandeur of a traditional Chinese Manhan Quanxi feast, the elegance of Japanese kaiseki cuisine, the refinement of French haute cuisine, and the authenticity of Italian flavors. Hot dishes, cold platters, desserts, and soups abound, their aromas seemingly transcending dimensional boundaries. Somewhere within this alternate space, a mountain constructed from culinary delights is swiftly rising. That afternoon, Lu Dong arrived at the highly renowned Jingxian Chinese restaurant as per his appointment to confirm the preparations for the final batch of banquets and to collect his order. This establishment is famed for its exquisite Cantonese and Huaiyang cuisines, boasting an elegant decor and exceptional privacy. The manager awaited him reverently at the entrance, an elegant woman in her 30s named Shun Yan, clad in a tailored skirt suit, tall and statuesque. Her chestnut locks were elegantly styled into a chignon, revealing a smooth forehead and elongated neck, with a touch of refined makeup accentuating her striking features. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence and competence. She wore sheer, nude stockings and black stiletto heels, which further accentuated the graceful lines of her calves and her poised stature. Mr. Lu, welcome. Your order of 50 banquet tables has been meticulously prepared and is packaged in custom thermal food boxes as per your specifications. Shun Yan's voice was melodious and professional, yet her gaze harbored a hint of curiosity. This client was exceptionally unique, lavishing money without hesitation while demanding only the finished products. Eschewing any venue service. Lead the way, Lu Dong said, his gaze sweeping over Shun Yan, unmoved by her striking beauty and poise. In a world beset by chaos, superficial appearances hold little value, yet he acknowledged her adeptness at showcasing her professionalism and allure. Certainly, please follow me, Shun Yan replied, slightly turning to guide him. The sound of her stockings brushing against each other as she walked was tantalizingly subtle. She guided Lu Dong through the tranquil and opulent corridor, leading him to a spacious preparation area in the kitchen that had been specifically cleared for this purpose. Inside, hundreds of high-end insulated food containers were neatly stacked, creating an impressive spectacle. Several chefs and waitstaff stood respectfully to the side. Mr. Lu, you may inspect any box at your leisure, Su Wanqing indicated. Lu Dong randomly opened a few containers, and an enticing aroma wafted forth. The translucent shrimp dumplings, the golden, crispy roasted duck, and the richly enticing abalone sauce braised camel hoof. All dishes resembled exquisite works of art, their temperature and freshness impeccable. Excellent. Lu Dong nodded in satisfaction. Please excuse yourselves for a moment. My moving team requires a bit of private space to operate. A flicker of surprise crossed Shun Yan's eyes. Yet her professionalism held her inquiries at bay. She promptly gestured for all the staff to step out, retreating to the door herself. Mr. Liu, I will wait outside. Do not hesitate to call if you need anything. Once the door was closed, Lu Dong wasted no time, sweeping through the area like a tempest. And where his fingers touched, heaps of food containers vanished in an instant. Within minutes, the preparation area was left utterly vacant. He opened the door, and Shun Yan stood quietly waiting outside. The goods have been collected. Thank you. It has been a pleasure working with you, Lu Dong stated as he prepared to leave. Mr. Liu, Shun Yan suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with a subtle hesitation. It seems you have ordered an extraordinarily large quantity of food. She was unaware of Lu Dong's orders elsewhere. Even this single 50-table order was staggering in its magnitude. Lu Dong paused, glancing back at her with a profound gaze. Indeed, many people need to be entertained. Shun Yan felt a tightening in her chest under his steady gaze, which was calm to the point of being unfathomable. Starkly different from any client she had encountered before. She forced a smile. It appears your business is quite successful. Should you require anything in the future, Jing Xian is always at your service. She handed him a personal business card with her handwritten phone number. Lu Dong accepted the card, glanced at it, and casually placed it in his pocket, nodding without uttering another word before turning to leave. Shun Yan watched his resolute figure vanish at the corridor's end, then looked back at the empty preparation area, a peculiar sensation growing within her. There were no movers in sight, nor any sounds of vehicles. How did all that food disappear? Who exactly was this man? She shook her head, attempting to dispel such absurd thoughts. Perhaps it was something beyond her comprehension. After all, it was rare to find someone capable of securing such a vast array of high-end ingredients in one go in all of Tianhai City. Individuals of such caliber were not to be trifled with by someone of her stature. Ah, Shen Yan sigid softly. Yet the memory of that gaze lingered in her mind long after. Lu Dong paid little heed to this brief interlude. To him, Shun Yan was merely one among countless passers-by before the apocalypse, perhaps beautiful, perhaps astute, but ultimately destined to be lost in the dust of time. He strode towards the parking lot. With the coordinates of his next target, a large supermarket and cold chain warehouse, flickered on his phone screen. The feast of delicacies had reached a temporary pause. What lay ahead was a more fundamental and colossal plunder. Lu Dong picked up his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 15. The zero-cost purchase commences. Lu Dong's call rang 4 or 5 times before being answered. The background noise somewhat raucous, mingled with the clinking of glasses and boisterous voices. Evidently, Lu Fatty was relishing his hard-earned reward. Hello? Who is this? Lu Fatty's voice bore a hint of inebriation and impatience. It's me, Lu Dong. His tone conveyed a perfect blend of fatigue and exhilaration, as if he had just closed a significant deal. Oh, Dongzi. Lu Fatty's demeanor shifted instantly to warmth, the ambient noise quieting as he seemed to move to a more tranquil spot. How is it going? You know I'm reliable, right? I've been working like a dog for you lately. Absolutely reliable. I managed to offload all the goods, and the buyers are very satisfied. I owe you one. Fatty, you've been a tremendous help. Lu Dong continued, his voice laced with gratitude. Haha, it's nothing. We're brothers. It's all in a day's work. Lu Fatty chuckled, buoyed by the praise. We all earn together. Indeed, Lu Dong deftly turned the conversation to the main topic. Fatty, the profits this time are quite substantial. I feel guilty for having you and the boys work so hard. How about this? Are you free tomorrow night? I'd like to treat you to a nice meal to celebrate. You choose the place, and it must be good food and drink. He emphasized the latter with intent. Upon hearing of a complimentary feast and drinks courtesy of Lu Dong, Lu Fatty's spirits soared, shaking off the remnants of his intoxication. Oh, Dongzi, you're too kind. How can I accept? But since you've offered, I absolutely have to make time. Even if I'm busy, I'll find a way. It's settled then. Lu Dong capitalized on the momentum. I know a quaint private dining spot near the warehouse. The food is excellent and the atmosphere serene. How about 7 tomorrow night? Just the two of us, we can discuss potential larger collaborations. He dangled an even greater bait. Larger collaborations? Lu Fatty's voice rose an octave, as if envisioning more currency beckoning to him. All right, no problem. Same place, 7 o'clock. I'll be there on time. Great. See you tomorrow night. No returning until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Lu Dong replied with a smile. Absolutely. No returning until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Huh. Lu Fatty laughed heartily before ending the call. Once the line went dead, the smile vanished from Lu Dong's face. The following evening at precisely 7 o'clock, in a secluded private room of the dining establishment, Lu Fatty had arrived early, having changed into a snug t-shirt that he presumed made him look stylish, which only accentuated his protruding belly. Upon seeing Lu Dong enter, he immediately rose with enthusiasm to greet him. Dongzi, this way. Please have a seat. Lu Dong smiled as he settled down, surveying the table. A selection of cold dishes was already laid out, accompanied by 2 bottles of high-proof liquor. Fatty, how generous of you. Have you already ordered the drinks? Lu Dong picked up a bottle, inspecting its high alcohol content, which was to his liking. Of course. We agreed to drink until we drop. Lu Fatty rubbed his hands together, his small eyes sparkling with anticipation for the lavish feast and even greater collaboration. Dongzi, you mentioned a significant partnership. What is it? Is there yet another lucrative deal in the works for your brothers? Let us drink first and chat while we sip. Good things are worth the wait. Lu Dong refrained from answering directly, skillfully uncorking the bottle and pouring generous servings into their glasses. Here's to you, Fatty. This first cup is to express my gratitude for your unwavering support. I'll drink to that. You follow my lead. With that, Lu Dong tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of potent liquor without a flicker of hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Fatty felt compelled to match his bravado, especially since he was eager to hear about the big collaboration, and thus steeled himself to gulp down his own glass, the fiery liquid searing its way down his throat to his stomach. Excellent. Dongzi has a tremendous capacity for alcohol. Lu Fatty grinned, quickly grabbing some dishes to temper the burn. Lu Dong chuckled and continued pouring. To our future prosperity in partnership. Another glass vanished down Lu Dong's throat. He offered no respite to Lu Fatty, who was bombarded with insincere flattery and promises of future business ventures, while Lu Dong incessantly urged him to drink and clink glasses. He consumed the liquor rapidly and voraciously, yet most of it was discreetly redirected to a hidden dimension, a method he had long perfected, as this spatial realm could flawlessly isolate even flowing liquids. Lu Fatty, on the other hand, was in dire straits. His alcohol tolerance was merely average and fueled by excitement. He drank hastily on an empty stomach. With each glass of high-proof liquor, he quickly succumbed to inebriation. His face flushed like a liver. His tongue began to stumble over words, and his voice grew louder as he boasted about his capabilities, proclaiming his sway over the warehouse. Brother. No, I'm not bragging. Just in that warehouse, when I say 1, no one dares to say 2. In the future, if there's anything, feel free to speak up. Lu Dong nodded in agreement while continuously pouring him more liquor, his gaze icy as he watched Lu Fatty spiral toward chaos. Fatty, you have a great capacity for liquor. Another round. To our friendship. Drink. Lu Fatty's eyes had become glazed, his trembling hands spilling some of the liquid, soaking his tight t-shirt. After forcing down 2 more glasses, he finally could not hold on any longer. With a loud thud, his head crashed onto the table, producing a resounding snore, rendering him completely unconscious. The glass slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. The private room fell into an abrupt silence, leaving only the heavy sound of Lu Fatty's snores. All expressions vanished from Lu Dong's face in an instant. He calmly rose to his feet and approached Lu, who was heavily intoxicated. A potent aroma of alcohol and sweat assaulted his senses. With an impassive expression, he extended his hand and began to search Lu's person. Soon enough, he discovered the crucial access card for the warehouse and a small bunch of keys. Among them was the spare key for the side entrance of Walmart. After tucking the card and keys into his pocket, Lu Dong cast a glance at the inebriated Lu, his eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. He called over a waiter, settled the bill, and generously offered an additional sum to arrange for a designated driver to escort Lu home. Having completed these tasks, he turned and departed the restaurant without hesitation, blending seamlessly into the night. At 9 o'clock, the Walmart Regional Distribution Center loomed before him once more. Unlike before, this time Lu Dong was alone. He circled to the familiar side entrance, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. The night shift security guard had just passed by, and he was well aware of the positions of the surveillance cameras. Producing the key he had obtained from Lu, he effortlessly unlocked the side door and slipped inside. The vast interior of the warehouse was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the faint hum of refrigeration units. The shelves towered like mountains, stretching endlessly, laden with a dazzling array of goods that emanated a serene beauty, waiting to be seized under the dim emergency lights. This time, there was no need for disguise, no need for pretense. Standing before the immense sea of resources, Lu Dong's lips curled into an audacious smile. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the world. In the next moment, his intent surged like a tempest, sweeping through the entire warehouse. Collect, 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 I collect. Centered around him, the shelves within a radius of nearly 100 meters were consumed, as if by an invisible maw, instantly rendered barren. Food, beverages, clothing, footwear, electronics, digital products, toys, stationery, kitchenware, bedding, hygiene products, all manner of items, regardless of type or value, surged into his dimensional space like rivers flowing into the sea. He strolled through the vacant aisles, witnessing the disappearance of shelves, pallets, and even entire boxes of goods piled on the floor. This sensation surpassed any previous experience of hoarding. It was an absolute, unrestrained plunder, the ultimate harvest of the remnants of an ancient civilization. His space seemed boundless, greedily absorbing everything. The once orderly confines of his space had temporarily descended into chaos due to the overwhelming influx of goods, yet he paid it no mind. There would be ample time to organize later. In less than an hour, this colossal regional distribution center, capable of meeting the daily needs of half a city, had been completely stripped bare of everything that could be deemed a resource, reduced to an empty steel shell, save for the immovable shelves and infrastructure. Standing in the center of the warehouse, Lu Dong surveyed the astonishing spoils, exhaling a long, deep breath. The lingering anxiety within him, born from the impending apocalypse, dissipated with the final and thorough harvest. His preparations were nearing completion. He no longer lingered, turning to lock the side door before vanishing into the vastness of the night. Behind him lay an utterly empty warehouse. It was uncertain what Lu Fatty would think upon awakening to this scene the next day, but it mattered little. In just a few days, the end of days would arrive. If he were to find me, I could simply deny any involvement. After all, they would find no evidence of my actions, Lu Dong mused. Once the apocalypse descended, all order would collapse. Chapter 16, I Want All. After pillaging the Walmart warehouse, Lu Dong proceeded to several cold chain logistics parks, adopting a mindset of since I'm already here, and took everything. This time, he required neither disguise nor excuse. Lu Dong understood that his window of opportunity was rapidly closing. Only a few days remained. He resolved to employ the most straightforward yet effective method, utilizing the convenience of dimensional space for a final silent heist under the cover of night. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the urban cacophony gradually settled, yet for certain locales, the night heralded the true commencement of activity. However, tonight, the bustling routine in some areas would be abruptly interrupted. Clad in dark athletic wear, a cap, and a mask, Lu Dong resembled a nocturnal jogger as he approached the periphery of the city's largest supermarket distribution center in the west. He avoided the heavily monitored main entrance, opting instead for a relatively secluded area beneath the perimeter wall. With a subtle thought, he leaped lightly, as if weightless, silently slipping into the enclosure like a specter. Inside, the distribution center remained brightly lit, with forklifts traversing back and forth as workers loaded and unloaded crates of goods. Lu Dong, akin to a shadow in the night, skillfully evaded all personnel and major surveillance cameras, his heightened perception sharpened by his spatial abilities. He first located the ambient temperature warehouse. Towering shelves stretched into the distance, pile high with an abundance of supplies: branded rice, flour, various instant noodles, biscuits, snacks, cooking oil, mineral water, and cola. This was the capillary node of food supply in modern industrial society. Without hesitation, he moved swiftly along the aisles like an efficient harvester. Wherever he passed, vast sections of shelves became astonishingly barren. Tons of rice, entire stacks of instant noodle boxes, and mountains of beverage bottles vanished into thin air. The entire process unfolded in near silence, save for the faintest whisper of air as items disappeared, entirely masked by the warehouse's inherent noise. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 2/3 of this massive warehouse, sufficient to supply dozens of supermarkets across the city for a week, had been stripped bare. Lu Dong deliberately left some behind to avoid inciting premature panic. Yet, even so, when the staff made their discovery the following morning, it would suffice to become an inexplicable enigma. He then infiltrated the cold chain area, where the frigid air enveloped him. This was the realm of frozen and refrigerated goods. With entire crates of pork, beef, lamb, and boxes of chicken wings and thighs, alongside mountains of frozen fish and shrimp, dumplings, glutinous rice balls, ice cream, as well as chilled milk, yogurt, and fresh juice. Lu Dong's eyes gleamed with excitement. These items had become unattainable luxuries in the aftermath of the apocalypse. He had deftly maneuvered through the low-temperature environment, swiftly collecting large frozen meat blocks, crates of ice cream, and neatly stacked dairy products, all of which were absorbed into the designated time-stop frozen zone of his dimensional space. He even seized a few high-powered diesel generators and backup fuel, just in case. Upon leaving the supermarket distribution center, he hastened towards his next target, a large cold chain logistics park, where fresh produce from across the nation and the world converged. Salmon, tuna, steaks, cheeses, and a wider variety of premium fruits awaited. The same process unfolded once more. Under the cover of night, Lu Dong became an insatiable spirit of gluttony, ravenously devouring the frozen delicacies. Within his dimensional space, the scale of the frozen zone expanded rapidly, with mountains of various frozen goods. Yet each item retained the freshness as if it had just been placed there. That night, Lu Dong visited 3 large distribution centers and 2 cold chain logistics parks, resulting in a staggering amount of vanished supplies, sufficient to trigger immense upheaval and investigation among the related enterprises. However, by the time they discovered and began their inquiries, the apocalypse would be imminent, rendering everything meaningless. Having accomplished all this, Lu Dong stood atop the highest building in the city, overlooking the nocturnal landscape. The late-night breeze brushed against his clothes as he inhaled a deep breath of the last relatively fresh air before the end of the world. Within his dimensional space, the stockpile of food had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. From lavish feasts to instant noodles, from Australian lobsters to frozen chicken wings, from the finest red wines to mineral water, he possessed enough to sustain himself and a large community for centuries. The most critical supplies had been nearly amassed: energy, fuel, protective gear, and sustenance. What remained were merely a few scattered supplements and the final confirmation of safe houses. He retrieved his phone, noting that the calendar displayed August 13th. There were precisely 3 days left until the apocalypse descended. He dialed Qin Yuyan's number. Manager Qin, the final inspection of the safe house can be arranged. Let us schedule it for tomorrow. On the other end, Qin Yuyan seemed to have been prepared, promptly responding, "Understood, Mr. Liu. All systems have been debugged, and I will be on-site tomorrow for the final delivery." After hanging up, Lu Dong's gaze drifted towards the distant mountains, their silhouettes faintly discernible in the dawn's light. The final countdown had finally reached its conclusion. The doomsday safe house is on the verge of welcoming its master. However, before the final inspection of this sanctuary, there remains a task to be accomplished. Although the unprecedented bounty from the Walmart warehouse and several cold chain logistics zones signifies the pinnacle of Lu Dong's material accumulation. Within the dimensional space, food is as abundant as mountains, water akin to lakes, fuel like oceans, and an array of cold-resistant gear. His bastion of survival is impeccable on a material level, capable of withstanding any extreme physical challenge. Yet, Lu Dong is acutely aware that in the apocalypse, it is not merely hunger and cold that can destroy a person, but often the boundless solitude, the despairingly long passage of time, and a complete mental desolation. He still requires spiritual nourishment. He needs entertainment that can preserve his sanity, alleviate immense pressure, and even facilitate certain simulated training. Undoubtedly, video games present the most cost-effective, diverse, and immersive option. With this thought, Lu Dong immediately sprang into action. He summoned a luxury car to take him to the largest electronics mall in Tianhai City. Though it was already late at night, some 24-hour digital chain stores remained brightly lit. Stepping inside, the dazzling lights and a myriad of electronic products created an illusion that the apocalypse would never arrive. Lu Dong directly approached the duty manager, revealing his considerable financial prowess. He ordered 5 units of the top-tier gaming laptops of this model and that model. For the flagship phones and tablets of these brands, he requested 10 units each. "How many large-capacity, portable solid-state drives do you have in stock? I'll take them all." Furthermore, he demanded 3 sets each of gaming consoles, PS, Xbox, Switch, including all limited edition colors, along with as many controllers, cartridges, and discs as available. Initially, the duty manager thought it was a prank. But once Lu Dong paid a hefty deposit with his card, the manager snapped back to reality, nearly speechless with excitement. He immediately gathered all available staff to begin inventory and packaging. The entire store instantly became a flurry of activity centered around Lu Dong. Meanwhile, he seized the opportunity to wander into the software and cartridge section. His gaze scanned the rows of game covers like a scanner. Titles such as The Legend of Zelda, Red Dead Redemption 2, Elden Ring, Cyberpunk 2077, Civilization 6, Stardew Valley, Minecraft, Sekiro, and God of War, whether they were renowned AAA masterpieces or critically acclaimed indie games. He scarcely glanced at the prices. He simply collected them, clearing the shelves. He also swept up a substantial number of physical Blu-ray movies and box sets of television series. Concurrently, he retrieved his ultra-portable laptop, which had been meticulously prepared in advance with Steam, Epic, GOG, and all other gaming platform clients downloaded and accounts logged in. Connecting it to the store's high-speed Wi-Fi. It was time for the final, and indeed most audacious, digital shopping spree. He opened his Steam wishlist, which already contained hundreds of meticulously curated games suited for entertainment in a post-apocalyptic world. Then, he scrolled to the bottom of his shopping cart and clicked Select All. A payment interface popped up, displaying a staggering amount. Without a flicker of hesitation, Lu Dong confirmed the payment. Instantly, a vast array of games began flooding into his account library. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His fingers danced across the touchpad, the notification of successful transactions chiming in rapid succession. Next came films and music resources. He subscribed to every top-tier streaming service he could find, aware that his access might be fleeting, but it was certainly better than none. Subsequently, he employed various means to download the highest quality films, series, documentaries, and music files, directly storing them in the newly acquired high-capacity external hard drive. He even procured several additional hard drives specifically for an extensive collection of ebooks and comic files. A few hours later, the manager and staff of the electronics store, drenched in sweat, finally packaged the mountain of hardware and loaded it onto the rented truck. Lu Dong settled the remaining payment, driving away under the awestruck gazes of the employees. He did not return to his old neighborhood, but instead sought out a secluded corner. Once assured that no one was around, he placed his hand on the truck laden with electronic products. With a mere thought, an entire truck's worth of electronics, high-end computers, gaming consoles, boxes of hard drives, and towering stacks of game cartridges and discs vanished, securely stored in a designated entertainment zone within a dimensional space. In comparison to survival supplies, these items seemed remarkably impractical, yet profoundly significant. Having completed this task, the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. He inhaled the crisp air before dawn, savoring the city's last moments of tranquility. It was time to prepare for entry into his safe house. Chapter 17. Acceptance of the Safe House. On the morning of August 14th, less than 48 hours remained until the moment etched in Lu Dong's memory. The sky was overcast, brewing a late summer storm, the air thick and humid, as if heralding an impending wave of oppression. Lu Dong navigated his vehicle through the increasingly bustling city, heading towards the Junlin Tianang residential complex. As he neared his destination, his mood grew ever calmer. All the preparation, the relentless efforts, and the substantial expenses would culminate in this final phase of verification. The Junlin Tianang complex lived up to its name, boasting an exquisite location, nestled against the mountains and facing the city, offering an expansive view. The internal environment of the complex was serene, with lush greenery and ample spacing between buildings, ensuring privacy. Only the affluent could reside here. Lu Dong's safe house was situated on the top floor of the complex's premier building, the 18th floor, occupying half of a full floor, complete with a vast terrace. He drove directly into the exclusive underground parking space, which was fortified and equipped with a concealed elevator leading directly to the safe house, bypassing the common areas of the building. The elevator necessitates a specialized key and fingerprint to initiate its ascent, gliding smoothly and silently. Upon the opening of the elevator doors, one is no longer greeted by a conventional residential foyer, but rather by an imposing silver metallic gate that exudes an almost suffocating weight. The door emanates a chilling sheen, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, save for a few concealed sensors and an exceedingly advanced iris scanning lock. As Lu Dong steadies himself, a faint red light sweeps across his eyes, confirming his identity. "Welcome home, Mr. Lu Dong," intones the frigid electronic synthesized voice, accompanied by a barely audible hydraulic hum. The colossal door, exceeding half a meter in thickness and composed of composite armor materials with layers of lead embedded for radiation protection and detection shielding, gradually opens inward. Behind the door, Qin Yuyin awaits. Today, she has evidently undergone meticulous preparation, maintaining a professional demeanor while subtly conveying the significance of this extraordinary meeting. She is attired in a well-tailored light gray business suit, the hemline reaching her knees, elegantly enveloping her curvaceous hips and elongated legs. Her legs are adorned with exquisitely crafted sheer gray stockings, hinting at the luminous quality of her skin, while her feet are encased in nude pointed high heels, accentuating her graceful stature. Her chestnut locks are neatly styled, exposing her fair neck and a pair of delicate pearl earrings. Her makeup is refined, subtle yet sophisticated. Upon seeing Lu Dong, a professional yet slightly anxious smile instantly graces her face. "Good morning, Mr. Lu," she greets. "Everything is prepared, awaiting your final approval." Lu Dong's gaze lingers on her for less than half a second before he nods slightly. "Let's begin." His attention is wholly captivated by this opulent fortress, a veritable stronghold of immense investment and effort. First, the outermost layer of defense. The door closes slowly, sealing tightly as if merging seamlessly with the wall. Qin Yin stands beside him, explaining, "The primary entrance is built to the same standard as bank vaults, capable of withstanding high-intensity explosions and heavy mechanical impacts. The walls, floors, and ceilings have undergone a comprehensive renovation, reinforced with specialized steel plates exceeding 1 meter in thickness and military-grade composite materials, filled with soundproofing, thermal insulation, and radiation shielding. Even armor-piercing rounds, or RPGs, would struggle to penetrate. Moreover, Mr. Liu," she continues, "per your request, we have designed additional defenses for the safe house. You may choose their placement." With that, she guides Lu Dong to the adjacent control panel. Furthermore, the entire residence is equipped with the most advanced intelligent security system. A 360-degree high-definition surveillance network leaves no blind spots, covering the entrance, corridors, terraces, and even the primary roads and exterior of the community. Thermal and motion sensors can detect any living being approaching, complemented by sound receivers that allow real-time auditory access to the monitored environment. She gestures towards the windows, which appear indistinguishable from ordinary floor-to-ceiling glass. The structure is fortified with specially designed, multi-layer bulletproof glass, interspersed with high molecular polymers, capable of withstanding continuous fire from firearms with calibers below 127 millimeters, and even mitigating the penetration of sniper rifles to some extent. Externally, it is concealed by high-strength alloy blast curtains, which can fully seal within 2 seconds upon activation, complemented by a manual emergency locking mechanism. Lu Dong meticulously inspected each feature, personally testing the ascent and descent of the blast curtains, evaluating the clarity of surveillance footage and the efficacy of night vision capabilities, even prompting Qin Yuyin to simulate the triggering of an intrusion alarm. The piercing alarm resonated instantaneously, yet was promptly silenced by Lu Dong. The system displayed remarkable sensitivity, with no false alarms. Next, he examined the life support system. The air filtration apparatus operates independently, employing a 3-tiered filtration system that includes HEPA filters, activated carbon, and specialized chemical gas filtration devices, effectively filtering out nuclear dust, biochemical toxins, PM2.5, and even certain viruses. The intake and exhaust vents are meticulously designed and camouflaged, fitted with blast-proof grills. Qin Yuyin pointed to a discrete outlet on the ceiling. Regarding water resources, the roof houses a concealed rainwater collection and purification system, while the interior features 2 enormous stainless steel water tanks, capable of storing over 50 tons of pristine water, equipped with ultraviolet sterilization and reverse osmosis purification systems for recycling. Additionally, the deep well pump system you requested has been completed, reaching down 100 meters through specialized piping to access an underground aquifer, serving as a final reserve water source. Lu Dong inspected the water quality through an access point in the tank, noting its clarity with satisfaction. The power system is fortified with dual safeguards. It first connects to the municipal power grid, having undergone specialized voltage stabilization and lightning protection treatments. The core consists of the heavy oil generator set you provided, situated within a specially reinforced and soundproof generator room, boasting ample fuel reserves and treated exhaust emissions. Furthermore, solar panels are discreetly integrated into parts of the exterior walls and terrace decor. Although their output is limited during extreme weather, they can provide essential supplementary energy. All wiring is independently and inconspicuously installed, making it difficult to damage. As they traversed the kitchen area, they found it equipped with a large commercial energy-efficient refrigerator, already stocked with provisions that Lu Dong had accumulated an induction cooker, and even a small baking apparatus. All appliances were designed with low power consumption and durability in mind. Then, they entered the living quarters. The bedroom, while not extravagant, was exceptionally sturdy and comfortable, furnished with antibacterial and mite-resistant bedding. A separate medical room is equipped with basic surgical instruments, sterilization equipment, and a well-stocked medicine cabinet containing supplies that Lu Dong had additionally amassed. There is even a compact yet fully functional gym, designed to maintain physical fitness in extreme environments. Most astonishing is the expansive terrace, which is similarly reinforced, surrounded by ballistic walls cleverly disguised as glass railings. This space has been designed as a semi-enclosed greenhouse, featuring a high-strength glass dome, within which fast-growing vegetables and herbs can be cultivated using soilless cultivation and LED supplementary lighting techniques, providing limited vitamin supplementation and, more importantly, aiding in psychological adjustment. In a secluded corner of the terrace, there lies a hidden sniper's nest and observation point. The entire safe house spans over 400 square meters, with clearly defined functional areas and a progressive defense system, equipped with comprehensive living facilities. It resembles less a home and more a high-tech ark, designed for an apocalyptic scenario. Throughout the acceptance process, Lu Dong maintained a calm demeanor, occasionally posing sharp technical inquiries, to which Qin Yin provided thorough and detailed responses, evidently well-versed in every aspect of the project. As the acceptance phase drew to a close, the two stood before the expansive bulletproof window of the living room, gazing down at the cityscape. Suddenly, a faint sound of laughter from women emerged from the direction of the public elevator entrance outside. Instinctively, both Lu Dong and Qin Yin turned their heads to look. Through the internal monitoring screen, they could see two young and attractive girls standing at the door of the adjacent unit, seemingly having just descended from the rooftop. It was Lin Qian and Zhou Kuer. As for what they had been doing on the rooftop, who could say? Lu Dong had no desire to know. However, from his surveillance footage, it was evident that Lin Qian wore a form-fitting spaghetti strap dress that ended mid-thigh, paired with flip-flops that revealed her toes adorned with vibrant red nail polish. Her long hair cascaded casually, exuding a sense of languid sensuality. Zhou Kuer, clad in hot pants and a cropped tank top, showcased her alluring figure. Laughing and conversing with Lin Qian, they seemed to have noticed the heavy security door, casting curious glances in their direction, whispering to each other, likely astonished by the peculiar and seemingly expensive door that had suddenly appeared next door. Qin Yin instinctively glanced at Lu Dong, only to find his gaze as cold as ice, merely sweeping over the screen with indifference, as if the two strangers were of no consequence to him. Can the soundproofing here ensure complete isolation from external noises? Lu Dong suddenly inquired, redirecting the topic. Absolutely, Qin Yin affirmed without hesitation. Even if they were to hold a party in the corridor, no sound would penetrate inside. Similarly, any noise from within shall never escape. Excellent. Lu Dong took one last look at the two, oblivious to the impending reality of their world, still immersed in their mundane joy, before slowly turning away. The final acceptance was complete. Mr. Qin, you and your team have done exceptionally well. Lu Dong's voice bore no trace of elation or discontent. A weight lifted from Qin Yin's heart, and a sincere, albeit weary, smile graced her face. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Lu. Here are the final documents for all projects, the equipment usage manual, and the backup keys. She extended a substantial file box towards him. Lu Dong accepted it, casually placing it into a dimensional space. However, to Qin Yin, it appeared as though he merely set it on the nearby table. The final payment will be settled immediately. You may take your leave now. Indeed, Mr. Qin, I would like to offer you a friendly reminder. If possible, it would be prudent for you to prepare some non-perishable food, drinking water, and warm clothing, preferably of a professional grade. With that, Lu Dong issued a directive for departure. Remember the words I shared with you. Qin Yin's expression turned serious as she immediately nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I know what to do. She cast a deep glance at the incredibly solid yet suffocating space, as well as the enigmatic man before her, before turning towards the door. The heavy security gate opened and closed once more, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. Now, this apocalyptic ark was left with only Lu Dong. He approached the window, gazing at the overcast sky and the minuscule flow of vehicles and pedestrians below. The torrential rain finally descended, relentlessly pounding against the impenetrable glass curtain wall, producing a dull thud. Only 2 days remained until the end of the world. The doomsday sanctuary was complete, awaiting the storm's arrival. Chapter 18, Future Plans. The heavy security door silently closed behind her, severing her from that cold, robust space that felt like a different realm altogether. Standing in a vast, quiet corridor, Qin Yuyin could still hear the deep resonance of the hydraulic system echoing in her ears. The corridor of the upscale residential complex was adorned with a plush carpet, providing excellent sound absorption. Yet, at this moment, it was so quiet that she could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her own heart. She did not leave immediately. Rather, she instinctively glanced back at the enormous door, which gleamed with a metallic coldness. It stood there silently, like a dormant giant, guarding its unknown secrets while severing all connections between the inside and outside. Lu Dong's last words sliced through her mind like a cold blade. Remember what I told you. He had uttered many phrases regarding the stringent requirements of the sanctuary, the confidentiality agreement, the payment of the balance. But at this moment, what reverberated in her mind were the earlier, seemingly casual yet unassailable reminders he had given her while she procured those extraordinary supplies. Mr. Qin, if possible, it would be wise for you to prepare some non-perishable food, drinking water, and warm clothing, preferably of a professional grade. At that time, her thoughts had been consumed by fulfilling the demands of this exacting client. Although she found it peculiar, she did not dwell on it, merely considering it an extension of the polar-themed project. However, now, in light of this fortress, built with wealth to withstand the apocalypse, and in conjunction with Lu Dong's unfathomable eyes, never revealing a hint of panic, yet always exuding a sense of urgency, those words suddenly took on a different weight. A chilling, spine-tingling tremor seized her, creeping up her spine, almost compelling her to shiver uncontrollably. Instinctively, she brought her long legs, sheathed in high-quality, translucent gray stockings, together. The delicate texture of the stockings felt strikingly vivid against her slightly cool skin. The tailored light gray suit originally accentuated her graceful and poised professional stature. Yet at this moment, it seemed to evoke a sense of confinement. He was not jesting. He was not aimlessly flailing. All his actions, amassing vast amounts of energy, acquiring top-tier cold-weather gear, constructing such a secure refuge. Did they truly herald something ominous? -100 degrees, she murmured, her voice trembling slightly with an unrecognized apprehension, recalling Lu Dong's almost obsessive standards for cold-weather attire. Such temperatures were far beyond the realm of human survivability. A chill surged from the depths of her being, intertwining with the warmth radiating from her body due to anxiety, creating an extraordinary sense of contradiction. Outside, a torrential downpour relentlessly battered the glass facade of the building, producing a dull, persistent patter. The light filtering through the corridor's end was dim, akin to twilight, elongating her slender silhouette and casting it upon the soft carpet, amplifying the solitude and unease. An unprecedented wave of panic seeped into her heart like the relentless rain outside, leaving her with a slight dryness in her throat. She inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling as she compelled herself to regain composure. She was Qin Yuyin, the general manager of Dingfeng Decoration, a woman who carved out her own domain in a male-dominated industry, with rationality and analytical prowess as her foundation. Was she doubting Lu Dong's sanity? Yet his logic was strikingly lucid, his actions methodical, and his financial capabilities undeniably authentic. All supplies and equipment were tangible and possessed immense practicality. All these elements pointed toward a more terrifying and incredulous conclusion. He might possess knowledge that others did not. Better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. A voice echoed within her, especially since she had witnessed the monumental transaction for cold-weather gear firsthand and had personally participated in the construction of this refuge. She was more aware than anyone that Lu Dong was serious, investing resources sufficient to purchase several Dingfeng decorations. She hastened to the elevator, her fingers trembling as she pressed the button. As the elevator descended, she promptly took out her phone, disregarding the messages from work groups, and opened her notes app, hastily jotting down her thoughts. A substantial supply of bottled water, at least 3 months' worth of purified water, rice, flour, oil, canned goods, compressed biscuits, vacuum-sealed meats. Essential medicines for colds, fevers, inflammation, wound care, professional cold-weather gear, to Lu Dong's specifications of at least -50 degrees, thermal underwear, snow boots, and so forth. Pausing at this point, she recalled Lu Dong mentioning that money would soon become worthless, yet she found it hard to fully accept this notion. So she included cash and gold. After a moment of contemplation, she added another item: power banks, high-capacity portable chargers. After taking the public elevator to the underground garage, she settled in her car and closed the door. The world was instantly engulfed by the roar of the downpour. She hesitated before starting the engine, as the wipers outside flailed wildly, struggling to unveil the obscured path ahead. The inclement weather felt like a foreboding metaphor, leaning against the driver's seat. She closed her eyes, sensing the tension in her legs, encased in stockings, as the fabric of her skirt clung to the seat. Lu Dong entrusted her with a significant sum, transferring funds directly into her hands without intermediary involvement, revealing the core secrets of the safe house. This trust, heavy and perilous, also seemed to be a form of tacit acknowledgement, uncertain of what the future held, but guided by her professional instinct and a strong intuition in that moment. She resolved to take action. She dialed the number of a familiar friend in the high-end outdoor equipment business. "Mr. Lee, it's me, Qin Yuyan. I need your assistance urgently. Please arrange for a batch of top-tier cold weather gear and some outdoor survival supplies. Yes, the higher the performance, the better. Money is no object. I need it quickly." She then contacted a supermarket manager she knew well, posing the order as a company initiative to provide employee benefits and establish an emergency reserve. She ordered a substantial quantity of easily storable food and drinking water, requesting delivery to her relatively secluded apartment. Once these tasks were completed, she exhaled slightly, though the heaviness in her heart remained unlifted. Glancing at the date on her phone, August 14th, she felt Lu Dong's urgency whip at her nerves like an invisible lash. She started the car, plunging into the dense curtain of rain. The headlights pierced through the downpour, yet the road ahead remained shrouded in ambiguity. She was unsure of what she was preparing for, only aware that the man named Lu Dong was likely bracing himself for an impending storm, one that none could foresee. By a twist of fate, she had gleaned a glimpse of the faint yet profoundly ominous signs heralding disaster. The slight constriction of her stockings reminded her of her reality, intertwining with an inexplicable sense of impending doom. Perhaps, in the near future, she would have to seek refuge with Lu Dong? A thought surfaced within her. Let us take it step by step. If the apocalypse truly arrives, aligning with him may not be such a bad option. With that, she drove away from Junlin Tianxia. Chapter 19, An Uninvited Guest. Inside the safe house, an absolute silence replaced the brief sounds of earlier conversation. Lu Dong stood before a wall of surveillance screens, his gaze as cold as the tundra, distinctly capturing the moment when Qin Yuyan's white SUV exited its designated spot, vanishing into the downpour at the garage's mouth. Only when all external surveillance confirmed her complete departure from the community did the last trace of ease vanish from his face. After all, this woman had aided him significantly, and perhaps he would need her assistance again. With the final checks completed, the doomsday safe house was ready. This bastion, a culmination of his countless efforts and immense wealth, stood invulnerable. Food, water, energy, medical supplies, and shelter, every essential for survival was now in place. Yet possessing a shield proves insufficient. A spear is equally essential. Time, too, is in short supply. At this moment, Lu Dong's mind is terrifyingly clear. He understands well that in a world where order has utterly disintegrated, particularly within the frigid embrace of an environment capable of freezing all, despair will spread like a plague, and humanity will reveal itself to be far more ruthless than absolute zero. No matter how robust the safe house may be, it ultimately represents a passive defense. To truly safeguard this last sanctuary, one must possess the capacity for proactive defense and a thunderous counterattack, along with the means to inflict unbearable consequences upon any would-be intruders. He had previously made attempts. However, high-powered automatic weapons are stringently regulated within Huaxia, and acquiring them necessitates a protracted duration, exceedingly clandestine channels, and the acceptance of immeasurable risks. Time, unfortunately, is the most extravagant luxury he lacks. The global onslaught of frigid storms looms above like the sword of Damocles, with a relentless countdown ticking away, leaving him no opportunity for leisurely planning. Thus, he was compelled to settle for a second-best option, utilizing a tenuous connection he had established through Goldman Sachs. Even in pursuit of lightweight equipment, the process proved to be exceedingly convoluted and incurred staggering costs, nearly equivalent to the price of a specific system within this safe house, just to acquire a few of the minor items spoken of by the other party. The total expenditure for the safe house approached 100 million. This trinket, however, commanded a price of 1 million. It consisted of a well-maintained Type 92 pistol, accompanied by 2 spare magazines, totaling 30 rounds of ammunition, as well as 3 hefty cold, grease-scented, domestically produced Type 86 fragmentation grenades. The other party emphasized that this was the absolute limit of what they could provide within such a short time frame, at great risk. And they solemnly warned him of the severe consequences of deploying them. The total price for these items was $1,500,000, but it was better than having nothing at all. After all, in a world gone awry, safety reigned supreme. Without defensive weapons, one risks being targeted by marauders. Yet this represents the only tangible power he can swiftly grasp, the sole assurance against imminent, close-range threats. The transaction was set for 3 o'clock this afternoon at a desolate, abandoned logistics park on the western outskirts of the city. The vast warehouse and mountains of discarded containers would provide ample concealment and privacy for the exchange. The intensifying rain, an unexpected boon, would significantly hinder visibility, muffle sounds, and wash away traces, offering a divinely orchestrated cover. He turned away, casting one last glance at this grand, secure, and comfortable safe house, which lacked only the final touch of lethal intent. There was not a shred of hesitation in his eyes. He needed to retrieve his spear. Only by wielding this final weapon could the doomsday fortress be considered truly complete, allowing him to securely lock the door and calmly await the world's temperature to plummet to freezing point. Lu Dong approached the exclusive elevator with resolute and steady strides. His figure enveloped in the cold gleam of metal, poised to descend into the rain-soaked city to execute one final, perilous transaction before the impending apocalypse. However, just as he was about to activate the private elevator, the internal communications system abruptly erupted with a series of urgent chimes. This was not a summons from the elevator itself, but rather a connection to the building's property management and the security booth of the underground parking garage. Lu Dong's brow furrowed instantly. This safe house operated as a completely independent system, theoretically isolated from the rest of the building. How could property management possibly be aware of his presence here? And why would they directly call in? He approached the control panel and pressed the call button. Refraining from activating the video, his voice calm and collected. "Who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Lu?" A somewhat anxious middle-aged male voice responded from the other end, identifying himself as the security officer from the garage. I apologize for the disturbance, but there are 2 officers from Municipal Public Security Bureau who wish to inquire about a few matters. Would it be convenient for you to speak with them? Police?" A sudden heaviness settled in Lu Dong's heart, yet his tone remained unchanged. "The Public Security Bureau? What is this about? I am currently resting and cannot meet visitors." "Hello, Mr. Lu." Another voice interjected, crisp and unwavering, exuding an unmistakable professionalism that belonged to a young woman. "I am Su Jiu from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. We would like to consult you regarding several recent cases. It won't take much of your time." "Su Jiu?" Lu Dong quickly rummaged through his memory, but she did not ring a bell. Nevertheless, he immediately associated her name with the recent high-profile thefts of significant supplies. Their actions were remarkably swift. How could they trace this location and come directly to him? Or had the oversight occurred? Was it with Lu the Fatty, the transportation phase, or perhaps the payment channel? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Yet he understood that he must not show any sign of fear or refusal. To decline would only suggest guilt. "Very well," Lu Dong replied, his tone slightly impatient. "However, I truly cannot accommodate you coming upstairs. If there is something to discuss, we can do so over the phone, or you may wait until I am available to visit the bureau." "Mr. Lu, we are right at your unit's entrance. It will only take a few minutes to ask you a few straightforward questions in person." The female officer's voice was firm, carrying a keen perceptiveness that seemed to detect his evasion. Lu Dong paused in silence for a few seconds. The fact that they had cornered him rendered avoidance suspect. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. "Please hold," he said. He ended the communication and immediately accessed the internal surveillance system to check the situation outside. No one was present at the door, and with the torrential rain outside, entry from the first floor was improbable. They must have come from the underground garage. Adjusting the monitors, he observed 3 figures at the junction connecting the unit building to the garage. One was a middle-aged man in a security uniform, appearing somewhat uneasy. The other 2 were a male and a female officer, both clad in police attire. The young male officer appeared to be a recent graduate, clad in a police uniform consisting of a shirt and trousers, standing upright with a demeanor that exuded the seriousness and earnestness of a novice. However, it was the female officer, Su Jiu, who instantly captivated Lu Dong's attention. Chapter 20. The arriving officers. Lu Dong observed the female officer on the surveillance monitor. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and upright figure. Even in her slightly loose-fitting summer police uniform, a short-sleeved shirt paired with dark blue trousers, Her athletic and powerful lines were subtly discernible. Unlike the commonly seen female officers who tied their hair into ponytails, she sported a neat bob. Her raven black hair contrasting beautifully with her fair complexion. Her features were exquisitely defined, with sharp eyebrows and eyes, a straight nose, and lips pressed into a determined line, exuding an aura of vigor and a calm, competent demeanor. Her posture was impeccable, legs straight and together, and her dark blue trousers impeccably pressed. On her feet were understated black leather, low-heeled shoes. Despite wearing trousers, her long legs remained evident. Her gaze, as piercing as her voice, scanned the surroundings, including the conspicuously prominent security door, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. Taking a deep breath, Lu Dong realized he could not evade the situation. He had to confront them, otherwise it would only arouse further suspicion. Fortunately, all the supplies were hidden in a dimensional space, so even if they entered, they would find nothing. The only concern was whether he could retrieve the batch of weapons he intended to collect in time. Calmly, Lu Dong manipulated the control panel, setting the internal systems of the safe house into a dormant concealment mode, leaving only the most basic lighting. At that moment, the three individuals arrived at the entrance of his safe house. Seeing this, Lu Dong opened the heavy door just wide enough for one person to pass through, positioning himself in the doorway, his gaze steady as he regarded the trio outside. "I am Lu Dong. What brings you here, officers?" His tone carried just the right amount of confusion mixed with a hint of irritation at the interruption. Upon seeing Lu Dong, the young male officer instinctively straightened his posture. Meanwhile, Officer Su Jiu's attention swiftly zeroed in on him, her eyes scanning him meticulously as if attempting to glean some information from his presence. "Mr. Lu, we apologize for the disturbance." Su Jiu stepped forward, presenting her badge with a swift and precise motion. "I am Officer Su Jiu from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau, and this is my colleague, Officer Li. We would like to inquire about your whereabouts during the nights of the 10th to the 12th of this month." Indeed, it was those days. A chill ran through Lu Dong as he feigned a look of recollection. The 10th to the 12th? That seems rather distant. Let me think. I believe I was busy with renovation details during that time, usually resting quite early in the evenings. Do you know someone named Lu Jinxiang? Susi Yu inquired promptly, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes. "Lu Fatty?" Lu Dong revealed a hint of surprise. "What is the matter? I was just with a friend. We have learned that on the night of the 12th, you and Lu Jinxiang were seen drinking at the barbecue place in Zhongbei District, leaving around 1 in the morning. Is this true?" Lu Dong quickly calculated in his mind. Indeed, Fat Lu had been found and had mentioned their drinking. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that is indeed the case. The project inspection went smoothly that day, and in good spirits, I had a few drinks with him. Is there an issue with that?" On that same night, as well as several nights before and after, multiple large storage facilities in our city, including the Walmart Regional Distribution Center and the Shinron Cold Chain Logistics Park, experienced severe thefts, resulting in substantial losses of valuable goods and a highly peculiar case. Su Jiu stated, her voice low yet laden with pressure. "We reviewed a significant amount of surveillance footage from the vicinity of the crime scenes and discovered a black SUV, similar in model and color to one registered under your name, which was spotted near several of the locations. The timing aligns with when you and Lu Jinxiang finished drinking." She paused, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Thus, we require you to clarify in detail where you went and what you did after 1 in the morning that night." Young Officer Li anxiously regarded Lu Dong, his hand unconsciously resting on the notebook behind his waist. The security guard shrank back, barely daring to breathe. The sound of rain pounded against the corridor windows, and the atmosphere grew tense. Lu Dong's mind raced. They had indeed tracked the vehicle information, but it seemed to be merely a resemblance, lacking direct evidence. Otherwise, they would not be merely inquiring, but issuing an arrest warrant. Fat Lu likely only mentioned their drinking. He was unaware of subsequent events. The crucial question now was how to account for his whereabouts during that time. Should he say he went home? Did they have surveillance in the community? Should he claim he went elsewhere? Would he need witnesses? In an instant, countless excuses surged through his mind, only to be dismissed. He had to provide a reasonable explanation, one that was difficult to verify yet could not be immediately disproven. In that fleeting silence, Lu Dong's gaze unintentionally met that of Officer Su Jiu once more. Her eyes, unnaturally clear and sharp, seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul, instilling an unprecedented sense of peril within him. This woman had an almost terrifying intuition. Faced with Su Jiu's piercing gaze, Lu Dong's expression subtly conveyed a mix of bewilderment and helplessness at the unfounded suspicion. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly, as if striving to recollect that distant night. "Officer Su, I believe you may be mistaken," he replied, his tone steady yet tinged with mild annoyance at the interruption. "That night, I did drink quite a bit with Fat Lu, feeling rather dazed. Afterward, I called for a designated driver to take me home. This should be verifiable through the surveillance footage in the garage of my previous residence." Indeed, Lu Dong remains perplexed as to why the police would locate his safe house, when it seems logical that they should have first visited the old neighborhood. Could it be that they had already been there before arriving here? He deliberately articulated his use of a designated driver and his return home with clarity. This was the most prudent narrative. Summoning a designated driver is entirely reasonable. One cannot drive while intoxicated. Returning home is a normal activity, and the community surveillance can attest to his presence in the neighborhood. As for whether he ascended to his apartment immediately upon returning, the surveillance may not capture such minute details, leaving a gray area. Su Jiu did not miss a single subtle expression on his face. Her perceptive eyes remained fixed upon him. "Mr. Lu, according to our information, the black Mercedes GLS registered in your name was recorded on surveillance at several intersections less than 3 kilometers from the crime scene during the time of the incident. How do you explain this?" The mention of the Mercedes GLS elicited a faint wry smile from Lu Dong, who shrugged his shoulders. "Officer Su, while this model of car is not inexpensive, it is hardly rare in this city, and a black color is even more common. Could it merely be a coincidence? Or perhaps someone used a license plate that does not belong to them?" He deftly directed suspicion towards vague coincidences and the more plausible scenario of a license plate swap. Pausing, he continued with a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Furthermore, do you really think that a solitary, inebriated individual could manage to steal from several large warehouses overnight? Doesn't that sound a bit far-fetched?" At his retort, Su Jiu pressed her lips together slightly. "Mr. Lu, we are merely conducting a routine investigation. Every point of suspicion must be verified." Her voice remained cool and steady. But Lu Dong keenly sensed that the initial sharpness of her gaze had softened somewhat in light of his reasonable explanations and the absurdity of the situation. Perhaps she too found it implausible that a drunken person could execute such an extensive theft. "Then, could you please provide the order details from the designated driver service that night, or the contact information for the driver?" Su Jiu stated matter-of-factly, simultaneously receiving a notebook and pen from the young officer. "Shall order details?" Lu Dong feigned a troubled expression as he retrieved his phone, pretending to search. "It's been several days since then, and I had quite a bit to drink that night. The order was placed by Lu Pongzi. I'll need to consult him." He successfully deflected the inquiry back to Lu Pongzi, buying himself time and further obfuscating the information. Knowing that Lu Pongzi had also been thoroughly intoxicated that evening and would likely have a hazy memory, Su Jiu observed Lu Dong as he manipulated his phone in silence, merely tapping her pen against the notebook, producing subtle, clicking sounds. Very well, she appeared to temporarily accept this explanation, closing the notebook. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lu. Should we require further information, we may need to trouble you again. Please ensure your communication remains open in the near future." "Of course. Cooperating with the police is a citizen's duty," Lu Dong replied, feigning compliance, while inwardly he felt a sense of relief wash over him. This phase has, for the time being, been surmounted. Su Jiu cast one last profound glance at Lu Dong before sweeping her gaze over the exceptionally sturdy security door behind him. A fleeting hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes, yet she ultimately refrained from probing further. With decisive grace, she turned and gestured to the young police officer and the security personnel. "Let us depart." The dark blue police trousers enveloped her long, slender legs, as her resolute steps resonated firmly upon the soft carpet, gradually receding from view. That poised silhouette, exuding an air of righteous authority, vanished at the elevator entrance. Lu Dong remained stationary until the indicator light for the descending elevator extinguished, at which point he slowly closed the heavy security door. The moment the lock clicked shut, his expression turned entirely frigid. The instincts of a policeman are more acute than he had anticipated. Time was becoming increasingly pressing. He must acquire that batch of weapons without further delay. Chapter 21. The Final Preparations. Su Jiu and Officer Li exited the threshold of Lu Dong's safe house. The elevator descended smoothly. The confined space permeated with a subtle silence. The young intern officer, Li, stole a glance at Su. observing her upright posture and keen gaze fixed on the ever-changing floor numbers, her profile taut with contemplation. The dark blue police trousers accentuated her figure, tracing the graceful and powerful lines of her legs, while the tips of her low-heeled shoes lightly tapped the ground, betraying her unrelaxed demeanor. When the elevator reached the underground garage, a soft chime broke the stillness. Su Jiu was the first to step out, her strides remaining brisk and decisive. The heels of her shoes striking the polished concrete with a crisp echo. Lee hurriedly followed. The garage was dimly lit, the air damp and mingled with the earthy scent of gasoline and rainwater. Their police vehicle was parked in a nearby corner. Officer Su, do you think there's something amiss with Lu Dong? Lee finally could not contain his curiosity, quietly inquiring as he opened the passenger door. Su Jiu settled into the driver's seat, delaying the ignition. Her hands rested on the steering wheel, her gaze piercing through the windshield at the rain-blurred concrete pillars ahead. The interior light illuminated the delicate contours of her short hair and the fair skin of her neck. He was remarkably calm, too calm. Su Jiu spoke, her voice resonating distinctly within the confines of the vehicle, tinged with a hint of chill. In the face of the sudden arrival of police officers, an ordinary individual might exhibit signs of tension or emotional fluctuation, yet he did not. His explanations seemed plausible, yet they flowed too smoothly. She slightly turned her head to glance at Lee. He claimed to have called a designated driver to return home. The community surveillance might confirm that he entered the garage. But what transpired thereafter? If his GLS truly bore a counterfeit license plate, then the impersonator displayed an uncanny knack for timing and selection, coincidentally appearing near the crime scene during the critical time frame. When coincidences abound, they cease to be mere coincidences. Linudatud fuli. Moreover, the place he resides. That door. I've never encountered a residential building adorned with such a formidable entrance. It appears sturdier than a bank vault. Furthermore, it seemed he merely opened it a crack, with no intention of permitting us entry. Su Jiu responded softly, her fingertips unconsciously drumming against the steering wheel. This was no ordinary mansion. Such a level of security demanded not only wealth, but also unique channels and a compelling motive. She recalled Lu Dong's calm, yet profoundly deep eyes, seemingly harboring myriad secrets without betraying even the slightest hint of their contents. Motive? Xiaoli inquirat perplexa. He appears quite affluent. Why would he resort to stealing basic necessities? Moreover, the peculiar nature of those warehouse thefts felt almost supernatural. How could items simply vanish into thin air? This was the crux of the matter. Su Jiu furrowed her brow slightly. The modus operandi was inexplicable, the motive remained a mystery, and the suspect exhibited an impeccable demeanor. She paused, as if struck by a thought. There was a need to inquire further with Lu Pongzi. Additionally, it would be prudent to investigate the ride-hailing order Lu Dong mentioned. Though it was likely Lu Pongzi had summoned it using his own phone, confirmation was essential. Understood, Captain Su. Shaoli promptly retrieved his notebook to jot down the details. Just then, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved through the somber sky, illuminating the interior of the car momentarily, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The resounding boom caused Shaoli to instinctively withdraw his neck. Yet, Su Jiu appeared unfazed by the thunder, her gaze sharpened, fixated on the torrential downpour cascading through the garage entrance. The rain fell like a celestial river, dense sheets of water merging to form a wall, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. This weather, she murmured, as if a realization struck her. If one intended to engage in clandestine activities, this would serve as an impeccable cover. Suddenly, she ignited the engine, its low rumble reverberating. Captain, are we returning to the station? Shaoli asked while fastening his seatbelt. No, souci du replay. Shifting into reverse as the police car gradually exited its parking space. First, let us visit the Traffic Police Division to retrieve all surveillance footage from the intersections surrounding Lu Dong's community during the time of the incident, particularly those capturing his vehicle model. Furthermore, we should widen our search to ascertain if any similar black GLS vehicles were frequently seen near those warehouses in the days leading up to and following the event. Her instincts told her that Lu Dong was far from the simplistic facade he presented. Behind that heavy door, the overly composed man undoubtedly concealed secrets. And this sudden deluge seemed to be washing away certain traces while potentially obscuring new actions. The police car surged forth from the garage, plunging into the furious curtain of rain. The windshield wipers were set to their highest speed, yet the view ahead remained a blur. Su Jiu gripped the steering wheel tightly, wholly focused on navigating the vehicle, her profile illuminated by the dim glow of the dashboard, exuding an aura of unwavering determination and concentration. The navy blue police uniform shirt, with its cuffs rolled up, revealed a slender yet resolute wrist. Meanwhile, in the subterranean garage of the Junlin Tiantang community, another exclusive elevator door opened. Lu Dong emerged, now clad in a black tactical jacket, his cap pulled low to obscure much of his face. Rather than choosing the conspicuous Mercedes-Benz GLS, he approached a nondescript black Volkswagen sedan tucked away in a corner, one of the vehicles he had prepared for handling sensitive matters. Upon settling into the driver's seat, he glanced at the time. Due to the unexpected visit from the police, he was now nearly an hour behind schedule. Although the torrential downpour posed challenges for driving, it indeed offered enhanced concealment. He cast a final, cold, and determined look at the coordinates of the abandoned logistics park displayed on his phone screen. Regardless of what the police might have discovered or suspected, nothing could deter him. The countdown had commenced. He needed to secure that cache of weapons to be adequately armed for the impending apocalypse. The engine started softly, and the black Volkswagen glided out of the garage like a fish merging with the undercurrents, silently plunging into the chaos of the storm outside. The headlights pierced through the heavy curtain of rain, resembling two feeble lightsabers as he navigated toward the city's outskirts, heading toward a perilous yet essential transaction. Outside, the world was tumultuous and disorderly. Yet inside the vehicle, Lu Dong remained as silent and unyielding as an iceberg, his eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. The final gear must be in place by nightfall. Chapter 22. Transformation. The black Volkswagen traversed the city's edge like a specter as the rain began to subside. The downpour had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As Lu Dong approached the abandoned logistics park on the outskirts, the rain had dwindled to a gentle drizzle. The sky still cloaked in a heavy, gray shroud. Long forsaken, the logistics park lay in decay. Its rust-covered factories and warehouses sprawled like the skeletal remains of a colossal beast amidst the overgrown grass. Shattered windows stared blankly like dark voids, coldly observing the unwelcome visitor. The ground was uneven, puddled with murky rainwater, and the air was thick with the damp scent of rust, decay, and rain. Lu Dong parked beneath the shadow of a partially collapsed carport, turning off the engine and lights. He did not exit the vehicle immediately, but sat quietly inside, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings with the precision of a scanner. The abandoned office building, the desolate yard, and the dilapidated warehouses in the distance. Each corner potentially concealed a threat. As time ticked by, the only sounds were the drips of rainwater falling from the damaged eaves and the occasional wail of the wind brushing through the overgrown grass. An oppressive silence enveloped the area. Finally, approximately 15 minutes past the agreed time, a grimy silver van lurched into the logistics park from another entrance, coming to a halt in front of a warehouse about 50 meters away. The car, door swung open, and a man clad in a black jacket, stout and short in stature with a buzz cut, leaped from the vehicle, a cigarette clenched between his lips, scanning his surroundings with keen vigilance. In his hand, he carried a seemingly heavy black sports bag. Lu Dong recognized him as the contact, codenamed Black Dog, an intermediary introduced by Lu Fatty. He inhaled deeply, suppressing all emotions within, and stepped out of the car, striding towards him. Rainwater drenched his shoulders, bringing a hint of chill. Black Dog, upon noticing Lu Dong's approach, squinted and scrutinized him, discarding the cigarette, but which he extinguished with his foot. "Boss Lu?" "Quite punctual," he rasped, his voice gruff and laced with a streetwise air. "Where's the goods?" Lu Dong inquired directly, preferring to avoid unnecessary chatter. Black Dog grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and patted the sports bag in his hand. "Rest assured, it's all top-notch, fresh off the press, quite potent." He unzipped the bag, revealing the contours of firearms wrapped in oilcloth and several olive-green grenades. "And the money?" Lu Dong retrieved a briefcase from the car and handed it over, stating, "The final payment, not a penny less." Black Dog accepted the briefcase and opened it, expertly counting a stack of cash, his face lighting up with satisfaction. However, he did not immediately hand over the sports bag. Instead, he shifted it back slightly, a cunning and greedy smile creeping onto his face. "Boss Lu," he licked his lips, lowering his voice, "the winds are tight lately. To procure this little treasure, I've had to risk my neck. Given the circumstances, don't you think we ought to adjust the price? Are you raising the stakes?" Lu Dong's gaze turned icy in an instant. In this apocalyptic world, he had witnessed too many acts of betrayal and opportunistic greed, and he loathed them deeply. The price we agreed upon is final. Lu Dong's tone was devoid of warmth. Times change, Boss Lu, Black Dog chuckled, a smug aura enveloping him. You know how hot this merchandise is. Add this amount. He extended 5 fingers, 50 grand. Cash. Once you hand over the cash, you can take the goods, and we'll be square. Otherwise, he weighed the sports bag menacingly, the threat palpable. Lu Dong gazed at him in silence, his mind racing. Additional payment? He was indifferent to the money, but such shameless last-minute changes struck at his core principles. Moreover, who could guarantee that, upon receiving the extra cash, the other party wouldn't push for more or even resort to treachery? In this environment, the adversary might not be alone. The painful consequences he had suffered in his previous life for a moment's hesitation or softness surged to the forefront of his mind. Trust was a luxury. Mercy could be fatal. In this tense standoff, Lu Dong's subconscious instinctively swept through his dimensional space. Within that vast expanse, supplies were stacked high. Suddenly, a bold and unprecedented thought struck him. If he could store items, could he also retrieve and project them? Could he launch the items within that space like bullets, instantaneously? The thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. He focused intently, locking onto a fist-sized, hard alloy steel block that he had previously stashed away for reinforcing the safe house. He attempted to extract it, not with his hands, but directed by his thoughts, aiming for the head of the black dog, which was casually holding a cigarette. Although the process may seem slow to describe, in his mind, it transpired in an instant. A faint, seemingly reluctant smirk suddenly appeared on Lu Dong's face as he shook his head. Fine, Black Dog, you're ruthless enough. 50 it is. Consider this my tribute to our friendship. As he spoke, he pretended to reach into the other vehicle, as if genuinely intending to retrieve the money. Upon seeing this, the Black Dog's face instantly lit up with a sense of pride and relaxation, the corner of his mouth curving upward. This is how it should be, Boss Lu. A wise person knows how to adapt. However, the words had barely left his lips when, without warning, the air less than 10 centimeters in front of the Black Dog's brow seemed to warp slightly, akin to the ripples formed when a stone is thrown into a pond. In the next moment, a sharply angled, metallic-hued alloy steel block materialized out of thin air. No, it was not merely appearing. It was as if an invisible force had propelled it at astonishing speed, for as it emerged, it was already imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, striking brutally and squarely at the unguarded center of the Black Dog's forehead. A faint yet chilling sound echoed, reminiscent not of bone meeting steel, but rather of a ripe watermelon being crushed under a heavy blow. The block's immense force instantly shattered the frontal bone, embedding deeply within, and even projecting a mixture of crimson and white liquid along with shattered fragments from the back of his skull. The Black Dog's triumphant smile had not yet fully solidified when his expression of greed and relaxation was swiftly replaced by sheer astonishment and bewilderment. His body suddenly stiffened. The cigarette fell from his lips into the puddle with a soft hiss. Then he toppled backward, crashing into the muddy water with a resounding thud, splattering murky droplets around him. The sports bag in his hand slipped away, rolling to the side. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Lu Dong stood frozen. His breath momentarily halted. He gazed at the body lying in the mud, a bizarre steel block embedded in its forehead, blood gushing forth, quickly staining the surrounding water. His heart raced, not out of fear, but from a chilling sensation that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, a feeling of release. He had succeeded. The Black Dog was dead. He had killed the first person since his rebirth. So effortlessly, so silently. No gunfire, no cries, only the sound of raindrops falling. His spatial abilities could indeed be wielded in such a manner. It was nothing short of a perfect assassination tool. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming calm washed over him. Lu Dong swiftly suppressed the discomfort of his inaugural kill with the experience accumulated from the apocalypse. He quickly moved forward, first scanning the surroundings cautiously to ensure there were no accomplices or disturbances. He then bent down to retrieve the sports bag containing a handgun and grenades, swiftly unzipping it for a quick inspection, confirming its authenticity. His gaze soon fell upon the lifeless body of the Black Dog in the van. No traces must remain. He extended his hand, brushing against the dog's corpse, and with a flicker of thought, the body, along with the deadly alloy piece, vanished in an instant, consigned to a designated, empty corner of the dimensional space. The bloodstains on the muddy ground were swiftly obscured and muddled by soil and pooled water. Next, he approached the silver van, employing the same method, His palm met the vehicle's surface, and it too disappeared as if it had never existed. The scene was left with only Lu Dong, his black Volkswagen, and some disturbed mud along with a small patch of slightly darker water, quickly washed clean by the incessant drizzle. After completing these tasks, Lu Dong stood still, meticulously sensing his surroundings to confirm absolute safety. Raindrops fell upon his face, icy and piercing, yet they heightened his alertness. He glanced down at his hands, clean, devoid of any blood. Yet an invisible mark, known as slaughter, seemed to have etched itself into his soul. There was no excess emotion, no remorse, only a chilling calmness in achieving his objective and an appraisal of his newfound abilities. From this moment forth, the world appeared utterly transformed in his eyes. He turned and swiftly walked to his car, opening the door and taking a seat inside. The engine roared to life, headlights illuminating the muddy path ahead. The black Volkswagen slowly made a U-turn, departing from the forsaken land. Inside the vehicle, Lu Dong's expression, reflected in the dim light of the dashboard, was inscrutable. Within the dimensional space, another corpse, a van, and self-defense weapons had been added. The safe house was nearly ready. The final piece of the puzzle had been assembled, and he, Lu Dong, had completed his metamorphosis on the eve of the apocalypse. Chapter 23. The Indulgence Before the Arrival of the End Times. The black Volkswagen left the abandoned logistics park, swiftly merging into the persistent drizzle of the night and the sparse traffic at the city's edge. Inside the car, Lu Dong's expression appeared particularly steely under the dashboard's ethereal blue glow. His fingertips seemed to linger with the chilling sensation of manipulating space, the instant lethality still resonating, while the faint scent of rust, rainwater, and blood lingered in his nostrils. Murder, in any form, ultimately leave a mark upon the soul. The more one takes lives, the more one unconsciously cultivates a murderous intent. Yet he had no time to dwell on reflections or discomfort, having experienced an apocalypse. His state of mind had undergone a profound transformation. At this moment, what he required was absolute composure and a final resolution. In the old neighborhood, there were a few items that needed to be retrieved. These were some notebooks and old photographs left by his parents, worthless in monetary terms. Yet they served as one of the scant comforts that had sustained him in his previous life, preventing him from succumbing to utter madness and despair. Due to prior engagements and preparations, I had not found the opportunity to retrieve my belongings. As the impending apocalypse approaches, it has become imperative to secure these items in a safe space, ensuring their absolute safety. The vehicle glided into the familiar, aged neighborhood, where the rain had nearly ceased, leaving only the remnants of droplets cascading from the eaves, glimmering faintly under the yellowed streetlights. The hour was late, rendering the area nearly devoid of pedestrians, with only a few windows still aglow. I parked the car beneath my building and ascended the stairs with haste. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered erratically due to years of neglect, casting shadows of varying lengths. As I reached the 5th floor and prepared to continue upward, a familiar door adjacent to me creaked open, releasing a warm cascade of light alongside an enticingly sweet aroma. Su Wanbai's figure reappeared in the doorway, seemingly fresh from a bath, adorned in a more languid and alluring attire. She wore a black silk robe adorned with lace, loosely tied, its neckline plunging to reveal expanse of flawless, delicate skin and a tantalizing cleavage. The hem of the robe barely brushed the tops of her thighs, exposing her long, slender legs unabashedly to the air, shimmering under the light with a lustrous glow. This time, she wore no stockings, her bare feet resting on the cool floor, her toes curling slightly in an unconscious yet exquisitely enticing manner. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets still clinging to the ends, trailing down her collarbone into realms of enticing imagination. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks from her bath, her gaze imbued with a blend of languor and allure. A glass of red wine cradled in her hand. Upon spotting me, she appeared somewhat surprised, her face brightening with a seductive smile, tinged with just the right amount of astonishment. "Lu Dong, you're back so late? I thought I heard a car downstairs. I didn't expect it to be you." Her voice was soft and slightly husky, imbued with a hint of inebriation. I paused, my gaze steady upon her. This time, I did not avert my eyes, but rather took in her form, scrutinizing her from head to toe, barefoot, clad in a robe, slightly tipsy, deliberately exuding an air of languor and seduction. All signals were unmistakably clear. Under ordinary circumstances, I would never squander time and energy on trivialities such as this. Yet, in the aftermath of a silent hunt, with adrenaline still coursing through my veins, a cold, restless emotion swirled within me, coupled with the facade of a peace-filled night. On the brink of oblivion and the vivid embodiment of a lure before me, unaware and carelessly flaunting her final charms. A notion almost cruel, a reflection of apocalyptic revelry, quietly took root in my mind. Tomorrow, August 15th, will mark the last complete day of normalcy in this world. By midnight tomorrow, everything shall be irrevocably transformed. Laws, morals, and order will dissolve into nothingness. Before her stood a woman, radiant and adept at wielding her assets. Yet in the face of the impending chill of despair, her fate seemed almost irrevocably sealed. The facade she meticulously crafted would soon lose all significance, perhaps even becoming a harbinger of doom. As this marked the final eve, and she had willingly presented herself, a faint, nearly imperceptible curve graced Lu Dong's lips, a smile devoid of warmth, exuding an icy detachment that suggested mastery over all. I've come back to retrieve a few things. His voice resonated with a deeper timbre than usual, his gaze lingering on her, no longer darting away as before, but rather scrutinizing her with an unadorned, penetrating intensity, as if appraising an object soon to be claimed. Su Wanbai felt her heart quicken under his unabashed scrutiny, her cheeks flushing deeper. She sensed a shift in Lu Dong tonight. He appeared different from the previously aloof man. Within the depths of his gaze lay an enigmatic allure, more perilous yet infinitely more captivating. Instinctively, she licked her lips, leaning slightly against the doorframe, allowing the neckline of her robe to slip lower. Fetching more items? You seem quite occupied of late. Would you care to step in for a moment? I just opened a bottle of wine, and it's rather dull to drink alone. She gently swirled the wine glass in her hand, her eyes sparkling with invitation. This time, Lu Dong did not decline. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them, enveloped by the sweet fragrance mingling with the aroma of wine and the warmth of freshly bathed skin. Very well, he replied, his voice a whisper that nearly brushed against her ear. A thrill coursed through Su Wanbai, her smile blossoming into a more beguiling expression as she gracefully stepped aside. Please, do come in. As Lu Dong entered her room, the ambience transformed into a sanctuary of warmth, with soft lighting, fragrant air, and a plush carpet, juxtaposed against the frigid world outside. The sight of the woman before him, clad in a delicate robe that accentuated her every curve, conjured an intoxicating allure. Su Wanbai closed the door and turned to pour him a glass of wine, her body intentionally drawing closer. Lu Dong accepted the glass, but did not drink. He merely set it down on the table beside him. His gaze remained fixed on her, igniting within Su Wanbai a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. You, she began, but Lu Dong suddenly reached out, his fingertips grazing her exposed collarbone. The touch was cool yet charged with an electrifying sensation that rendered her speechless, her body trembling slightly. Ms. Su, Lu Dong's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an undeniable authority. Do you realize that some games, once commenced, cannot be halted easily? Su Wanbai looked up at him, the light casting sharp angles on his chiseled jawline, his gaze as profound as a frigid abyss, drawing her in. She swallowed hard, striving to maintain her composure as she replied with a playful laugh. Oh? What sort of game? I am uncertain, but I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance with the washing machine some time ago. Ah, is that so? Lu Dong chuckled softly, yet there was little warmth in his laughter. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear and neck. Then, let remain unknown. He no longer granted her the opportunity to speak, lowering his head to press his lips against her slightly parted crimson ones. This kiss was not gentle, imbued with a hint of possessiveness and punishment, assertive and domineering. Su Wanbai feebly struggled for a moment before surrendering to his overwhelming advance and the intoxicating chill of his presence. The wine glass in her hand fell to the plush carpet, the deep red liquid spreading like a blooming flower of decadence. Amidst the confusion of emotions, she felt herself swept off her feet and carried towards the bedroom. The world spun around her, leaving only the dim, suggestive light of the ceiling and Lu Dong's eyes, which appeared particularly deep and cold in the shadows. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the commotion in the bedroom gradually subsided. Exhausted, Su Wanbai lay limply on the disheveled bed, her body marked with ambiguous traces, her gaze dazed, intertwined with a languor born of satisfaction and disbelief. She had never experienced such a forceful, almost brutal possession. This apocalyptic revelry of ultimate indulgence left her utterly entranced. Lu Dong had already risen, standing by the window, his back turned to her as he silently donned his clothes. His silhouette was tall and rigid, as if the man who had just ravaged her was merely a figment of her imagination. Outside, the city lights shimmered brilliantly against the night sky. Observing his indifferent back, the fleeting warmth and fantasies in her heart were abruptly extinguished, replaced by an inexplicable sense of unease and loss. Lu Dong, she began, her voice hoarse, laced with an unintentional plea for him to stay. He fastened the last button and turned to face her. His expression had returned to its usual calm, his gaze devoid of tenderness, replaced by the cool detachment of someone who had seen through it all. "I'm leaving," he stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. "You're leaving just like that?" Su Wanbai propped herself up, the silk sheets slipping away to reveal her snow-white skin. Lu Dong's eyes lingered on her for a brief second, his gaze not that of a man who had just shared intimacy, but rather that of a scrutinizing observer. "What else should I do?" he retorted, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Watching his decisive demeanor as he prepared to depart, a wave of grievance and humiliation surged within her. "What do you take me for?" Lu Dong approached the door, grasping the doorknob, pausing momentarily without looking back. "Enjoy tonight," he said calmly, like the night breeze outside. "After tomorrow, such fortunate days may be few and far between. If fate allows, we shall meet again. By the way, take this opportunity to gather some supplies. They may prove useful to you." Having spoken, he opened the door and stepped outside without a moment's hesitation, devoid of any lingering sentiment. The door gently closed behind him, severing the ambiguous atmosphere within and the woman's expression of shock, embarrassment, and a hint of panic. Lu Dong returned to his old house, approached the bedside table in the bedroom, and picked up his phone and keys. His gaze swept over the notes and albums left by his parents, which lay in an open box he had noticed upon entering. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and in an instant, the items within the box vanished into silence, slipping into another dimension. After completing this, Lu Dong walked through the empty, tranquil corridor. Passing by Su Wanbai's door, he paused for a moment. This body had once yearned for the tender comforts of the past, which he now possessed with ease, yet found them utterly bland, even somewhat ludicrous. The final indulgence had come to an end. He hurried down the stairs, started his car, and departed from the aging community, soon to be ensnared in an eternal winter, racing toward his fortress of doom, the safe haven of Junlin Tianxia. Less than 30 hours remained. Chapter 24. The blizzard approaches. As the black Volkswagen entered the exclusive underground garage of Junlin Tianxia, the clock neared 10 o'clock in the evening. The heavy alloy door closed silently behind him, completely isolating him from the outside world. Within lay an environment of absolute silence and impenetrable strength, a world that belonged solely to him. The cold air carried a hint of fresh construction materials, yet predominantly exuded a sense of reassuring stability, under perfect control. Lu Dong refrained from switching on the main lights, choosing instead to activate several soft ambient lamps along the walls, their dim light outlining the room's simple yet powerful lines. He did not allow himself to relax. Despite the fatigue of a day filled with tension and violence, he immediately commenced a final thorough inspection. The diesel generator in the alternate space stood ready at all times. The vast water tank on the rooftop brimmed with water, its purification system indicator glowing green. The backup power for the deep well pump was securely connected. Even if frozen, a continuous supply of water remained in his alternate space, rendering that concern moot. The ventilation and filtration system operated quietly, ensuring the air within was consistently fresh and safe. The three-tier filtration mechanism acted as loyal sentinels, keeping all potential contaminants at bay. Dozens of screens on the monitoring wall displayed images of the surrounding neighborhood, various floor corridors, the underground garage, and distant cityscapes. Rainwater washed over the lenses, yet the images remained clear. Under the infrared night vision, nothing could escape scrutiny. All was normal. As for the safehouse's defense system, he conducted another manual test of the alloy blast-proof rolling shutter, confirming its smooth operation and the reliability of the locking mechanism. He struck the main door with his fist. The only response was a deep, resounding echo, unwavering in its stance. Having completed all these tasks, Lu Dong finally allowed himself a slight reprieve. He approached the expansive, bulletproof glass curtain wall in the living room and gazed down upon the city below, still ablaze with lights. Neon lights flickered, and the flow of traffic intertwined like a tapestry, while the rain blurred everything into a surreal spectacle. People continued their relentless pursuit of life, or indulged in the extravagance of the night, utterly oblivious to the countdown of an eternal winter that loomed ominously. Suddenly, he recalled a vintage-style fireplace, a relic he had casually acquired during a previous zero-cost purchase in the dimensional space. At the time, he merely thought it might come in handy. Little did he realize it would be so fitting at this moment. With a mere thought, an antiquated, cast-iron fireplace materialized in the designated spot within the living room. He also retrieved a substantial amount of eco-friendly, smokeless firewood and stacked it nearby. As he ignited the fireplace, the orange flames danced to life, radiating a warm, dry heat that dispelled the last remnants of chill in the room, infusing an unimaginable warmth and atmosphere amidst the impending apocalypse. He then checked the hot water system, ensuring the storage water heater operated smoothly, capable of providing ample hot water. In such frigid conditions, a hot shower would be an unparalleled luxury. After completing all conceivable preparations, Lu Dong was finally engulfed by a profound fatigue. He stepped into the shower, where the strong, warm water washed away the scent of blood, rain, and dust, seemingly cleansing him of the day's violence and tension. Dressed in comfortable loungewear, he retrieved a steaming steak dinner from a five-star hotel from the dimensional space, paired with a robust glass of red wine. Sitting before the fireplace, he savored the meal slowly. The warmth within the room felt akin to spring, with the flames flickering in the hearth, delectable food and wine at hand, while the surveillance screen displayed the city's final nightscape. This scene of comfort felt almost surreal, forming an absurd contrast to the crumbling world outside. After finishing his meal, Lu Dong refrained from contemplating the future or thoughts of revenge. He compelled himself to clear his mind, lying on the soft bed, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Both his body and spirit craved this final, high-quality rest. On August 15th, the day before the apocalypse, Lu Dong awoke to find it was already past 9 in the morning. Sunlight filtered through thick bulletproof glass, soft and devoid of warmth. He rose and verified that all systems were functioning properly once more. Then, as was his routine, he prepared a lavish breakfast for himself, unveiled the enormous projection screen, and selected a light-hearted comedy film. The laughter from the film echoed within the spacious safe house, yet it felt somewhat jarring and disingenuous. Lu Dong's thoughts were not entirely absorbed in the film. His gaze frequently drifted toward the city outside the window. Traffic continued to flow on the streets, and pedestrians hurried by. On social media, people engaged in arguments over trivial matters, flaunting their lives and expressing anxiety. Everything appeared remarkably unchanged. For a fleeting moment, an absurd thought crossed Lu Dong's mind. Could it be that in this lifetime, the apocalypse would not arrive? Was everything that had transpired merely a nightmare of his own making? Were the stockpiling, the violence, and the meticulously crafted safe house merely the delusions of a deranged mind? This notion sent a slight shiver and a sense of disorientation through him. Yet he swiftly shook his head, dispelling this absurd thought. The thermometer by the fireplace indicated an outdoor temperature of 28 degrees Celsius. Time slipped by moment, amidst this eerie tranquility and the undercurrents of turmoil within. During lunch and dinner, Lu Dong continued to savor the delectable offerings of the space around him. The flavors still exquisite, yet his palate seemed somewhat dulled. He repeatedly inspected the towering pile of supplies in the dimensional space, caressing the cold handgun, gradually reclaiming a semblance of tangible reality. As dusk descended, the sky darkened earlier than usual. The wind seemed to swell, stirring the windows with a faint whimper. An ineffable sense of oppression began to permeate the urban skyline. Yet the majority remained blissfully unaware. At 11 o'clock, 11:30, 11:50, Lu Dong turned off all entertainment devices, leaving only the flickering glow of the fireplace and the dim light of the surveillance screen. He stood quietly before the glass curtain wall, akin to a prisoner awaiting judgment or a hunter poised for his prey to enter the trap. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and his breath grew shallow. The cold despair that had enveloped him before his previous death surged back like a tide. At 11:59, outside, the city's lights remained, yet appeared shrouded in a peculiar filter. The wind intensified, unleashing a sharp howl. Lu Dong held his breath, his gaze fixed on the outside, his eyes glued to the watch on his wrist. The second hand ticked, one notch at a time, towards its destination. At the precise moment when the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand converged on the number 12, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had abruptly pressed the world's switch. There was no transition. One moment it was a summer night, the next, A piercing, ear-splitting howl of wind erupted from outside, as if a multitude of vengeful spirits were roaring in the clouds. Suddenly, a vast, suffocating expanse of white engulfed his entire field of vision. It was not a flurry of snowflakes, but a terrifying snowstorm akin to the roar of demons. Countless snowflakes, propelled by the raging wind, struck the glass curtain wall at a near-horizontal angle, producing a cacophony reminiscent of hail battering down. Almost simultaneously, the lights within the house flickered violently before plunging into darkness. A significant portion of the images on the surveillance screen transformed into a flurry of static. The municipal power supply had been interrupted. Almost the instant the power went out, the heavy oil generator in the specially soundproof compartment automatically started, emitting a deep rumble as the backup power source kicked in. The lights within the house swiftly stabilized, though their brightness seemed adjusted to energy-saving mode. However, Lu Dong paid little heed to these changes. His entire attention was fixated on the intricate electronic thermometer affixed to the wall. The numbers displayed were plummeting at an astonishing rate, defying all principles of physics. 28, 10, 0, 10, 20, 30. The digits flickered with such rapidity that they seemed to leave afterimages in their wake. Ultimately, under the frigid gaze of Lu Dong, the thermometer's reading labored to a halt at 78 and continued to descend at an excruciatingly slow pace. In just a minute or two, the outdoor temperature had plummeted from 28 degrees Celsius to nearly freezing, a drop of nearly 100 degrees. Lu Dong exhaled a cloud of vapor, which instantly transformed into a small white mist in the spring-like warmth of the room. He extended his hand, his fingertips gently grazing the icy bulletproof glass. Even through the finest multi-layer thermal glass, he could distinctly feel the extreme cold outside, a chill potent enough to extinguish life in an instant, raging mercilessly beyond. Outside the window, all that could be seen was a relentless blizzard, its density overwhelming and despairing, obscuring everything else. The entire city, nay the whole world, seemed to have been engulfed by this abrupt onslaught of white. Silence, extreme cold, despair. The apocalypse had arrived, precisely on time, without a second to spare. A chilling smile slowly formed at the corners of Lu Dong's mouth. This time, he stood at the threshold of hell rather than lying within it. He turned, and the glow of the fireplace elongated his shadow, casting it upon the sturdy wall. The final tranquility had dissipated. Eternal winter was upon them. Lin Qian Zhonghao, are you prepared? Chapter 25, The World Outside. The world outside had gone utterly mad. The fierce wind whipped snowflakes, no longer mere flakes, but rather solid ice particles, crashing violently against the safe house's outer walls and glass with a destructive force. The sound had transformed from a crackling noise to a relentless, thunderous roar. The thermometer's digits finally stabilized at 81, continuing to decline at an agonizingly slow rate. This temperature signified that any life exposed to it would be frozen solid within minutes. Water splashed into the air would crystallize instantly, steel would become as brittle as glass, and rubber would shatter into fragments. Yet within Lu Dong's safe haven at that moment, it remained an entirely different realm. The deep, steady rumble of the heavy oil generator faintly resonated through the thick soundproofing. The power supply within the safe house showed no fluctuations. The lights illuminated the interior with a brightness akin to day, yet remained soft and comforting. The flames in the fireplace danced joyfully, exuding a reassuring warmth. The indoor temperature was a pleasant 22 degrees Celsius. The air was fresh, devoid of any stuffiness. Thanks to the top-tier filtration system installed by Qin Yuyan, which completely isolated the lethal cold and potential contaminants from the outside world. Lu Dong stood before the vast bulletproof glass window, silently observing the white expanse beyond. His visage reflected upon the glass, calm and devoid of any ripple. On the surveillance screen, the majority of external cameras lay either shrouded in ice and snow or utterly destroyed, leaving only a handful of obscured units that struggled to function, transmitting images that were violently jostled and riddled with snow static, revealing only a blurred frenzy of white. The meticulously pruned trees in the community garden were now ensconced in a thick shell of ice. As the fierce wind howled, a sturdy branch, overwhelmed by its burden, emitted a sickening crack before snapping, hurled towards the nearby building's window by the tempest. With a crash, even through the heavy glass and the roaring wind, Lu Dong seemed to faintly perceive the distant shattering of glass. This signified that the household's window had succumbed, allowing the lethal chill to surge in an instant. Yet, this was merely the prologue. Suddenly, the entire building jolted violently. It was not a mere tremor, but a palpable, heavy impact, as if a colossal entity had struck the structure. Lu Dong's gaze sharpened as he promptly accessed the footage from the few operational external cameras. He beheld the tempest hurling debris, a large billboard, shattered construction materials, and even an overturned car, crashing against the surrounding edifices like mere toys. The Junlin Tianxia, a recently constructed complex, remained largely unscathed due to its robust structure, while the facades of older residential buildings nearby had begun to show signs of damage. A power outage ensued. Through the gaps in the blizzard, the once illuminated city lay shrouded in darkness, one section after another succumbing to the vast blackout. A widespread power failure had commenced. The substation lay damaged, with lines crushed by ice and snow or severed by the ferocious winds. The lifeblood of this modern city proved all too fragile in the face of nature's fury. Soon, mobile signals vanished entirely. The signal bars in the upper right corner of the screen morphed into a glaring void. Communication was severed. This indicated that all channels for external information had been irrevocably cut off, and simultaneously, it meant that panic would not spread rapidly through the network. People would be ensnared in their concrete cages, confronting the sudden onslaught of snow alone. Lu Dong approached the control console and activated the dedicated radio receiver. Instantly, a cacophony of static and intermittent, terrified cries for help flooded in. This is the city's emergency broadcast. Urgent notification. The city is currently enduring an unprecedented, severe cold wave. Temperatures are plummeting rapidly. All citizens are advised to seek sturdy shelter immediately. Do not venture outside. Repeat, do not venture outside. Help. Someone, please save us. Our windows shattered. It's so cold. Following a piercing scream, silence enveloped the air. Mom, I'm so cold. But who is anyone there? We are on XX Road in the West District. The car is out of fuel. The heating has stopped. We're about to freeze. Chaos, despair, and terror, transmitted through the radio waves, painted a harrowing tableau of humanity in the face of impending doom. Lu Dong listened quietly, then turned off the radio. All of this had been experienced in his previous life, even felt firsthand. At this moment, he felt nothing but tranquility within. He walked to the kitchen and retrieved a steaming clay pot rice from the dimensional space, a delicacy he had procured from a renowned Cantonese restaurant. He also took out a can of chilled cola. Sitting at the dining table, he savored the fragrant clay pot rice and enjoyed the refreshing cola. The texture of the meal remained impeccable, and the effervescence of the cola tantalized his taste buds. The aroma of the food mingled with the warmth of the fireplace within the home, while outside loomed an unforgiving, frigid hell, rife with countless deaths occurring. This stark contrast evoked an oddly surreal sensation. After finishing his meal, he returned the utensils to the space, where time stood still, eliminating even the need for washing. He walked back to the window. Visibility outside was nearly non-existent. The howling winds were the sole melody of this world. Occasionally, the building would tremble slightly, a result of the wind and debris colliding. He glanced downstairs. The community, which once boasted several solar-powered streetlights, now saw several extinguished. The remaining flickering lights, distorted by the wind and snow, barely illuminated the chaotic scene below. Cars encased in ice, broken trees, and several indistinct, curled figures huddled beneath the unit's porch. They appeared to have ventured out in search of help or sustenance, only to be instantly consumed by the bitter cold, transformed into rigid ice sculptures, frozen in their final moments of desperate struggle. Lu Dong's gaze remained unchanged. He raised his wrist to check the time. An hour had passed since the apocalypse began. In this hour, the outside world had descended from civilization into the barbarism and death of its inception. Yet within his safe haven, it remained as fortified as a castle. Warm as spring, that was sufficient. He no longer wished to witness the horrors outside and turned towards the bathroom. He needed another hot shower to wash away the non-existent scent of blood, then a good night's sleep. The days ahead would be long and dark. He needed to maintain peak physical and mental condition. Hot water gushed from the shower head, filling the room with steam. Lu Dong closed his eyes, letting the warm water cascade over him. Outside, it was a hellish 80 degrees below zero. Here, it was a warm and comfortable paradise. In this life, he had won the first step. Chapter 26, A Simple Breakfast. The first morning after the apocalypse. Thick, suffocating clouds of snow loomed low over the city. And through the frost-covered bulletproof glass, only a gray, desolate silence could be seen. The howling winds continued to roar, but seemed to have slightly abated from the wild frenzy of the previous night, transforming from a hysterical shriek into a continuous, low wail, sweeping through the city along with the falling snowflakes. Within the confines of the safe house, the temperature control system continued to operate quietly, while the flames in the fireplace had been reduced to mere embers, radiating a comforting warmth. The atmosphere was refreshing, imbued with a faint scent of negative ions emitted from the air purifier. Lu Dong awoke from his slumber, invigorated and full of vitality. The restorative quality of his sleep, coupled with the absolute safety of his surroundings, had swiftly returned him to his optimal state. The first action he took upon rising was not to gaze out the window, but rather to approach the control panel, meticulously inspecting all system indicators. Everything was functioning normally. Only after completing his checks did he allow himself to cast his gaze outside. The scene remained a vast expanse of white, visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. The exterior walls of the buildings were encrusted with a thick layer of ice, while the figures below, resembling ice sculptures, remained frozen in their postures, silently narrating the horror of the previous night. Just then, his muted phone began to flicker incessantly. Lu Dong picked it up and unlocked the screen. It was a flurry of messages from the community group, with a staggering 99 unread notifications. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was there still internet and power? It seemed the community's emergency generator was still managing to function. Or perhaps some circuits had miraculously escaped complete destruction. However, this was undoubtedly temporary. He opened the group chat, and instantly, an avalanche of messages erupted on the screen. 1802 Mrs. Wong. My heavens! What is happening? The snow is far too heavy. I was terrified last night. The glass kept rattling, and I thought the building was going to collapse. 302 Managerly. Everyone, please remain calm. The property management is diligently checking the equipment. We ask all residents to minimize outdoor activities and await rescue. 502 Little Cutie. Managerly. When will the power be restored? My home is without electricity. My phone is almost dead. It's so cold. 1101 Mr. Liu. If you're cold, just dress warmly. Why the commotion? This amount of snow is nothing. The snow in the north was far worse back in the day. It will stop in a couple of days. Stop exaggerating. 902 Aunt Zhang. I hardly have any food left at home. I was planning to go shopping today. What should I do? Does anyone have any extra food? I can buy it. 603 Designer Chun. Aunt Zhang, I still have a few packs of instant noodles. Would you like some? Just the price. 1,508 Mr. Woo. Everyone, did anyone hear the screams from outside last night? It seems something terrible has happened. Could someone have frozen to death? 302 Managerly. Mr. Wu. Please refrain from spreading panic. It is merely extreme weather. The government will soon organize rescue efforts. 702. Rescue? I can't even get a call through. 110 and 120 are all busy. The internet is also intermittent. The group chat was in disarray. There were those in a state of panic, others complaining, some blindly optimistic, and yet others attempting to exploit the situation for personal gain. Lu Dong scrolled through the screen with an impassive expression. These reactions mirrored those from his past life with uncanny precision. People always tend to believe that disasters are temporary, that order will soon be restored, until despair ultimately consumes them. He retrieved a breakfast from the dimensional space, a perfectly seared Australian Wagyu steak, accompanied by velvety, scrambled eggs and roasted mushrooms, alongside a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. The steak even emitted a tantalizing steam, its aroma swiftly enveloping the dining area. As he leisurely sliced into the steak, he continued to observe the antics in the group chat, akin to watching a circus performance detached from his own reality. At that moment, a familiar avatar sprang to life. The words imbued with a sense of entitlement and complaint that could be felt even through the text. 808 Lin Qian. How infuriating. Why is it suddenly snowing so heavily? My house is freezing. The air conditioning seems to have stopped heating. Zhang Hao, where the hell are you? Hurry and bring me something warm to eat. How good is the strongest? How good is the strongest? Zhang Hao, darling, don't fret, I'm working on it. This wretched snow has made driving impossible. Property management? Manager Lee from 302. Hurry up and clear the snow. What are we paying all this property fee for? 808 Lin Qian. Andy Zhang from 902. Do you still have instant noodles? Can you spare me a few packs? I'll pay double. E.M. Starving. 902 Andy Zhang. Oh, Lin. I only have 5 packs left. 808 Lin Qian. Triple the price. Hurry. Deliver to 808. I'm freezing and don't want to go out. Lu Dong observed Lin Qian's presumptuous demand for food, a cold smirk gracing his lips. In his previous life, during the onset of the extreme cold, relying on the food delivered by Zhang Hao and a few sycophants, Lin Xian and Zhou indeed managed to endure longer than most. Yet, this also attracted more scrutiny and covetous eyes. Ultimately, when the food ran out, their hunger drove them to lure Zhang Hao out of his home to share their meager rations. This grievance, Lu Dong felt compelled to avenge, though the time for retribution had yet to arrive. In this life, he pondered how long they could endure without his role as the unwitting benefactor supplying them with food. He found himself somewhat eager to witness whether, when true hunger and cold set in, this former girlfriend and her close friend could maintain their current demeanor. Messages in the group continued to refresh, with some already squabbling over the price of food and power banks. Panic was gradually and insidiously spreading. Lu Dong finished the last sip of orange juice and retracted the utensils into the space. He approached the window, gazing out at the still raging blizzard. The clamor in the group felt like faint noise emanating from a distant world, entirely irrelevant to him, incapable of affecting him in the slightest. His gaze remained calm and profound. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The current chaos was merely an appetizer. When the emergency generator's fuel ran out, when the last vestiges of internet and power were severed, when the final morsel of food in the house was consumed, when the room temperature continuously plummeted towards the freezing point, then the true despair and the darkness of human nature would be starkly laid bare. And he, ensconced in this absolute fortress of safety, would quietly observe all of it unfold. Occasionally, he might even add a log to the fire. For instance, sharing a photograph of oneself relishing exquisite cuisine in a group chat. A glimmer of almost cruel amusement flickered in Lu Dong's eyes. Yet the moment was not ripe for action. Let the bullets fly a little longer. He turned away, disregarding the incessant buzzing of his phone, and made his way to the gym. In this apocalyptic world, a robust physique and abundant vitality were equally vital assets for survival. Outside, the wind and snow raged on. Inside, warmth persisted. The first breakfast of the apocalypse concluded amidst silent derision and the chilling detachment of onlookers. Chapter 27. News from acquaintances. Lu Dong spent nearly 2 hours in the gym. He pushed his physical capabilities to the limit with the treadmill, strength training, and simulated combat techniques, halting only when sweat soaked his tank top and his muscles quivered slightly. In this dire existence, maintaining peak physical condition was not merely a safeguard for survival, but the foundation for seizing control. After enjoying a refreshing hot shower and donning a comfortable outfit, he prepared to indulge in a freshly squeezed juice from his dimensional space, when his phone on the coffee table rang unexpectedly. It was not the notification of a WeChat message, but the unmistakable sound of an incoming call. Lu Dong paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow. At this juncture, could one still make a phone call? He picked up the device, and the name flashing on the screen surprised him. Qin Yuyan. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear, refraining from speaking immediately. Hello, Lu, Mr. Lu? Is that you? Can you hear me? Qin Yuyan's voice came through, the signal appearing unstable, accompanied by a faint crackling noise. Her tone conveyed palpable urgency and anxiety, lacking her usual professional poise. It's me. The signal is poor, so I'll keep it brief. Lu Dong's voice remained remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. That's wonderful. I can get through. Mr. Lu, truly, you were right. This blizzard is terrifying. No one can survive outside right now. Are you all right? How's the situation on your end? Qin Yuyan spoke quickly, seemingly relieved. I'm well. And you? Lu Dong responded flatly. I'm all right. Fortunately, I heeded your advice. Her voice lowered slightly, revealing a hint of lingering fear. I stocked up on some food, water, and a few power banks. I even sealed the windows of my little apartment with tape and blankets, but the heating is struggling. The room temperature continues to drop, the phone signal is intermittent, and I don't know how long the electricity will last. Her words were laden with both dread and gratitude, as well as confusion about the future. Mr. Lu, will this snow truly cease? Will there be anyone coming to rescue us? It won't stop anytime soon. Don't count on rescue. Lu Dong shattered her illusions, his tone cold and pragmatic. Conserve your supplies. They must last longer. Trust no one, and do not open your door easily. Silence fell on the other end for a few seconds, interrupted only by her slightly hurried breaths. Clearly, Lu Dong's blunt and harsh words had delivered a significant blow to her. I understood. Qin Yuyan's voice trembled slightly, yet she seemed to force herself to regain composure. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Without your reminder, I might be in a dire situation now. She did not continue, but her meaning was unmistakable. Lu Dong responded lightly, his mind racing with considerations. Qin Yuyan was capable, decisive, and sufficiently astute. In this apocalyptic world, a woman who understood the nuances of the situation and had previously benefited from his favor might possess the value of submission. However, she still had resources, a flicker of hope, and had not yet reached the brink of despair. Protect yourself. If it truly comes to the point of desperation and I still have the means, perhaps I can offer you a way out. But remember, the cost will be substantial, Lu Dong finally stated. He cast a vague hope like bait, desiring her complete surrender after utter despair, rather than the current plea laced with hope. On the other end of the line, Qin Yuyan was evidently taken aback, taking several seconds to respond, her voice tinged with disbelief and complex emotions. Mr. Liu, are you saying? The signal faltered. Remember my words. Survive. Lu Dong did not allow her the opportunity to inquire further and hung up the phone decisively. He tossed the device back onto the coffee table, his gaze deepening. Qin Yuyan was a strategic piece on the board, but the moment was not yet ripe for action. It was necessary to let fear and hunger torment her a while longer, just as he picked up the remote to check for any lingering television signals. His phone buzzed twice with a notification, WeChat messages. Upon opening it, he found several voice messages from Su Wanbai. Lu Dong pressed play, and Su Wanbai's voice, laden with grievance, complaint, and a hint of playful sulkiness, filled the quiet living room. Lu Dong, how are you? It's terrifying outside, so cold. My home is nearly an ice cellar. In the background, the faint sound of wind and her chattering teeth could be heard. Ever since that night, you've ignored me, and I can't reach you by phone. How cruel you are. Su Wanbai's voice quivered with a hint of tears. I'm so scared and lonely. Although you were a bit fierce that night. Could you come keep me company? Or let me come to you? It must be safe and warm there, right? Her tone was filled with implication and entreaty. I can do whatever you say, truly. The last voice message was accompanied by a photo of her wrapped in a thick blanket, yet deliberately exposing her fair shoulder and delicate collarbone, as well as a glimpse of her snowy chest concealed beneath the cover. At that moment, Su Wanbai gazed at the camera with a pitiful expression, the background appearing dim and frigid. Lu Dong scrutinized the messages and photographs, his face betraying no emotion, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. The night before the apocalypse, had he not needed to regain his composure, he would not have even wanted to enter her door. However, I must admit that it feels rather pleasant, and I might consider women of the young, matron type in the future. This remains to be seen, particularly if she manages to survive. Nevertheless, one must ponder how this woman, in such dire circumstances, still contemplates leveraging her body for shelter and comfort. She appears utterly oblivious to the gravity of her situation, or perhaps she is unwilling to comprehend it, clinging to the mindset of a world that has long since passed. She may indeed be cold and frightened, yet her terror seems more rooted in the disruption of her comfortable existence rather than a genuine understanding of mortality. The photographs she shares, rather than depicting her plight, seem to showcase her assets. Yet, Lu Dong refrained from responding with words. Instead, he subtly conjured a steaming cup of latte from the dimensional space, its frothy art flawlessly crafted. He found a vantage point, allowing the howling snowstorm outside to serve as a backdrop to his coffee, capturing an image that even reflected the flickering flames of the fireplace upon the glass. Without a word, he sent this image to Su Wanbai. The photograph itself stood as the most brutal juxtaposition, an unvarnished reply. He sought to unravel her psychological state. As anticipated, once the photo was sent, silence enveloped Su Wanbai's end. After a prolonged 5 or 6 minutes, a new voice message finally emerged. Lu Dong activated the message, only to find it devoid of the feigned sorrow he had anticipated. Instead, it was laced with incredulity and a tremor of sheer panic. Why, Lu Dong? How can there still be electricity there? Hot coffee. This is impossible. Lu Dong, who exactly are you? Answer me. Lu Dong could vividly envision her, stunned in his silence, gazing at that photograph, her body trembling with cold. He chuckled softly, choosing not to reply. Let her ponder, let her speculate. Let her slowly savor the thought of that cup of warm coffee she might never again taste, alongside the enigmatic man she could not fathom. This psychological torment was far more excruciating than mere physical coldness. He closed the chat with Su Wanbai and casually opened the incessantly scrolling homeowners group chat. The chaos within the group had intensified, with an increasing number of complaints about the cold and hunger, interspersed with neighborhood quarrels arising from the scramble for resources. The user ID How Good the Strong continued to boast of his connections to procure supplies, urging Lin Xian to remain calm. Lu Dong savored a sip of the rich coffee, relishing the warmth and aroma that enveloped his palate. In this apocalyptic world, life presented itself in myriad forms. And there he sat, possessing boundless resources, comfortably ensconced in his position. This sensation was undeniably gratifying. He set down a coffee cup, his gaze once more drifting to the endless expanse of white outside. The show was just beginning. Chapter 28. Are you hungry? On the third day of the blizzard, within the confines of the Junlin Tiantian community, time seemed to lose its significance. Only the relentless, roaring white outside bore witness to its passage. The relentless blizzard shows no signs of abating. Rather, it persists with an obstinacy that seems intent on burying the entire world. The accumulating snow has submerged most of the second-floor windows, enveloping everything below: vehicles, greenery, and even the ice sculptures of the initial victims. The howling winds whip the snowflakes into a frenzy, saturating the atmosphere with an oppressive sense of despair. Within the community owners group, the mood has shifted drastically from the complaints and false hopes of just a few days prior to sheer panic and hopelessness. Help! Does anyone have food? We're completely out. My daughter is crying from hunger. I beg you, I'll trade my gold necklace for it. Truly, the power is about to go out. My phone is nearly dead. It's freezing. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. Damn it. How long is this cursed weather going to last? We have no food left. Dear residents, please remain calm. The property management office has also lost contact. We may have to rely on ourselves. Rely on ourselves? With what? Going outside is certain death. It's nearly freezing inside my home. Zhang Hao, where have you gone? You promised you could get food. Quan and I are about to faint from hunger. It's freezing. The air conditioning has long ceased to function. Don't worry, my dear. I am contacting my friends. News will arrive shortly. This message, however, feels painfully futile. Everyone, please, if anyone has even a little bit of food, share it with us. Chen is feeling unwell. She truly cannot hold on any longer. I implore you. Who among us is not in need? A morsel of food is a lifeline. Who will share? The group is rife with the anguished cries of hunger, cold, and impending despair. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan S. please stand out starkly. Their previous airs of entitlement replaced with humble supplications and a pressing urgency for Zhang Hao's hollow promises. Lu Dong had just finished his morning exercise and, while wiping his sweat with a towel, leisurely scrolled through the messages in the group. Upon reading Lin Xian and Zhou Quan's pitiful remarks, a faintly indifferent smile graced his lips. In his previous life, they had barely managed to survive the initial phase through their own contributions and a stroke of luck. This time, however, it seemed far less fortuitous. At that moment, a typically inactive member, noted as Street Management Committee, Aunt Wang, unexpectedly chimed in, sending several lengthy voice messages. Lu Dong pressed play, and a somewhat sharp, deliberately affected middle-aged woman's voice began to resonate. Dear residents, neighbors, do not panic. Do not act chaotically. In moments of hardship, we must unite. Trust in the government. Trust in the organization. However, until rescue arrives, we must also engage in self-help. In the name of the Street Management Committee, I now urge everyone to embody our esteemed values by gathering the precious resources, food, medicine, fuel, that each household currently possesses. These will be centrally managed by our committee and distributed according to need, ensuring that every family is nourished as we navigate through these challenging times. Rest assured, we are committed to fairness, justice, and transparency. Those with supplies are encouraged to report them in the group or deliver them to my residence at 1201. For the sake of our community, I am willing to bear this responsibility, despite the hardships it may entail. This proclamation, grand in its rhetoric and imbued with a sense of noble duty, momentarily silenced the group before it erupted with fervor. 902 and Zhang. Director Wang is right. I support this. I have half a bag of rice at home. I will report it now. 603 Designer Chun. Unified distribution? That sounds promising. But how can I be certain it will be fair? 502 Sweetheart, really? Aunt Wang, will we really receive food? My family is on the brink of starvation. 808 Lin Qian. Aunt Wang, we support you. Xiao and I have nothing left. We request to be in the first distribution batch. 808 Zhou Qiao. Thank you, Aunt Wang. You are truly kind-hearted. Many, dizzy with hunger, seemed to grasp at a lifeline and responded eagerly. Yet, there were skeptics like Designer Chun, voicing their doubts. Lu Dong observed the screen, a cold smile creeping across his face. He vaguely remembered Aunt Wang from his previous life. She had similarly emerged to orchestrate resource distribution. Yet once the supplies were collected, most ended up in her own and her sycophants' bellies. The truly needy received little, and those who revealed their stockpiles suffered even more in the end. A quintessential hypocrite, masquerading under the banner of righteousness while indulging in self-serving greed. In this apocalyptic world, such sanctimonious leeches were far more contemptible than outright thieves. Indeed, it wasn't long before several residents, closely aligned with Aunt Wong, began to echo her sentiments, urging others to hastily submit their supplies, even resorting to moral coercion, accusing the hesitant of being selfish and disregarding the greater good. The atmosphere in the group grew increasingly bizarre, a concoction of panic mingled with a false sense of hope, undercurrents of suspicion swirling beneath the surface. Lu Dong sipped his warm water, his gaze icy. This chaos was precisely what he awaited. He tapped on the screen, opting not to voice his thoughts in the main group, but instead sought out Lin Qian's private chat window. He sent a photograph. In it, a delicate hot pot bubbled enticingly, surrounded by vibrant red beef rolls, tender green vegetables, glistening shrimp paste, and even a chilled can of cola. The warm glow of light and the cozy indoor ambience faintly illuminated the background. He simply wrote 3 words. "Are you hungry?" Within 3 seconds of sending the message, Lin Qian's reply surged forth with fervor. "Lu Dong, is it you? How do you have all this? Where are you? How did you manage it? I'm so hungry. Truly, I am starving. Please, give me something to eat. Anything will do. I acknowledge my previous faults. I am truly sorry. Will you forgive me? As long as you provide me with sustenance, I am willing to comply with any request. I mean it. I implore you." The words brimmed with disbelief, an overwhelming hunger, and utter humility, starkly contrasting the meager pride displayed in the group earlier. Lu Dong regarded these pleas with a blank expression, his fingers leisurely tapping out a response. "Anything you would do?" "Yes, anything," Lin Qian replied almost instantaneously, her response devoid of hesitation. A deeper smirk curled at the corners of Lu Dong's lips. Love? Dignity? These notions, it seems, are utterly worthless in the face of survival. He chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he replicated his tactic, sending a different mouth-watering food photograph, a delectable roasted chicken meal, to Zhou Kuer as well. Once again, it ignited a torrent of desperate messages from her, even more unrestrained than Lin Qian's. Lu Dong observed the relentless waves of despair and pleading that flooded the private chat interface, akin to enjoying a captivating performance. His subsequent plan was straightforward. Hunger serves as the finest tool for domestication. He intended to compel these 2 women, who had betrayed and harmed him in a past life, to gradually relinquish all dignity in their desperation, ultimately reducing them to slaves governed by their appetites. Then, perhaps with a mere morsel of food, he could entice them to engage in some amusing endeavors. For instance, to create a bit of trouble for that selfless Aunt Wong. Lu Dong picked up a plump strawberry from the nearby fruit platter, taking a bite as the tangy sweetness spread across his palate. He began crafting his replies to Lin Qian and Zhou Kuer, the content largely similar. "Want something to eat?" "Sure. First, do me a favor. Look in the group. ISNT Director Wong collecting supplies? Go, and in front of everyone, ask her how much food she has stockpiled at home. How does she plan to ensure fairness? Corner her until she has no words left to say. If you accomplish this, I will provide each of you with a packet of instant noodles." Once the message was dispatched, both women fell into a brief silence. Clearly, the audacity to question the seemingly only hope within the group required immense courage, and it would likely make them the targets of collective ire. Yet, the agony of hunger ultimately triumphed over fear. Moments later, almost simultaneously, 2 quivering responses emerged. "All right, I will do it. Lu Dong, you keep your word." Lu Dong chuckled, tossing the remaining strawberry into his mouth. Chapter 29. The performance begins. In the owners group, a heated debate ensued over Aunt Wong's proposal to allocate supplies. A faction of the desperate, driven by hunger, clung to the notion as if it were a lifeline, while another faction harbored doubts, fearing that relinquishing their last rations would hasten their demise. A few, akin to Aunt Wong's accomplices, continued to stoke the flames, applying moral pressure. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, 2 particularly inappropriate inquiries suddenly emerged. 808 Lin Qian, Madam Wong from the Street Management Committee, you mentioned a unified distribution, and we support that. However, could you first disclose how much food you have stored at home? It would help everyone gauge how long we can sustain ourselves. 808 KER. Indeed, Madame Wong. What is the specific distribution plan? Will it be allocated per person or per household? How much will be distributed daily? How can we ensure true fairness? What if someone takes more than their share? As these questions surfaced, the group fell silent for several moments, akin to droplets of cold water splashing into a pot of boiling oil. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Xian and Zhou Ke, typically known for flaunting their wealth or acting coy in the group, had suddenly posed such pointed and piercing inquiries. They had articulated the very questions that the hesitant dared not voice. The street management committee, led by Madame Wang, was evidently stunned by this unexpected interrogation, remaining silent for quite some time. A few sycophants quickly leapt to her defense. 1102 Oldly, 808 Lin Xian, 808 Zhou Ke. What is the matter with you two? Director Wang has a good heart for everyone. How can you not appreciate it and instead harbor doubts? Have you no conscience? 502 Little Cutie. Exactly. Madame Wang is an official. She will ensure fairness. You should apologize to her immediately. 808 Lin Xian. We are merely inquiring. After all, there's only so little food available. Is it not reasonable to clarify? 808 Zhou Ke. Yes. Asking for clarity allows everyone to feel secure in their contributions. The atmosphere in the group began to shift subtly. An increasing number of individuals fell silent or expressed sentiments such as, well, it's reasonable to ask, or there should be some established guidelines. At last, Madame Wang could no longer contain herself, sending a voice message filled with indignation, her sharp voice piercing through. Lin Xian. Zhu Kaiya. What do you mean by this? Are you accusing me of personal gain under the guise of public service? I, Wang Chunmei, have worked in the streets for over a decade. When have I ever engaged in such conduct? These are extraordinary times, and trust in the organization is paramount. What is your intent in sowing discord? I see you as selfish, unwilling to relinquish resources. She attempted to intimidate with her grandstanding, her tone harsh. Yet it betrayed a hint of insecurity. Lin Xian and Zhou Ke seemed somewhat intimidated by her outburst, refraining from publicly rebutting in the group. However, in private messages, their communications surged towards Lu Dong. Lu Dong. We asked, did you see? That old woman is furious. Yes, Brother Lu Dong, we followed your advice. What about the instant noodles? Hurry, we are truly starving. Please just give them to us. Where can we collect them? You must keep your promise, Lu Dong. Lu Dong lounged leisurely on the sofa, observing the frantic demeanor of Madame Wang in the group. Then glancing at the desperate messages from the two tail-wagging supplicants in private chat, a playful smile crept across his face. He began to respond at a leisurely pace. You have done remarkably well. I have taken note. Upon receiving the message, Lin Xian and Zhou Ke responded almost instantaneously, brimming with ecstasy and urgency. What about the instant noodles? Hurry, where are they? However, Lu Dong's subsequent remark fell upon them like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing their hopes in an instant. Nevertheless, I have changed my mind. Lin Xian sent 3 question marks in quick succession. Lu Dong, what do you mean? Are you toying with us? Zhou Ke's tone had turned sharply acerbic. Lu Dong could almost hear their frantic and despairing shrieks through the phone as he continued to type, his tone laced with a chilling mockery. Toying with you? How could I? I merely believe that a single packet of instant noodles is far too inexpensive. Your earlier display merely served to embarrass Aunt Wang. It was not sufficiently dramatic. Here's the deal. If you desire to eat, you must assist me with one more task. Lin Xian, what do you want from us? What else must we do? Zhou Ke, Lu Dong, you cannot do this. We are truly at our limit. Lu Dong disregarded their lamentations and issued a new directive. It was quite simple. Now, in the group chat, publicly apologized to Aunt Wang, stating, Aunt Wang, we are sorry. We should not have doubted you. We are willing to surrender the last 2 boxes of chocolate we have at home to support your work. Remember to emphasize that it is the last 2 boxes, to appear sincere and pitiable. Once the message was dispatched, an oppressive silence enveloped the other end. This was akin to pushing them into a fiery abyss. Not only must they bow their heads in contrition, but they were also to feign possession of the rare and calorically dense chocolate and surrender it. How could they maintain their standing in the group thereafter? Wu and Ti and Wang's faction turned their gaze upon them. Are you mad? We have no chocolate. Lu Dong, are you intent on driving us to our demise? Lu Dong replied swiftly, yet his tone was as frigid as ice. The choice lies with you. Comply, and perhaps there will be a chance for sustenance in the future. Decline, and await your fate of starvation or freezing. Alternatively, you may attempt to expose me in the group chat. Let us see if anyone believes you, whether I will admit to it, and whether I shall grant you any opportunities thereafter. The final statement fell like a frigid shackle, wholly extinguishing Lin Xian and Zhou Ke's thoughts of rebellion. They had no doubt that should they dare betray Lu Dong, they would irrevocably sever their sole source of nourishment. The mystery and coldness Lu Dong exhibited instilled in them a profound fear of taking risks. After what felt like an interminable agony of several minutes, Lin Xian and Zhou Ku's messages reappeared in the Owner S group. 808 Lin Xian. Street Management Committee, Aunt Wang, I apologize. We were overly hasty earlier and spoke incorrectly. Please do not take offense. We support your work. I still have the last 2 boxes of chocolate at home, and I am willing to surrender them for fair distribution. 808 Zhou Ku Aunt Wang. I too was in the wrong. I will also surrender 2 boxes of chocolate, hoping you can allocate them fairly to help everyone through this hardship. As soon as these 2 messages were released, the group erupted in uproar once more. The individuals on Aunt Wang's side immediately grew smug, showering her with praise for their understanding of the bigger picture. Meanwhile, the reactions from other homeowners varied. Some expressed astonishment at the discovery of chocolate, others felt envy, while a greater number fell into silence. If even these 2 girls, who seemed the least likely to have any supplies, surrendered their last snacks, how could anyone hope to conceal their meager rations of rice and flour? Aunt Wang's voice message soon followed, this time imbued with a gentler tone, even tinged with a hint of pride. Well, acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. Xiaolin Xiaozhou, you are exemplary. Rest assured, the organization will not forget your contributions. Once the snow ceases, we shall certainly commend you. Chocolate, yes. I will send old Li to retrieve it shortly. Lu Dong observed this farce unfolding in the group chat, unable to suppress a chuckle. The foolish and greedy are always so easily manipulated. He muted the chat, disregarding Lin Xian and Zhou Ku's frantic private messages, inquiring if it was permissible now. And what about instant noodles? He certainly wouldn't acquiesce to their demands at this moment. Instead, he chose to ignore them entirely, silencing his phone. The whip of hunger had just begun to crack. How could he easily satiate them? Let them endure the pressure of Aunt Wang's entourage and the extreme yearning for sustenance after relinquishing their non-existent chocolate for a while longer. Only then will they be more obedient and devoid of boundaries when next compelled. Lu Dong rose and approached the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a modest glass of amber whiskey. The frosted glass, chilled by the ice cubes within, contrasted delightfully with the snowy world beyond the window. He took a sip, the spicy, rich liquid sliding down his throat. This human experiment, taking place within the confines of a small homeowners group, proved to be far more intriguing than he had anticipated. He understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. When the true crisis of survival arrived, the ugliness and madness of humanity would unfold in an even more raw and brutal manner. Chapter 30. The bloodshed begins. On the morning of the 4th day since the apocalypse's onset, a relentless blizzard continued to dominate the sky, as if striving to repay the snow debt accumulated over millions of years all at once. In Building 6, where Lu Dong resided, the snow had nearly reached the 3rd floor windows. Visibility was utterly compromised. Nothing else could be seen. The extreme cold rendered the air thick and sluggish, while the howling winds outside echoed like the death cries of a colossal beast, ceaseless and mournful. Occasionally, a painful creaking would pierce the silence, the steel and concrete groaning in agony under the extreme chill. Within the community's homeowners group, there was not a whisper. It was not that no one was speaking, but rather, they were entirely out of power. The community's beleaguered emergency generator had finally ceased its roar after exhausting the last drop of fuel. This signified the complete severance of the final vestiges of electricity and network signal. With the depletion of battery life, mobile screens flickered off one by one, ultimately succumbing to eternal darkness. People have lost their feeble last connection to the outside world, along with the means to congregate and vent their frustrations in the virtual realm. A true, suffocating isolation and darkness have descended upon every household. The temperature is persistently and irreversibly plummeting, even while ensconced in their rooms, cocooned in every available blanket. The insidious chill slithers in like a venomous serpent, burrowing deep into their bones. The tap water has long since frozen. The toilet has become a frigid abyss, and the remaining water supply is dwindling. Hunger and cold have transformed from mere written complaints in a group chat to tangible tortures experienced by each individual. Lu Dong's safe haven stands as the sole exception in this pervasive gloom. The generator hums steadily, casting a warm and bright light, while the fireplace radiates a languorous warmth. He even finds the leisure to extract an exquisite sound system from the confines of his space, playing soothing classical music. The melodious strains of the violin flow through the warm air, creating a surreal contrast to the hellish scene outside. He stands before the surveillance wall. Most external cameras have failed, but a few pinhole cameras, installed in the corridors and powered by independent sources and concealed wiring, remain operational, transmitting indistinct yet recognizable black and white images. In the footage, the corridor is shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint, ghostly glow of the emergency exit sign. Snow and frost have infiltrated through the gaps in the doors and windows, laying a delicate layer on the walls and floor. After a prolonged silence, subtle movements begin to stir in the corridor. First, there are the faint sounds of footsteps, slow, hesitant, laden with trepidation. Someone can no longer resist leaving the relative safety of their enclosed room, attempting to seek a glimmer of hope in the corridor, or perhaps searching for food that others may have inadvertently discarded. Then the squabbling begins, though the precise words are indiscernible. The surveillance camera captures two indistinct figures in a corridor on one floor, engaged in a fierce tussle over a half-empty bottle of mineral water that has fallen from an unknown source. Their movements, rendered clumsy and absurd by the cold and their weakness, are nevertheless infused with a desperate ferocity. Ultimately, the stronger of the two seizes the bottle and stumbles back toward their door, leaving the other figure slumped in the icy corridor, silently pounding the ground in despair. Lu Dong watches this unfold with an impassive expression, sipping his hot coffee. This is merely the beginning. Hunger will obliterate reason, and cold will extinguish humanity. Indeed, it is not long before more violent clashes erupt. The cameras capture several figures surrounding the door of another household on the 8th floor. They appear to be pounding and battering against the door, their voices faintly resonating through the thick floorboards and monitoring equipment, echoing muffled roars and cries. "Open the door. I know you have food. Just share a little with us. My child is on the brink of starvation. If you don't open up, we'll break in." The besieged household remains silent, the door firmly shut, offering no response. The agitated crowd pressed closer, their fervor escalating as they began to violently batter the door. The antiquated security door emitted a lamenting groan under the relentless onslaught. At that moment, a narrow crack suddenly appeared, before those outside could react. A sharpened mop handle thrust forth from the gap, like a striking serpent. A piercing scream shattered the long-held silence of the corridor, echoing with a chilling resonance. A man, forcefully ramming against the door, was taken by surprise as the jagged weapon impaled his abdomen with brutal precision. Staggering backward in disbelief, he glanced down at the weapon protruding from him, blood gushing forth rapidly, congealing into darkened pools in the frigid air before it could even flow freely. The onlookers outside stood frozen in terror, watching their injured companion collapse slowly, their eyes fixated on the cold, frenzied gaze peering through the door's crevice. The door slammed shut once more, locking tightly. All that remained outside was a scene of chaos, an unresponsive comrade, and several neighbors, paralyzed with fear, standing as if turned to stone. Before the surveillance screen, Lu Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. The first blood had been drawn. The initial drop in this apocalyptic world arrived sooner than he had anticipated, in a bid to protect what might be an illusion of sustenance. Neighbors who would typically hesitate to harm even a chicken could now wield makeshift spears without hesitation. The assailant would undoubtedly become the enemy in the eyes of all the starving inhabitants of the building. The seeds of hatred had been sown, and suspicion and fear would spread like a plague. Lu Dong shifted the camera's perspective, directing it towards room 808. The door of Lin Xian and Zhou Ke's shared apartment remained firmly shut, devoid of any movement. He wondered if they were trembling in fear or regretting their lack of preparation compared to his own foresight. He recalled Aunt Wong from the neighborhood committee. With the loss of the internet, she could no longer incite others with her hypocritical ideals. He pondered how long the stockpiled supplies in her Unit 1201 would sustain her, and how many desperate neighbors she could fend off. Setting down his coffee cup, Lu Dong approached the expansive bulletproof window. Outside, a white expanse stretched endlessly. But thanks to the faint light seeping from within, he discerned some disordered, newly formed tracks on the snow's surface below, as if someone had attempted to traverse the drifts only to be swallowed by them. This once opulent community, a symbol of wealth and status, had transformed into a frigid steel tomb where despair and struggle played out behind every closed door. He was the sole spectator, seated in his VIP suite, relishing warmth, fine food, and security. The music flowed gently, and the glow from the fireplace was inviting and cozy. In Lu Dong's eyes, there was neither pity nor exhilaration, only an unfathomable calm. He understood that this was merely the beginning. When the last morsel of food was consumed, when the temperature plummeted below the threshold of survival. The true tragedy of this building, indeed the entire community, would unfurl its bloody curtain. He was filled with curiosity, pondering who would be next. Would it be the neighbor who had stabbed someone, torn apart by an enraged mob? Or perhaps Aunt Wong's hidden stash of food, overrun by starving masses? Or would it be Lin Qian and Zhou Ke, driven by the instinct for survival, to commit even more heinous acts? He gently swirled the liquid in his glass, the amber fluid reflecting the endless snowstorm outside. Waiting for the spectacle to unfold required a modicum of patience, and he, above all, possessed an abundance of time. He retrieved a bucket of popcorn, exuding a rich, buttery aroma from his surroundings, took a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth. The crunch echoed distinctly in the safety of Lu Dong's sanctuary. Chapter 31. The Quiet Collapse of Order. On the fifth day, the blizzard raged outside, with no sign of the temperature rising, the chill penetrating to the bone. Within Building 6 of the Junlin Tiantang community, the entire edifice was shrouded in an eerie silence. Save for the faint sounds of air stirring, an oppressive coldness enveloped every corner, with only the occasional faint cries or quarrels from various floors attesting to the life still struggling in despair. Power outages and the disappearance of communication networks, coupled with violent incidents, had begun the insidious disintegration of order here. Laws and morals were crumbling at an alarming rate within this frozen, isolated tower. Yet, within one household of Building 6, the atmosphere was starkly different. A few candles, pilfered from the emergency exit, flickered in the dim light, casting shadows of grotesque figures that danced eerily on the walls. The air was thick with the stench of low-grade tobacco, mingled with sweat and a faint metallic tang of blood. Seated in the living room were 4 or 5 burly men. The leader among them was none other than Zhao Dao, the security captain who had previously escorted Officer Su Jiu to seek out Lu Dong. He had shed his uniform for a filthy down jacket, and the semblance of respect he once held when facing the police had vanished, replaced by an expression of raw brutality and avarice embedded within his flesh. Scattered at his feet were empty cans and plastic bottles. "Brother Tiger, we've finished the last of our food. What do you do next?" inquired a subordinate with a shaved head, his eyes gleaming with the hunger of a wolf. Zhao Dahu spat out a thick phlegm and crushed his cigarette, but forcefully. "What do we do? Just wait to die? There are so many fat sheep in this building. There's no way we'll starve." Another tall, lanky man hesitated. "Brother Tiger, we nearly caused a death when we broke into Old Zhang's place yesterday. Who the hell cares?" Zhao Dahu snapped, his eyes blazing. "Who is watching out for anyone now? The police? Rescue teams? Nonsense. I've realized it's a brutal world. Only the ruthless can survive. Starve to death or take a gamble and live a few more days." He abruptly rose to his feet, drawing a heavy police baton from his waist, an obvious remnant of his former position. "Last night, S. Hall wasn't substantial. Today we need to find something worthwhile." A lewd glimmer flickered in Zhao Dahu's eyes. "I have long been attentive to the couple residing in room 1002 on the 10th floor, the Chun pair. The man appears rather frail, while the woman, oh my, her figure and demeanor. I've often found myself gazing at her as they entered and exited the community." Upon hearing this, several of his subordinates exchanged knowing, lewd smiles, their momentary hesitations swiftly quelled by primal urges and hunger. Heeding Tiger Zhao's command, they exclaimed, "Damn it! It was high time we did this." The group armed themselves with tools, fire axes, steel pipes, and daggers. Under Zhao Da's leadership, like unleashed demons, they silently crept towards the door, merging into the cold, dark corridor. On the 10th floor, in room 1002, the temperature indoors had plummeted to an extreme low, breath visible as frost. A young couple huddled tightly under a thick blanket, seeking warmth from each other's body heat. The man, named Xinyu, a programmer, had a pale complexion and lips tinged with purple from a cold. The woman, Shun Jing, once a gentle and charming elementary school teacher, now appeared haggard. Yet her delicate features remained discernible. She wore a thick white turtleneck sweater and thickened light gray leggings, akin to heavy tights, though utterly ineffective against the severe chill. The leggings outlined her still, slender legs, her feet encased in multiple layers of socks. Her long hair fell in disarray around her, adding to her pitiful appearance. Their home had nearly exhausted all burnable materials, and their food supplies had run dry. The last half of a chocolate bar had been shared yesterday, each reluctant to indulge, leaving only a small lick for one. "Shout, Jing, just hold on a little longer. Perhaps the snow will stop tomorrow," Chen Yu's voice trembled, uncertain whether from the cold or fear. Shun Jing nestled against him, striving to offer a smile, yet it appeared more sorrowful than tears. Yes, it will stop. At that moment, bang, 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 a heavy, brutal knocking erupted at the door, akin to thunder in a dead silence, instantly sending chills down their spines. Open the door. Property inspection. Delivering supplies. Came Zhao Dahu's deliberately gruff voice from the outside, yet the malice within was unmistakable. Chen Yu and Shun Jing exchanged terrified glances, their eyes filled with dread. Property? How could there still be property management at this hour? Supplies? Absolutely impossible. Who is it? We don't need anything. Chen Yu mustered the courage to respond, his voice quavering. Stop the damn nonsense. Open up when I say so. Otherwise, I'll break the door down. Zhao Dao, losing patience, began to kick the security door violently. The heavy door groaned in agony under the relentless assaults, dust cascading from the doorframe. What do you want? This is illegal. Shun Jing screamed in terror. Illegal? Huh. I am a law now. Zhao Daho laughed maniacally, signaling his subordinates. Break it down. The fire axe and steel pipes began to strike forcefully against the lock and hinges. The shrill sounds of metal clashing and breaking reverberated wildly in the silent corridor. Inside the door, Chun Yu and Shun Jing clung to each other in terror, their bodies trembling as despair engulfed them like icy water. At last, with a distorted thunderous crash, the lock was utterly shattered. The security door was violently flung open. Zhao Dao, accompanied by 4 henchmen, surged in like malevolent demons. The flickering candlelight illuminated their grotesque faces, resembling fiends from the depths of hell. What do you want? Chen Yu instinctively shielded his wife behind him, though his own legs quaked with fear. Zhao Dahu's greedy gaze roamed over the trembling Shun Jing, lingering particularly on her slender legs encased in thick leggings and her face, which appeared even more pitiful due to the cold, as he swallowed hard. What do we want? Just a bit of food. Zhao Dahu sneered, waving his hand menacingly. Search the place. The henchmen immediately charged into the various rooms, the sounds of rummaging echoing through the air. There's nothing. Tiger brother. The kitchen is as clean as if a dog had licked it. Nothing in the bedroom, either. Zhao Dahu's expression darkened, his gaze once again fixated on Shun Jing as he approached her step by step. Where the hell is it hidden? If you don't tell me, I'll find it myself. Shun Yu summoned the last remnants of his courage to stand in front of her. You're robbing us. Get out. Get lost. Zhao Dahu, impatient, swung his baton and struck Chen Yu's arm. Chen Yu screamed in agony as his arm bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken, collapsing to the floor in pain. Husband! Shun Jing cried out, attempting to rush to him, but Zhao Dahu seized her arm, roughly pulling her back. Little lady, you're quite the catch. If there's no food, then we'll settle the debt in another way. Zhao Dahu leered, his coarse hands reaching toward Shun Jing's face. Let go of me, beast. Let go. Shun Jing struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. The other henchmen surrounded them, wearing lewd and excited grins. One held down the groaning Chen Yu, while another began to lay hands on Shun Jing. The sound of ripping clothing mingled with desperate cries and the pained groans of the man. As Zhao Dahu and his gang's heavy breathing and sinister laughter intertwined to create a lamentable symphony in the cold, dark room. The candle's feeble light flickered, casting distorted, swaying shadows on the walls, resembling a frenzied dance of demons. Shun Jing's once gentle and bright eyes were now filled with endless fear and despair, tears blurring her vision as her thick leggings tore under the brutal tugging, revealing her bruised skin. Time lost all meaning, and eventually the atrocities came to a halt. Zhao Dahu fastened his pants, spitting in satisfaction. His henchmen wore expressions of contentment, as if they had just feasted on a grand banquet. On the floor, Chen Yu's eyes bulged with rage, blood trickling from his lips, nearly unconscious. Shun Jing lay curled on the cold floor like a broken doll, her expression vacant, her tattered clothing marred with wounds, and only the slight trembling of her body signified she was still alive. Damn it! What bad luck! Not a scrap of food to be found. One of the henchmen complained. Zhao Dahua kicked the nearly lifeless Chun Yu on the ground, casting a glance at Shun Jing, a flicker of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Let us go. To the next place. Damn it, there are plenty of fat sheep in this building. The group of thugs vanished into the darkness of the corridor as swiftly as they had arrived, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a nauseating stench. Alongside 2 lives irreparably shattered. A frigid wind swept in through the broken door, extinguishing the last candle. Complete darkness and despair engulfed room 1002. Meanwhile, in the safe house on the top floor, a surveillance screen before Lu Dong captured a hazy image of Zhao Dahua and his men, ferocious as they departed from room 1002, along with the shattered, ajar door. He could not discern the specific horrors within, but he could surmise what had transpired. Lu Dong's gaze remained calm as he picked up a nearby tablet, jotting down a note. Building 6, security Zhao Dahua, and 3 accomplices must be monitored. Thereafter, he continued to enjoy his nut salad, as if the scene he had just witnessed was merely inconsequential noise. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. Those who appear harmless under the sun, often bearing smiles, conceal a darkness within that ultimately reveals its fangs. For now, he simply needed to document quietly and, at the most opportune moment, make the choice most advantageous for himself. Or perhaps, merely revel in this brutal performance. Chapter 32. Delicious. The blizzard persisted for an entire week, as though it would never cease. The sky was burdened with oppressive, dark snow clouds. Thick snow had already engulfed the 4th floor. The scent of death and despair silently spread through every corridor. Following the initial quarrels and sporadic conflicts, a suffocating silence ensued. A numbness born of depleted energy and vanished hope. In Building 6, on the 8th floor, room 808, Lin Xian and Zhou Ku are huddled in a corner of the living room, wrapped in every piece of clothing and blanket they could find, yet still trembling from the cold, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Their cheeks were gaunt, lips cracked and peeling, and their once meticulously cared for hair had become greasy and matted. But they had no time to concern themselves with such matters. At this point, hunger had conquered their minds, gnawing at their stomachs and nerves. The last morsel of food had been consumed 2 days prior. They had even attempted to boil belts and eat tissues, but that only brought further torment. Cold, so cold. Hungry, Zhou Kuo murmured, her gaze vacant, her body swaying slightly. Lin Xian was in a slightly better state, yet her eyes were bloodshot and filled with a madness born of desperation. She clutched her dead, powerless phone tightly, as if it were her only lifeline. Lu Dong must have a way. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse and dry. However, he does not respond to our messages at all. He is toying with us. Zhou Kuo spoke with a quivering voice, recalling the humiliation and despair from that day when she was mocked by Lu Dong, ultimately gaining nothing. If he refuses to reply, we shall send others to seek him out. A glint of malice flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. We cannot simply await our demise, since we cannot partake in his bounty. Let no one else enjoy it either. Drag him down with us. An intense hunger and resentment obliterated the last remnants of their reason and hope. They forgot the potential repercussions from Lu Dong, consumed only by the desire to drag that indifferent man into their ruin. A power bank. There was still one with a bit of charge left. Suddenly, Lin Xian recalled something, struggling to crawl toward the backpack, where she rummaged to find a power bank with only one remaining bar of battery. Trembling, she connected it to her phone. The screen flickered to life with great difficulty, the faint red battery symbol in the upper right corner indicating that it could vanish at any moment. Yet, the network appeared to be non-existent. However, the community owner group operated on a local area network. As long as everyone's devices could still connect to the building's Wi-Fi, perhaps, even without mobile data, there was still hope. With trembling fingers, Lin Xian tapped on the gray icon of the owner group. To her astonishment, it opened. Although the messages were frozen at the moment before the power outage, the send button seemed functional. Kaya, hurry, the owner group. We can still send messages, Lin Xian exclaimed, as if grasping at the final straw, her voice piercing and discordant. Hearing this, Zhou Kuo struggled to come closer, their hands, gaunt from hunger and marred by frostbite, collectively cradling a cold phone. Their eyes met, filled with frantic madness and a reckless determination. Lin Xian began to type, her fingers trembling from the cold and excitement. Her sentences chaotic yet venomous. 808 Lin Xian. Everyone. Help. Lu Dong. The one from 1801. His home is stocked with food. So many delicacies. He watches us perish. He wants to see us all die. 808 Zhou Kuo. It's true. We have seen it with our own eyes. He has self-heating hot pots. Steak. Hot coffee. His home has electricity. It's warm. He enjoys it alone, not sharing with us. 808 Lin Xian. Lu Dong, you heartless bastard. Cold-blooded creature. Bring out the food. Share it with everyone. Otherwise, you shall be a murderer. 808 Zhou Kuo, we beg you. Go find him. Make him hand over the food. He cannot hoard it all for himself. We are on the brink of starvation. These messages, akin to the frantic howls of mad dogs, plunged into the still waters of the quiet owner group, instantly stirring immense, distorted ripples. The once dormant owner group began to scroll wildly. Although most people's phones were dead and could not see, those who still had a sliver of battery, or like Lin Qian, managed to find a faint power source. Were jolted awake by this explosive news. 502, little darling. What? 1801 has food. A lot of it. Is it true? Steak? Coffee? And electricity? Damn. I knew it. That kid was acting all mysterious before. Turns out he was hiding so many treasures. Ludong, come out. Explain yourself. Why should you enjoy all the luxuries alone? Ludong, if you have food, share it with everyone. We're neighbors. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Ludong, comrade. These are extraordinary times. If you truly possess resources, you must unconditionally surrender them for unified distribution. This is an order. Greed, jealousy, anger, and hypocrisy. Various negative emotions surged wildly within the fragmented online discourse, all directed at the previously silent 1801. In room 808, Lin Qian and Zhou Ku observed the instant ignition of public sentiment in the group chat. A twisted and malicious smile spreading across their faces as they envisioned Lu Dong being besieged and forced to relinquish his food. Let us see how you handle this. Lin Qian cursed vehemently, as if she could already taste the food. However, their messages sank like stones into the ocean, eliciting no response from the man. Within the safety of 1801, Lu Dong sat at the dining table, savoring his lunch. A steaming bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, its broth a rich golden hue, fragrant and enticing. His tablet lay beside him, the screen illuminating the frenzied group chat interface. He glanced at Lin Qian and Zhou Ku's frantic accusations and the sudden surge of greed and malice in the chat, his expression unchanging. He leisurely scooped up a spoonful of abalone, savoring each bite, as if the venomous words and impending troubles were far less significant than the delectable soup before him. He even found it somewhat amusing. Such feeble moral coercion and public pressure might have held some weight in a time of order, but in an apocalyptic world, especially when he was thoroughly prepared, it seemed pathetically childish. He picked up his tablet, tapping the screen, not to respond to anyone in the group, but rather to find Lin Qian's private chat window. Though there was no internet, perhaps the local network would still function for private messages. He sent just 2 words, accompanied by a freshly taken photograph. The image showcased the mouth-watering Buddha jumps over the wall, a close-up revealing the abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, and other ingredients. Steam gently rising. The words were delicious. A weak notification confirmed the message was sent successfully. In room 808, submerged in their twisted pleasure, Lin Qian and Zhou Ku were jolted by the sudden appearance of the private message and the accompanying photo. In an instant, their eyes widened to the extreme, pupils constricting sharply with overwhelming hunger, jealousy, and disbelief. The rich broth and the precious ingredients pierced into their hollow bellies and fraying nerves like a blazing dagger. Lin Qian emitted a scream that was more beastly than human, violently hurling her phone away. It struck the wall, shattering the screen into a blackened void. Zhu, as if all her bones had been extracted, collapsed onto the floor, her body convulsing violently, tears mingling with snot flowing uncontrollably, producing a peculiar sound akin to a deflated bellows. The photograph, in that fleeting moment, was more merciless than any venomous revenge or frigid rejection. It shattered their last vestiges of hope, making them acutely aware that the man possessed everything they had ever desired and was coldly reveling in their despair. Their foolish accusations could not possibly inflict any harm upon him. Rather, they might invite even graver consequences upon themselves. A chilling fear, far more piercing than the outdoor cold, instantly engulfed the scant remnants of their pathetic madness and delight. Room 808 was plunged into a deathly silence, with only the suppressed, despairing sobs of the 2 women remaining. Meanwhile, in room 1801, Lu Dong savored the last sip of soup, contentedly wiping his mouth. He dismissed the clamor of the group, weary of the antics of the buffoons. Such performances grow tiresome with repetition. He felt a flicker of curiosity about how the neighbors, blinded by hunger and greed, would attempt to batter on his door. An endeavor destined to be futile. In fact, he found himself rather anticipating it. Chapter 33. Just right, let it come. At the very moment Lin Qian and Zhou Ku were spiraling into despair over Lu Dong's photograph, another floor in Building 6 had just witnessed a more direct and gruesome atrocity. Zhao Dao, accompanied by 4 of his subordinates, kicked open the door of a household. Inside was a single woman in her 30s, named Lu Ru. Her husband was working abroad, and, just before the blizzard, had left her stranded alone here. Lu Ru was a gentle and cultured woman, maintaining a semblance of order even in such extreme circumstances. She wore a thick, cream-colored cashmere sweater paired with thick black leggings that accentuated her still graceful legs and full hips, though her feet were clad in plush socks. Her face was blue from the cold. Her long hair was hastily tied into a somewhat disheveled bun, exposing her slender and fragile neck. When Zhao Dahu and his gang burst in like ravenous wolves, she was attempting to ignite a fire with her last few books. Her face smeared with soot and her eyes wide with terror. "Who are you? Get out!" Lu Ru recoiled in fear, her voice trembling. Zhao Dahu's gaze slithered over her captivatingly delicate features, intensified by the cold, and her long legs encased in tight leggings. "TSK, a pretty widow. Brothers, luck is on our side today." Zhao Dahu grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. The outcome of the grain scavenging was disheartening. The woman's home was cleaner than her own visage. Hunger and primal instincts swiftly took precedence. What transpired next was both a logical progression and a brutal affront to humanity. Pleas, cries, struggles, and tugs ensued as garments were violently torn apart, exposing her pristine skin beneath. The woman's desperate wails intermingled with the coarse gasps of men, their lewd laughter reverberating in the frigid room. When it all concluded, Lu Ru lay curled on the cold floor, motionless, her eyes devoid of any glimmer, exhaling her last breath in silence, consumed by endless pain and humiliation. Zhao Dahu fastened his trousers, revulsed, and kicked at the woman's gradually lifeless body. "Damn it, what a nuisance! How unfortunate!" One subordinate clicked his tongue, still wanting more. "Brother who's next?" he inquired, noting the abundance of women in the building. Another subordinate glanced uneasily at the corpse on the floor. "Brother who this? This has resulted in a death. Who cares?" Zhao Dahu retorted, his eyes flashing with anger. "In this wretched weather, a person's death is no more significant than that of an ant. Who is going to care? Will heaven intervene?" He pulled out his phone, instinctively checking the time, only to discover a faint local network signal flickering on the screen, the icon of the homeowners group blinking. Oh, this wretched group is still functional? Intrigued, he clicked on it. Instantly, messages from Lin Xian and Zhou Ku about Lu Dong possessing a substantial food supply flooded his vision, alongside various frenzied comments demanding and cursing at Lu Dong. Steak, coffee, self-heating hot pot, and electricity. Zhao Dahu's eyes sparkled with a greedier glint than when he beheld the woman. 1801, Lu Dong. Suddenly, it struck him. Damn it. Isn't that the same kid the police were looking for last time? The one who built a fortress-like safehouse. Zhao Dahu thumped his thigh, a wild, sinister grin spreading across his face. I sensed something was amiss with that kid. Turns out he has a massive prize. The other subordinates gathered to view the messages, their earlier unease swiftly replaced by an overwhelming desire for food. Brother who? Let us hit him big. So much delicious food. And electricity. Damn it, if we could seize his place, rob him, we could live comfortably. Zhao Dahu licked his parched, cracked lips, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Indeed, we'll rob him. All that food, those treasures should belong to me. In his warm home, he dismissed Lu Dong entirely. To him, a wealthy second generation who had hidden himself away could hardly possess any real capabilities. Previously, they lacked a pretext, but now that they knew of his abundant resources, he appeared as a delectable morsel, ripe for the taking. Let us go, brothers. Grab your weapons. To 1801, Zhao Dahu roared excitedly, brandishing his club. This time, we shall feast to our heart's content. Zhao Dahu and his companions seized the bloodied fire axe and steel pipe, exuberantly bursting through the door and eagerly ascending the dark, frigid staircase towards the top floor. Their minds were consumed with visions of steaming food and warm rooms, as if they had already envisioned themselves occupying the nests of others, indulging in the opulence of a post-apocalyptic world. However, they remained blissfully unaware that in the shadowy corner of the corridor, a discreet pinhole camera, powered by an independent microsupply, silently recorded their every move. Meanwhile, within the confines of Safehouse 1801, the surveillance wall before Lu Dong displayed one of the split screens, clearly revealing the excited retreat of Zhao Dahu and his entourage, along with the floor and door number they had just vacated. Another screen showcased brief clips of the door to Lu Ru's residence being breached, capturing the moments before and after Zhao Dahu and his gang's intrusion. Although the interior details remained obscured, the sounds and actions of these individuals had provided sufficient evidence to deduce the unfolding events. Lu Dong's gaze remained tranquil. Even though he was aware of their impending arrival, it felt as if not a band of ruthless marauders approached, but merely a swarm of buzzing flies. He summoned forth weapons acquired from the Black Dog from his alternate space: a handgun, several magazines, and 3 military grenades, along with a sharpened tactical axe and a military dagger, glinting with a cold sheen. These 2 items had been salvaged from the corpse of the Black Dog, which he had deemed worthy to keep. As for the body, Lu Dong had discreetly disposed of it through the balcony, although it had been preserved in the timelessness of his alternate space without any foul odor. Its very presence was somewhat unsettling. He checked the safety and magazine of the handgun before securing it at his waist. He then grasped the tactical axe, weighing it in his hand, the cold metal providing a reassuring sense of strength. Having completed these preparations, he chose not to guard the entrance, but instead returned to the sofa, leisurely retrieving a bottle of mineral water from his space and sipping it slowly. His gaze drifted towards the heavy alloy door, and a faint, icy smile curved his lips. Come forth, precisely as intended. Let your blood consecrate my safe house, and allow me to test the efficacy of the defensive system Qin Yuyan installed for me. On the surveillance screen, the thermal imaging points representing Zhao Dahua and his group moved rapidly upward within the stairwell. Chapter 34. What is this door? In the cold stairwell of Building 6, leading to the top floor, only the heavy breaths and chaotic footsteps of Zhao Dahua and his crew echoed. They ascended floor by floor, hunger and greed driving them like a whip, as if the door to the 18th floor concealed a paradise. Damn, this building is really tall. One of his subordinates leaned against the wall, panting, the white vapor from his breath crystallizing into frost. Enough talk. Just think of the warm steak and coffee. That LL give you the strength. Zhao Dahua let out a low growl, his eyes filled with bloodshot fervor, as if he could already perceive the tantalizing aroma of food. Hurry, don't let that brat escape. Thoughts of the spicy flavors of self-heating hot pot and the rich scent of coffee flooded his mind. Perhaps even the warmth of electricity and heating. The several thugs, fresh from committing heinous acts, felt a surge of wicked energy coursing through them as they quickened their pace upward. Finally, they stumbled their way to the 18th floor. The corridor on the 18th floor was eerily silent, more so than on the other levels, as if the very air had solidified. The only source of illumination emanated from the faintly glowing green emergency exit sign on the wall, casting a ghostly light onto the door ahead. That door was unlike any they had kicked open before. It was not a mere security door, but rather a foreboding, dark gray alloy gate. The door was immensely thick, its edges seamlessly embedded into the concrete walls, its surface smooth and cold, devoid of any ostentatious decoration, exuding a sense of pure, indomitable strength. There were no traditional keyholes visible on the door, only a complex keypad and a high-tech iris scanner emitting a faint red glow. This hardly resembled a residential door. It was more akin to the entrance of a bank vault or a military base. Damn it, one henchman remarked, staring at the door, instinctively swallowing hard, as the earlier excitement waned considerably. Tiger, how do we deal with this? Zhao Dahua, momentarily taken aback, was swiftly overwhelmed by a stronger wave of greed. He refused to believe that there was a door that they, with their numbers, could not breach. What are we afraid of? It must be a facade. Smash it down. He swung the baton, still stained with dark red blood, and with all his might, struck the door. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated through the corridor, the echo ringing painfully in their ears. Yet, the alloy door remained utterly unyielding, not even a scratch to be seen. Instead, Zhao Dahua felt a numbing recoil in his arm, nearly losing grip on the baton. Damn it! Everyone, attack together. Use axes! Zhao Dahua shouted in a fit of rage. Another henchman, upon hearing this, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and gripped the fire axe, which had previously been used to hack at the lock in the garage and even strike at people. With a mighty shout, he swung down fiercely. Clang! The piercing sound of metal against metal erupted, sparks flying in all directions. The axe blade even chipped, yet the door remained intact, not even a mark left behind. What in the world is this? A door or a safe? The thug wielding the axe felt his hands tremble, blood seeping from his cracked palm. His expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed at the damaged axe. Use a steel pipe to pry it. Look for a gap. Zhao Dahua, undeterred, commanded his men to attempt to force a steel pipe into the crevice of the door. However, the door's seal was exceptionally tight, leaving no viable space to apply any force. The group toiled, their faces turning red with exertion. Yet the door stood there, silent and unmoving, as if mocking their impotence. A few minutes later, Zhao Dahu and his companions were panting heavily, their sweat quickly freezing into icy shards against their clothing in the frigid environment, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Gradually, despair began to supplant the initial fervor. "Brother Hu, this is impossible. It's far too solid to budge," one of his subordinates said, a quiver of desperation in his voice. "Indeed, Brother Hu, all our efforts are in vain," another echoed. Exhausted, Zhao Dahu leaned against the cold wall, sliding down to sit, his chest heaving violently as his gaze remained fixed on the door, filled with rage and reluctance. He had not anticipated the shell to be so impenetrable. Inside the safe house, Lu Dong reclined leisurely on a comfortable single sofa. As night had fallen, the surveillance wall before him vividly displayed the frantic thermal images of those outside. Their struggles and hopelessness unfolded before him like a silent circus performance. He even took a sip of the chilled cola beside him. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, sharpening his clarity of thought. Can these people not exert themselves? There has been no response for ages. His tone remained unperturbed. Outside, after a brief silence, one of the subordinates suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Brother Hu, I just remembered. Wasn't it the two girls from room 808 who leaked the information first? Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer. Weren't they quite familiar with Lu Dong? I think she was his ex-girlfriend." Zhao Dahu's murky eyes brightened instantly. "Right? Damn it. How could I forget those two vixens?" He slapped his thigh, realizing they must know more about this brat and the iron tortoise shell. Another subordinate perked up, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Brother Hu, how about we bring them in to try? They could pretend to seek refuge or seduce that kid into opening the door, as long as it cracks open a bit." Heh. He mimed a slashing gesture. "Even if they can't entice him, they live in 808. Perhaps they have provisions to replenish our strength." Another subordinate licked his lips, eyes gleaming with the same lustful light he had when they invaded Lu Ru's home. This proposal was promptly met with unanimous agreement. If brute force failed, then they would resort to more subtle means. After all, those two women appeared easy to manipulate, and they were the source of information, thus obliged to provide solutions. Zhao Dahu sprang to his feet, a sinister smile re-emerging on his face as though he had discovered a new prey. "All right, let us head to 808 and find those two harlots. If they can't lure Lu Dong out, I'll make them understand the consequences of their reckless chatter." He glared fiercely at the still-closed metal door and spat. "Bah, consider yourself fortunate, kid. You get to live a little longer. Once I catch you, I'll flay your skin and pull out your tendons." With a dismissive remark, Zhao Dahu waved his hand and led a group of exhausted yet invigorated thugs toward the staircase, cursing as they prepared to descend to room 808. The thermal imaging dots representing them began to shift on the surveillance screen, moving away from the entrance of room 1801 and gradually descending. On the sofa, Lu Dong observed their departing figures, his gaze as frigid as ever. He overheard their plans regarding Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer through the surveillance audio. A slight chuckle escaped his lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. The spectacle of dogs biting dogs seemed poised to unfold ahead of schedule. He felt indifferent towards the fate awaiting Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer. It was a consequence of their own making. Lu Dong even felt a twinge of anticipation for how Zhao Dahu and his pack of hungry wolves would treat those once delicate women. As for himself, Lu Dong slowly rose, finishing the last of his soda, the carbonation tingling his throat in a delightful manner. With a thought, he returned his handgun and other weapons to the alternate space. At this stage, his doomsday refuge had withstood its first trial with perfection, proving impervious against ordinary tools, truly a different league altogether. He resembled a patient hunter, awaiting the moment when his prey would exhaust their strength, descend into madness, and even turn upon one another. Only then would he emerge, effortlessly reaping the rewards. The game had only just begun. He watched the direction in which the group had vanished and murmured softly to himself. Outside the refuge, the corridor returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 35, each with their own agenda. After the encounter on the 18th floor, Zhao Dahu and his crew descended, their curses echoing in the stairwell. The heavy sound of their labored breathing and the crunch of boots on the icy snow reverberated off the walls. "Damn, that iron door is eerie," one of the subordinates grumbled, rubbing his tingling palm. "It's as hard as a turtle shell, all that effort wasted." Another chimed in, though a glint of malice danced in his eyes. But, Brother Tiger, those two girls in room 808, there might really be something there. Zhao Dahu pulled out his phone, the dim light casting a fierce shadow on his face. The local network signal faltered, yet the owner's group chat remained operational. He located Lin Qian's profile and initiated a private voice chat. Inside room 808, the cold had seeped into their very bones. Lin Qian and Zhou Ke huddled beneath every piece of clothing they could find, curled up on the sofa, trembling uncontrollably. The previous waves of despair and collapse had drained their energy, leaving only a primal craving for warmth and sustenance. Suddenly, Lin Qian's phone screen illuminated, signaling a voice request from Zhao Dahu. It's Zhao Dahu. Lin Qian's voice quivered as she glanced at Zhou Ke, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. They had long heard of Zhao Dahu's notorious reputation. Zhou Ke, starved and with a glint of desperation in her eyes, snatched the phone. What are you afraid of? He is reaching out to us now, undoubtedly wishing to discuss Lu Dong's matter. This is our sole opportunity. She abruptly pressed the answer button, even activating the speakerphone. Hello? Is it Lin Qian or Zhou Ke? Zhao Dahu's hoarse and greasy voice emanated from the receiver, laced with unabashed aggression. It's us, Lin Qian feigned composure. Captain Zhao. What is the matter? What matter? Zhao Dahu scoffed. You two have been so boisterous in the group, claiming that Lu Dong is swimming in wealth. I want to check it out with my brothers, and his door is a veritable bank vault. Impossible to open. You two ought to provide an explanation. Zhu Kaiya immediately interjected. Captain Zhao, what we said is absolutely true. He must have countless delicacies at home. Self-heating hot pot, steak, coffee, and electricity. We witnessed the stockpiling ourselves. I don't care whether you saw it or not. Zhao Dahu impatiently interrupted. The problem is the door won't budge. You know him well. Surely you must know his weaknesses or how we might persuade him to open it. Once the door is open, the spoils will be shared with you. This statement acted as a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of greed within Lin Qian and Zhou Ke. How much? Lin Qian almost blurted out, her voice tinged with urgency. Zhao Dahu chuckled on the other end, his tone patronizing. Don't worry, Brother Tiger is always fair. Once we succeed, you get a share, 10%. 10%. Zhu Kaiya exclaimed. We provided the information. At least half. Half. Why don't you go rob it yourself? Laughter erupted from Zhao Dahu's subordinates at the other end. You two want half. Dream on. 20% at most. Take it or leave it. Lin Qian and Zhou Ke exchanged glances, recognizing the struggle and reluctance mirrored in each other's eyes. Hunger burned like a flame in their stomachs and reason. 30%. Lin Qian ground her teeth, attempting one last negotiation. Captain Zhao, without us, you wouldn't even get that much. We know who we might trust. We can devise a way to trick him into opening the door. Silence reigned on the line for a few seconds, interrupted only by heavy breathing. Lin Qian sensed that Zhao Dahu was weighing his options, but in reality, he was exchanging lewd glances with his subordinates. Fine, 30% it is. Zhao Dahu feigned reluctance in his agreement. But you must come up with a plan. If you can't trick him into opening the door, you'll get nothing. All right, it's settled. Lin Qian and Zhou Ke were almost brought to tears with joy, the immense temptation causing them to overlook the sinister undertones in Zhao Dahu's tone and the faint, mocking laughter of his subordinates. Their hunger had stripped them of their most basic judgment. So what do you propose? Zhao Dahu inquired. Zhou Ke's mind raced as she lowered her voice. We can knock on the door, pretending to be in desperate need of his help. Given our past connection, he might relent. As long as he opens the door to check, or at least cracks it open, haha. Good, let us do it. Zhao Dahu erupted into laughter. Go wait on the 18th floor. We will arrive shortly. Remember to perform well. Zhao Dahu's call ended abruptly. Inside room 808, Lin Qian and Zhou Ke trembled with excitement from the unexpected glimmer of hope. Quick, Ke, let us tidy ourselves up. Lin Qian struggled to rise, even searching for lipstick to mask her disheveled appearance. Zhou Ke eagerly arranged her hair and clothing. They donned thick thermal underwear beneath form-fitting woolen sweaters that accentuated their still graceful figures. Out of instinct against the cold, they had chosen the warmest attire. The contours of their bodies revealed through the snug woolen garments and reinforced leggings, exuding a fragile allure amidst their despair. They naively believed this might sway Lu Dong's favor. Meanwhile, in the stairwell, a cruel and lascivious smile crept across Zhao Dahu's face after he ended the call. 30%? Huh. Does the deal with the king of hell still stand? He murmured to his subordinates. Once the door opens and we seize the goods, if they are wise, they will follow us. and perhaps we might even spare them a morsel to eat. If not, one underling licked his lips and interjected, "Brother Tiger, those two girls are quite a sight, far more appealing than that Lu Ru from earlier. Especially Lin Qian, just look at those legs." "Patience." Zhao Dahua shot him a glare, though his eyes shimmered with greed. "Let them lure us in. Once they do, everything becomes negotiable. If they can't, well, room 808 might still have some stock left. We can simply enter and have a proper discussion about our cooperation." His subordinates chuckled in understanding, their lewd laughter echoing as if they could already taste the impending feast of flesh and food. Two parties, driven by starkly contrasting intentions, converge at the door of room 1801. Lin Qian and Zhou Ke, burdened by a desperate craving for sustenance and a faint hope for Lu Dong's lingering affection, painstakingly ascended the staircase. In stark contrast, Zhao Dahua's gang, fueled by malicious intent and a thirst for violence, pursued them closely like a pack of wolves scenting blood. Before surveillance screen, Lu Dong listened intently to the conversation between Zhao Dahua and Lin Qian. He observed the two groups of thermal imaging signals on screen. One weak and slow, representing Lin Qian and her companion. The other robust and swift, indicating Zhao Dahua's crew. A chilling, icy smile curled upon his lips. The fish had not only taken the bait, but had also assisted in ensnaring others. This unfolding drama of moral decay was becoming increasingly captivating. He was curious to see the expressions on Lin Qian and Zhou Ke's faces when they realized that their elaborate scheming, even to the point of inviting danger into their midst, would not yield sustenance, but rather deeper entrapment in hell. Lu Dong slowly rose, preparing to commence the game. Chapter 36. Open the door. The corridor near the 18th floor was even colder than below, as if the chill could penetrate one's very bones. Zhao Dahua and his subordinates leaned against the cold wall like a pack of anxious hyenas, their eyes occasionally darting towards the staircase. "Damn it! Why are those two women taking so long?" grumbled a lanky henchman, rubbing his hands and stamping his feet, his nose a vivid crimson from the cold. "Climbing stairs. You think they have the same strength as us?" chuckled another burly fellow, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "But it's for the best. Let them tire themselves out. They'll be more compliant later." Zhao Dahua remained silent, his gaze narrowed, fixed on the metallic door, his expression chilling. He weighed a hefty steel pipe in his hands, contemplating what he would seize the moment the door swung open. Would it be the steaming steak, the aromatic coffee, or perhaps the warm haven that would evoke envy? At that moment, faint and labored footsteps echoed from the staircase, accompanied by the suppressed breaths of women. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the source. Lin Qian and Zhou Ke ascended, supporting each other as they stumbled. It was evident that they had exhausted much of their strength. Their faces were alarmingly pale, lips tinged with purple. The white mist they exhaled from the exertion was thick and rapid. For this performance, they had indeed put in considerable effort, selecting outfits that accentuated their femininity within the confines of their limited wardrobe. Lin Qian was enveloped in a long white down coat, the zipper deliberately left partly undone to avoid a bulky appearance, revealing a snug, cream-colored turtleneck sweater beneath. The thin knit clung to her upper body, highlighting her graceful curves, with the rise and fall of her chest pronounced due to her hurried breathing. Below, she wore thick, light gray leggings that mimicked the look of bare legs, but offered more warmth, exquisitely outlining her long, slender legs down to her ankles, which were tucked into fluffy snow boots. Her long hair fell in disarray, strands clinging to her forehead and cheeks from perspiration, enhancing her fragile allure. Zhou Ke donned a short pink puffer jacket, left open to showcase a fitted black lace-trimmed top underneath, the neckline intentionally lowered. On her lower half were black, thick-footed leggings with subtle vertical stripes, resembling the visual effect of stockings, making her legs appear even more trim and elongated, also paired with snow boots. She had styled her hair into a high ponytail, exposing her delicate neck, while her ears, flushed from the cold, had a pitiable quality. The attire of Lin Qian and Zhou Ke, perhaps commonplace winter wear before the apocalypse, now radiated an incongruous, desperate allure amidst the frigid hell of their surroundings. Observed by a pack of ravenous men. Upon noticing Zhao Dahua and his crew, a flicker of fear instinctively crossed their eyes, quickly overshadowed by their yearning for sustenance. "Captain Zhao, we are here," Lin Qian panted, her voice trembling. Zhao Dahua's greedy gaze lingered upon the two women, scrutinizing their legs several times before he grinned widely and proclaimed, "Just in time. Quickly, as you suggested, go knock on the door. Act a bit more convincingly. Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer approached the frigid alloy door, inhaling deeply as they endeavored to muster the most pitiful and helpless expressions. Lu Dong, are you inside? Please, open the door. We were in the wrong. It was our fault. Lin Xian cried, her voice thick with emotion as she began to pound on the door, her palm striking the cold metal with a faint sound, soon turning her hands a bright red from the chill. Brother Lu Dong, it's freezing out here. We are on the brink of freezing to death. Please have mercy and give us something to eat. Just a little will suffice. Zhou Kuer's voice was soft and syrupy, laced with an overtly ingratiating sweetness, as she slightly leaned forward to accentuate her curves. Inside the safe house, Lu Dong sat before the surveillance screen, his expression impassive as he observed their performance through the high-definition camera above the alloy door, finding it rather tedious. Their desperation and pleas struck him as hypocritical and laughable. He picked up the intercom beside him and pressed the talk button, his cold voice emanating through the concealed speaker on the door. Oh, it's you two. Weren't you quite vocal in the group chat earlier? Have you come to realize your errors? His tone revealed no discernible emotion, yet it tightened the hearts of Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer, simultaneously igniting a flicker of hope. He responded, "We were wrong. Lu Dong, we truly acknowledge our mistakes." Lin Xian exclaimed hastily, tears streaming down her face, almost crystallizing in the frigid air. "It was our fault. We were blinded by folly. For the sake of our past friendship, please help us just this once." Zhou Kuer chimed in eagerly. "Yes, Brother Lu Dong, you are the best, the softest-hearted. If you open the door, we will do anything you ask." Her voice carried an implicit suggestion as her body shifted restlessly. Silence enveloped the space for a few seconds. Just as they thought there might be a chance, Lu Dong's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of mockery. "Anything at all? Unfortunately, I find you quite uninteresting. Moreover, how do I know you aren't hiding someone else behind you?" This statement fell like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the flickering hope in Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer, while causing Zhao Dahua and his accomplices, who were waiting to ambush, to feel a jolt of apprehension. "No, absolutely no one else," Zhou Kuer hastily denied, her voice sharp with panic. "It's just the two of us. Brother Lu Dong, you must believe us. Indeed, just the two of us. How could we dare deceive you?" Lin Xian quickly added, though her gaze instinctively flickered towards the direction where Zhao Dahua and his group were concealed. Such a subtle movement could not escape Lu Dong's keen observation. "Is that so?" Lu Dong's voice turned even colder. "Then you may wait outside at your leisure. Perhaps one day, when I'm in a good mood, I might toss something your way." With that, regardless of Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer's continued cries, "Please," and the painful pounding of their hands against the door, there was no further response from within. Hope was utterly shattered. Immense disappointment and an even stronger sense of hunger consumed them. Zhao Dahua emerged from his hiding place, his face ashen, casting a fierce glare at them. "Useless trash. You can't even open the door. Huge brother, he seems to have discovered us," Lin Xian stammered, stepping back in fear, her voice trembling. "And what of it?" Zhao Dahua had completely lost his patience, his temper boiling over. "Damn it, if gentle means fail, we shall resort to force. Keep smashing. No matter how sturdy this door is, we will break through," he commanded his subordinates, who once again brandished fire axes and steel pipes, violently striking and prying at the door. Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer were compelled to join in, futilely pounding and tugging at the door panel. Clang, clang. The jarring noise reverberated through the hallway. Amidst the chaotic frenzy surrounding the door, no one noticed a minuscule device, as tiny as a pinhole, subtly adjusting its angle in a concealed corner above the doorframe. Suddenly, with a hiss, a powerful, icy jet of water erupted without warning from an almost invisible small hole at the side of the door. This waterspout was swift and fierce, akin to a high-pressure hose and shockingly frigid. It directly drenched Zhao Dahua's lanky subordinate, who had been hammering away with the most fervor, as well as the nearby Lin Xian. The thin man was soaked to the core, the icy water instantly saturating his flimsy clothing, sending chills through him as he let out a cry and fell backwards, his teeth chattering, curling up in agony. Lin Xian was equally horrified, screaming in shock. The icy water primarily drenched her side and legs, her thin leggings and woolen sweater soaked through, clinging tightly to her skin, leaving her shivering violently. Her curves starkly revealed beneath the wet fabric, a sight of utter disarray. Her lips turned blue from the cold. She could scarcely utter a word, only wrapping her arms around herself, trembling uncontrollably. This sudden, precise, and deeply humiliating counterattack left everyone in stunned silence. The sound of the door being smashed abruptly ceased. In the hallway, only the thin man's pained groans and Lin Qian's chattering teeth broke the silence. Zhao Dahua and his other subordinates instinctively took a step back, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the still, cold, and silent door, as if it were a monstrous entity wielding sorcery. Inside, Lu Dong observed the chaotic scene on the monitor, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, infused with a sense of amusement. Chapter 37. Inviting the wolf into the house. The hallway outside the safe house was eerily silent, punctuated only by two distinct yet piercing sounds. The thin subordinate, drenched and shivering, produced an especially jarring clatter with his chattering teeth, while Lin Qian's muffled sobs emerged, strained yet audible, her body shaking violently from cold, resonating sharply in the emptiness. Suddenly, the precise and frigid jet of high-pressure water struck like a silent slap across the faces of Zhao Dahu and his companions, extinguishing the fervor they had briefly ignited through violence, leaving only a chilling dread in its wake. Instinctively, everyone recoiled from the peculiar metallic door, as if it were not a mere entrance, but rather a beast exhaling icy breath. "Hey Chu, brother Hu, what the hell is going on?" One subordinate stammered, glancing at their crumpled companion on the ground and the drenched, disheveled Lin Qian, terror palpable in his voice. Zhao Dahu's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on the door as if he could pierce it with his stare. Despite his years in the underworld, where brawls were commonplace, he had never encountered such an eerie phenomenon. The figure behind that door was far more sinister than he had anticipated. Damn it, what kind of sorcery is this? Zhao Dahu suppressed the chill creeping into his heart, cursing under his breath, yet he dared not approach the door again. His eyes turned towards the culprits, Lin Qian and Zhou Kuo. Had it not been for the nonsense they had provided, how would they have ended up confronting this formidable barrier? If it weren't for their incompetence in opening the door, his brothers would not have been reduced to this state. A surge of anger, mingled with the earlier greed and newfound frustration, surged within Zhao Dahu. At this moment, Lin Qian was engulfed in extreme agony and embarrassment. The icy water had nearly soaked through her woolen sweater and thick leggings. The damp cream-colored sweater clung to her skin, rendering it almost transparent and outlining her undergarments, while the biting wind raised goosebumps across her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Her light gray leggings, now completely drenched, enveloped her legs like a second skin, the cold piercing her to the marrow, making it difficult for her to stand. She pressed her legs tightly together, attempting to coax warmth, but to no avail. Her hair clung wetly to her pale cheeks and neck, amplifying her frailty and vulnerability. Zhou Kuo fared slightly better, yet fear gripped her as she instinctively distanced herself from the door, pressing against the wall. Witnessing Lin Qian's plight and Zhao Dahu's increasingly menacing glare, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within her. The neckline of her black base layer beneath her pink cotton jacket no longer seemed enticing. Instead, it sent a shiver down her spine. "Hey Chu, brother Hu," Zhou Kuo stammered, attempting to explain. "We had no idea it would turn out like this, no idea." Zhao Dahu interjected sharply, advancing step by step, his eyes fierce enough to devour. "If it weren't for your senseless chatter, would I brought my brothers to this cursed place to freeze? And now we've lost one of them." He pointed at the trembling subordinate on the ground, then gestured towards the shivering Lin Qian. "Look at the chaos you've caused. Utterly useless, only adding to the disorder. The 30% of supplies I promised you, not even fit for a dog." Lin Qian's lips turned a deep shade of purple from the cold. Upon hearing Zhao Dahu's words, she felt a tumult of anger, urgency, and fear, tears mingling with the icy droplets streaming down her cheeks. "How can you renege on your words? We did not intend to intend. I see you two have colluded with that little bastard inside." Zhao Dahu snarled, seizing Lin Qian's drenched collar with a vicious grip, his spittle nearly splattering her face. Startled, Lin Qian let out a piercing scream, her cold, drenched body trembling violently in Zhao Dahu's rough grasp, akin to a rabbit ensnared in a wolf's claws. Zhou Kuo yearned to intervene, but was met with a fierce glare from one of Zhao Dahu's henchmen, leaving her in a state of terror as she watched helplessly. "Brother Tiger, please let me go." "It's so cold." Lin Qian struggled in vain, her icy wet clothes being tugged, revealing more of her pale, shivering skin. Zhao Dahe's gaze fixated on Lin Qian's increasingly pronounced curves and her pitiful visage, igniting a conflagration of carnal desire within him. Unable to seize the supplies from Lu Dong, these two women and their home at 808 became his prime targets for venting his frustrations. Cold, Zhao Dahe sneered, and with a brutal hand, he pinched Lin Qian's icy, sodden cheek. "Fear not, Brother Tiger will warm you up soon." He abruptly released Lin Qian, pushing her off balance, nearly causing her to fall. He then turned to his subordinates, barking orders. "Damn it, this iron turtle shall 1T budge today. That little brat is lucky." His contemptuous gaze swept over the terrified Lin Qian and Zhou Ke. "Take these two bitches with you to their home at 808. I want to see what delicacies they've hidden away, and teach them a lesson on obedience while you're at it." His underlings immediately grasped their leader's intentions, their faces lighting up with excitement and lewd grins, the earlier fear replaced by fresh desires. Indeed, these two damsels had come right to their doorstep. Moreover, their residence was just downstairs, undoubtedly more bountiful than that of Lu Ru. "No, stop!" Zhu Kai screamed in terror, attempting to flee downstairs, only to be easily seized by one of the henchmen. "Let me go, you bastards! Help! Lu Dong, help!" Lin Qian, now in a state of utter panic, cried out in despair, even pleading towards the tightly shut door, her soaked body trembling like leaves in an autumn gale due to fear and cold. Unfortunately, her cries for help elicited only more raucous laughter from Zhao Dahe and his crew. "Scream! Scream your heart out! Let us see if your dear lover will come to your rescue." Ha ha ha! The futile struggles and cries of the two women echoed through the desolate corridor, only serving to incite the ferocity of the group further. They were roughly dragged, stumbling toward the staircase. Lin Qian's drenched garments clung to her form, accentuating her alluring yet fragile silhouette, while Zhou Ke's ponytail became disheveled in the chaos, rendering her particularly disheveled. Before the surveillance screen, Lu Dong observed this scene with indifference. He could hear Lin Qian's pleas for help clearly, yet his heart remained unperturbed, even finding the noise somewhat bothersome. All of this is the consequence of their own choices. Inviting the wolf into their midst necessitates an awareness of the potential to be devoured. He observed as Zhao Dahe and his companions dragged two struggling women away, vanishing down the staircase, the thermal imaging signal descending. At this moment, Lu Dong appeared somewhat composed. In this apocalyptic world, these two women were undoubtedly mere cannon fodder. Initially, he had contemplated taming them first, but he found himself unable to resist inviting danger into his sanctuary. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It was not a significant issue, Lu Dong scoffed. Chapter 38, One Day and One Night. Before room 808 of the Junlin Tianxia building, Lin Qian and Zhou Ke were forcibly dragged from the top floor to the 8th by Zhao Dahe and his group. Though they were extremely reluctant, they were powerless to resist, fully aware that disobedience could lead to dire consequences. The door to room 808 was brutally kicked open by Zhao Dahe and slammed shut, temporarily severing the chilling despair of the outside world, but locking in an even deeper nightmare within. This room, once a sanctuary for Lin Qian and Zhou Ke amidst the apocalypse, was unknowingly destined to become their hell. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of scents, remnants of cheap perfume, the acidic stench of decaying food, and the blood, sweat, and icy malice emanating from the intruders. "Search thoroughly," Zhao Dahe barked at his subordinates, resembling a ravenous wolf surveying its territory, his greedy gaze sweeping over the trembling women. His minions descended like a swarm of locusts, frantically ransacking the place. Drawers were yanked out and overturned, clothes from the wardrobe were carelessly tossed about, and bottles from the vanity shattered on the ground. Lin Qian and Zhou Ke huddled together in the corner of the living room. Lin Qian's clothes were still dripping with cold water, the chill penetrating her bones, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, the sound of her teeth chattering distinctly audible. The soaked fabric clung to her body, the cold and fear rendering the rise and fall of her chest conspicuously apparent. The weight of the surrounding gazes made her feel a mix of shame and anger, rendering her unable to lift her head. She understood her powerlessness to change the situation. Zhou Ke fared slightly better, yet her pink down jacket was askew from the struggle, revealing a glimpse of her black lace-trimmed undershirt and a patch of pale skin. Her legs trembled slightly from fear. She attempted to convey anger through her disheveled ponytail, but her expression was predominantly one of undeniable terror and despair. "Brother Tiger, found it. half a box of biscuits, a few bottles of water. One of the subordinates exclaimed, pulling out the last reserves from under the bed, his excitement palpable. And a few packets of instant coffee. Damn it, just this? Zhao Dahu cursed in dissatisfaction, but it was better than nothing. He seized a bag of biscuits, tore it open with brutish force, and stuffed his mouth, crumbs scattering across his stubble. The arrival of food temporarily diverted the group's attention, and they lunged at the meager supplies like starving wild dogs. However, it was not long before this scant food was completely devoured. Even the crumbs of biscuits were licked clean. The pangs of hunger were only momentarily subdued. Zhao Dahua drained the last half bottle of water and casually smashed the empty bottle on the ground, producing a jarring sound. He wiped his mouth, his crimson eyes once again fixating on the two women huddled in the corner. Other subordinates gradually closed in, their faces adorned with sinister smiles, their greedy gazes hungrily roaming over the women. Brother Hu, you found everything you need. Can you spare us? Zhou Ke mustered her last ounce of courage, her voice trembling with desperation. Spare you? Zhao Dahua replied, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, stepping closer. My brothers have toiled for so long for this meager bounty. You two are nothing but a ready-made feast. Lin Qian recoiled in fear, her icy body pressed against the wall, with no means of escape. Please, I beg you don't. Her pleas were weak and powerless, only serving to incite further cruelty. TSK, aren't you cold in those wet clothes? Brother who can help you out of them to warm you up. Zhao Dahua sneered, extending his filthy hand to viciously grasp the collar of Lin Qian's soaked woolen sweater. The sound of fabric tearing resonated painfully in the silent room. Lin Qian screamed, the frigid air instantly assaulting her exposed skin, raising an array of goosebumps across her body. Despairing tears surged forth, mingling with the remnants of previous dampness. Zhou Ke attempted to rush to her aid, but was effortlessly seized by another subordinate, her arm twisted painfully behind her back, rendering her immobile and eliciting a cry of agony. The curtains of room 808 were tightly drawn, isolating the dim, gray light of the outside world, allowing only the faint glow of emergency lights to illuminate the silhouettes within. Time had become an indeterminate concept. At that moment, Lin Qian resembled a shattered and reassembled doll, her once soaked and cold garments lost to some forgotten corner. The chill and fear rendered her skin an unnatural pallor, which appeared particularly glaring in the dim light. Her eyes had grown vacant and numb. Zhou Ke struggled more fervently, only to be met with harsher treatment. Her outer layer meant for warmth had long since vanished. Her high ponytail had come undone, her dark hair disheveled and sprawled across the floor, soaked by her own tears. The darkness within Zhao Dahua and his gang was continually revealed by the hunger and cold of the apocalyptic environment, transforming them into ferocious beasts, while the relatively comfortable setting of room 808 emboldened their audacity. Here, time had long since lost its significance. Before the surveillance screen, Lu Dong did not watch continuously, but he reviewed several key time segments of the footage. He observed the transformation in Lin Qian and Zhou Ke's expressions from hope to despair and ultimately to hollow silence. His heart unperturbed, as he coldly assessed the fluctuations in Zhao Dahua and his accomplices' physical and mental states. A subordinate gazed longingly at the bare backs of two women on the floor, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Brother Hu, although there is nothing to eat, these women— Zhao Dahua let out a grunt, offering no dissent. To him, these two women had become their private possessions. Before the surveillance screen, in room 808, Lu Dong coldly switched the camera angle to the outdoors. A day and night passed. As daylight broke, an unbearable stench pervaded the air inside room 808 of the Junlin Tiantang complex. Zhao Dahu and his men lay sprawled across the floor, their snores resonating like thunder. In the corner, Lin Qian and Zhou Ke resembled soulless husks, their frail bodies covered only by tattered, filthy rags, their vacant gazes fixed upon the ceiling, as if they had already departed from this world. Only the occasional shiver, triggered by cold or pain, testified to their continued existence. Chapter 39, The Locksmith. Inside room 808 of the Junlin Tiantang complex, where Lin Qian and Zhou Ke once resided, an indescribable miasma enveloped the space, mingling the sense of sweat, cold, and a faint trace of blood and despair. Zhao Dahu and his subordinates lay in disarray, having exhausted themselves in a frenzied outpouring of primal desires and violence. The initial excitement had faded, leaving behind a profound weariness and an unbearable hunger. Their stomachs felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, cruelly kneading them. Empty to the point of pain, even giving rise to burning sensations. The relentless cold gnawed at their body heat, draining the little energy they had left. One subordinate weakly rummaged through the half-empty bag of rice they had scavenged, finding it nearly devoid of anything but dust and crumbs. Brother who, truly, there is nothing edible left. His voice was hoarse and dry. Another subordinate, his gaze vacant, murmured toward the ceiling, if only we could have a bite of something warm, even a sip of soup. His words seemed to ignite a collective memory of culinary delights. And the room echoed with the sound of swallowed saliva, yet their parched throats could only perform futile motions, leaning against the wall. Zhao Hada's expression was so dark it could almost drip with water. He patted his growling stomach and cast a glance at the two curled figures in the corner, nearly devoid of life. Lin Xian and Zhou Kuer lay motionless on the cold floor, resembling battered dolls ravaged by a storm. They were haphazardly covered by torn remnants of clothing, utterly incapable of providing warmth. Their exposed skin had turned a sickly blue, marred by ghastly bruises and scars. Their long hair lay in disarray, matted with grime, clinging to their pale, paper-like cheeks and necks. Their eyes had lost all luster, only the occasional tremor from cold or pain proving they were still alive. Once beautiful visages and alluring curves now evoked only a haunting fragility and disarray, extinguishing any flicker of desire, leaving only a sense of being utterly drained of their worth. Zhao Dahua averted his gaze in disdain. These two women had become utterly uninteresting, and they could not yield a single drop of profit. His mind began to churn with calculations. The year 1801, filled with endless food and warmth, spiraled like a spell in his thoughts. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, suddenly rising to his feet. The movement stirred his ravenous stomach, causing a wave of dizziness. Yet greed infused him with considerable strength. Brother Tiger? His subordinates looked at him in confusion. This cannot simply end here. Zhao Dahua's eyes were bloodshot, glimmering with a manic and obsessive light. 1801. We must get inside. So many delicious things, so many treasures lie just behind that door. But Brother Tiger, that door is too sinister. It cannot be opened. It even sprays water. One subordinate said, his voice tinged with lingering fear as he instinctively touched his arm, which had nearly succumbed to frostbite. If brute force won't work, then we must be clever. Zhao Dahua spat, his mind racing. In this building, I recall an old locksmith. Wang. Wasn't he the one who used to open locks and make keys? Let's find him. The subordinates exchanged glances. Brother Tiger, can this really work? Will that dear Dong allow him to come? And will old Wang even want to help? In this day and age. Not willing? Zhao Dahua sneered, patting the machete tucked at his waist. Let him refuse. We'll drag him here if we must. As long as we can unlock that door, we'll give him a share of the spoils inside. That will be enough to earn his gratitude. This suggestion acted like a potent stimulant, igniting the previously lethargic subordinates with renewed greed. Indeed, how could we forget there is such talent in this building? If brute force fails, perhaps a professional locksmith might have a solution. The group's hopes and appetites were rekindled, overshadowing their fear of that ominous iron door. Let us go. Find old Wang. Zhao Dahua waved his hand, his spirit rekindled with fervor. He left behind the most feeble-looking subordinate and the one who had been sprayed by the water gun to keep watch over room 808 and the two nearly lifeless women, while the rest charged out with determination. The corridor remained frigid. They relied on their hazy memories as they made their way to old Wang's home below. Along the way, several of them excitedly whispered about their plans. Once we get that door open, I'm diving straight into that self-heating hot pot. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. I want steak, a hearty feast, and electricity, and heating. Damn it, we'll just live in there and never come out. They seemed to envision themselves seated in a warm room, indulging in sumptuous delicacies, and their pace quickened in anticipation. Soon, they arrived at old Wang's doorstep. Zhao Dahua, showing no courtesy, kicked the door. Old Wang, open up. I need to speak with you. There was no response from inside. Zhao Dahua kicked a few more times, cursing. Old man, don't be ungrateful. I know you're in there. If you don't open the door soon, I'll tear it down. Perhaps the threat had taken effect. After a while, faint sounds emanated from within the door, and then a narrow crack appeared, revealing an elderly, terrified face, the old locksmith Wang, who once set up shop at the entrance of the community. What do you want? The old man stammered, his voice trembling as he gazed upon the menacing figures outside, his complexion paling visibly. Zhao Dao forcefully pushed the door open and squeezed inside, followed closely by his subordinates. Old Wang's home was small and cold, almost entirely bare. Old Wang, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Zhao Dao said with a feigned smile, though the menace in his eyes could not be concealed. Help us unlock the door of that apartment on the 18th floor. Once it's open, you shall reap the rewards. Upon hearing 18th floor, Old Wang's face grew even paler, and he hastily waved his hands in refusal. And no, that's not possible. I've seen that door. It's not an ordinary lock. I can't open it. He was evidently aware of the sinister reputation of apartment 1801 and the brutality of Zhao Da's gang. Can't open it? Zhao Dahu's expression darkened as he suddenly drew a machete and pressed it against Old Wang's neck. Old man, don't be foolish. You will go, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I'll send you on your way right now. The cold blade against his skin made Old Wang's body go limp with terror. He nearly soiled himself and struggled to articulate his words. I'll go. I'll give it a try. That is more like it, Zhao Dao said, satisfied, as he sheathed his knife and patted Old Wang's gaunt cheek. Gather your tools. Let us be off. Trembling, Old Wang collected an old toolbox filled with an assortment of odd hooks, iron pieces, and small motors, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Zhao Dahu and his entourage escorted the quaking old man once more towards the 18th floor, believing that with a professional by their side, success was assured. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment they left apartment 808 to their intrusion into Old Wang's home, and up to their ascent with the locksmith, everything was silently captured by hidden cameras in the corners of the corridor and transmitted back to apartment 1801. Lu Dong sat before the screen, watching as Zhao Da's group escorted the frail old man into view on the surveillance footage, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A locksmith, you say? How intriguingly novel. Chapter 40. They're all dead outside the safe house. The corridor once again welcomed an uninvited guest in the form of Zhao Dahu and his crew. The atmosphere this time was even more tense and eerie than before. The icy air seemed to solidify, laden with a sense of impending storm. Zhao Dahu wore a cruel grin, a blend of malice and anticipation on his face, and surprisingly wielded a long black umbrella, its tip dripping with the snowmelt collected downstairs, evidently a precaution against the mysterious water gun. Behind him, two subordinates tightly restrained the trembling, pallid old locksmith. The old man's hands quaked as he clutched his ancient toolbox, producing a faint metallic clinking sound that resonated sharply in the hushed corridor. Old man, your time has come. Zhao Dawa prodded the back of Old Wang's head with the tip of his umbrella, forcing him towards the imposing alloy door that loomed like the gaping maw of an abyss. Open this door for me, and you shall be duly rewarded. If you fail, he paused menacingly, his tone chilling. You know the consequences. Old Wang stumbled in fear, nearly losing his balance. Trembling, he approached the door, his gaze fixated on the impeccably smooth surface and the intricate panel that starkly contrasted with traditional locks, despair clouding his dimming eyesight. Having spent a lifetime in locksmithing, he had only ever encountered such advanced security measures on television. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? One of Zhao's subordinates urged impatiently. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Old Wang forced himself to regain composure. He shakily retrieved a listening device, a powerful flashlight, and a handful of specially crafted probes from his toolkit, beginning to operate cautiously around the keypad and the minuscule crevice of the door. His movements were deliberate and meticulous, his ear nearly pressed against the cold door surface, striving to catch the faintest sound of the internal locking mechanism. Time ticked away. The corridor filled only with the soft, scraping sounds of Old Wang adjusting his tools and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Zhao Dahua held the umbrella aloft, his eyes fixated intently on Old Wang's actions and the door, a mix of anticipation and vigilance. The two henchmen held their breath, palms slick with perspiration from anxiety. Within the safe room, Lu Dong observed everything through high-definition cameras and sensitive listening devices. He watched Old Wang wielding his almost primitive tools with utmost seriousness, a smirk creeping across his lips. This door, an amalgamation of mechanical codes, electronic identification, and physical defenses, was beyond the reach of such obsolete methods. Yet, he had no intention of intervening. In fact, he looked forward to watching them invest further hope only to shatter it completely. Indeed, nearly half an hour later, beads of cold sweat began to form on Old Wang's forehead, yet a flicker of light suddenly sparked in his murky eyes. He seemed to have heard a faint click from within the lock mechanism. There is a way, Old Wang exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he instinctively turned to Zhao Dawa. This lock is exceedingly intricate, but it seems that a secondary bolt is slightly loose. Let me try again. At his words, Zhao and his men erupted in joy. All caution was swept away in an overwhelming tide of greed. Is it true? Hurry. Get open. Zhao Fadahua exclaimed in an exhilarated whisper, his grip on the umbrella loosening slightly in his excitement. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by Old Wang's hopeful declaration and the glimmer of a possible breakthrough, a concealed hole, the size of a fist, at the bottom of the alloy door, opened silently and without warning. No high-pressure water jets, no alarms. A solitary, spherical, dark green iron orb, emanating a chilling aura of death, silently rolled out from the depths of the cave. It came to a precise stop at the feet of Old Wang, who was intently leaning at the door, nestled amidst Zhao Dahu and his companions. What was that? Old Wang instinctively lowered his gaze. Zhao Dahu's attention was similarly captured by the strange object that had suddenly appeared at his feet. The dark green, iron sphere bore distinct engravings, and an exceedingly terrifying term struck Zhao Dahu's mind like a bolt of lightning. Hand! The ecstasy on his face instantly solidified, transforming into sheer terror. His pupils constricting dramatically. He wanted to scream, to flee, but it was far too late. A deafening explosion erupted with a horrific roar. A tremendous shockwave and a blaze of fire instantaneously engulfed everything at the entrance. Old Wang could not even emit a cry of despair. He was torn apart at the very center of the explosion. Following this, a hailstorm of metallic shards and steel pellets surged outward from the epicenter, rapidly expanding in all directions, crashing against walls and floors, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. Although Zhao Dahu reacted a fraction of a second faster, instinctively attempting to retreat while raising an umbrella, this feeble defense was as fragile as paper in the face of a grenade. The violent explosion hurled him violently, slamming him against the wall behind. The umbrella was obliterated, and his arm, which had held it, twisted at an unnatural angle, blood gushing profusely, his body riddled with tiny shrapnel and debris, transforming him into a grotesque vessel of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, exhaling his last breaths, with no hope of survival. The two subordinates, positioned a distance away, also met with misfortune. One was struck by shrapnel that severed half of his skull, splattering a gruesome mixture of red and white across the wall. The other was rendered incapacitated by the shockwave, his internal organs shattered, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Collapsing in a heap, lifeless. The subordinate left behind to guard downstairs, who was comparatively weaker, had, due to being positioned at the rear, only been knocked over by the blast wave as he was at the staircase corner during the explosion, miraculously escaping with his life. He sat paralyzed on the stairs, his face etched with horror as he gazed upon the hellish scene in the 18th floor corridor. Initially, he had been bored waiting downstairs, contemplating a visit upstairs, never foreseeing the unforgettable spectacle that awaited him. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of blood. Shattered corpses lay strewn about, flesh splattered across walls and ceilings. And Zhao Dahu lay in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. An overwhelming wave of terror engulfed him. A ghost! He emitted a harrowing, inhuman scream, scrambling and crawling madly down the stairs in a frenzied escape. Thoughts of food, warmth, and Brother Tiger were cast aside. Only one thought occupied his mind: to flee, to distance himself from this infernal place as far as possible. He stumbled and faltered like a stray dog, his mind a blank slate, replaying only the thunderous roar of the explosion and the nightmarish imagery in a relentless loop. He was oblivious to how he had sprinted back to room 808 until he forcefully flung the door open, collapsing onto the floor, his complexion as pale as a corpse, trembling uncontrollably, and a large stain of dampness spreading across his trousers, exuding a foul odor. His sudden intrusion and ghastly state drew the attention of the younger brothers within, who had just endured the brutal deluge of a high-pressure water cannon, as well as Lin Xian and Zhou Ke, who huddled in a corner with vacant expressions. Dead. All dead. He stammered incoherently, his pupils dilated, pointing frantically towards the outside. A grenade! It's a grenade! Brother Hu, they were all blown to bits, the devil. He is a devil. In that instant, room 808 was enveloped by a profound and chilling silence. The young brother, who had previously withstood the onslaught of the water cannon, turned ashen upon hearing his frenzied account, dropping the half-full bottle of water without even noticing, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Zhou Ke, who had previously gazed vacantly, suddenly flickered with an intricate mix of emotions upon hearing the words grenade, blown to bits, all dead. A blend of shock and a perverse sense of satisfaction. Yet, more prominently, an overwhelming, bone-deep terror of Lu Dong's unimaginable cruelty and power seized them. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, more violently than ever before. That man, he was not human at all. Chapter 41, A New Crisis. The blizzard raged on. The howling winds relentless. Inside room 808 of the towering structure, the young brother, nicknamed Ironhead, the very one who had been subjected to the water cannon, was now attempting to warm himself using anything flammable within the room. Not far from him, Lin Xian and Zhou Ke huddled closely together, desperately seeking to absorb the last remnants of warmth amidst the extreme cold. Suddenly, the stillness of the environment was shattered by a series of rapid, feeble gasps. The young brother known as Thin Monkey, who had narrowly escaped with his life from the grenade explosion on the 18th floor, finally began to regain a semblance of composure from sheer terror, though his body continued to shake like a leaf. The stench of his soiled trousers mingling with the icy air, suffused with despair. Ironhead, his face as pale as a ghost, listened intently to his incoherent and terrified narrative, and upon witnessing his utterly terrified demeanor, a chilling dread surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. A grenade, and brother who, along with the other two brothers, were blown to smithereens. That Lu Dong is not human. He is a devil. Ironhead's heart raced as fear began to envelop him entirely. Yet soon after, an even stronger emotion surged within him. An anger born from the mourning of lost comrades and a twisted desire for revenge. Brother who was dead. Their plan to seize food had crumbled entirely, and they had now incurred a terrifying enemy. If they could not eliminate Lu Dong, once he regained his strength, the next to perish would undoubtedly be them. But how could they retaliate? That door was impenetrable, and their adversary possessed such lethal weaponry. The devil, he is the devil. Do not approach, for death awaits. The Thin Monkey lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering incoherently. Silence. Ironhead suddenly bellowed, his eyes turning fierce. Brother Tiger and our comrades cannot die in vain. This vendetta must be avenged. He snatched the phone from the Thin Monkey, which still had a flicker of battery life, his fingers trembling as he reopened the suffocating homeowners group. On the screen, the uproar sparked by Lin Xian and Zhou Ke's revelations had yet to fully subside, with a few messages occasionally popping up, either inquiring or cursing Lu Dong. A glimmer of malice flickered in Ironhead's murky eyes. If brute force fails, let us resort to cunning. Even if I cannot end your life, I shall ensure your name is tarnished and you are scorned by all. He began typing furiously, casting himself as an innocent victim and a harbinger of justice. Zhao Da's subordinate, Ironhead, everyone, a life has been taken. Lu Dong has murdered. He has slain Brother Tiger and two of our comrades. Right on the 18th floor, there is blood everywhere. Zhao Da's subordinate, Ironhead, we were merely starving, seeking a morsel from him. We are neighbors after all. If he would not open the door, fine, but to bomb us instead? Utter madness. Zhao Da's subordinate, Ironhead, Lu Dong, you murderer, executioner, may you meet a wretched end. Your home is filled with food, yet you watch us starve to death and resort to murder. Are you even human? Zhao Da's subordinate, Ironhead, fellow neighbors, behold, this is the true face of that cold-blooded beast from 1801. Today he kills us. Tomorrow he could kill you. We cannot wait for our demise. These blood-soaked, tearful accusations poured gasoline onto the dwindling fire, igniting the already agitated homeowners group once more. 502 cutie, oh my. A murder. Is this true? 903. Oh my goodness. A bomb. Where did he even get a bomb? This is terrifying. 1101 Mr. Lu, damn. This scoundrel is indeed no good. He has hidden weapons and committed murder. 702. Lu Dong, come out and explain yourself. How dare you kill? 902 Anzhong. Oh, what a sin. How could one resort to murder? Could we not speak civilly? Street Management Committee, Aunt Wong. Lu Dong, I command you to open your door immediately and explain the situation. Surrender your weapons and supplies. Otherwise, you shall be an enemy to all survivors. We must take coercive measures. The crowd was once again incensed. Various condemnations, curses, and expressions of fear flooded the screen. Lu Dong instantaneously transformed from a selfish hoarder into a perilous maniac. The banner of moral coercion was raised high by Ironhead, attracting countless desperate and enraged individuals. In a corner, Lin Xian and Zhou Ku are huddled together, trembling as they listen to Ironhead's distorted rhetoric inciting public sentiment. Glancing at the foolish and frenzied remarks in the group, their bodies shaking even more violently. Only they truly understand the intentions of Zhao Dahua and his companions. And only they have experienced the chilling and precise methods of revenge employed by Lu Dong. They wished to voice their dissent, yet overwhelming fear and frailty rendered them mute, forcing them to curl up tighter. Inside the safe house, Lu Dong observed the performance of the group's Ironhead and Ant Wang's outdated commands, his lips curling into a mocking smile. He could not even muster the energy to retort. In a world ravaged by chaos, such feeble moral accusations were utterly meaningless. Power alone was the sole truth. The clamor within the group persisted, with waves of anger surging higher as voices clamored for retribution, demanding he surrender food, insisting he should not escape unscathed. However, the thunderous rhetoric bore little substance. What concrete actions were proposed? Who would lead? What purpose would their endeavors serve? No one knew. Lu from 1101 shouted fiercely, yet he would never be the first to charge into danger. Aunt Zhang from 902 resorted only to moral coercion, while Aunt Wang of the street proved utterly useless beyond her slogans. Each person awaited another to take the lead, hoping to follow behind and reap the benefits. A disorganized assembly, a rabble. Ironhead watched the escalating quarrel within the group, yet saw no effective action plan. The flicker of hope he had felt began to wane. Anxiously, he refreshed the screen, yearning for a significant figure to rise and call for action, just as despair threatened to engulf him. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a gray avatar in his friend list. It belonged to a guy living in the adjacent Building 9, a comrade from their gaming days. Nicknamed Blackskin, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had vanished from sight. A fleeting thought crossed Ironhead's mind. He suddenly recalled, a couple of days prior, when he had taken the risk to peer out of the corridor window, he had sensed some unusual activity in Building 9, shadows moving in unison. And faint cries of anguish and pleas for mercy had reached his ears. At the time, he had dismissed it, but now he hastily clicked on the gray avatar, attempting to initiate a private chat. The local network signal was exceedingly weak, flickering sporadically. Ironhead, Moses? Blackskin? Are you there? It's your brother, Ironhead. I live in Building 6. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, just as Ironhead assumed his message had failed to send, he received a reply. Blackskin, Ironhead? You're still alive? What is up? Speak quickly, I'm busy over here. Seeing Blackskin's message filled Ironhead with excitement, nearly causing him to leap from his seat, his fingers trembling even more. Ironhead, Brother Blackskin, I need help. There's a formidable foe in our building, hoarding a vast supply of food and water, even electricity. But he is ruthless, having just used explosives to kill our brother, who, and several others. We cannot contend with him. Blackskin, oh, a vast supply of resources? This sounds interesting. Please continue. Ironhead, this building is in chaos. A bunch of useless individuals who only shout but dare not act. Heard about your recent exploits, Blackskin. I hear you've managed to unify Building 9? Blackskin, you've got some ears on you. Now, I have the final say in Building 9. What? Do you wish to borrow my sword? Ironhead, no. No, Blackskin. That fellow has resources beyond imagination. If you bring your brothers and take them down, everything will be yours. We merely seek to follow you for a taste of the spoils and to settle our grievances. Blackskin, location, numbers, and defense situation. Ironhead, sensing an opportunity, immediately divulged the position of 1801, the peculiar door, and hinted at possible weapons, though he omitted the mention of grenades, merely referring to them as armaments. Blackskin, wait. Let us discuss when it snows. Remember your words. If you dare deceive me, Ironhead, I wouldn't dream of it. Absolutely not. Thank you, Blackskin. Thank you. The private conversation concluded. Ironhead clutched his heated phone, trembling with excitement, a twisted yet exhilarated smile spreading across his face, as if he could already envision the scene of Lu Dong being torn apart by the forces brought by Blackskin, with all resources seized. We are saved. Blackskin is coming, he murmured fervently, his eyes gleaming with zeal. In a corner, Lin Xian and Zhou Ku observed his bizarre expression, their underlying chill of fear deepening. Meanwhile, within the safe house, Lu Dong gazed at the surveillance screen depicting the thermal imaging of Ironhead, which displayed an unusually excited state. Lu Dong raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Why is he so exhilarated? He gently set down his cup. Lu Dong began to ponder, Could it be that these people have discovered new tactic? Chapter 42. Whispers of Warning. Inside the safe house on the top floor, warmth enveloped the space, starkly contrasting the icy hell beyond the doors. On the surveillance screen before Lu Dong, the thermal signals representing the remnants of room 808 remained clustered together. One signal, previously filled with fear and anger, now exhibited a state of unusual fervor, even flailing about in excitement. What on earth is happening? Lu Dong frowned slightly, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. Have they gone mad with fear? Or have they found a new ally? He accessed the audio monitoring at the entrance of room 808, adjusting the sensitivity to its maximum. Faintly, he could discern muffled, suppressed, yet excited murmurs from within. "We are saved, black skin." He is coming. The words were indistinct, but the mention of black skin and the tone of exhilaration immediately alerted Lu Dong to crucial information. Black skin? Who is he? Wait. Isn't he the notorious thug from Building 9? He is still alive, and it seems he has made quite a name for himself in Building 9. A smirk tugged at Lu Dong's lips, an amused curve. Interesting. A minor has been dealt with, and now the major has arrived? No. It's the hungry wolves from the neighboring building that have been summoned. The individual known as Ironhead possesses an uncanny ability to invite danger into his midst, akin to the equally flawed Lin Qian and Zhou Kuer. As he pondered this, a new private message notification from Lin Qian unexpectedly appeared on his phone. With a raised eyebrow, Lu Dong opened the message. Lin Qian, Lu Dong, are you there? I beg you to read this message. I acknowledge my past mistakes, which were egregious. I should never have spoken recklessly in the group, nor should I have allied with Zhao Dahu and the others to trouble you. I deeply regret it now. The message paused momentarily, as if the sender was struggling to breathe and organize her thoughts. Lu Dong remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion. A few seconds later, fragmented messages trickled in. Lin Qian, just now, Ironhead contacted someone from Building 9 named Hei Pai. That person is quite fearsome and has reportedly taken control of Building 9. Ironhead intends to send him to deal with you and seize your belongings. You must be cautious. At this point, her tone shifted to one of extreme humility and pleading. Lin Qian, I have shared all that I know with you, Lu Dong. In light of my warning, I implore you, please save me. You need not concern yourself with Zhou Kuer. Just save me. I feel as though I am on the brink of death, cold and starving. I beseech you for a morsel of food, just a little, or allow me to take refuge inside. They are inhuman, and I promise to repay you. I'll do anything you ask. Truly. The text was steeped in desperate struggle and a hint of reckless temptation. Despite its pallor and frailty, one could easily envision the sender's pitiable, pleading countenance. Lu Dong regarded the message with an impassive face. A warning, you say? Merely a desperate gamble and betrayal. She sought to exploit this information for her own survival. Such human nature was all too familiar to him, utterly unoriginal. After a brief contemplation, he tapped a response on the screen, neither yielding to threats nor promising assistance. He simply countered with a question. Lu Dong, Hei Pai, elaborate, please. Also, how did Ironhead manage to make contact? The message was dispatched successfully. He resembled a composed angler, casting bait into the waters, curious to see what information he might reel in. In room 808, Lin Qian clutched her shattered phone tightly, a device she had quietly retrieved from the ground while Ironhead paced excitedly, still in a daze. She curled herself into a corner, wrapping her cold body in a tattered blanket. Her once meticulously maintained hair was now greasy and tangled, her complexion pale and haggard. Yet her eyes, enlarged by hunger and fear, fixated on the screen. When she noticed that Lu Dong had responded, albeit with a cold inquiry, her heart skipped a beat, as if injected with a life-restoring tonic. She could almost feel the sharp sting of her blood beginning to flow anew. She hastily replied with trembling fingers, her fingertips unresponsive due to the cold and excitement, resulting in several typographical errors. In a flurry, she deleted and rewrote her message, fearing that if she delayed, Lu Dong would vanish. Lin Qian, Type 2 contacted me via an old intercom. He mentioned that Hei Pai has taken control of Building 9, with a fierce gang of over a dozen followers. It seems their supplies are dwindling, and Tai 2 promised that if Hei Pai comes to eliminate you, all resources in room 808, including myself and Zhou Kuer, will belong to them. Lu Dong, they truly lack humanity. Hei Pai has always had a notorious reputation. She meticulously detailed the information she had overheard about Hei Pai, as well as how Tai 2 tempted him with resources, embellishing her account of Hei Pai's brutality in hopes of igniting Lu Dong's sense of urgency and persuading him to protect her. After sending the message, she hesitated, glancing at Zhou Ke, who was curled up and motionless beside her. A flicker of inner turmoil crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a steely resolve. Carefully, she adjusted her position, lowering the blanket that enveloped her to reveal her slender neck, bruised and marked, and a small portion of her gaunt collarbone. She then faced the front camera of her phone, striving to produce a pitiable expression, tears staining her cheeks. Her lips parted slightly, releasing faint wisps of breath. Her gaze a blend of longing and despair. Capturing the moment in a photograph, she aimed to merge her vulnerability with a hint of lingering allure, sending it forth. Lin Xian, picture. Lin Xian. Lu Dong, I am truly in a dire situation. Only you can save me. I beg you, it's freezing outside, and the people inside are terrifying. I am willing to do anything, truly. After dispatching the message, she anxiously awaited judgment, her body trembling slightly from the cold and anticipation. Each second felt like an eternity as she fixated on the screen, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling gently. Beneath her tattered clothing, her form was faintly discernible, a meager bargaining chip in her current plight. In the safe house, Lu Dong perused the intelligence Lin Xian had sent regarding Hei Pai, his gaze shifting slightly. It was indeed as he had suspected. Building 9 had been unified? This Hei Pai possessed some cunning. The intercom was a detail worth noting. As for the photograph, he cast only a cursory glance. The overt display of fragility and plea struck him as an amateurish performance, bordering on absurd. While the bruises and exhaustion might be genuine, the attempt to provoke sympathy in such dire circumstances appeared particularly cheap and futile. Setting aside the grudge from his past life, could a woman who had already endured a day and night at the hands of several men truly hope to entice him with such tactics? He pondered incredulously, wondering if she still perceived him as the previously submissive Lu Dong. With a silent scoff, he dismissed the photograph entirely, showing no regard for the despair, struggle, or betrayal it represented. In the context of the apocalypse, it was merely a trivial footnote, evoking not an ounce of sympathy from him. His focus returned to the surveillance screen. Chapter 43. Preparation. The relentless blizzard and frigid cold continued to dominate the world. Yet the ferocity of the storm seemed to have slightly diminished compared to the previous days, transforming from a violent onslaught into a heavy, unending deluge. Outside, a vast expanse of white enveloped the landscape, and a few tenacious souls who had endured thus far appeared to believe that this sudden tempest was nearing its conclusion. The snow had completely swallowed the 5th floor, rendering the entire city akin to a massive white tomb, silent and lifeless. In the Junlin Tiantang community, Building 9 stood in stark contrast to the despair of Building 6, where chaos reigned. Here, an eerie yet orderly atmosphere prevailed. The hallway, once cluttered with debris, had been ruthlessly cleared, leaving an unsettling emptiness and coldness in its wake. The air was thick with the mingling sense of smoke, sweat, blood, and an indescribable, sickly sweet odor reminiscent of decaying flesh. Room 1601, once a spacious and luxurious living area, had now become the lair of the Blackskin Gang. Heavy curtains were drawn tightly, illuminated only by a few dim emergency lights and flickering candles, casting shadows that distorted the figures within. In the center of the living room, a makeshift bonfire, constructed from discarded furniture and salvaged door panels, provided a flickering warmth, its flames dancing upon the faces of a dozen men gathered around. Each man bore a fierce countenance, their eyes reflecting the brutality and indifference forged in the crucible of this apocalyptic existence. Clad in a hodgepodge of attire, some were wrapped in thick down jackets, while others donned fur coats pilfered from the unfortunate. Weapons lay haphazardly at their sides, machetes, fire axes, steel pipes, and even makeshift spears, most stained with dark crimson. In the shadows of the corner, a group of women huddled together. Their tattered clothing barely shielded them from the elements, revealing bruised and battered skin. Their vacant stares suggested a profound numbness, as if they were soulless marionettes drawing scant warmth from one another. Among them was a younger woman, clad in a clearly ill-fitting, stained man's shirt that barely covered her upper thighs, exposing thin, frostbitten legs that trembled slightly. Her long hair hung in matted tangles, and remnants of tears and bruises marred her face, creating a haunting aura of vulnerability in the dim light. Even more chilling were the bones, gnawed clean and carelessly discarded near the bonfire, remnants that vaguely resembled human arms and leg bones. Beside them lay a dilapidated iron bucket, containing remnants of murky grease and fragments of flesh. Building 9 had long ceased to be a refuge of civilization. It had devolved into a savage den where the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Sustaining oneself through the consumption of human flesh may no longer be deemed forbidden in this place. Known only by the moniker Blackskin, a name derived from his dark complexion and ruthless demeanor, he occupies a spacious single armchair, salvaged from the former owner's bedroom. At less than 30 years of age, he possesses a robust physique, clad solely in a tight-fitting black tank top that exposes his arms adorned with menacing tattoos. A fresh scar traverses from his brow to his brow bone, enhancing the already fierce countenance. In his hand, he idly manipulates a military dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the flickering firelight. "Let us speak," Black Skin intones, his voice a gravelly murmur imbued with an undeniable authority. "What do you reckon about the news from that brat in Building 6? How much of it is true? How much is false?" A gaunt man in a tattered felt hat, the group's strategist known as Rat, is the first to respond, notorious for his cunning and suspicion. "Brother Black Skin, I know that punk from Building 6. He has merely been living off Zhao Dahu's coattails, waiting for scraps. His words are surely inflated. A mountain of supplies? Electricity? That sounds like a fairy tale. Let us not fall for a trap set by those useless fools in Building 6, trying to lure us in." Rat has a point, concurs another burly man, his face heavy with flesh as he gnaws on a meat bone. "Zhao Dahu's crew is no pushover. Could they really be wiped out by one person? How many weapons would that take? If he had such prowess, he would have long since been swaggering about instead of hiding away." Yet, a rebuttal arises. "Not necessarily," interjects a sharp-eyed young man. "Just a few days ago, I observed the top floor of Building 6 through binoculars. The frost on their windows appears distinctly different, and it seems there's a faint light emanating from within at night. Not candlelight, but perhaps lead? They might actually have an independent power source." Indeed, another subordinate licks his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Even if Ironhead is exaggerating, a half supply is still ample for us to indulge for quite a while. Far better than gnawing on these." He glances at the bones in the corner and the few women present, leaving his implication unspoken. "And a warm house. In this cursed weather, who wouldn't he want to live there?" Blackskin silently listens to his subordinate's debate, the dagger spinning deftly between his fingers. He finds himself leaning towards belief. Ironhead's terrified tone seems too genuine to be entirely fabricated, and the allure of abundant supplies is simply too great. He currently commands Building 9 through sheer strength and the power to distribute food. Should he manage to conquer the fortress in Building 6 and seize its resources, his influence would expand rapidly, perhaps even establishing him as the true overlord of this territory. "Enough!" Black Skin speaks softly, and the clamor ceases instantly, all eyes turning toward him. "Whether true or false, we shall discover the reality." He rises, his tall figure casting a formidable shadow in the firelight. "Even if it is a trap, what can those disorganized fools in Building 6 do to me?" He walked to the window, gently lifting a corner of the curtain to gaze upon the snow-blanketed world and the outlines of 6 neighboring buildings. The snowfall had lightened somewhat, yet the paths remained treacherous. In a low voice, he commanded, "Let us traverse from the rooftop. Clear the fire escape and maintenance passages connecting the units. Though perilous, it is safer than trudging through the snow." He turned, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates. "Select 10 individuals. They must be agile and audacious. Equip yourselves well with tools. Grappling hooks and ropes at the ready. Mouse, take 2 men and scout ahead to the rooftop of Building 6. Find a concealed spot to observe, particularly the window of 1801 and the entrance, and ascertain if anything seems amiss. As for our approach when we arrive," a cruel smile crept upon his face, "we shall extend courtesy before aggression. Should that fellow be wise and willingly open the door to surrender supplies, perhaps we may spare his life, allowing him to serve us as a slave. If he proves obstinate," he abruptly plunged a dagger into the wooden coffee table before him with fierce intent. "Then we shall force our way inside, drag out whoever is within, and dispose of them as feed for the dogs. The supplies and the dwelling belong to me." His subordinates, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of excitement tinged with bloodlust, as if they could already envision steaming food and the warmth of shelter. "And," he added, casting a glance at the women huddled in the corner, "bring 2 of them along as well. One never knows when they may prove useful." His tone was flat, yet it struck fear into the hearts of the women, causing them to shrink further into themselves. Orders were swiftly issued, personnel selected, weapons distributed. and grappling hooks and ropes meticulously checked. Everything proceeded with remarkable orderliness. He settled back onto the sofa, observing his subordinates as they busily prepared, his gaze deep and contemplative. 6 buildings, Lu Dong, he murmured to himself. I hope you possess that which you claim. Otherwise, you shall come to regret your existence in this world. Chapter 44, A Realization. Within the safety of his sanctuary, Lu Dong sat at the dining table. A sumptuous plate of black pepper steak accompanied by pan-seared foie gras before him, alongside a glass of perfectly aerated red wine. The soft glow of the lights illuminated the silver cutlery, making it glimmer splendidly. He cut a tender, juicy piece of steak and savored the exquisite satisfaction brought forth by such top-tier ingredients, as if the bone-chilling cold outside were merely a holographic backdrop. His phone rested close at hand, its screen lighting up intermittently, mostly filled with desperate and frenzied messages from the homeowners group, interspersed with private messages from Lin Xian, whose tone had shifted from initial resentment and curses to humble pleas. Lin Xian, Lu Dong, I beg you, please give me something to eat. Even a biscuit will suffice. I am truly on the brink of starvation. Lin Xian, it was all my fault before. I am not human. You are magnanimous. Please forgive me just this once. Lin Xian, if you provide me with food, I shall do anything you wish. I am willing to comply with whatever you ask. Accompanied by a photo of her gaunt visage, deliberately exposing her collarbone, Lu Dong merely glanced at the messages with indifference, akin to dismissing irrelevant pop-up advertisements. His fingers sliding across the screen to select ignore without hesitation. Her worth had long been depleted through a series of foolish choices, rendering her unworthy even of being a mere pawn. Just as he savored the last morsel of foie gras and lifted his wine glass, his phone chimed once more. He initially presumed it was yet another futile attempt by Lin Xian to reach him, but his hand hesitated upon glimpsing the sender's name, Qin Yuyan. He set down his glass and opened the message. It was no longer a voice note, but a series of trembling texts, fragmented as if the sender's fingers quivered with trepidation. Mr. Liu, I apologize for disturbing you again. I finished my food yesterday, and there is only half a bottle of water left. It's so cold, my apartment feels like a freezer, even wrapped in all my blankets. I can't stop shivering. My phone is nearly out of battery. You mentioned that if one reaches a dead end, there might be a way out, albeit at a great cost. May I ask, does that statement still hold true? The words conveyed not the previous panic and desperate hope, but rather a profound weakness and despair, thoroughly eroded by hunger and cold, laced with a hint of reckless desperation. Lu Dong gazed at the screen, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The fish had finally taken the bait, and she was now on the brink of exhaustion. What he needed was for her to relinquish her futile dignity and false hopes, to clearly understand that her survival depended solely on her submission to him. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely dabbed his mouth with a napkin and sipped his red wine, prolonging the torment of waiting. Minutes passed before he picked up his phone and replied with deliberate calmness. It holds true, but you must understand one thing. It is not a partnership. It is submission. From now on, your survival, your very existence, will be under my control. Absolute obedience will grant you the right to live. Think carefully before you respond. The message was sent successfully. Almost instantaneously, a reply arrived, quicker than he could have imagined. As if she had been awaiting this moment in the shadows for far too long. I've thought it over. I agree. Mr. Liu, I submit. As long as you provide me with something to eat, a bit of warmth, I will obey you. Absolute obedience. Her words exuded a sense of irrevocable resolve. For a woman who once was astute and in command of her own company, uttering the word submit signified her complete capitulation to reality, where the instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Lu Dong regarded her response with satisfaction. Send me your location. Conserve the last bit of battery on your phone and await my message. Until I arrive, do not open the door to anyone, no matter what happens. All right, Mr. Liu. I am at Jinxiu apartment, Building B, room 1201. Thank you, Mr. Liu. I will definitely wait for you. Please hurry. I truly can't hold on much longer. Lu Dong glanced at the map. Jinxiu apartment was approximately 3 kilometers from Junlin Tianyang. Under normal circumstances, it would be a mere touch of the accelerator. Yet in this extreme environment, with nearly 10 meters of snow accumulated, the journey resembled a treacherous abyss, fraught with unknown dangers. He tucked away his phone and approached the vast bulletproof window, gazing out at the city, blanketed in ice and snow, enveloped in slumber. At this moment, he had no intention of immediate action. Lu Dong was acutely aware that, in another direction, The pack of hungry wolves in Building 9 might have already begun their pursuit. He decided to allow Qin Yuyin to endure a little longer, as this would not only render her more submissive, but also enable him to focus on neutralizing the imminent threat. He did not require a partner with bargaining power. He sought an entirely obedient subordinate, one who depended on him for survival. As for rescue, he would attend to it, but not now. A precious collectible is worth the patience of waiting and reclaiming at the most opportune moment. The safe house fell silent once more, the only sounds being the temperature control system and the crackling of the wood in the fireplace. Lu Dong turned toward the refrigerator, opened a can of ice-cold cola, and the invigorating chill sharpened his thoughts. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, in room 1201 of the Jinxiu apartment, Qin Yuyin curled up on the sofa, clutching her nearly depleted phone with the last vestiges of her strength. The screen displayed Lu Dong's final command and their shared location. She was wrapped in several layers of ineffective thin blankets and all the clothing she could muster, yet the cold pervaded relentlessly, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her once meticulously styled hair had become disheveled, dry strands clinging to her pallid, dehydrated cheeks. The once valuable professional attire and light gray stockings had long been replaced by heavy thermal clothing, yet it remained insufficient against the penetrating chill. Waves of hunger gnawed at her stomach and nerves. She had no knowledge of when Lu Dong would arrive, nor was she certain he would come at all, but she had exhausted all other options. The command to submit had drained her final ounce of strength, extinguishing any lingering illusions of independence. She could only wait, amidst the cold, hunger, and her fading consciousness, for that man to arrive, like a deity or a demon. Outside, the blizzard continued its relentless assault, as if intent on devouring all hope. Lu Dong's gaze fell once more on the surveillance screen, displaying the chaos and despair beyond. The heat signatures representing the Black Skin Gang in Building 9 were moving slowly, yet resolutely towards Building 6, akin to serpents slithering through the snow. A cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth. The prey had begun its movement, but perhaps this hunt could be rendered more intriguing. He recalled a pair of close friends in room 808. Lin Xian had already begun to plead, while Zhou Cooker seemed to cling to her elusive fantasies regarding the Black Skin Gang. Or perhaps she was entirely unaware that her good friend had attempted to abandon her. Lu Dong picked up his phone and navigated to Zhou Cooker's chat window. He refrained from mentioning the fact that Lin Xian had privately sought his aid and been turned away. That would be far too mundane. He merely sent a message in an almost indifferent tone. Chapter 45, Betrayal. Upon seeing the message from Lu Dong, Zhou Cooker felt as if her heart, which had become numb and frozen, was gently stirred by some unseen force. Inside room 808, the absence of electricity and heating rendered the once cozy furniture cold and lifeless. Shrouded in a thin layer of white frost, the air was thick with an indescribable, murky odor, a dismal amalgamation of blood, decay, and despair. Zhou Cooker curled up in the corner of the living room, wrapped in several filthy blankets she had scavenged from the bedroom, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her once fashionable curls now lay greasy and disheveled against her pallid cheeks. Her formerly vibrant, captivating eyes were now deeply sunken, bloodshot, and filled with a vacant, terrified gaze. The thick black tights she had meticulously cared for at the onset of the apocalypse were riddled with holes, offering little more than a meager warmth. The icy fabric clinging to her skin as a harsh reminder of reality's cruelty. Not far away, Lin Xian's condition was even more dire. She resembled a doll from which the soul had been extracted, slumped there beneath a heavier blanket, yet still trembling uncontrollably. Bruises and tear stains from her humiliation at the hands of Zhao Dahu and his cohorts marred her once beautiful face, her lips cracked and bleeding. The allure she once possessed had been replaced by a pallid, haggard appearance. Occasionally, her gaze would focus on Zhou Cooker in the corner, her expression complex, tinged with an indescribable resentment. Had it not been for Zhou Cooker's earlier urging to leave Lu Dong, perhaps she would not be enduring such inhumane torment. She should have been reveling in the safety of Lu Dong's shelter. A faint vibration from the phone pierced the silence of the room with startling clarity. Zhu Kai shuddered, instinctively reaching with her nearly frozen fingers to retrieve the phone hidden beneath the blanket. The battery was nearly depleted, the screen dim. Yet, she still managed to glimpse the message from Lu Dong. I sense that things may be unsettled lately. If there are any developments on your end, contact me. I will consider allowing you into my safe house. Zhou Cooker read the brief lines over and over. A surge of indescribable warmth rushed through her, dispelling a fraction of the cold and igniting her heart with fervent hope. A safe house, warmth, food. Lu Dong had reached out to her. He had granted her an opportunity, a chance to survive. She felt a surge of immense hope. The overwhelming hunger and fear had stripped her of the ability to think clearly, and this unexpected lifeline was something she would cling to with all her might. Her intense reaction caught Lin Qian's attention. Who? Whose message is it? Lin Qian's voice was hoarse and dry. She sat up abruptly, her gaze fixated on the faint glow emanating from Zhou Ku'er's hand. Is it Lu Dong? Is it him? Zhou Ku'er was startled by Lin Qian's sudden reaction, instinctively attempting to conceal the phone, but it was too late. Lin Qian suddenly lunged from the sofa, seizing Zhou Ku'er's wrist with such ferocity that her nails nearly pierced the flesh. Show me. What did Lu Dong say? Has he softened? Is he going to provide us with food? Lin Qian's voice was sharp and frenzied, her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhou Ku'er. Zhu Kai'e winced in pain, her heart racing with panic, yet simultaneously, a subtle, twisted sense of superiority surged within her. Lu Dong reached out to me. Not to you, his ex-girlfriend. No. It's nothing, just some junk messages in the group. Zhou Ku'er attempted to wriggle free, her voice feeble. You're lying. Lin Qian screamed, her other hand violently snatching at Zhou Ku'er's phone. Give it to me. It must be Lu Dong. He once loved me so dearly. He could never truly forsake me. He must have contacted me. The two frail women immediately became entangled in a struggle, or rather, it was Lin Qian's one-sided tearing and grabbing. The blanket slipped away, exposing Zhou Ku'er's torn stockings and Lin Qian's bruised calves, entangled in the cold air, creating a scene of utter disgrace and sorrow. Let go. Lin Qian, you've lost your mind. Zhou Ku'er cried out, shielding her phone. I haven't lost my mind. You have. You wretched woman. Did you say something to him behind my back? Do you intend to abandon me to seek refuge with him? Lin Qian's sanity had long since shattered under the weight of hunger, cold, and the wounds of the previous day. At this moment, only her primal instinct for survival and suspicion remained. Those words struck like a dagger, instantly piercing through Zhou Ku'er's pretense, igniting the already fragile bond of their plastic sisterhood. So what if it is? Zhou Ku'er, stung to the core, screamed in pain and anger, her words spilling forth unfiltered. Lu Dong did contact me. He said he would consider letting me into the safe house. He didn't mention you. Not a single word about you. He has long since discarded you. Can't you see that? The struggle abruptly halted. Lin Qian froze in place, the madness and urgency on her face gradually fading, morphing into profound shock and disbelief, ultimately solidifying into a desolate and resentful despair. She slowly released her grip and staggered back a couple of steps, her gaze hollow as she stared at Zhou Ku'er, as if seeing beyond her. He contacted you? To let you go, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Why didn't he contact me? I was the one he loved, I was. Suddenly, she jerked her head up, her eyes sharp and filled with hatred, pointing at Zhou Ku'er with a piercing cry. It's you. It must be you, this harlot, who seduced him behind my back. Isn't it? Just like when you covertly flirted with Zhang Hao. Extreme anger and feelings of betrayal stripped Lin Qian of her last shred of reason. She glanced around wildly and suddenly seized a stained, empty glass ashtray from the coffee table, hurling it towards Zhou Ku'er. I'll let you seduce him. I'll let you abandon me. Let us die together. Zhou Ku'er shrieked and awkwardly sidestepped. The ashtray shattered against the wall behind her with a resounding crash, scattering shards across the floor. This revelation shattered the last remnants of guilt and pretense within Zhou Ku'er. She had fully resolved to act. I seduced him. Lin Qian, have you no conscience? Who was it that deemed Lu Dong unworthy due to his lack of wealth and influence, insisting on breaking up with him to chase after that affluent heir? Who has lamented endlessly before me since Lu Dong's fortunes changed? Only when trouble arises do you come crying and begging for man. When Zhao who arrived, what did you do but scream? Was it not I who? The memory of yesterday's humiliation choked her voice with emotion. Yet it was underpinned by a fierce determination. Now that Lu Dong has offered me a chance at life, you're envious? You wish to drag me down with you? In your dreams. Silence. Silence. Lin Qian, struck at her most vulnerable point, lunged forward in a fit of hysteria, clawing at Zhou Ku'er's face. Zhou Ku'er refused to back down, and the two women engaged in a brutal struggle once more, their conflict escalating in ferocity. Tearing, scratching, cursing, their weakened assaults lacked form. Yet they conveyed a tragic and grotesque spectacle. In the adjacent room, Shouho and Tai Tu watched the inexplicable brawl unfold between Lin Qian and Zhou Ke, momentarily bewildered, remaining passive observers. Just moments ago, Hei Pai had delivered news to them. They were on the brink of a breakthrough. As Lin Qian and Zhou Ke's flimsy garments became increasingly disheveled in their tussle, Zhou Ke's stockings were torn, exposing her pale skin beneath. Lin Qian's hair was yanked, sending sharp pain through her scalp. They hurled the most venomous insults at each other, unleashing a torrent of hidden jealousy, dissatisfaction, and scheming that had long simmered beneath the surface. The warmth of the apartment, the delicate afternoon tea, the shared wardrobe, those seemingly intimate memories were rent asunder in the face of survival, leaving only raw hatred in their wake. Ultimately, both women exhausted their last vestiges of strength, collapsing onto the cold floor, gasping for breath, their bodies and faces adorned with fresh scratches, a pitiful sight. For a fleeting moment, the living room seemed to be frozen in time, the only sound being their heavy, hate-filled breaths. The screen's glow appearing as her sole beacon of hope. Stealthily, she cast another quick glance at Lu Dong's message, her mind fixated on a singular thought: to survive. At any cost, to escape this hellish 808, to leave behind this mad woman. Lin Qian lay on the floor, tears mingling with the grime on her face. Yet she refrained from sobbing aloud, her gaze hollow as she stared at the ceiling, where a cold, almost frenzied fire burned within. The realization that Lu Dong had reached out to Zhou Ke, but not to her, stung more than yesterday's humiliation, igniting feelings of betrayal and jealousy that gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. They ceased to speak, avoiding each other's eyes. In the frigid confines of room 808, what was once a bond of sisterhood had irrevocably perished, leaving only suspicion and animosity to fester silently, awaiting the right moment to erupt. The orchestrator of it all, Lu Dong, was quietly relishing the splendid performance he had meticulously directed, all while observing through the miniature cameras and audio devices discreetly hidden in the corners of the corridor of Building 6. He savored the sweet, icy delight of Häagen-Dazs ice cream melting on his tongue. Quite a delectable treat indeed. Chapter 46. Arrival at Building 6. After enjoying the spectacle, Lu Dong turned his gaze towards the window. Although the blizzard had somewhat subsided, the once bustling city was now enveloped in a blanket of pristine white, devoid of any vibrancy or movement. White had become the singular theme of the scene. As Lu Dong admired the snowy landscape outside, within the corridor of Building 9, a tense atmosphere prevailed. A 10-member squad led by Hei Pai had gathered. Each individual bore a fierce countenance, their eyes glinting like those of hungry wolves. Wrapped in various stolen garments for warmth, weapons gripped tightly in their hands, their blades gleaming coldly in the dim light. Just as the group prepared to set off in search of a route to Building 6's rooftop, a somewhat unsteady figure emerged from around the staircase corner, voice tinged with urgency and obsequiousness. "Hey Pai, wait, take me with you." The group turned warily, weapons instantly trained on the newcomer. It was Zhang Hao. He appeared significantly more gaunt than before the apocalypse, his eyes sunken. Yet compared to the two old acquaintances from 808, he seemed to be in considerably better condition, at least able to move freely. Clad in a grimy down jacket, his forced smile did little to disguise the underlying vanity and cunning. "Hey Pai, it's me, Zhang Hao from 1603, he said, bowing and cautiously sidestepping the weapons aimed at him. "I heard you're heading to Building 6. I know that place well. My girlfriend is in 808. I can lead the way. I swear." Hei Pai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this unsolicited intruder. "This guy used to be a rich second generation," whispered a member of the group, utterly useless, just a sycophant, now reduced to begging for scraps in our building. Zhang Hao clearly overheard, a flicker of humiliation crossing his face, quickly suppressed by a stronger instinct for survival. "Hey Pai, I'm familiar with the structure of Building 6, and I know 808 like the back of my hand. Moreover, I know Lu Dong. He used to be a penniless loser. I don't know how he suddenly struck it rich, but something is off. I can guarantee the route. All I ask is that when we reach 808, you let me take Lin Qian away. She owes me." His eyes sparkled with resentment and a twisted sense of possession, with the apocalypse having dismantled his family overnight. The days when he commanded respect were long gone. Now, he found himself relying on someone like Hei Pai, whom he once looked down upon, to survive by scavenging for leftovers. This drastic fall from grace had unbalanced his psyche, and the thought of Lin Qian, who had previously toyed with him, now possibly aligning herself with Lu Dong, filled him with intense loathing. He stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a set of stark white teeth. All right, having an extra dog that knows the way isn't a bad thing. Keep up, and if you dare to play tricks. He patted the machete at his waist. Zhang Hao nodded repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Brother Hei Pai. Thank you, Brother Hei Pai. The group resumed their movement, with Hei Pai leading the way as he pushed open the heavy fire door leading to the rooftop. A gust of wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed in, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The snow on the rooftop was deep, almost reaching the tops of their thighs. As they looked out, the world appeared as a vast expanse of white, with the neighboring buildings resembling colossal tombstones standing in a snowy plain. Connecting Building 9 and Building 6 was a massive chasm about 5 meters wide. The street below was now filled with snow, but the height difference remained staggering. Previously, there had been some fire escape routes and maintenance ladders between the two buildings, now entirely covered and frozen in thick layers of ice and snow, with some sections twisted and deformed. Clear a path. Move quickly. Hei Pai growled. His subordinates immediately took out the rudimentary tools they had brought, fire axes, shovels, and even dismantled iron railings, and began to laboriously clear the accumulated snow and ice from the edge of the rooftop, attempting to discover any possible connection points or places to set up ropes. The entire process was arduous and slow. The biting cold wind cut across every face like a knife, and exposed skin quickly grew numb. Those tasked with the clearing soon found themselves gasping for breath. Sweat and snowmelt mingling, rapidly freezing at their brows and hair ends. Zhang Hao trembled from the cold, tightly wrapping himself in his down jacket. Yet his gaze repeatedly darted toward Building 6, filled with both fear and a morbid anticipation. After nearly an hour of grueling effort, they finally unearthed a rusted, ice-coated fire escape ladder, which extended from the edge of the rooftop of Building 9 down to a narrow maintenance platform approximately 4 floors below. From there, it appeared that another similar ladder could lead to the outer wall of Building 6. This path was exceedingly perilous. The ladder was icy and slippery, and below lay an unfathomable abyss of snow. A misstep would guarantee no chance of survival. Without the slightest hesitation, Hei Pai bit down on his dagger and was the first to grasp the cold, biting iron ladder descending. His movements were remarkably steady, as if he were walking on level ground. Seeing this, his subordinates followed suit, including the 2 women who had been forcibly brought along. Their lips, turning purple from the cold, pushed roughly forward, their cries swallowed by the howling wind. Zhang Hao gazed at the precarious, swaying ladder, his face blanching, his legs trembling. Yet, upon catching Hei Pai's icy glare, he could only grit his teeth and, shaking, grasp the frigid iron railing, inching downward. This less than 20-meter path of death took them nearly half an hour to traverse. When the last person finally stepped onto the rooftop of Building 6, nearly everyone collapsed into the snow, gasping for breath, not from exhaustion, but from sheer terror. He wiped the frost from his face, his gaze growing even more frigid. He surveyed the rooftop of Building 6, which was similarly blanketed in snow, yet bore unmistakable signs of recent activity, scattered footprints leading towards the exit, partially obscured by fresh snowfall. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his team to move silently and swiftly towards the rooftop exit. The stairwell was equally cold and devoid of sound, imbued with a sense of despair that seemed more profound than that of Building 9. They descended with barely a soul in sight. Occasionally, the residents behind tightly shut doors would fall silent at the sound of their heavy, rhythmic footsteps, as if even their breaths had vanished into the chilling atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at the door of apartment 808. Dark red splatters and several dents marred the door surface, silently narrating the brutal conflict that had transpired there not long ago. Black Skin exchanged a glance, prompting the mouse to step forward and knock in a measured rhythm. Inside, a series of rustling sounds ensued, followed by the tense, hoarse voice of Ironhead. Who is it? Building 9, Black Skin, he replied in a low tone. The door was swiftly opened a crack, revealing Ironhead's face, pale with fear. Upon seeing Black Skin and his imposing entourage, he visibly relaxed and hurriedly opened the door wider. Brother Black Skin, you finally arrived, exclaimed the lean monkey. It's just the 2 of us left here now. Brother Tiger and the others are dead. Ironhead gestured to the lean monkey as he briefed Black Skin on the current situation. Upon hearing this, Black Skin and his companions peered into the room, which was in even worse disarray than their residence in Building 9. The cold, filth, and an overwhelming stench of blood, decay, and despair permeated the air. As Zhang Hao squeezed into the cramped space behind black skin, his gaze immediately scanned the room like a hound on the hunt, locking onto a corner of the living room. There, Lin Xian and Zhou Ke huddled in their respective corners, looking even more gaunt and wretched than before, scarcely resembling human beings. Lin Xian's hair resembled withered grass, her face smeared with grime, the former luster long extinguished, leaving only a sense of numbness and vacancy. She was wrapped in a blanket so filthy its color was unrecognizable, her exposed ankles swollen and bruised. Zhou Ke fared slightly better, but only marginally so. She seemed to be clinging to a semblance of dignity, her tattered black tights still clinging to her legs, though the holes had widened significantly, barely containing her emaciated limbs and outlining her pitiful form. An oversized, ill-fitting sweater draped over her, its hem obscuring the upper part of her thighs, her entire being curled into a tight ball. As the fierce and menacing figures of Black Skin's group surged into the room, both women instinctively trembled violently, their eyes brimming with terror as they instinctively recoiled, as if wishing to meld into the walls. Zhang Hao, upon witnessing Lin Qian's state, was momentarily taken aback. Unable to reconcile the proud and exquisite woman he remembered with the wretched figure before him. Before the apocalypse, he had lavished so much money on her, only to be strung along without ever having shared intimacy. The thought alone incited a surge of frustration within him. However, gazing upon her current state, a twisted sense of delight and a vengeful thrill surged within him. He strode over, abruptly tearing away the blanket enveloping Lin Qian. Lin Qian let out a brief gasp. Her body, exposed to the frigid air, trembled violently. She was clad only in thin, soiled undergarments, her emaciated ribs starkly visible. Lin Qian, Zhang Hao's voice resonated with a morbid excitement and derision. Look at you now, a wretched creature, like a mangy dog. What happened? Didn't Lu Dong come to whisk you away to a life of luxury? Terrified, Lin Qian's spirit shattered. She clutched her chest, her teeth chattering, silent tears streaming down her face as she shook her head desperately, unable to utter a single word. Zhu Ke, equally frightened, turned pale, tightly hugging her knees in an attempt to diminish her presence. Impatiently, He Pai interrupted Zhang Hao. Enough. I did not come here to witness your tragic performance. His gaze swept toward Tai Tu and Shou Ho. Let's get to the point. What is the situation with Lu Dong? Is his lair truly impenetrable? Tai Tu swallowed hard, his face betraying fear and apprehension. Brother He Pai, it's absolutely true. That door cannot be breached at all. The windows are bulletproof. He even has a high-pressure water gun that sprays ice-cold water, capable of freezing a person instantly. Indeed, Shou Ho, trembling, continued, but he faltered, clearly haunted by the terrifying memory of that moment. Yet, he refrained from mentioning Lu Dong's possession of grenades. Furrowing his brow, He Pai observed his subordinates exchanging glances, their initial scorn dissipating. Suddenly, Zhang Hao interjected, pointing at Lin Qian and Zhou Ke with urgency. Brother He Pai, these two women know Lu Dong, especially Lin Qian. She is his ex-girlfriend. We can utilize them. We could send them a knock on his door or use them as bait. Lu Dong might soften and open up. At this pronouncement, Lin Qian and Zhou Ke shot their heads up, their eyes ablaze with sheer terror. To send them to entice Lu Dong? Was there any difference from delivering themselves to death? Zhou Ke gazed at Zhang Hao in disbelief, recalling how he had once courted their favor, now revealing such malevolence. Rubbing his chin, He Pai glanced at the two women, nearly fainting from fear, and then towards Lu Dong's direction, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. This is rather intriguing. Chapitre 47, A tentative assaut. He Pai's gaze swept across the dimly lit room, ultimately resting upon the diminutive figure of the strategist, Mouse. He was stroking the sparse hairs on his chin, his small eyes glinting with cunning. Brother He Pai, Mouse spoke, his voice sharp yet clear. Tai Tu's words should hold some truth. A direct confrontation with Lu Dong's fortress would likely cost us dearly. It wouldn't be worth the risk. He paused, continuing. Instead of rushing in with all our forces, let us first dispatch a small team to probe the situation. Let them knock on that door and observe his reaction. Will he merely cower inside and fire cold shots? Or does he possess other formidable defenses? Meanwhile, let us ascertain the extent of his remaining stock. He Pai pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. It makes sense. Who shall go? The rat's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately selecting 4 individuals, all seasoned veterans with agile physiques and cautious dispositions. You 4, take a crowbar and a sledgehammer. Do not launch a full assault. The primary objective is to create a commotion to draw his attention, discerning from where and how he might retaliate. Should the situation turn dire, retreat immediately. Also, bring that woman clad in black stockings. He pointed malevolently at Zhou Ke. Have her lead the way in the event of a trap. She can serve as a shield for her companions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke was struck with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. No, please, I beg you. She pleaded in despair, tears streaming down her face. Her legs, ensconced in tattered black stockings, felt weak and nearly buckled beneath her. At that moment, Zhou Ke longed to reach for her phone to message Lu Dong, but she found herself unable to do so. Not only was He Pai and his entourage present, but the state of her phone's battery was also an uncertainty. Despair and fear enveloped her entirely. Two of He Pai's subordinates approached with sinister grins, roughly dragging her from the ground. Zhou Ke struggled and whimpered, yet was mercilessly shoved toward the doorway. Zhang Hao observed from the side, a complex expression fleeting across his face before quickly being replaced by indifference. Lin Xian kept her head bowed tightly, curling in on herself, fearful that she would be the next to be taken. He Pai gestured with his hand, signaling the commencement of their actions. In the stairwell leading to the top floor, silence reigned. Even the air seemed to freeze in its stillness. Only their heavy footfalls and Zhou Ke's stifled sobs echoed in the oppressive atmosphere. The higher they ascended, the colder the air became, a palpable pressure descending upon them. At last, they arrived on the 18th floor. However, the entrance to room 1801 was obstructed by an unusually heavy metal gate, a precautionary measure that Qin Yuyan had previously installed and concealed, now activated by Lu Dong for protection against He Pai and his crew. Damn it, this guy is truly afraid for his life. One of the subordinates muttered under his breath. The gate was locked, but the keyhole appeared to be frozen, or perhaps it was an electronic lock. Through the gaps in the gate, they could glimpse the sturdier, cold metallic sheen of the security door at the end of the corridor, the entrance to Lu Dong's safe haven. Smash open this gate, the lead subordinate commanded. One of the lackeys raised the sledgehammer, striking forcefully at the lock of the gate. Bang! The previously subdued sounds of footsteps and breaths were abruptly shattered by a thunderous crash, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Zhou Ke, startled by the sudden noise, screamed and collapsed to the ground. In the safe house, Lu Dong reclined on a comfortable sofa, his gaze fixed upon the holographic projection screen before him, which vividly displayed real-time surveillance footage of the corridor outside the door, complete with distinct sounds. Cradling a steaming cup of coffee in his hands, he observed a group of individuals futilely battering the bar door, while Zhou Ke lay prostrate on the ground, her face ashen with fear, the corners of Lu Dong's mouth curling into a cold smirk. Had they finally arrived? He mused, noting with disdain that this band was even more foolish than he had anticipated. Sipping his coffee, he murmured to himself. After a series of futile blows, the bar door remained impervious, save for a few dents appearing around the lock. Boss, this thing is too sturdy. We can't break it, panted one of the henchmen wielding a sledgehammer. The small leader furrowed his brow, leaning closer to peer through the gaps in the bars. At that moment, a faint hum of an electric motor suddenly resonated from a concealed corner of the ceiling. Before they could comprehend the situation, a metal nozzle, the size of a basin, swiftly emerged from its hidden position, aimed squarely at the area outside the bar door. In the next breath, a thick, murky jet of icy water erupted with astonishing pressure. Get down! The small leader barely had time to shout before the high-pressure water column struck him head-on. What the? The air filled with screams of horror. This was no ordinary water. It was a chilling concoction prepared by Lu Dong, a mixture of firefighting foam and an efficient refrigerant. The water's temperature was exceptionally low, possessing a formidable adhesive quality and rapid freezing properties. The high-pressure jet struck the five outside like a frigid iron fist, the immense force sending them sprawling, crashing against the wall behind them. The bone-chilling cold penetrated their heavy clothing as if countless icy needles had pierced their very marrow. The small leader and one henchman were rendered unconscious on the spot, a visible layer of frost forming on their bodies. The other two henchmen, caught in the spray, tumbled to the ground, howling in agony as their bodies succumbed to instant numbness, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, weapons slipping from their grasp. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke, positioned at the forefront, though not directly struck by the water column, was still drenched by the splattering ice water and foam, leaving her utterly chilled. She emitted a piercing scream, feeling as if she had been cast into the depths of an icy abyss. The frigid liquid clung to her skin, her oversized sweater and torn tights instantaneously soaked, becoming heavy and cold, adhering tightly to her trembling frame and accentuating her gaunt curves. Wet strands of hair clung to her pale face and neck, the extreme cold rendering her nearly breathless, her mind blank, overtaken by instinctual, uncontrollable spasms and screams. The high-pressure water jet continued to spray for nearly 10 seconds before finally ceasing. The corridor lay in disarray, a layer of ice forming upon the walls, while the ground flowed with a mixture of foam and icy water, rapidly solidifying. The two subordinates of the black skin transformed into ice sculptures, frozen in their postures of impact, their faces etched with ultimate anguish and terror. The other two survivors lay sprawled in the icy water, clutching their bodies in a tight ball, emitting pitiful groans devoid of the strength to rise. Zhou Ku'er sat helplessly in the frigid water, her entire being drenched, her teeth chattering from the cold, tears mingling with the icy water as they streamed down her cheeks. The soaked black tights clung tightly to her legs, and due to the chill and fear, her calf muscles involuntarily twitched in mild spasms. She appeared both pitiable and disheveled, embodying a haunting beauty marred by cruel torment. Within the safety room, Lu Dong gazed at the scene on the surveillance monitor, casually grasping a controller resembling a gamepad, gently maneuvering the joystick. In the corridor, the metallic nozzle slowly rotated, aiming at the two subordinates still groaning on the floor. Upon seeing the nozzle turn towards them, the surviving pair were gripped by panic, instinctively summoning the last remnants of their strength to flee. They crawled and rolled, entirely oblivious to the biting cold and pain that encased their bodies, scrambling towards the staircase. With no time to spare for their fallen comrades or Zhou Ku'er, Lu Dong did not pursue. He merely allowed the nozzle to symbolically spray a few droplets, splashing upon their retreating forms. Then, the nozzle gradually descended, retracting into the ceiling as if it had never existed. The corridor was left with only two ice sculptures, a pool of icy water, and Zhou Ku'er, nearly frozen and losing consciousness on the ground. In room 808 downstairs, Black Skin and his companions intermittently heard the distant screams and chaos through the intercom before losing all contact. Black Skin's expression darkened considerably, his fists clenching with a crackling sound. The rat furrowed his brow, murmuring about the high-pressure water gun, enhanced with additional elements, acknowledging Lu Dong's cunning. Zhang Hao, visibly shaken, privately rejoiced that he had not accompanied them. Lin Qian, upon hearing the screams, believed them to be Zhou Ku'er's, and upon hearing the words ice and dead through the intercom, her face turned as pale as a sheet, her body trembling even more intensely. Her gaze towards room 1801 filled with unprecedented terror. Lu Dong was not merely a man, he was a devil. The initial tentative assault had concluded with the loss of two members of Black Skin's gang, two retreating in disarray, and Zhou Ku'er, abandoned in the corridor on the top floor. Lu Dong's safety room continued to stand silently, as if mocking all who coveted it. Black Skin's gaze deepened, becoming colder and more profound. He had suffered losses, but had gleaned some insight into the adversary's capabilities. A tough nut to crack, yet the more formidable the opponent, the more exquisite the satisfaction of conquest. He needed to devise a new plan. Chapter 48. You must return now. In the safety room, Lu Dong's attention fixated on the surveillance screen. Zhou Ku'er resembled a stray cat abandoned in the snow, curled up on the bitterly cold corridor floor, drenched and trembling uncontrollably. Damp strands of hair clung to her pale, ashen cheeks, while the oversized sweater, saturated with icy water, weighed heavily upon her slender frame, faintly outlining her curves. Most striking were her black tights, already tattered and, after being drenched, clung to her legs with a near-transparent intimacy. The fabric, which should have elegantly accentuated her alluring silhouette, now appeared woefully disheveled and pitiable, the bluish skin beneath the torn holes exposed, muscles spasming from the unbearable chill. Her consciousness seemed to hover on the brink of frostbite, her gaze unfocused, lips tinged with violet, with only faint, agonized whimpers escaping between her teeth. Lu Dong observed this scene with an impassive expression. He was indifferent to Zhou Ku'er's fate, yet her current state sparked a new scheme in his mind. The gang led by He Pai loitered in apartment 808 below, like a pack of hyenas sensing blood. Although temporarily wounded, they would not retreat easily. This thorn in his side needed to be removed, for it would always pose a nuisance. Moreover, He truly needed to seek out Qin Yuan soon. That formidable woman was likely nearing her breaking point. If he delayed further, she might very well become a lifeless, exquisite ice sculpture, which would be a lamentable fate. Rather than waiting for Hei Pai to devise a more troublesome stratagem, it would be prudent to preemptively offer them a gift. With this thought, Lu Dong retrieved a pack of the most ordinary braised beef noodles, a small packet of compressed biscuits, and a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water from the supply depot of the dimensional space. He even thoughtfully packaged them together in a transparent plastic bag. Approaching the heavy security door, he refrained from opening it, but instead operated a concealed control panel beside the door. With a faint hydraulic hiss, a small, sturdy window, roughly the size of a book, opened at face height on the door, a passage designed specifically for the transfer of small items or for observation, protected on the inside by bulletproof glass. A gust of frigid air rushed in through the small window, swiftly neutralized by the temperature-controlled system within the safe house. Lu Dong tossed the bag containing the food through the small window, landing it at Zhou Ke's feet nearby. The soft thud of the plastic bag startled her, stirring her from near unconsciousness. With great effort, she slowly lifted her heavy eyelids, her blurred vision honing in on the unexpected presence of the plastic bag. Upon recognizing its contents, her pupils dilated in shock. Food. It was food. And water. An indescribable surge of vitality coursed through her nearly frozen body. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. She lunged forward, almost throwing herself at the bag, clutching it tightly to her chest, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. She lifted her gaze, tears welling in her eyes as she looked towards the cold door, towards the small window. Though she could not see the person inside, she knew he was watching. Thank you, Brother Lu Dong. Thank you. She spoke incoherently, her voice hoarse and choked with emotion. Her arms clutching the food so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her body trembled with excitement and cold. At that moment, Lu Dong's cold voice emanated from the hidden miniature speaker on the door, resounding clearly in the corridor, devoid of any emotion. No need for thanks. You have 10 minutes to finish it. Zhou Ke was taken aback, then fervently nodded, her hands clumsily tearing at the packaging of the instant noodles. In her eagerness, her frozen fingers fumbled multiple times before she succeeded. She barely had time to soak the dry, hard noodle block in water. Instead, she seized it and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing ravenously, her eyes rolling back from the effort, before hastily unscrewing the water bottle to gulp down some cold water. The scene was a picture of utter disarray, devoid of any semblance of dignity. Lu Dong's voice echoed again, like a devil's whisper, striking at her fragile nerves. Is it delicious? Zhou Ke paused, her mouth filled with food, then quickly nodded, mumbling yes. Thank you, Brother Lu Dong. Would you like to eat this often in the future? Lu Dong's voice carried a hint of amusement. So apocalypsesurvival lifted her head, her eyes igniting with an intense longing, akin to a drowning person spotting a lifeline. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to. Brother Lu Dong, please take me in. I will do anything. Truly, desperately, she expressed her loyalty, instinctively puffing out her chest in an attempt to showcase her dwindling worth. Despite her drenched clothing and disheveled appearance, rendering this display both absurd and pitiable. I will give you a chance. Go downstairs. Return to 808. Lu Dong's tone remained flat and unyielding. Zhou Ke's expression of yearning instantly froze, replaced by overwhelming fear and confusion. Go back. No, I won't go back. They will kill me. Hei Pai and the others will finish me off. Please, Brother Lu Dong, let me in, even if it means I have to be your dog at the door. She crawled closer to the heavy door, tears welling up once more. Go back. Lu Dong's tone was uncompromising. If you wish to eat these often, you must do as I say. Zhou Ke stood frozen, her body shaking with fear, yet glancing at the remaining compressed biscuits and water in her hands, then at the formidable door that represented her hope for survival. She found herself in a state of extreme inner turmoil. Go back to do what? She trembled as she asked. You need not do anything. Lu Dong's voice betrayed no emotion. Simply take this food back and tell them it is a gift from me, Lu Dong. Inform them that what is mine, I can give to whomever I choose. Let them also see clearly that opposing me will lead to a fate like those two ice sculptures outside, awaiting death. Those who obey, even if it is merely at my whim, may find an opportunity to survive. He paused, adding words that pierced Zhou Ke's heart like the sharpest ice pick. Of course, you may also choose not to go. In that case, remain in the corridor and keep company with them. Zhou Kuer cast a terrified glance at the two frost-covered, grotesque ice sculptures not far away, her body trembling involuntarily. She understood. Lu Dong intended to utilize her, to employ this meager sustenance as bait to provoke those within 808 to sow discord among them, igniting their inner greed, jealousy, and suspicion. She was to become a living, enticing lure. This was an exceedingly perilous undertaking. The individuals from the black market were ravenous, and upon seeing her return with food, who could predict their actions? Yet, to remain here meant certain death by freezing. Returning, though fraught with danger, offered at least a glimmer of hope. Moreover, if she succeeded, would Lu Dong truly? A colossal fear battled wildly with a faint flicker of hope in her heart. Ultimately, the instinct for survival prevailed overwhelmingly. She clenched the plastic bag tightly in her hand, the remaining biscuits and water within granting her a final surge of courage. She lifted her gaze towards the door, her expression resolute. "I will return, Brother Lu Dong. I will do as you instructed." "Very well." Lu Dong's voice remained unperturbed. "Remember your words. Also remember, I can provide you food, yet I can also retract everything. Your fate, from this moment forth, lies in my hands." Upon finishing, the small window closed silently, sealing off the two worlds beyond. In the desolate corridor, only Zhou Kuer remained, burdened by the weighty bag of food in her arms. She inhaled the frigid air deeply, struggling to rise from the ground. The damp clothes clung to her body, chilling her to the bone, yet a slight warmth from the meager sustenance within her stomach, combined with an overwhelming force driven by fear, propelled her onward. She adjusted her wet, disheveled hair and tugged at the hem of her sweater, though it offered little comfort. Steeling herself against the dread that gripped her heart, she took a glance at the two ice sculptures and, with great effort, began to walk towards the staircase. With each step, the torn stockings rubbed against her cold, stiff legs, bringing discomfort and stinging pain. Yet, she dared not pause. She had to return to that hellish 808 to fulfill Lu Dong's task. Her heart raced within her chest, filled with trepidation for the unknown, yet intertwined with a twisted sense of duty imposed by a stronger force, alongside a humble yearning for the food that might await her future. When she finally staggered back to the entrance of 808, her weary and frozen body faltering momentarily, she tightened her grip on the plastic bag once more, then raised her hand to knock on the door. Instantly, alert and anxious voices echoed from within. "Who is it?" "It's me, Zhou Kuer." Her voice quivered uncontrollably. The door was abruptly pulled open just a crack, revealing the uncertain face of Tai Tu. Upon seeing Zhou Kuer standing outside, drenched and disheveled yet evidently alive, especially noting the plastic bag she clutched tightly, clearly containing food, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. As Zhou Kuer staggered around the corner of the stairs, clutching a bag of food and heading towards room 808, a small slit was cautiously opened in the peephole of the always-closed door of room 1802, adjacent to Lu Dong's room 1801. Behind this narrow opening, a pair of clear, anxious eyes peered out, carefully observing the events unfolding in the corridor. The owner of these eyes was named Su Wanqing. Unlike Lu Dong, who exhibited an almost obsessive foresight, Su Wanqing had managed to survive thus far largely due to the provisions her family had fortuitously stored at the onset of the apocalypse: some food, bottled water, and the inherent calmness and caution typical of a surgeon. In her mid-20s, standing at 165 centimeters, even bundled in a thick down jacket, her well-proportioned figure was evident, with alluring curves that drew the eye. Her hair was pulled back into a slightly loose high ponytail, with a few strands cascading down to frame her face, adding a touch of softness to her appearance. The prolonged isolation and anxiety had rendered her complexion somewhat pale, yet her features remained exquisite, particularly her eyes, which, although currently filled with unease, shone brightly with vitality. Dressed in thick thermal underwear and form-fitting athletic pants, she wore plush slippers on her feet. Although lacking the allure of stockings, the snug fabric accentuated the graceful lines of her long legs and rounded hips. As a physician, she instinctively prioritized practicality and warmth, though her natural beauty was difficult to conceal completely. In recent days, she had been acutely aware of the commotion coming from room 1801, the thundering knocks from Zhao Da's gang, the screams, and the chilling sound of a high-pressure water gun followed by new cries, each incident sending shivers down her spine. Through the peephole, she had caught glimpses of the outside world, with the two bodies gradually being encrusted by frost serving as the most terrifying warning. Just moments ago, she had witnessed how that woman, Zhou Ku, was abandoned and easily manipulated by Lu Dong with a mere morsel of food, as one might dismiss a small dog, sending her back to the depths of room 808. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Wanqing was acutely aware that this enigmatic neighbor possessed a formidable power that instilled fear, coupled with a chillingly unfeeling heart. He was no ordinary survivor. Amid her trepidation, an uncontrollable thought emerged. Her food supplies were nearly depleted, and only a small portion of water remained. The warmth measures in her home felt increasingly futile against the relentless sub-zero temperatures. She was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Perhaps this powerful neighbor was her only lifeline? This notion filled her with a sense of humiliation and unease. Yet the instinct for survival overshadowed all else. Drawing a deep breath, she trembled as she retrieved her almost depleted cell phone, laboriously searching through the chaotic owner group for Lu Dong's name. Her fingers hesitated for an extended moment upon the frigid screen, before she finally steeled herself and sent a friend request, including her room number and occupation in the note. 1802, Su Wanqing, surgeon. Inside the safe house, Lu Dong had just watched as Zhu Kuer disappeared from the surveillance footage of the corridor when his phone chimed with a notification. A brief glance revealed a new friend request. 1802, the neighbor next door? A doctor? No less. Lu Dong raised an eyebrow in intrigue. He vaguely recalled encountering this neighbor once before. When the safe house was still under construction, she appeared to be a rather quiet woman. It was unexpected to discover that she was a doctor, and now she had taken the initiative to reach out to him. This was indeed an unexpected boon. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the worth of a professional doctor was immeasurable. He accepted the request. Almost instantly, a message was sent by her. Cautious in tone yet tinged with a hint of reverence. Su Wanqing. Hello, Mr. Lu. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Su Wanqing, the resident of 1802 next door. Lu Dong. A doctor? Su Wanqing. Yes, I am a surgeon at the First Municipal Hospital. Mr. Lu, I witnessed what transpired outside earlier, and I understand you may not require any burdens, but my supplies are dwindling. I wish to request your assistance. I can work for you. My professional skills may be of use. After sending the message, Su Wanqing nervously clutched her phone, her heart racing. Lu Dong glanced at the screen, a smirk curling at his lips. Quite astute, she knew to demonstrate her value directly. Lu Dong. Assistance? Dr. Su. There is no such thing as free help in this world. My rules are quite simple. Submission or death. Which do you choose? Submission. Su Wanqing's gaze fell upon those two words, her fingers trembling slightly. They signified a complete relinquishment of freedom and dignity, a surrender to become another subordinate. Yet, considering the two frozen corpses outside, and the encroaching hunger and cold, she realized her choices were limited. I choose submission. Mr. Lu, as long as you can provide for my survival, I am willing to heed your every command. Lu Dong. Excellent. Prove it to me. Su Wanqing. Prove? What must I do? Lu Dong approached the wall, tapping on the share partition with room 1802. This wall, like his outer wall, had been reinforced and insulated beyond standard specifications. Breaching it from this side would be akin to climbing a mountain. However, he knew that the gang led by the man with black skin would not relent after their failed assault at the front door, which had cost them lives. Their next likely target would be the relatively weaker side, the balcony of 1802. Breaking in through the balcony and then finding a way into 1801 was the most rational strategy. A plan rapidly crystallized in his mind. Lu Dong, the men with black skin will soon set their sights on your balcony. I want you to be my bait and my eyes. Su Wanqing, what? Bait? Su Wanqing's face drained of color and fear. Lu Dong, rest assured, I have reinforced your balcony slightly. They will not be able to breach it for the time being. Your task is quite simple. Feign weakness to lure them into attempting to break through from the balcony. Then, promptly report back to me on their numbers and movements. If necessary, I shall issue commands for you to assist me in eliminating them. Lu Dong paused, sending a voice message imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. This is your sole opportunity to prove your worth and loyalty. If you succeed, you will survive and gain access to my safe house. Should you fail or dare to play tricks, the ice sculpture outside will serve as your cautionary tale. Now respond to me. Su Wanqing leaned against the frigid door panel, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. She had not anticipated that the so-called proof would entail such perilous involvement against those ruthless assailants. Yet, Lu Dong's icy words left no room for retreat. To refuse would spell certain death. To acquiesce, while fraught with danger, offered a glimmer of hope and the chance to align herself with this formidable ally. She inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. As a doctor, she had witnessed bloodshed and possessed a psychological fortitude far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Su Wanqing, I understand, Mr. Liu. I shall comply with your instructions. What must I do? A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lu Dong's eyes. Excellent. She is a pawn worth utilizing. He swiftly conveyed a portion of his plan to Su Wanqing, detailing how to disguise herself, how to communicate, and the specific triggers for the little surprises he had already arranged on the balcony. Su Wanqing took careful notes, although her palms were still clammy with sweat. Her gaze gradually grew resolute. To survive, she had no alternative. Upon concluding the communication, she sprang into action. She removed her heavy down jacket, donning only fitted thermal undergarments, intentionally disheveling her hair further and smearing a bit of dirt on her face to enhance her appearance of frailty and disarray. Then, she cautiously approached the living room balcony, gently pulling the curtains as instructed by Lu Dong, creating a semblance of movement, as if a dying person still struggled weakly. After completing these preparations, she curled up in a visual blind spot behind the balcony door, holding her breath, gripping her phone tightly like a hunter awaiting its prey to step into a trap, filled with tension and anticipation. Meanwhile, within room 808, the return of Zhou Ke, along with the bag of food she brought, was brewing a new storm. Chapter 50, Temporary Safety. With a clatter, the security door of 808 swung open entirely, and Ironhead seized Zhou Ke's arm, pulling her forcefully inside. The sudden tug caused her to stumble, nearly toppling to the floor. Upon entering room 808, the stagnant, oppressive air enveloped her instantly, far more suffocating than the corridor outside. Kaiya! Lin Xian, curled up in a corner, raised her head in disbelief, and upon seeing Zhou Ke return alive, a flicker of instinctive joy crossed her face. However, when she beheld the plastic bag tightly clutched in Zhou Ke's arms, containing an unmistakable pack of instant noodles and biscuits, the fleeting thrill was swiftly supplanted by overwhelming shock and an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. Hey Pai, the rat, Zhang Hao, and all the other individuals capable of movement in the room directed their gazes, akin to searchlights, squarely upon Zhou Ke and the provision she held. Their stares were rife with greed, hunger, suspicion, and ferocity, as if they were poised to devour her whole in the next instant. You're not dead. What about my two brothers? Why are you the only one who returned? Where did you procure this food? Hei Pai's voice was hoarse and laden with menace as he rose, his towering figure casting a terrifying shadow that approached Zhou Ke step by step. Zhu Kaiya, intimidated by Hei Pai's formidable presence, retreated repeatedly, her back pressed firmly against the cold security door, leaving her with no avenue of escape. She clutched the food tightly, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. Her soaked sweater clung to her, delineating the gentle rise and fall of her chest and the slenderness of her waist, while her legs, encased in torn pantyhose, brushed against each other due to the chill and fear, leaving damp traces behind. Speak! Tai Tu barked impatiently from the side, his eyes fixated on the bottle of mineral water, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. It's Lu Dong, brother Lu Dong. Zhou Ke's voice, thick with sobs, floated into the air, almost inaudible even to herself, inadvertently reverting to the pleading tone she had used earlier. He gave this to me. He told me to return. He gave it to you. Zhang Hao shrieked, his face contorted with twisted jealousy and disbelief. Why would he give it to you? He even forsook Lin Xian. How could he possibly offer food to a wretch like you? He abruptly pointed at Lin Xian, whose complexion turned an even paler shade, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Hei Pai abruptly raised his hand, silencing Zhang Hao's tirade. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Ke like a venomous serpent eyeing its prey. Why did he give it to you? What did he say? Verbatim. Zhou Ke felt the weight of every gaze pressing down upon her, as she inhaled deeply, striving to recall Lu Dong's words, trembling as she recounted them. He said this is a reward for me. He said his possessions he can give to whomever he wishes. She paused momentarily, summoning the courage to raise her gaze to Hei Pai and the others, her voice slightly elevated, infused with an odd, mission-driven tremor. He also said to make it clear to you that opposing him would lead to a fate like the two ice sculptures outside, awaiting death, while those who obey, even if merely at his whim, could still receive the chance to survive. As her words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the occasional crackling of the wood in the fire punctuated the stillness. Each face reflected a tumult of emotions. Hei Pai's countenance was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. Lu Dong's words struck him like an invisible slap, a blatant provocation. The small eyes of the mouse darted back and forth, glancing at the food, and then at Zhou Ke, finally settling on Hei Pai, who murmured, "Brother Hei Pai." This Lu Dong harbors a venomous intent. The image of instant noodles, biscuits, and water loomed large in the eyes of the ravenous crowd, radiating an irresistible allure. The expressions of several subordinates had transformed completely, shifting from fierce suspicion to a burgeoning greed and a yearning for the food in Zhou Ke's hands. Even a subtle envy towards her status as the favored one. He killed my man. Now he dares to offer this meager scrap as charity? He seeks to sow discord? Hei Pai slammed his fist against the nearby wall, producing a dull thud that sent dust cascading down. Zhou Ke trembled with fear, nearly dropping the food. At that moment, however, the mouse gently tugged at Hei Pai's arm, signaling him to remain calm, then turned his gaze toward Zhou Ke, his tone unexpectedly softening, laced with a coaxing undertone. "Miss Ke, do not be afraid." Did Lu Dong say anything else? For instance, how one might obtain food like yours? Zhou Ke shook her head in confusion. No, nothing more. He just said to come back. A flicker of disappointment flashed in the mouse's eyes, quickly masked. He fixated on the food, clutched in Zhou Ke's arms, licking his cracked lips. "You've been gone for so long, it must have frightened you. Look how drenched you are. Why not set the items down and warm yourself by the fire?" As he spoke, he reached for the plastic bag in her grasp. "No." Zhu Ke recoiled sharply, clutching the food tighter, eyeing the mouse warily before glancing at Hei Pai. This is a gift from Brother Lu Dong. It's mine." Her reaction was unexpectedly fervent. This meager food was her lifeline, a reward from Lu Dong, and a glimmer of hope for more sustenance in the future. She could not relinquish it to anyone. Seeing her protective stance, Hei Pai's hostility intensified, yet the mouse once again intervened, shaking his head slightly. Though it would be simple to seize it by force, Lu Dong's aim would be achieved, and they would quickly descend into infighting over such paltry provisions. "Ha ha, well, it's yours, all yours," the mouse chuckled dryly. "We shall not take it. However, Miss Ke, look, everyone is quite famished, especially Brother Hei Pai, who has been laboring for us all. Could you spare just a little? Even a single biscuit, for everyone to taste? It would be greatly appreciated." As his words settled, all the hungry gazes converged once more on Zhou Ke, filled with raw desire and pressure. She felt an unprecedented weight upon her. Looking at the ravenous faces before her, she cast her eyes down at the food in her arms. Half of the instant noodles had already been consumed. The biscuits remained untouched, and she had taken a few sips from the water. Internally, she wrestled with turmoil. She knew she could not share. Doing so would mean her end, and Lu Dong might be angered. Yet, if she refused, would these people not tear her apart in an instant? Ultimately, the fear of the imminent danger compelled her to relent. With trembling hands, she slowly and reluctantly retrieved a package of compressed biscuits from the plastic bag. Tearing open the packaging, she broke off a minuscule piece, scarcely the size of a fingernail, and offered it to Black Skin, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. "Black, here you are." The gesture and expression conveyed not an act of sharing food, but rather the agony of sacrificing her own flesh. Black Skin gazed at the pitiful crumb, feeling profoundly insulted, his face darkening with rage, nearly on the verge of an explosion. Yet, the mouse swiftly reached out, a smile plastered on his face. "Thank you. Miss Zhou, Blackskin, do give a try," he said, handing the meager morsel to Blackskin. With a derisive snort, Blackskin ultimately accepted it, tossing it into his mouth without a second glance, barely tasting it before swallowing. Yet the pangs of hunger in his stomach intensified. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Ke immediately retreated like a startled rabbit, clutching the remaining food tightly as she huddled in a corner, not far from Lin Qian, but maintaining a cautious distance. Her head bowed, too fearful to gaze at anyone else, her body shielding the precious morsel. Lin Qian observed her with an expression rife with complexity, desire for food, astonishment at Zhou Ke's ability to procure it, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation and jealousy at being overshadowed by her former friend, completely disregarded by Lu Dong. She opened her mouth, intending to speak, but ultimately lowered her head in sorrow, burying her face in her knees. Zhang Hao glared at Zhou Ke with resentment, casting a jealous glance at Black Skin, before swallowing hard, the growl of his stomach echoing conspicuously in the silence. The atmosphere in the room grew strangely tense. The bait Lu Dong had cast had landed, small yet precisely aimed at the starving masses. Suspicion, jealousy, and greed brewed silently among them. Black skin, his expression dark, returned to the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. He watched Zhou Ku in the corner, fiercely guarding her scant food, her vigilance directed towards her surroundings. Then glanced at the unmistakable yearning in the eyes of his other subordinates. He realized that trouble had only just begun. Lu Dong, without even making an appearance, had already instigated rifts within their ranks. Meanwhile, Zhou Ku, curled up in the corner of the living room, felt the texture of the food in her grasp. Her heart racing. She had completed Lu Dong's first directive, yet what would unfold next was entirely beyond her comprehension. All she knew was that she seemed temporarily safe, but had also become a target. She secretly lifted her gaze to the ceiling, as if she could glimpse the man who controlled everything from the top floor. Lu Dong, brother. Chapter 51. Recruiting Cannon Fodder. The air in the room was palpably heavy. Black Skin's face was ashen as he sat on the sofa, his fingers rhythmically drumming the armrest, producing a dull thudding sound. The mouse crouched aside, its small eyes darting back and forth, glancing at Zhou Ku and then at the other visibly restless subordinates. Finally, it leaned closer to Hei Pai's ear. Brother Hei Pai, the mouse whispered, its voice barely above a murmur. That scoundrel Lu Dong is cunning indeed. He tosses out these scraps, hoping we'll descend into chaos ourselves. Charging against his iron turtle shell would come at too great a cost. Even if we were to break through, we would suffer significant losses. This venture is simply not worth it. Hei Pai let out a cold snort, fully aware of this truth. Yet, the warmth, light, and endless food beyond that door beckoned to him like the siren's song, an incessant temptation. So what do you propose? Shall we simply let it be? Hei Pai's tone was harsh. Of course not. The mouse quickly replied. But we can gather more expendable pawns. It produced a phone, opening the nearly flooded owner group chat for Building 6, filled with despair and curses. Brother Hei Pai, look, in this building, there are plenty of desperate souls eager for a gamble. Previously, we offered them no hope. But now, things are different. Zhou Ku has returned alive, bringing food with her. This is tangible evidence. There is indeed sustenance with Lu Dong, and he isn't unyielding. He might just share a morsel if the mood strikes him. A cunning glint sparkled in the mouse's eyes. Let us send a message in the group, claiming we have discovered a way to breach the safety of room 1801 and are in need of manpower. For those willing to come, once we succeed, the supplies in Lu Dong's dwelling will be distributed according to merit. Under the allure of generous rewards, brave souls will surely rise. We can have these starving wretches lead the charge, testing Lu Dong's remaining defenses while our men follow behind to reap the rewards. This way, we minimize our losses and gain a fresh batch of subordinates. Hei Pai stared intently at the phone screen, a fierce light flickering in his eyes, eventually transforming into a cruel smile. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Mouse, you send the message. With Hei Pai's approval, the mouse immediately perked up, fingers flying across the screen. Soon, a series of enticing messages began flooding the owner group from several different accounts belonging to Hei Pai's subordinates. Attention, all members. Good news. Brother Hei Pai from Building 9 has devised a plan to deal with that wretched Lu Dong in room 1801. His place is overflowing with food and drink, has electricity, and even heating. Canned meats, self-heating hot pots, instant noodles, and sausages piled high. While he feasts, he watches us starve and freeze. Indeed, just moments ago, our brothers tested his defenses. He is not as formidable as he seems. Now, Brother Hei Pai is personally leading the charge and needs manpower. Any real men, step forward. Join Brother Hei Pai to smash down that door, and we will all share the bounty within. Every meal will be a feast. This opportunity is fleeting. Consider your starving families and children. Remember how cold-blooded Lu Dong is as he watches us perish. Only by following Brother Hei Pai do we have a chance at survival. Gather at 808 to heed Brother Hei Pai's command, and rest assured, everyone will have enough to eat and wear when this is over. Cowards who refuse to come will wait for death by starvation. These messages erupted in the group like cold water splashed into hot oil, igniting a frenzy. Is this true? Does Brother Hei Pai truly have a plan? I have heard that the door of Lu Dong is impervious to bullets. This is absolutely true. Are we not certain that we might meet our demise? The brothers we just sent have already gathered some intelligence on him. Furthermore, it seems that room 1802 has a potential weak point. Hurry to room 808. If you delay, don't say we won't even get a taste of meat, let alone the broth. Damn it, I'm on the verge of starving. I'm going for it. Count me in. My children at home are barely holding on. And if I can secure even a morsel of food, I would do anything. Brother Hey Pie, may I join as well? I eat very little. I can assist. A woman in the group mentioned this, attaching a selfie that appeared somewhat haggard, yet still hinted at her former allure, her collar slightly loosened. The messages in the group began to surge wildly, filled with doubts and inquiries, ultimately overwhelmed by a fervent desire to survive and a desperate craving for food. An increasing number of individuals expressed their intent to join. Zhang Hao observed the flurry of messages in the group, particularly the one from the woman. A glint of lasciviousness flashing in his eyes as he leaned closer to Hey Pie. Brother Hey Pie, we now have enough hands. Once we take Lu Dong down, all the resources and women will be ours. Hey Pie grinned maliciously in agreement. Meanwhile, inside room 1802 on the top floor, Su Wanqing clutched her phone tightly, her body trembling slightly. She watched the frantic messages flooding the owner group, noting how more and more people were being incited to join Hey Pie's ranks to launch an assault here. Fear once again engulfed her. Even if Lu Dong's safe house is fortified, can it withstand 30 or more individuals? Would she, the bait, be torn apart in an instant? She dared not contemplate further and nervously opened the private chat window with Lu Dong. Mr. Lu, have you seen the messages in the group? Hey Pie and his crew are rallying people, and it seems many are responding. They might be coming for us. What should we do? After sending the message, she anxiously stared at the screen, her breath quickening. Almost within seconds, Lu Dong replied with a voice message, his tone unervingly calm. I have seen it. A rabble of misfits. Perfect. It saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. But there are so many, and they mentioned a breakthrough point at 1802. Su Wanqing trembled as she replied. Yes, your balcony. Therefore, their primary target is likely your location. Su Wanqing's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Are you scared? Lu Dong inquired further. Yes, a little. Su Wanqing bit her lip, her fingers shaking. Remember your choice, submission or death. Follow my previous instructions. Lure them, observe them, report back. You are my eyes, and I will ensure my eyes do not fail me. Lu Dong's words were cold and absolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. They will need time to gather. Now, go rest, conserve your strength. Be prepared. I will call for you. With that, Lu Dong ceased all further responses. Su Wanqing stared at the icy text, taking several deep breaths to barely suppress the terror within her. She approached the window, cautiously parting the curtain just enough to glimpse a few shadowy figures laboriously moving from the direction where the dark-skinned individuals had arrived. It seemed that they had also recruited some individuals from Building 9. A sigh escaped Su Wanqing's lips as she observed the gathering of these recruits. With a heavy heart, she lowered the curtain and leaned against the cold wall, gradually sliding down to the floor. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, trembling slightly. Yet her gaze began to solidify with determination. There was no turning back for her now. She could only place her trust in that cold and formidable neighbor. She retrieved the last remnants of a crumbled biscuit, washing it down slowly with cold water, and then forced herself to close her eyes in an attempt to rest. She was acutely aware that a storm was on the horizon. In room 808 of Building 6, time passed, and soon there were knocks at the door. Taitu and Shouho were responsible for opening the door and greeting the arrivals. Although they had previously been under Zhao Dehu, and now found themselves in the ranks of the dark-skinned, there remained a distinction from the regular troops. Most of the newcomers were men, gaunt and haggard, their sunken eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Upon entering, they eagerly scanned the room as if food were laid out before them. Occasionally, a woman would enter, such as the young matron who had sent the message in the group. Despite her worn appearance, she had taken care to present herself, donning a slightly sheer sweater that accentuated her figure, paired with thick thermal leggings, desperately trying to maintain a hint of feminine allure amidst despair. As she stepped in, she timidly cast a glance at the dark-skinned leader, her eyes seeking favor. Zhang Hao immediately approached her, circling around her with interest. The dark-skinned man merely cast a cold glance at the newcomers, waving his hand for the rat to take charge of the arrangements. Rat, clutching a small notebook, pretended to jot down names and room numbers, spouting nonsensical phrases about earning rewards. In less than 2 hours, the once spacious apartment was crammed with 2 to 3 dozen individuals. The air was thick with an unbearable stench, mingling with heavy breaths, suppressed coughs, and the rumbling of empty stomachs. Zhou Ku'er and Lin Qian found themselves shoved into a corner, with Zhou Ku'er hiding Fu behind her, afraid to make a sound. The dark-skinned man surveyed the restless, ravenous crowd and recognized that the moment had come. He stood up, moving to the center of the living room, stepping onto a stool to survey all present from above. "Listen up." His hoarse voice resonated with a fierce intensity, silencing the commotion. "That bastard Lu Dong from room 1801 is hiding on the top floor, consuming our provisions, drinking our supplies, while watching us perish. Today, I will lead you to drag him out and reclaim what is rightfully ours. Those who follow me, black skin, and charge to the forefront shall feast. Women are fair game. Those who lag behind will receive nothing. Do you understand?" "Understood. Black skin is mighty. We will seize him." The crowd erupted with chaotic and fervent responses, their hunger and greed having incinerated all reason. "Excellent." Black skin nodded in satisfaction, gesturing grandly. "Arm yourselves. Let's depart." The throng let out a cacophony of cries, seizing whatever weapons they could find: kitchen knives, iron rods, golf clubs, and even the legs of dismantled chairs, as they surged out of room 808, led by Black Skin and his core subordinates, like a murky torrent rushing toward the top floor. Chapter 52. No angle left unseen. In the corridor of Building 6, on the 18th floor, the temperature remained at a terrifyingly frigid -70 degrees. The icy air seemed capable of freezing one's breath, each inhale akin to countless tiny ice needles piercing the lungs. Gazing out the corridor windows, the relentless snowstorm, which had persisted for days, finally exhibited signs of fatigue. The snowflakes, though sparse, stubbornly drifted from the gray-white sky, silently accumulating on the already buried window ledges. The profound silence seemed to be the only melody in this desolate place until the disordered sounds of footsteps, heavy panting, and the jarring noise of metal scraping against the ground shattered this tranquil atmosphere. A dense crowd filled the already cramped corridor. Most were clad in tattered garments, their faces obscured by frostbite and the pallor of prolonged hunger. Yet, their eyes, bloodshot with insatiable greed and despair, were fixated on the end of the corridor, where the cold, hard metallic sheen of the 1801 security door stood in stark contrast to the surrounding hopelessness. Various makeshift weapons were tightly gripped in their hands: fire axes, steel pipes, and even wooden sticks with blades affixed, gleaming ominously in the dim light. At the periphery of the crowd, Zhou Ku'er and Lin Qian were also swept along. Zhou Ku'er wore a once stylish down jacket, now soiled and tightly wrapped around her slender frame, her thick black tights riddled with holes, exposing her skin, reddened from the cold. Her face was as pale as paper, clutching a crumpled, deflated plastic bag. She cast furtive glances at the icy door, trembling with fear, yet harboring a ridiculous and pitiable hope. Would Lu Dong, her brother, appear once more? How would he perceive her presence here? Beside her, Lin Qian averted her gaze, disheveled hair obscuring much of her face, draped in ill-fitting layers of clothing, her former self barely recognizable. Her body trembled slightly, nails digging deeply into her already frozen palms, her heart a tumult of resentment towards Lu Dong and a pitiful, uncontrollable yearning for him to, if only for the sake of their past, bestow upon her a modicum of pity, a morsel of food. Black Skin stood at the forefront of the crowd, clad in a grimy leather jacket that showcased his muscular arms, adorned with fresh scars that enhanced his menacing appearance. He sneered at the door. As planned, "First team, move out. Draw their fire." With a swift motion, the dark-skinned man spoke with a raspy voice that brooked no dissent. The four men he had summoned approached, their faces a mixture of fear and reckless determination, swallowing hard as they steeled themselves, clutching a few battered umbrellas and a piece of a door panel scavenged from downstairs. They trembled as they used these makeshift shields to cautiously advance toward the ominous door. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the sound of their heavy breaths and the frantic beating of their hearts. All eyes were fixed on them and that threshold of doom. However, the anticipated high-pressure water gun did not materialize. As they drew nearer, the safety door, the one through which the food had been passed to Zhou Ku'er, silently slid open once more. This time, however, what emerged was neither food nor a spray nozzle, but a dark, short metallic pipe exuding an aura of chilling death. What in the world is that? One man holding an umbrella froze, instinctively halting his steps, confusion and a sense of foreboding lacing his voice. His question was swiftly answered. In the next instant, the cold metallic pipe erupted with a blindingly bright orange light. A resounding boom echoed through the air, A violent and searing tongue of flame surged forth from the pipe, akin to the wrathful maw of a beast emerging from the abyss, instantly engulfing the two men at the forefront. The horrifying screams, twisted and unrecognizable, shattered the suffocating silence of the corridor. The flames burned with an intense heat, seemingly augmented by some special accelerant, adhering fiercely to their surroundings. The flimsy umbrellas and thin wooden panels were reduced to ash in the face of such terrifying fire, crumbling like paper toys. The two men directly hit by the inferno transformed into frenzied torches, writhing in agony as they rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the unquenchable flames that clung to them. The ghastly stench of charred flesh quickly permeated the air, inducing nausea. The two trailing behind, though only singed by the edges of the flames, were utterly terrified, screaming as they discarded their burning shields and scrambled backward, their clothes billowing smoke and sparks, their faces and hands marred with unsightly blisters and horrific scars. In an instant, the entire assault team fell into chaos. The crowd surged backward in sheer terror. Shoving and pushing as screams, curses, and cries echoed, reminiscent of a scene from hell. Joker, frightened, let out a shriek, instinctively covering her mouth and involuntarily shrinking backward, nearly losing her balance. Lin Qian's face turned pale as she instinctively gripped the arm of the person beside her, her nails digging almost painfully into their flesh. The dark-skinned man's sneer was frozen on his face, his muscles twitching, replaced by a mixture of rage and disbelief. A flamethrower? Damn, he has that too. The low growl of the dark-skinned man was filled with fury and a barely perceptible tremor of dread. What the hell? A flamethrower? Exclaimed the iron-headed companion, his voice cracking. He almost let slip the words about the grenades, but fortunately restrained himself just in time, swallowing hard as cold sweat soaked his back. If the dark-skinned man discovered his knowledge in silence, he would surely meet his demise. At that moment, he inwardly screamed, "This kid is far too cunning." The two subordinates who had transformed into fiery figures soon lay motionless, reduced to charred, curled remnants, still emitting wisps of smoke and the acrid smell of burning flesh. Sprawled across the cold corridor floor, forming a grotesque and terrifying contrast to the previously lifeless bodies. Inside the safe house, Lu Dong sat comfortably in his monitoring chair, multiple screens before him vividly displaying the grim scene outside and the terrified, contorted faces of the survivors. He leisurely savored a cup of rich, hot coffee, his gaze calm and indifferent, as if he were merely watching a chaotic film that had no bearing on his own life. With an ample supply of flamethrower fuel in his alternate space, he was more than willing to entertain them for a while. Not the door. Smash the wall. Break through the adjoining wall. The dark-skinned man reacted swiftly, suppressing the chill rising within him, and pointed at the shared wall between rooms 1801 and 1802. His voice hoarse with rage. "Brothers, let's go for it. Hit from the side." Since the front defenses were impenetrable, they had no choice but to breach from the side. This was their last hope. Several subordinates armed with sledgehammers and fire axes exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and once more hurled themselves at the seemingly unremarkable wall, swinging their tools with all their might. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy impacts echoed through the corridor, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. However, after a dozen powerful strikes, the wall's surface only bore a few faint white spots and negligible dents. The anticipated scene of bricks flying and cracks forming never materialized. This wall was unnaturally solid, the overwhelming rebound force causing the attackers' hands to split, blood flowing freely. Their arms numb. What the hell is this wall made of? One subordinate gasped, staring at the seemingly unscathed surface with despair and disbelief. A rat crouched down, battling his fear as he examined the struck area closely, knocking on it with his hand, listening intently to the sound, and his expression instantly darkened. "Brother Blackskin, this sound is off. It's too muffled and solid. Inside this wall, there's likely more than just bricks. It's probably reinforced with thick steel-reinforced concrete, or perhaps even embedded with steel plates." His voice trembled. "What?" The dark-skinned man shoved him aside, unconvinced, and took up a heavy fire axe himself, channeling all his strength into a few powerful blows. Clang, clang. However, all he achieved were deeper dents on the surface, sparks flying, unable to breach it at all. The wall's fortitude exceeded his wildest imagination. It was far from the structure of an ordinary residence. Damn it! Blackskin was so enraged that he nearly coughed up blood, a powerful sense of helplessness and fury surging within him. What manner of creature was this Lu Dong? Had he encased the entire house in tank armor? What an exorbitant expense that must entail. What a monumental undertaking. The crowd fell into an even greater state of panic and turmoil. The door would not budge. The walls were impervious. 2 people had been instantaneously dispatched. How were they to proceed? Black skin, perhaps we should just give up? This is utterly hopeless. Voices tinged with fear and a hint of sobbing began to emerge from the crowd. Enough with the nonsense. Black skin shouted furiously, his bloodshot eyes scanning the assembly like a famished wolf, causing the speaker to shrink back in terror. Whoever dares utter despairing words again, I will be the first to end them. Toss them out to feed the snow. Deep down, Blackskin understood better than anyone that a frontal assault was now impossible. They were faced with an indomitable titanium-coated turtle shell. He gazed at the still and silent security door, which seemed to mock him without uttering a sound, and at the transmission point beside the door, where fear had left an indelible mark on the hearts of the crowd. For the first time, he truly felt the gravity of their predicament, along with a chill that crept from the depths of his heart. This foe was far beyond their capacity to confront. Chapter 53. The target is the balcony. In the corridor of the 18th floor, the fervor of Black Skin and his companions was thoroughly extinguished by the hellfire erupting around them, leaving only the cold grip of fear and the acrid stench of charred bodies lingering in the air. They stood frozen, the sounds of their hungry stomachs echoing loudly in the oppressive silence of the corridor, amplifying their sense of despair. The rat, with its beady eyes darting about on its gaunt face, leaned closer to the ashen Black Skin. Almost whispering, he pressed his mouth to Black Skin's ear and spoke in a hushed tone. Brother Black Skin, we cannot tackle this problem head-on. We must employ some strategy. Spit it out. Black Skin growled irritably, his fists clenching audibly as he fixated on the immovable metal door, wishing to melt it with his glare. The balcony. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the rat's eyes as he pointed towards the direction of room 1802, adjacent to Lu Dong's residence. The balcony of 1802. Logically, the balconies of adjacent units should connect. Our layout in Building 9 is designed that way, and this should be no different. Although the balcony has a security net, it appears to be standard fare, far easier to breach than this blasted concrete steel wall and bank vault door. The gap between the 2 balconies is merely a few dozen centimeters. We can stealthily make our way over at night, find a way to open the security net of 1802, or simply smash through its doors and windows from the inside. Blackskin followed his finger to the tightly shut door of 1802, a spark of fierce hope reigniting in his eyes. Indeed, if a frontal assault was futile, then they would circumvent the obstacle. However, the rat's tone shifted, becoming cautious. But it's broad daylight. Every move we make is surely being observed by that Lu. If we attempt to breach 1802 now, he might pull out something even more vicious from some hidden corner to ambush us. We must wait until nightfall. Under the cover of darkness, strike him unexpectedly. Black Skin narrowed his eyes, contemplating the notion, and deemed it reasonable. He forcefully patted the emaciated shoulder of the rat. Good lad, we shall proceed, as you suggest. When night falls, damn it, Lu Dong, I wonder how long your turtle shell can withstand this. He abruptly turned, bellowing at the restless and demoralized crowd. Did you all hear that? Withdraw and rest. Conserve your strength. When darkness descends, we will strike from the balcony of 1802. Should anyone dare to flee or waver in resolve, he viciously kicked a charred, curled corpse nearby, producing a sickening crunch. This is your fate. The crowd was momentarily quelled by his ferocity, yet the fear in their eyes lingered. They could only drag their weary, cold, and hungry bodies, assisting the injured, as they began their retreat to lower levels, leaving only a few trusted subordinates to keep watch at the stairwell. Blackskin and his entourage casually selected a fortunate residence on the 17th floor, breaking in without a second thought. Moments later, after a brief respite, Blackskin returned to the floor of room 1802, accompanied by his core subordinates, Rat, Ironhead, and the pale-faced Zhou Ke, Lin Xian, and Zhang Hao, who had been forcibly recruited. Break down this door, Blackskin commanded, pointing at the entrance to 1802. They needed to secure this position and await the arrival of nightfall. Meanwhile, within room 1802, Su Wanqing's heart raced, nearly threatening to burst from her chest. She had previously peered through the peephole and witnessed the chaos unfolding in the corridor, flames surging, piercing screams, charred bodies, and the greedy, ferocious gazes of Blackskin and his crew directed towards her door. Fear washed over her like icy water, yet she forced herself to remain composed. Trembling, She retrieved her phone from her undergarments and swiftly messaged Lu Dong. Mr. Lu, they have failed. Many have perished. It's horrifying. Now they seem to have set their sights on my balcony, intending to launch a surprise attack tonight. They are attempting to break down the door. The wait following her message was agonizing, each second dragging on interminably. She fixated on the screen, her breath quickening. Moments later, Lu Dong's response illuminated her device. His tone calm to the point of being chilling, yet imbued with a peculiar soothing power. I see everything. Let them in. Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned, almost doubting her own eyes. Let them in, but that you cannot stop them. Pretend to be afraid, then comply with them. Your task is to listen, observe, and discern their specific intentions for tonight. Then inform me. Su Wanqing's fingers felt numb as she comprehended the implications of his words. I fear I may not be able to do it. They're quite fierce. You can. Remember, while it may seem you are with them, you are on my side. Work for me, and you will survive, living better than they ever could. This statement served as both a reassurance and an undeniable command. Su Wanqing took a deep breath. Indeed, she had long since run out of options. From the moment she chose to seek assistance from Lu Dong, she found herself irrevocably bound to his vessel. What must I do? Survive, perform well, earn trust, and gather intelligence. Furthermore, I have discreetly placed a small device at the bottom inside of your balcony glass door that can assist you in clearing the area if necessary. The remote control is with me. A demolition device on the balcony? Su Wanqing's heart constricted sharply as she instinctively glanced toward the balcony. However, Lu Dong's calm demeanor oddly alleviated her panic. He seemed to have anticipated various scenarios and prepared accordingly. This absolute sense of control instilled an unusual sense of security amidst the apocalypse. Very well, I understand. Mr. Lu, I shall be cautious. Excellent. Let's keep in touch. Remember, I can see you. The final remark was laden with meaning, both a reminder and a warning. A chill coursed through Su Wanqing, yet it simultaneously fortified her resolve. Just then, a resounding crash echoed. The sound of a violent assault on her security door reverberated through the space. Haipi, Lao Su, Tai Tu, and others stormed in with menacing ferocity. Instinctively, Su Wanqing shoved her phone back into its hiding place and curled herself into the corner of the sofa, tightly wrapping herself in a blanket, her body trembling uncontrollably. This time, 7 parts genuine, 3 parts feigned, clad in form-fitting light gray thermal wear. The soft fabric accentuated her delicate curves, and her trembling body, driven by fear, appeared particularly fragile in the dim light. Strands of hair slipped from her loose ponytail, clinging to her slightly perspiring forehead and fair neck, her large eyes brimming with terror and helplessness. Oh, this room conceals such a lovely specimen? Zhang Hao exclaimed as he entered, his gaze greedily sweeping over Su Wanqing, lingering especially on her rising chest and curled legs. Hei Pai cast a fleeting glance her way, his throat bobbing, yet his primary concern lay with strategic matters. He strode purposefully to the balcony glass door, inspecting the external security net and gauging the distance to room 1801. Brother Hei, this net can be opened, Tai Tu reported after his examination. Excellent. Hei Pai grunted in satisfaction before turning his attention to Su Wanqing, his tone menacing. Are you the owner of this place? Su Wanqing hugged herself tighter, shrinking further, her voice frail and tinged with a whimper. Why, yes, it's me. I beg you, do not harm me. I have a little food, all for you. Food? Lao Su Scalp. Who cares about your meager scraps? What we desire is from next door. Stay put and work for us tonight. If you perform well, perhaps you may be spared. Su Wanqing nodded vigorously, lowering her gaze, too frightened to look at them, presenting herself as entirely subdued and at their mercy. Hei Pai ordered a hasty search of the premises, and indeed, they found only a trivial amount of leftovers. He commanded his subordinates to guard the doors and windows while the others rested. Zhou Ku'er and Lin Qian were also thrust into the room, their expressions a mingling of fear and perplexity as they gazed upon Su Wanqing, who, despite appearing unscathed, seemed enveloped in an aura of isolation. Huddled in a corner, wrapped tightly in a blanket, she bowed her head as if to shut out the world. As nightfall quietly descended, the air in room 1802, once relatively fresh, grew heavy and oppressive with the arrival of Hei Pai and his companions. Over 20 individuals now crowded the not-so-spacious living room, some seated, others sprawled, all striving to conserve their strength while awaiting an opportune moment. The room was filled with the sounds of labored breathing, sporadic coughs, and the stomach growls of hunger, weaving together a disquieting backdrop. Hey Pie and the rat crouched by the balcony door, peering through the curtain's gap, utilizing the faint reflection from the snow outside to scrutinize the situation on the adjacent balcony of room 1801. There, the balcony lay equally blanketed in thick snow, and the glass door was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any movement, as if caught unawares. Damn it, they're putting on quite a show, Hey Pie muttered under his breath, a cruel smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Once I get over there, I'll shatter that fragile glass and see how they pretend then. The rat's small eyes gleamed with excitement. Brother Hey, let us have the others act swiftly. We'll catch them off guard and storm in. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao inched closer to Su Wanqing, his furtive gaze lingering on her figure, accentuated by her thermal clothing. Particularly, his eyes roamed over her slender legs, curled up yet still discernible in the dim light, igniting a pang of desire within him. Don't be afraid, little lady, he leered softly. Once we breach the barrier next door, I'll treat you to something much better than this pitiful state you're in. As he spoke, he reached out as if to touch her face. Su Wanqing instinctively turned away, retreating further, her expression a perfect blend of fear and revulsion. Please, don't touch me, she murmured. Her reaction only served to intensify Zhang Hao's illicit thoughts, but a glance at Hey Pai's back stayed his hand for the moment, eliciting a low, mocking chuckle from him. Play your part, but there will come a time when you'll beg for my mercy. In another corner, Zhou Ku'er and Lin Qian observed this scene, their emotions a tumultuous sea. Zhou Ku'er hugged herself tightly, her legs trembling from the cold beneath her tattered black tights. Torn between fear of Hey Pai's group and a flicker of jealousy towards Su Wanqing for maintaining her relative comfort and attire, Lin Qian's gaze was hollow, lost in her own thoughts. Su Wanqing lowered her head, concealing the chill in her eyes. Using her body as a shield, she cautiously adjusted her phone's brightness to the lowest setting, tucking it against her leg as she swiftly sent a message to Lu Dong. Mr. Lu, their plan will commence shortly, targeting the glass door of your balcony. It appears about 10 of them are preparing to move first. Lu Dong's reply arrived almost instantaneously. Succinct and clear. Received. Continue monitoring. Put on some headphones and await my instructions. Su Wanqing swiftly deleted the records, concealing her phone, and discreetly donned a Bluetooth headset that still held a hint of charge. As she engaged in these actions, her heart raced with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. She portrayed the image of fragile and fearful prey, while in truth, she was the most covert eye beside the hunter. Time slipped by, second by second. Outside, the night had fully deepened, with only the relentless wind and snow howling in the darkness. Hey Pai felt the moment had arrived. He abruptly stood, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Act. Several subordinates immediately produced their prepared tools, hydraulic shears and crowbars, carefully prying open the balcony door of 1802. A chilling gust of wind rushed in, causing everyone to shiver. They tiptoed onto the balcony, the snow rising above their ankles. Two of them shielded against the wind and snow, while the other two began to tackle the moderately thick metal railing connecting the balconies of 1802 and 1801 with the hydraulic shears. The sharp, grating sound of twisting metal pierced through the stillness of the night. Su Wanqing's heart raced her throat as she fixed her gaze outside. Within the safety of the room, Lu Dong observed the real-time thermal imaging of the 1802 balcony on the monitor before him. He watched the hurried figures with a faint, icy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. On the control panel before him, a joystick was in place, linked to the concealed high-pressure nozzles outside the balcony. Hurry! Faster! Hey Pai urged in a hushed tone, his eyes glinting with impatience. Soon, with a loud clang, a section of the railing was successfully severed, revealing an opening large enough for an adult to pass through. It worked. One of the younger subordinates exclaimed in hushed excitement. Monkey, you take 2 people over first. Test that glass door. Hey Pai commanded immediately. A lean, agile man nodded, taking 2 equally eager subordinates with him as they crawled through the gap and onto the thick snow of 1801's balcony. The trio crept towards the massive glass door, attempting to peer through the cracks, but the interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Doesn't seem like there's any movement? Monkey turned back, signaling towards Hey Pai. Hey Pai's face lit up with delight. Excellent. Send a few more over. Bring the big tools and smash the door open. 5 more individuals crawled through the opening, one wielding a large fire axe. 8 men crowded onto the balcony of 1801, nearly filling the confined space. They encircled the glass door, raising their axes, preparing for a decisive strike. At that moment, to their astonishment, a low hum resonated from the ceiling of the 1801 balcony. Simultaneously, several concealed nozzles sprang forth, adjusting their angles to aim directly at the densely packed crowd on the balcony. Zzz. The previously robust and high-pressure icy water column erupted with astonishing speed and force, inundating the unsuspecting individuals from all angles without mercy. The chilling cries of despair erupted instantaneously. Ah, not again. The water is freezing me to death. This torrent felt even more frigid and piercing than before. The balcony's nozzle, meticulously crafted, had an expansive coverage that nearly enveloped the entire area. The unfortunate monkey and the axe-wielding figure at the forefront were struck head-on, the overwhelming impact propelling them backward, crashing violently against the balcony railing. With a horrific scream, they tumbled over the edge, plummeting into the abyss several stories below. Their desperate wails were swiftly swallowed by the howling winds and swirling snow. The remaining 5 were equally taken aback by this sudden onslaught, the icy torrent soaking them to the bone, as if their very blood were congealing. In sheer terror, they attempted to retreat, yearning to scramble back to room 1802. But the balcony floor, rapidly freezing from the deluge, had become perilously slick. Thud! Ouch! One after another, they lost their footing, crashing heavily onto the swiftly freezing surface. The sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Those who fell tried to rise, but the relentless, icy water mercilessly cascaded over them, quickly encasing their bodies in a lethal layer of frost. Their struggles gradually weakened until they ceased entirely. Only 2 of the more alert individuals, standing further back, managed to roll and scramble toward the guardrail's opening, desperately plunging back into the sanctuary of room 1802, drenched and trembling uncontrollably, their faces blank with sheer terror. The entire assault transpired in less than a minute. On the balcony of 1801, 5 contorted, ice-encased bodies lay frozen, alongside the empty spaces left by the 2 who had fallen. A deathly silence enveloped the scene, as all present were stunned by the horrific efficiency of the massacre. The complexion of the dark-skinned man turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. 7 more had fallen. Not a single hair of the enemy had been touched. Su Wanqing, frightened, covered her mouth, her face as pale as a ghost. Although she knew Lu Dong was prepared, she had not anticipated such a swift and effective method. Within the safe house, Lu Dong observed the newly added ice sculptures on the monitor, his expression devoid of emotion. He gently maneuvered the joystick, causing the balcony nozzle to retract slowly, as if nothing had occurred. "What do we do, Brother Black?" The voice of the mouse trembled, revealing his sheer terror. Black turned sharply, his blood-red eyes glaring at Su Wanqing, as he roughly yanked her closer, roaring, "Speak. Was this your doing? Did you inform him?" Su Wanqing, stricken with fear, her face drained of color, tears welled up in her eyes as she fervently shook her head. "No, it wasn't me. I've been right under your noses. How could I have sent word? My phone has been dead for ages. I truly had no idea this would happen." Her performance was impeccable, vividly conveying both fear and grievance. The man known as Black Skin fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly searching for a flaw in her expression, yet ultimately could only push her away in frustration. He was acutely aware that this woman had remained within his line of sight, truly lacking any opportunity to send a warning. "Damn it, Lu Dong, what the hell?" Black Skin was consumed by impotent rage, kicking the wall beside him with force. Chapter 55. Well done, Dr. Su. After a brief moment of silence, a greater sense of panic and turmoil took hold. The recent, severe losses had instilled profound dread in the remaining individuals, their eyes filled with terror as they glanced toward room 1801, which now appeared not as a mere house, but as a monstrous entity poised to consume lives. "Black Skin, let's retreat. We truly cannot fight this. Yes, a monster. We're all going to die." The remaining individuals began to break down, their cries echoing in despair, morale utterly shattered. Zhang Hao, pale with fright, cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, wishing to vanish into the earth. Black Skin's expression darkened, his fury and frustration causing his chest to heave violently. He realized that the spirit of his troops had dissipated. If he pressed on, he feared a mutiny among his own ranks. Yet, he felt a deep unwillingness to relent, having sacrificed so much and yet not even touched the door. His bloodshot eyes swept across everyone present, finally locking onto the figure attempting to diminish her presence in the corner. Su Wanqing. A more malevolent and frenzied thought emerged. You. Black Skin pointed at Su Wanqing, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Do you not wish to survive? Here's your chance. Crawl over here right now. That kid Lu Dong might just show mercy to a pretty woman like you. If you can get him to open the door, or even just divert his attention for a moment, I will spare your life. In an instant, all eyes converged on Su Wanqing. Zhou, Ku, and Lin Qian also turned to her, their expressions complex, some sympathy, some relief that it wasn't them, and a hint of secret, unacknowledged hope. If she succeeded, might they also have a chance? Su Wanqing's heart raced. She anticipated Black Skin would resort to such tactics. This completely disrupted her plan with Lu Dong. Instinctively, she glanced toward room 1801, her eyes filled with helplessness and pleading, her frail form trembling slightly in the cold wind, the ends of her high ponytail brushing against her pale cheek. At that moment, her Bluetooth earpiece, connected to Lu Dong, buzzed to life. It was Lu Dong. Her disheveled hair conveniently concealed the fact that she was wearing the earpiece, which had gone unnoticed by Black Skin and his crew. Agree with him. Crawl over. I will support you. Get ready to jump, the voice in her ear urged. Lu Dong's voice acted like a powerful stimulant, instantly invigorating Su Wanqing's nearly frozen body. She suddenly found her resolve. Raising her head, her face displayed sheer terror and reluctance, tears welling in her eyes as her voice trembled violently. I dare not venture forth. So many lives have recently been lost there, bloodshed everywhere. To go now is to court death. The man with dark skin menacingly unsheathed his dagger, the cold blade pressing against Su Wanqing's slender neck. The chilling sensation and aura of impending death caused her to tremble, tiny goosebumps rising on her skin. I will go. Su Wanqing replied in a voice laced with fear, her body weak as if it might collapse. Satisfied, the dark-skinned man sheathed his knife and signaled his subordinates to clear the passage. Su Wanqing trembled, akin to a lamb led to the slaughter, cautiously stepping towards the balcony's gaping maw, reminiscent of an infernal entrance. The biting wind tousled her few loose strands of hair, striking her face. The flimsy thermal undergarments she wore, already hardened by the cold, offered little protection against the frigid air, clinging tightly to her graceful form, accentuating the fullness of her bosom and the delicate curve of her waist. Her long legs quivered with fear, each step a laborious challenge, as though she were treading upon a razor's edge. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, some filled with greed, others with dread, and still others in a state of numbness, she gingerly crossed the gap in the railing. The icy soles of her shoes met the slick, blood-stained ground of the 1801 balcony, where twisted forms lay frozen in death, their eyes wide open in an eternal stare. The heavy stench of blood and the aura of death assaulted her senses, causing her stomach to churn violently, nearly inducing a scream, which she stifled with great effort. She inched closer to the obsidian glass door, which seemed to absorb all light. Raising her frostbitten hand, her voice trembling with a plaintive, almost childlike quality as she beseeched, Mr. Lu Dong, I implore you, open the door and let me in. Outside are demons. I'm willing to do anything, I beg of you. Within the safe house, Lu Dong observed Su Wanqing's performance through high-definition cameras and concealed microphones, maintaining a calm demeanor as he noted her convincing display, even discerning the erratic rise and fall of her chest due to the cold and fear, along with the frost crystals forming on her long eyelashes. Excellent. The doctor's psychological fortitude and on-the-spot performance exceeded his expectations. Yet, he refrained from opening the door immediately, allowing her to shiver in the frigid wind for a moment longer. This was a silent pressure, the ultimate test of loyalty. He needed to ensure she was fully immersed in her role while allowing the remaining adversaries to place all their hopes on this final gamble. The dark-skinned man and his associates watched anxiously, their hearts racing, yearning for a miracle. Time appeared to stand still, each second stretching into an eternity. Just as Su Wanqing's lips turned purple and her body swayed precariously, on the brink of succumbing to the cold and losing consciousness. Click! A faint yet unmistakable sound of the lock disengaging resonated like a heavenly chorus. The heavy, seemingly eternally sealed glass door of the 1801 balcony slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Suddenly, a wave of warmth, imbued with the enticing aroma of food, surged through the crevice, striking Su Wanqing's almost unconscious face, creating a stark contrast between the heavenly warmth and the hellish chill of the outside world. All who witnessed this scene were wide-eyed, their breaths quickening. Had they succeeded? Had that woman truly opened the door? A gleam of ecstatic greed ignited in the eyes of the man in black, an overwhelming opportunity beckoning. "Charge!" he bellowed, urging his comrades to rush in and seize everything. He was the first to leap towards the opening. However, at that very instant, Su Wanqing, standing frozen at the door, received the last command from Lu Dong: "Jump." Without a moment's hesitation, driven by an instinct for survival, she summoned all her strength and lunged forward, diving straight into the warm, illuminated gap of the door. Almost simultaneously, as her body fully entered the threshold, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the 1802 balcony, as if it could rend the very fabric of the soul. A colossal blaze and a violent shockwave surged forth, engulfing the entire 1802 balcony like an enraged beast. The severed railing, the bewildered henchmen of the man in black, and even portions of the balcony's wall were obliterated in the ferocious explosion. Twisted metal, shattered concrete, dismembered limbs, and snow intermixed, scattering in all directions. The piercing screams were drowned out by the thunderous roar of the explosion. The man in black, who had just thrust himself through the gap, was violently hurled away by the terrifying shockwave of the blast. He crashed into the wall of room 1802 with a thud, blood spraying forth, the sound of his bones fracturing clear as day. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness, unaware of his fate. Those closer to the balcony, including the likes of Zhang Hao, were also caught in the maelstrom of flying debris and the ferocious shockwave, collapsing to the ground amidst cries of agony, blood streaming, and ears ringing incessantly. The interior of room 1802 lay in utter disarray, resembling a hellish landscape, a cacophony of wails, moans, and the buzzing aftermath of the explosion merging into chaos. Survivors were few and far between, each injured, engulfed in utter confusion and despair. Meanwhile, on the other side, the heavy bulletproof glass door swiftly sealed shut after Su Wanqing's entrance, locking tightly and completely isolating the terrifying scene of the explosion outside, along with the chaos and despair. Inside the safe house, warmth, light, and an almost serene quietness enveloped the space, as if it belonged to another realm entirely. Su Wanqing collapsed onto the soft, thick carpet at the doorway, her heart racing, gasping for breath, her chest heaving as her body trembled uncontrollably. The cataclysmic roar still echoed in her ears, sending jolts through her nerves. The intense stimulation of surviving a catastrophe, coupled with the abrupt shift in temperature, rendered her momentarily incapable of thought. Lu Dong slowly approached her, halting his steps to gaze down from his elevated position at the woman curled up on the carpet, a picture of disarray yet exuding a fragile vitality. Her hair was disheveled, the once taut ponytail now slack, with several strands clinging to her forehead and cheeks. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, though the warmth of the air gradually restored a hint of color to her lips. The thin thermal where she wore was stained with ice shards and dirt from the outside, clinging tightly to her form, accentuating the contours of her body, particularly the fullness of her chest and the waist that contracted with each rapid breath. Her long legs lay curled up in a feeble position, still trembling slightly. "Well done, Dr. Su." Lu Dong's voice was calm, devoid of any trace of the tumultuous life and death struggle he had just endured. Hearing him, Su Wanqing laboriously lifted her head, and her eyes met Lu Dong's, which were as unfathomable as the depths of an abyss, eerily composed to the point of indifference. She parted her lips, attempting to articulate something, but found her throat parched, unable to produce any sound, only managing a choked gasp. Outside, the blaze from the explosion gradually faded, leaving only the relentless wind whipping the snow, unyieldingly battering the glass facade. The balcony of room 1802 had transformed into a harrowing ruin, as though it had been viciously torn apart by the claws of a monstrous beast, silently narrating the recent horrors. The main forces of the Black Gang had been almost entirely annihilated in the span of a single night. Meanwhile, within the adjacent safe house, warmth enveloped the air, infused with a subtle aroma of food mingling with the cold essence brought in by Su Wanqing. Chapter 56. Go take a shower. Su Wanqing collapsed onto the soft, warm carpet, her icy body greedily absorbing the inviting temperature within the safe house. The violent heaving of her chest had yet to subside. The deafening echoes of explosions and the hellish sights beyond the glass door still reverberated in her ears. The overwhelming shock of survival left her mind blank, her body trembling instinctively. Lu Dong stood before her, his figure outlined by the gentle glow of the room, tall and composed. He wore a comfortable dark gray loungewear ensemble and clean soft-soled slippers, seemingly existing in a realm entirely separate from the icy hell and bloody carnage outside. His gaze was steady and unflinching, meticulously scrutinizing the woman he had just accepted, devoid of any relaxation or pity, embodying a chillingly precise assessment and control. Su Wanqing felt the weight of his gaze, as if it could penetrate her damp, thin clothing, prompting her to instinctively draw her trembling legs closer together. The light gray thermal where she donned was thoroughly soaked with snowmelt and sweat, clinging to her skin and vividly outlining her voluptuous curves. Damp strands of hair adhered to her smooth forehead and neck, while her pale cheeks bore an unnatural flush from the exertion and fear, presenting a juxtaposition of disarray and a fragile, enticing allure. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." Su Wanqing struggled to sit up, her voice still trembling and hoarse. "No need to thank me," Lu Dong replied in a flat tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. "This is the price of your own worth." He did not extend a hand to assist her, but instead took a step back, maintaining a distinctly safe distance. This subtle gesture sent a chill through Su Wanqing, prompting her to acutely realize her predicament. She had merely passed the first trial and had yet to earn genuine trust. Lu Dong's gaze swept over her entire figure as he continued, "My rules are quite simple. Here, absolute obedience is the only means of survival. Any concealment, betrayal, or actions I disapprove of will lead to consequences far worse than those encountered by the few outside." His tone, though not harsh, bore an undeniable icy weight that rendered Su Wanqing breathless. She nodded hastily, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. "Understood, Mr. Liu. I shall comply with all your arrangements." "Very well," Lu Dong nodded, seemingly satisfied with her declaration. However, his next words drained the color from Su Wanqing's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a flush of embarrassment. "Now, remove all your clothing. Not a single item should remain. I must ascertain that you carry nothing inappropriate." Lu Dong's voice remained unperturbed, as though he were discussing the most mundane of matters. "All of it. Remove it." Su Wanqing's head snapped up, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, her cheeks and ears burning with heat. Though she had considered that entering this place might require a price, she had not anticipated such a direct and humiliating demand. "Do you need me to repeat myself?" Lu Dong arched an eyebrow, his gaze as cold as ever, devoid of desire, merely scrutinizing and guarded. "Or would you prefer to return outside?" At the mention of the outside, the horrific images of ice sculptures and the aftermath of explosions flashed in her mind, causing her body to shudder violently. The clash between her shame and the instinct to survive raged within her. She looked into Lu Dong's emotionless eyes. Ultimately, the will to live eclipsed all else. She lowered her head, her long lashes trembling violently as her voice barely rose above a whisper. "Yes, Mr. Liu." Her fingers were cold and stiff as they trembled towards the hem of her clothing. Under Lu Dong's unyielding gaze, she bit her lip and slowly began to shed her garments one by one. First, she lifted and removed the skin-tight thermal undergarment, revealing her smooth, pale back and slender waist. The cold air clinging to the fabric met her warm skin, raising tiny goosebumps. Yet, she still crossed her arms over her chest. Next came the thermal leggings. She bent down awkwardly to remove them, unveiling a pair of long, flawless legs. Years of training and her profession as a doctor, which required prolonged standing, had sculpted her legs into an aesthetically pleasing form with smooth and taut muscle lines. At this moment exposed to the air, her skin tightened slightly due to the cold and anxiety, and her toes involuntarily curled, as she trembled while unfastening the clasp and finally removed her last piece of undergarment. Standing completely naked before Lu Dong, an overwhelming sense of shame enveloped her, causing her skin to flush an enticing pink. She tightly shut her eyes, too ashamed to gaze at Lu Dong, her long eyelashes adorned with humiliating tears. Her hands futilely attempted to cover her ample bosom and the intimate area between her legs, her body shivering slightly from the chill and emotional turmoil, akin to a helpless white lily swaying in the storm. Lu Dong's gaze was like a precise scanner, calmly and swiftly surveying every inch of her skin, ensuring there were no concealed weapons, communication devices, or suspicious marks. Throughout the process, His expression remained hauntingly serene, as if he were inspecting an object rather than the vulnerable, alluring form of a mature woman. Moments later, he spoke softly. "It's enough." He turned away, retrieving a pristine, neatly folded white nightgown and a soft towel from a nearby cabinet, offering them to her without sparing her a second glance. "The bathroom is to your right. There has hot water and toiletries. Clean yourself. I dislike the scent from outside." His tone brooked no argument. "After you finish, there will be food in the dining room." With that, he disregarded her further, striding toward the control panel, his attention fixated on the monitor displaying the chaotic scene outside. As though the preceding events were merely a trivial interlude, Su Wanqing stood frozen for several seconds before coming to her senses. Hastily, she wrapped her cold body in the towel and clutched the soft nightgown, her cheeks still aflame. "Thank you, Mr. Liu," she murmured, nearly fleeing as she stumbled toward the bathroom as directed. Once the door closed, the sound of running water soon filled the air. To her surprise, hot water flowed from the showerhead, and at that moment, she felt reassured in her initial choice. Aligning herself with such a man was not entirely unfeasible. Lu Dong finally diverted his gaze from the monitor, casting a fleeting glance toward the bathroom, his eyes profound. The first step in testing loyalty had been successfully completed. The outcome was promising. A woman who understands the nuances of the situation and can overcome her shame to obey commands is far more valuable than a mere decorative vase prone to tears. He proceeded to the dining room, retrieving a steaming, exquisite dinner of pan-seared cod with seasonal vegetables, and poured a glass of warm milk, meticulously arranging everything on the table. After completing his tasks, he resumed his seat on the sofa. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of running water ceased. After a while, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Amidst the rising steam, Su Wanqing emerged. Cleansed of dirt and fatigue, she appeared transformed, as if she were a different person altogether. Her damp, ebony locks cascaded over her shoulders, the tips still dripping with water, accentuating the porcelain clarity of her complexion, which glowed with a healthy pink hue from the warmth of the water. The slightly loose cotton pajamas hinted at her graceful figure, with the gentle curve of her bust subtly lifting the fabric, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, slender calves and delicate feet clad in slippers. A rosy flush adorned her cheeks, and her gaze, once filled with terror, now bore a hint of shyness and unease, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her garment. Unable to meet Lu Dong's eyes, stripped of artifice, her inherent elegance and gentle charm shone through, intertwined with a newfound vulnerability that created an alluring magnetism. "Are you done?" Lu Dong inquired, lifting his gaze toward her. "Yes," Su Wanqing replied softly, her voice imbued with a lingering softness from the steam. "Food is on the table. After you finish, just place the dishes in the sink." Lu Dong gestured towards the dining area, his tone remaining unvarnished. "You will sleep in the guest room tonight. Without my permission, you are not to enter the master bedroom or study, nor touch any control devices or weapons. Do you understand?" "Understood, Mr. Liu," Su Wanqing nodded eagerly, appearing more like a cautious novice than a 24-year-old professional woman. As she approached the dining area, the sight of the steaming, artfully arranged dinner and a glass of warm milk brought a slight sting to her eyes. After enduring an extended period of hunger, cold, and the terror of life and death, such a simple, normal meal evoked an indescribable wave of emotion. She sat down and ate delicately yet briskly, clearly famished. The warmth and flavor of the food gradually relaxed her chilled body and taut nerves. Lu Dong remained silent, seated on the sofa, seemingly perusing a book casually. Yet, Su Wanqing sensed that invisible, scrutinizing gaze had never truly left her. Chapter 57 Massage. Su Wanqing finished the pan-seared cod in small, savoring bites, each morsel bringing a genuine warmth that dispelled the lingering cold and fear within her. She even savored every drop of the warm milk. As her stomach filled with comforting sustenance, an ineffable sense of security began to rise within her, starkly contrasting with the icy, hellish world outside. Gently setting down her utensils, she finally found the leisure and courage to truly examine the sanctuary into which she had fought so hard to gain entry. The interior of the safehouse was not the stark, technologically sterile environment she had envisioned, nor was it extravagantly luxurious. Rather, it was surprisingly warm, evoking a sense of home, albeit one diminished by an overwhelming sense of control and the presence of surveillance screens. The living room was spacious yet compactly arranged. The walls were a warm beige, seemingly treated for insulation and reinforcement, feeling solid and inviting to the touch. The ground is adorned with a thick, pale gray carpet, yielding softly and silently underfoot, absorbing every sound of footsteps. The primary illumination emanates from softly embedded LED light strips in the ceiling, casting an even, non-intrusive glow. Most striking is the vintage-style brass vacuum fireplace adorning the wall of the living room. At this moment, virtual flames dance and flicker within, emitting a gentle and realistic crackling sound, their orange-red glow swaying and shimmering, not only providing a comforting ambience, but also serving as one of the crucial sources of warmth in this cozy space. Above the fireplace hangs a serene landscape painting, depicting a tranquil sunset just before a snowstorm arrives. The furniture emphasizes practicality and comfort. A generously spacious, deep gray fabric sofa occupies the central position, facing an entire wall of surveillance screens that currently display real-time footage of the building's key entrances, corridors, and external surroundings. The coldness of technology subtly contrasts with the warmth of the interior. Beside the sofa is a single armchair in a matching hue and a small side table. In the corner, several pots of vibrant faux plants infuse the space with a touch of life. The overall style is minimalist, clean, and warm, reflecting the homeowner's dedication to comfort alongside their meticulous defense preparations, though it is evident that the majority of resources have been allocated to the invisible fortifications. Lu Dong sits casually in the armchair, idly flipping through the pages of a physical book, seemingly indifferent to her scrutiny. Yet, the intangible sense of control he exudes permeates every corner of the room. Su Wanqing retracts her gaze, taking a deep breath. She understands that mere obedience and passive acceptance are woefully inadequate in the presence of this man. She must demonstrate greater value and, more importantly, find her place here, an existence that is both useful to him and brings him comfort. She rises, gently placing the dishes by the sink in the open kitchen. Turning around, her hands nervously intertwined before her, fingertips slightly curled, as she gazes at Lu Dong and speaks softly. "Mr. Lu, thank you for the dinner. It was delicious." Lu Dong lifts his eyes from the pages, his gaze indifferent. "The refrigerator contains ingredients. You will prepare the daily meals. Inform me if anything is lacking." His tone is casual, as if stating an obvious fact without elaborating on the source. Su Wanqing feels a stir within her and promptly nods. "All right, I understand. I will do well." She hesitates for a moment, taking 2 steps forward, stopping about a meter away from Lu Dong. This distance is neither overly intrusive nor too distant, allowing him to see her clearly. Having just bathed, she emanates a subtle fragrance of refreshing lemon verbena from her body wash. Her damp hair, half dry, cascades loosely over her shoulders, with a few rebellious strands playfully falling beside her slightly flushed cheeks. The pure white cotton nightgown, though loose, reveals glimpses of her delicate collarbone and soft contours when she slightly bends to speak. Beneath the hem of her garment, a pair of slender, polished calves stood gracefully, their health radiating a delicate rosy sheen from a recent bath. Her dainty ankles rested upon the soft carpet, her feet fair and exquisite, with toes gently brushing against one another in an unconscious display of her slight nervousness. "Mr. Lu," her voice softened further, imbued with a hint of tentative concern. "You must be weary from gazing at these alone for so long, without rest, I presume. I have learned some relaxation techniques from my teacher, albeit not in a professional capacity. Yet perhaps I could alleviate your fatigue." Upon concluding her words, she pressed her lips together slightly, her gaze imbued with just the right measure of earnestness and a barely perceptible shyness, as if proposing this suggestion had drained her of all fortitude. Standing there, she instinctively straightened her posture, allowing the loose fabric of her nightgown to drape more naturally along her curves, accentuating the fullness of her bosom and the slenderness of her waist, rendering her akin to a freshly washed lily, alluring and fragrant. Lu Dong closed his book, his penetrating gaze resting upon her, scrutinizing yet not immediately dismissive. He indeed needed to remain vigilant. The tension of his mind had taken a tangible toll on his body. Furthermore, he observed, keenly noting her next move and how she endeavored to please and position herself. The brief silence quickened Su Wanqing's heartbeat, and just as she feared she had overstepped and was on the verge of retreating, Lu Dong spoke softly, very well. He adjusted his seating, leaning slightly forward and presenting his back to her. A quiet sigh of relief escaped Su Wanqing's heart, and she promptly replied, "I shall do my utmost to meet your expectations." She moved behind the sofa, inhaling deeply to warm her icy fingers before tentatively placing her fingertips upon Lu Dong's shoulders. Despite the barrier of his loungewear, she could still feel the tautness and firmness of his shoulder muscles. Akin to a poised cheetah, exuding raw power. Gathering her focus, she recalled the techniques she had learned in the past, applying moderate pressure to the acupoints at his neck and shoulders. Her movements were somewhat unpolished yet earnest and careful. Her fingertips imbued with the unique softness and warmth of femininity, patiently kneading the rigid muscle groups. To optimize her efforts, she inevitably leaned in slightly, her loose strands of hair occasionally brushing against Lu Dong's earlobe and nape, imparting a subtle, almost imperceptible tickle. The faint, refreshing scent of her bath gel lingered more distinctly around Lu Dong's nostrils. Engrossed in her massage, she maintained a gentle breath, striving to emit no extraneous sounds. Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Dong, her cheeks betrayed her, flushing uncontrollably. Engaging in such intimate proximity to this formidable and aloof man, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from him, was an unprecedented experience and challenge for her. Lu Dong closed his eyes, remaining silent and vigilant. Yet he could distinctly sense the comforting pressure on his shoulders and neck gradually dissolving the accumulated soreness and fatigue. The woman's technique may not have been extraordinary, but the careful attention and the alluring femininity enveloping the atmosphere served as a delightful embellishment amidst this desolate fortress of the apocalypse. He allowed her to continue for a while before he gently spoke, requesting a firmer touch. Of course, Su Wanqing promptly replied, adjusting her strength and pressing down with renewed vigor, beads of sweat beginning to form on her brow. Within the safe house, the only sounds were the crackling of the virtual flames in the fireplace, the faint hum of the surveillance screens, and the soft rhythm of Su Wanqing's breathing and massage. A delicate yet fragile tranquility and ambiguity flowed slowly within this bastion of absolute defense. Su Wanqing was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Her massage skills, compliant demeanor, and the subtle hint of femininity she exuded were merely chips in her survival game. She needed to learn more and improve her craft to truly secure her place beside this inscrutable man. Chapter 58. Life is truly precious. Su Wanqing focused intently on the massage, her fingertips carefully sensing the tension and gradual relaxation of the man's neck and shoulder muscles. Her arms began to feel slightly fatigued, and sweat beaded at her temples, but she dared not pause or slacken her efforts. Only when Lu Dong gently raised his hand to signal that it was sufficient did she feel as if a great weight had been lifted. Releasing a sigh of relief, as she discreetly pulled her somewhat sore wrists behind her. Though her technique was somewhat clumsy, it was effective to a degree. Lu Dong's voice remained unperturbed as he moved his shoulders, feeling considerably more at ease. As a doctor, you should be well versed in human anatomy. There's always more to learn. Expertise in this field is certainly advantageous. He mentioned casually, continuing, coincidentally. I believe I have some illustrated books on massage and therapy that are more systematic than what you have previously studied. You might find them beneficial. A flicker of interest ignited in Su Wanqing's heart as she obediently nodded. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will study diligently. Indeed, Lu Dong seemed somewhat pleased with her attitude, adding, having a professional doctor nearby is indeed advantageous. This statement brought a sense of reassurance to Su Wanqing, confirming her intrinsic worth. Just as she contemplated expressing her unwavering loyalty, her peripheral vision caught a flicker on the wall of surveillance screens. One of the images suddenly trembled violently. Almost simultaneously, Lu Dong's gaze sharpened, severing the moment of relaxation as he locked onto that screen with the precision of a falcon. It displayed the feed from the camera at the top of the stairs. Instinctively, Su Wanqing held her breath, following his gaze. In the blurred, swaying imagery, several disheveled figures, supporting one another, were struggling to ascend the stairway, stumbling into the corridor. Each individual was clad in tattered garments, their bodies smeared with soot and blood, their faces reflecting the terror and bewilderment of having survived a catastrophe. Su Wanqing scrutinized the scene, her heart racing. It was Zhang Hao. Alongside him were Lin Qian and Zhou Kuer. There were also two of Zhang Hao's former subordinates, making a total of 5 individuals. Remarkably, they were still alive. After enduring the inferno, the icy deluge, and that dreadful balcony explosion, they had miraculously returned to the top floor. Zhang Hao's hair was singed in patches, his face a chaotic canvas of black and white, embodying a blend of lingering fear and a reckless sense of survival. Lin Qian and Zhou Ku'er appeared even more wretched. Lin Qian's down jacket was torn in several places, exposing the filthy stuffing within, her face drained of color, her eyes vacant as though her soul had fled. Zhou Ku'er's signature torn black tights were nearly shredded, one leg exposed and blue from the cold, while the other was barely clad in tattered rags. She was tightly wrapped in an oversized men's coat, clearly ill-fitting, shivering uncontrollably, her once charming visage now marred by fear and grime. The two men accompanying them bore injuries as well, one clutching a bleeding arm, the other limping painfully, crammed into the frigid corridor. These 5 individuals gazed upon the ominous metal door of room 1801, which seemed to have devoured countless lives, and then at the devastated ruins of the balcony of room 1802, littered with remnants of the explosion. Their faces were etched with profound terror and despair. They appeared to want to approach, but dared not, ultimately collapsing wearily against the distant wall of the corridor, akin to abandoned, gasping wild dogs. What tenacity they possessed! Lu Dong observed the surveillance footage, a cold smirk gracing his lips, leaving one to ponder whether it was admiration or mockery. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the survivors, finally resting on Zhang Hao and Lin Qian. Su Wanqing stood behind him, her feelings complex as she beheld those familiar yet strange faces on the screen, particularly upon seeing Zhou Ku'er in such a dire state. A flicker of compassion arose within her, but more so, a chilling realization of the fate that awaited those who stood against Lu Dong, or rather, those who could not earn his recognition. Her current stability felt so fragile and precious. She noticed Lu Dong's gaze lingering on Zhang Hao and Lin Qian, the chill in his eyes causing her to shiver involuntarily. She recalled that Lu Dong seemed to harbor a particular interest in these two. Mr. Lu, Su Wanqing ventured softly, her tone laced with hesitation. They appear gravely injured, cold, and hungry. Could they perish? Lu Dong responded, his tone devoid of emotion. Perhaps. However, simply dying like this would be too lenient for certain individuals. He paused, as if speaking to himself, yet his words were directed at Su Wanqing, especially that Zhang Hao and Lin Qian. Their performance has yet to reach its conclusion. Su Wanqing immediately fell silent, comprehending Lu Dong's intent. He did not intend to eliminate these individuals swiftly. Rather, like a cat toying with a mouse, he wished to observe their desperate struggles. This cruel manipulation, more chilling than outright murder, sent shivers down the spine. At that moment, within the surveillance footage, Zhang Hao, slumped on the ground, seemed to regain a flicker of strength. His eyes greedily fixated on the security door of room 1801, then glanced at the trembling Lin Qian and Zhou Ku'er, nearly losing consciousness. A glint of malicious calculation flickering in his gaze. Suddenly, he struggled to rise, dragging his injured leg, inching towards the security door, and unexpectedly knelt before it. Then, with a hoarse voice, he cried out towards the door, his words piercing through the thick door panel, some fragmented syllables barely audible. Lu Dong, brother Lu, Winter Lord, spare me, spare me. It's all the Blackskins. They forced us into this. We were all coerced. I beg you, have mercy. Just a bit of food. Just a little. Lin Qian is on the brink. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, save her. As he pleaded, he cruelly pinched Lin Qian, who was barely conscious, urging her to join in his supplication. Lin Qian, stung by the pain, dazedly lifted her head, staring at the frigid door. Her cracked lips trembling, but unable to produce coherent sound, tears silently streaming down her face. Zhou Ku'er, huddled nearby, watched Zhang Hao's performance in terror, yearningly glancing at the door, her body trembling even more violently. Inside the safe room, Lu Dong observed Zhang Hao's crude and shameless display on the monitor. His expression devoid of emotion, yet the chill in his gaze intensified. Su Wanqing felt a shiver run through her as well. This Zhang Hao, in his desperation for survival, was capable of anything. Lu Dong offered no response to the cries emanating from outside. He merely watched quietly, as if relishing a farcical spectacle that bore no relation to him. After a few minutes, the cries gradually diminished, perhaps as Zhang Hao exhausted his strength or realized the futility of his efforts. He begrudgingly ceased his performance, casting a fierce glare at the door before kicking the limp Lin Qian and awkwardly crawling back to the corner to huddle once more. The corridor fell into a profound silence, save for the sounds of desperate breathing. It was only then that Lu Dong slowly withdrew his gaze, calmly instructing Su Wanqing, Do not pay them any mind. Go check the massage books. They're on the lower shelf of the second bookshelf to the left in the study. Find something to do. Do not remain idle. His tone was placid, as though the lives outside the door were merely inconsequential dust. Yes, Mr. Liu, Su Wanqing replied softly, casting a lingering glance at the 5 despairing figures on the monitor before turning towards the study. Her footsteps were light, but her heart bore a weighty burden. She became acutely aware of the immense power and the chilling heart possessed by the man beside her. Her future fate would hinge entirely upon his whims. She must exercise greater caution and prove more resourceful to survive within this warm fortress. Chapter 59. Only 3 portions. Inside the safe house, the air seemed to have solidified. The only sounds were the crackling of the virtual flames in the retro fireplace and the desperate gasps of the 5 survivors on the surveillance screen, creating a bizarre and oppressive ambience. Lu Dong's gaze, sharp as an icy probe, fixated on the monitor, particularly on Zhang Hao, who knelt weeping before retreating in despair. His expression was devoid of any emotion. Yet, Su Wanqing could sense an intangible, chilling pressure coalescing around him, holding a newly discovered, vividly illustrated massage manual. Seemingly fresh from the printing press, she stood at the doorway, hesitant to intrude, merely holding her breath as she watched. Suddenly, Lu Dong moved. He reached out and gently tapped the control panel on the armrest of the sofa. Outside in the corridor, 5 individuals, crumpled in the corner, nearly frozen and consumed by despair, were abruptly startled by a cold, emotionless voice emanating from hidden speakers. Tiske, 5 hapless souls. It was Lu Dong's voice. Zhang Hao, Lin Xian, Zhou Ke, and the other 2 men jolted as if electrocuted, their faces etched with terror as they searched for the source of the voice. Seeing you in such a pitiful state has made me rather bored, Lu Dong continued, his tone languid, laced with a cat-and-mouse cruelty. Let's see. I'm in a decent mood, so I might show a bit of kindness. Upon hearing the word kindness, 5 pairs of eyes ignited with disbelief, akin to dying souls catching a glimpse of the last ray of dawn. Zhang Hao even struggled to rise once more. Don't celebrate too soon. Lu Dong's voice swiftly doused their flickering hope. Food. I only have provisions for 3. Not much, just enough to barely sustain 3 individuals until this time tomorrow, perhaps. 3 portions? The hope on the faces of the 5 solidified in an instant, swiftly morphing into shock, panic, and mutual suspicion. 5 people, yet only 3 portions of food? The implication was painfully clear. Oh, by the way, Lu Dong added as if recalling something, his tone dripping with malicious mockery. How to distribute it is entirely up to you. I'm quite curious to see what amusing methods you will employ to decide. Let me witness just how much of your humanity remains. With that, silence enveloped the speakers once more. The corridor descended into a profound stillness, even more terrifying than before. The frigid air seemed to have ceased its flow. The 5 exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, breaths becoming heavy and wary. The fragile alliance that had just moments ago shared warmth and mutual sympathy disintegrated in an instant under Lu Dong's casual remarks, supplanted by primal instincts of survival and suspicion. Zhang Hao's gaze initially transformed into one of ferocity as he fixed a menacing glare upon the 2 subordinates clad in dark attire. His eyes then swept over the feeble Lin Qian and Zhou Ke, ultimately settling on the food-laden, book-sized opening, his throat tightening in a palpable display of tension. One of the injured henchmen's expression shifted, instinctively clutching a scavenged iron rod, warily observing Zhang Hao and the others. Brother Hao, what do you intend to do? Stammered the other, limping backward in anxiety. Lin Xian seemed not to fully grasp the implications of the situation, yet a primal fear compelled her to inch closer to Zhou Ke. The latter, pale as a ghost, trembled like a leaf caught in a tempest. Desperately clutching a baggy men's coat, her tattered stockings and bare legs scraping against the frigid ground in search of a semblance of safety. As she beheld Zhang Hao's increasingly deranged expression, a chill coursed from her toes to the crown of her head. 3 portions, Zhang Hao rasped, his eyes scanning the remaining 4 like a ravenous wolf. This implied that 2 individuals would be left without rations. His gaze ultimately lingered on Lin Xian and Zhou Ke. The message unmistakable. These 2 women, being the weakest, were the most expendable. Zhang Hao, are you even human? Zhou Ke shrieked in terror, her voice fragmented. Moments ago, you were pleading for Lin Xian. Now you wish to abandon us? Lin Xian finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her eyes wide with horror, lips quivering yet voiceless. tears streaming uncontrollably. Pleading is one thing. Zhang Hao sneered, devoid of remorse. But now Lu Dong only provides for 3. We cannot all perish from hunger. You 2 women are of no use. Your deaths would mean nothing. The 3 of us men can endure a bit longer, perhaps devise another plan. Bullshit. The injured henchman suddenly retorted, his voice raised. Zhang Hao, who do you think you are? Why should your word hold sway? If anyone should be sacrificed, it ought to be the least valuable among us. What do you contribute aside from flattery? When I was fighting alongside Brother He, you were nowhere to be found. The limping man's eyes flickered, evidently not entirely in agreement with Zhang Hao. He glanced between the 2 women and then back at Zhang Hao and the injured man, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. In a heartbeat, the corridor erupted into a fierce internal conflict and heated argument. Zhang Hao advocated for discarding the 2 women, while the injured man deemed Zhang Hao the most useless. The limping man wavered, Zhou Ku'er cried out in distress, and Lin Xian wept in despair. The cacophony of arguments, cries, and threats reverberated through the cold corridor, grotesque and frenzied. Inside the safe house, Lu Dong observed this drama, meticulously orchestrated by his own hand, on the surveillance monitor, the cold curvature of a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. He even picked up a cup from the nearby table, leisurely sipping its contents. Su Wanqing gazed at the grotesque figures displayed on the screen, particularly the selfish and malevolent visage of Zhang Hao and the despairing expressions of Lin Xian and Zhou Ku'er. A chill surged from the depths of her heart. Instinctively, she clutched her book tighter, as if it were her sole refuge. She became acutely aware that outside the door lay a hellish realm, while the thoughts of the man within were perhaps even more terrifying than that inferno. With a mere morsel of food, he had effortlessly unleashed the most loathsome facets of human nature. At that moment, the small window for dispensing food creaked open, releasing a small bag that landed on the icy floor of the corridor. The clamor ceased abruptly. 5 pairs of eyes locked onto the diminutive plastic bag on the ground, resembling ravenous wolves. Inside were 3 packets of compressed biscuits and 3 small bottles of mineral water, with even a hint of vacuum-packed jerky visible. Lu Dong had not lied. He truly provided sustenance. Moreover, it was food precious enough to drive the hungry into a frenzy. After a brief silence, a more frenzied scramble ensued, accompanied by screams of desperation. Mine. Zhang Hao was the first to lunge forward. Get away. The injured man swung a metal rod at Zhang Hao. The limping man, his eyes aflame, also charged in. Zhou Ku'er screamed, attempting to rush forward, but was instinctively tripped by Lin Xian, who had collapsed on the ground, causing both to tumble down together. A brutal and savage struggle for survival unfolded at the entrance of room 1801, devoid of restraint. Lu Dong observed impassively, as though witnessing the climax of a theatrical performance. Su Wanqing averted her gaze, her heart racing. She understood that regardless of who ultimately grasped the 3 portions of food, the corridor would soon witness a true reduction in numbers. All of this stemmed from the seemingly casual remarks of the man lounging on the sofa. Chapter 60, Confrontation. The brawl in the corridor was savage and chaotic. Zhang Hao, leveraging his physical advantage, snatched the food bag from the ground, but before he could secure it, the injured man's metal rod struck fiercely against his back. Zhang Hao cried out in pain, the bag slipping from his grasp. The limping man, quick on his feet, lunged to retrieve it, only to be gripped tightly by Zhou Ku'er around his injured leg. In agony, he retaliated with a kick to Zhou Ku'er's shoulder, sending her crashing against the wall with a muffled groan. Lin Xian, terrified, curled into a corner, trembling and with tears blurring her vision, scarcely daring to witness the violence before her. Zhang Hao and the injured man wrestled fiercely, akin to beasts fighting for territory, their fists, nails, and teeth transforming into weapons. The sounds of howls and heavy impacts reverberated through the corridor. The limping man finally seized the precious plastic bag, a fleeting expression of joy crossing his face. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Zhang Hao slammed the injured man's head against the wall, blood gushing forth and slowing his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao, his eyes ablaze with fury, lunged at the limping man, and once more they tumbled to the ground, desperately contending for that life-saving food. Compressed biscuits and bottled water tumbled out from the torn plastic bag. An opportunity. Lin Xian, who had been curled up in fear, suddenly found an inexplicable surge of courage. Spotting a pack of biscuits and a small bottle of water rolling close to her, she instinctively reached out and clutched them tightly to her chest, then scrambled back into the corner, using her body to shield her precious find. Meanwhile, Jokur also noticed another pack of biscuits within arm's reach. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded her pain and crawled towards it. Her stockings were already in tatters, her knees raw against the cold ground, even oozing blood. Just as her fingertips were about to brush the biscuits, a large foot came crashing down on her hand. Jokur cried out in agony, lifting her gaze to see the menacing face of the limping man. "You filthy bitch, still trying to steal?" he spat, bending down to snatch the pack of biscuits. At that moment, Zhang Hao, who had been grappling with the injured man, suddenly shifted his focus. Perhaps realizing that defeating the injured man was too challenging, he charged towards the seemingly easier target, the limping man, and seized him from behind, tightening his grip around his neck. Ugh! The limping man's eyes rolled back as he struggled to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Jokur grabbed the biscuits and clutched them tightly to her chest. Retreating in terror against the cold wall, gasping heavily, her eyes warily fixed on the two men fighting. Now, the 3 portions of food had found their temporary owners. Lin Xian and Jokur each had one, while the limping man, in his tussle with Zhang Hao, still held the last pack of biscuits and the water. The injured man, swaying with a bleeding head, managed to rise unsteadily. And upon seeing the food had been divided, especially noticing that both women had secured provisions, he let out an enraged roar. Hand over the food, raising a metal rod. He first approached the seemingly weakest Lin Xian. Paralyzed with fear, Lin Xian felt her body stiffen, forgetting even to cry, desperately closing her eyes and clutching the food tighter. Just as the iron rod was about to descend, a weak yet piercing voice rang out. It was Jokur. She had somehow managed to stand, her back pressed against the wall, holding the pack of compressed biscuits aloft, her voice trembling yet clear. "Don't touch her. I still have half a pack to share with you." The injured man's movements halted as he looked at her with suspicion. Zhang Hao and the limping man also paused their struggle, panting as they turned their attention towards her. Jokur's heart raced. She could feel the gaze of Lu Dong seemingly penetrating through the cold wall, watching intently. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, she endeavored to steady her quivering voice. "We, the 3 of us who have food, can unite. Those 2," she pointed at Zhang Hao and the limping man, "are part of the same group. Once they recover, they will undoubtedly try to seize our food. Only by uniting as 3 vulnerable individuals can we safeguard our provisions." Her words resonated with the injured man. Indeed, both Zhang Hao and the limping man had originally been under the command of Hei Pai. Although they had just fought amongst themselves, once they regained their composure, they were likely to target these outsiders first. However, Lin Xian and Jokur, along with the injured man, appeared to be the weakest of alliances. Yet, when united, they could indeed stand against the other 2. The injured man's eyes flickered with determination as he gradually lowered the iron rod, casting a glance at Jokur, then at the terrified Lin Xian. Zhang Hao and the limping man exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in surprise. They had not anticipated Jokur's strategic move. "You damned woman, you're courting death." Zhang Hao spat viciously, attempting to charge forward. But the injured man swiftly raised the iron rod, positioning himself protectively in front of the 2 women. The situation had abruptly reversed, creating a delicate standoff of 3 against 2. Despite his injuries, the presence of the iron rod and his fierce resolve rendered Zhang Hao and the limping man hesitant to act rashly. They had just exerted considerable energy in their earlier confrontation and were both bearing wounds. In the frigid corridor, the 5 individuals formed 2 factions, breathing heavily and eyeing one another with wariness, the air thick with the scent of blood and palpable hostility. Within the safe room, Lu Dong raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of unexpected intrigue, which soon deepened into amusement. "How interesting," he murmured, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa. "Suvankin, equity astanis." Watch the surveillance feed, unable to believe that the seemingly vain and cowardly Jokur had made the most astute and composed choice at such a critical moment, swiftly altering the course of events. Was it a surge of desperation, or had she instinctively glanced at Lu Dong on the sofa, performing for his sake? Back in the corridor, the standoff continued. Jokur, sensing the situation was stable, let out a small sigh of relief, though her heart raced nonetheless. Cautiously, she broke open her packet of biscuits, offering a substantial portion along with a small bottle of water to the injured man. "Here as promised," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of eagerness and trepidation. The injured man hesitated for a moment, then snatched the biscuits and water, devouring them ravenously. his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Hao and the limping man. Zhou Kuer quickly consumed her smaller share, then turned to Lin Qian, who was still clutching her food in fear. Lin Qian, eat. You need your strength. It was only then that Lin Qian seemed to awaken from her stupor, trembling as she tore open the packaging, forcing herself to swallow in small bites, coughing as she struggled, yet too fearful to stop. Zhang Hao and the limping man watched enviously as they ate, their throats constricting with jealousy and resentment, yet they dared not approach. The injured man's iron rod and fierce demeanor rendered them cautious. Soon, the food meant for the three was nearly consumed. Though it was far from sufficient to satiate their hunger, it provided a modicum of warmth and strength, temporarily averting the threat of imminent collapse. After eating, the injured man's confidence appeared to bolster. He swung the iron rod menacingly and barked at Zhang Hao and the limping man, "Stay back, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhang Hao's face turned ashen, and the limping man's gaze radiated resentment. However, a mere glance exchanged between the two revealed the futility of their current situation, prompting them to retreat a few steps, secluding themselves in the far end of the corridor. Their eyes fixed upon the trio with a predatory intensity. The corridor momentarily regained its tranquility, yet an unsettling and increasingly sinister atmosphere began to permeate the air. Former allies had become adversaries, and within this temporary alliance, uncertainty and suspicion thrived. The injured man leaned against the wall, cautiously cradling his iron rod and half-finished water, casting wary glances at Zhou Kuer and Lin Qian, clearly harboring doubts about their trustworthiness. Zhou Kuer, drained of strength, slid to the ground, her tattered stockings accentuating the delicate yet disheveled contours of her legs. Stealing a glance at the surveillance camera above, her expression was one of complexity. Lin Qian hugged her knees, softly weeping, her body still trembling. Within the safe house, Lu Dong muted the audio of the surveillance, leaving only the visuals on display. He turned to face Su Wanqing, who stood at the door to the study, her complexion somewhat pale. "What a performance," he remarked in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. "Any thoughts?" Su Wanqing clutched the book in her arms, hesitating before softly responding. "It's brutal. It reveals human nature." Lu Dong corrected her, rising to pour himself a glass of amber liquid from the cabinet. "It merely strips away the veneer of civilization." He swirled the wine in his glass and approached Su Wanqing, his gaze settling on the manual she held. "Found the book?" "Yes, I did." She instinctively offered it to him. Lu Dong did not take it. Instead, he merely glanced at the cover before returning his gaze to her face. "Then let us begin your studies." He took a sip of his drink, his tone brooking no argument. "I'm tired." Su Wanqing's heart raced at his words. She understood the implication. She was no longer merely the insider providing medical assistance. She glanced at the hellish scene outside the door displayed on the surveillance screen, then looked into the fathomless depths of the man before her. She had no choice. "Yes, Mr. Liu." She lowered her head, her voice obedient. "I will learn swiftly." Seemingly satisfied with her response, Lu Dong turned and returned to the sofa. "Go ahead. If you have questions, feel free to ask me." His back was to her, his tone ambiguous between sincerity and jest. Su Wanqing cradled the book, softly acknowledging him before turning toward the guest room. Her steps were relatively steady, yet her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. She was aware that the trials within the safe house had perhaps only just begun. She had to survive, living meaningfully as Lu Dong hoped. Lu Dong settled back onto the sofa, his gaze once again fixed upon the silent surveillance feed. In the corridor, 5 individuals were divided into 2 groups, each huddled in cold corners, clinging to life. Chapter 61. 3 remain. Lu Dong silenced the sound from the surveillance screen, leaving only the muted visuals flickering in the dimly lit living room. In the corridor, 5 figures huddled at both ends, resembling frostbitten insects, occasionally twitching to affirm their continued existence. He lost interest. "I succumbed to slumber." Rising, he addressed Su Wanqing, who still lingered at the study door, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. "You will sleep in the guest room. Without my permission, you are not to enter the master bedroom or the study. You may use other areas." "Understood, Mr. Liu," Su Wanqing replied softly, clutching the weighty volume on massage techniques, her fingers instinctively tightening around it. The mere prospect of having a secure room and a bed was an unimaginable luxury in her current circumstances. Yet she understood that this was not hospitality, but rather another form of confinement and trial. Lu Dong said no more and walked directly to the master bedroom, the lock clicking softly as it sealed off the interior from the outside world. Su Wanqing stood in place for a moment, exhaling gently only when a master bedroom door was fully closed. The tension in her nerves eased slightly, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over her. She surveyed the warm, bright, yet oppressively tense sanctuary, her gaze finally resting on the surveillance screen that silently broadcast the grim events unfolding in the corridor. On the screen, Joku appeared to be speaking urgently to the injured man, gesturing towards the direction of Lu Dong's door. The injured man frowned, but eventually nodded. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and the limping man huddled together, their malicious glares fixed on their adversaries, their lips moving in hushed conspiracies. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su Wanqing turned and walked toward the guest room. She was uncertain of her feelings at that moment. Relief? Unease? Fear? Perhaps all of them. She simply endeavored to survive, grasping the opportunity Lu Dong had afforded her as if it were a lifeline. The guest room was small yet clean and tidy, complete with a private bathroom. For Su Wanqing, who had endured the harrowing trials of a post-apocalyptic world, growing accustomed to the cold, filth, and hunger, this was akin to paradise. As she nestled into the soft bedding, her body greedily absorbed the warmth and comfort, yet her mind remained unusually alert. Outside the door lay a hell's cape, while within was an unknown prison. The man named Lu Dong was enigmatic and inscrutable, regarding human life with indifference, yet he had provided her with shelter. What did he truly seek from her? Merely a maid capable of massage and servitude? Lost in such thoughts, weariness ultimately triumphed over her anxiety, and she fell into a deep sleep. As night deepened, the temperature outside the safe house continued to plummet. The frigid air sliced through the survivors' remaining warmth and consciousness like an invisible blade. The three who had temporarily allied themselves huddled closely with the two on the other side, attempting to share body heat, but to little avail. Cold and hunger relentlessly gnawed at them. The injured man, clutching a metal rod, kept his eyes half closed with vigilance, unable to fully surrender to sleep, wary of Zhang Hao and the limping man across from him, while also keeping a watchful eye on the two women beside him. Joku and Lin Qian pressed tightly together, their teeth chattering from the chill. Big brother, Joku's voice was barely a whisper. Her gaze on the injured man, her lips tinged with blue from the cold. If this continues, we will all freeze to death. The injured man opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at her, remaining silent. He was well aware of the situation, yet he understood that any moment of relaxation could lead to a swifter demise. Can we plead with Lu Dong one more time? Lin Qian suggested in a hushed tone, her voice filled with desperate hope. Plead with him? The injured man scoffed, his voice hoarse. Do you think he's the type to show mercy? He would relish our demise if it were more entertaining. Joku's gaze flickered as she discreetly glanced at the ominous black surveillance camera overhead. Leaning closer to the injured man, she whispered, Brother, that is not what I meant. I was suggesting that we could demonstrate greater value. For instance, I possess information regarding Zhang Hao and the past deeds of Hei Pai that might pique Lu Dong's interest. The injured man furrowed his brow, seemingly weighing her words. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and the limping man found themselves in a dire predicament. They were situated farther away, resulting in less warmth. The limping man's injured leg had succumbed to the numbing cold, rendering him senseless, his complexion ashen. Zhang Hao was not faring much better, his body trembling uncontrollably. How? Brother Hao, the limping man gasped weakly. I can't endure this any longer. It's too cold. Shut up. Hold on. Zhang Hao barked, his gaze equally vacant. When dawn breaks, perhaps a solution will present itself. It's hopeless. The limping man's voice dwindled. The food is gone. Lu Dong won't care about us anymore. We're all doomed. Despair spread like a plague. Zhang Hao observed the fading spark in his companion's eyes, then glanced at the three individuals across from them, who appeared to be engaged in hushed discussions. A twisted notion began to take root in his mind. He leaned in closer to the limping man, whispering in a low tone, Listen, we cannot simply perish like this. When the late hours approach and they succumb to sleep, we can strike, seize their possessions. Perhaps we could still. A flicker of life ignited in the limping man's eyes, a glimmer of survival instinct, but quickly dimmed again as he shook his head, seemingly devoid of the strength to speak. Time dragged on in the bitter cold. The latter part of the night proved to be the most arduous. Ultimately, the injured man could no longer withstand the fatigue and chill, succumbing to a deep slumber, his head drooping. Zhou Kuer and Lin Qian also teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, nestled together, their faint breaths the only evidence of their continued existence. On the other side, Zhang Hao nudged the limping man, only to discover his body was cold and stiff, devoid of any response. A heavy weight settled in his heart as he checked for a pulse. He was dead. Fear and despair gripped Zhang Hao instantly. Yet alongside, it was a perverse sense of relief. One less mouth to share resources. His eyes glazed with bloodshot intensity. He turned his gaze toward the three sleeping figures across from him, particularly the iron rod in the injured man's grasp and the two women. A mad scheme began to form in his mind. He needed a weapon. He needed an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing chill, he moved slowly, inching toward the injured man. The frigid ground scraped against his body, producing a faint rustling sound. Just as his fingers were about to brush against the iron rod, the injured man jolted awake. Having endured the brutality of combat, his vigilance heightened despite fatigue. His instinctual response to danger remained intact. Upon noticing Zhang Hao, who had nearly crawled to his feet, and the unmasked intent to kill gleaming in the latter's eyes, a cold sweat broke out across him, dispelling any remnants of slumber. "You seek death," the injured man bellowed, fiercely grasping a metal rod, ready to strike. Yet, he had forgotten that his arm, already wounded and numbed by the night's chill, lacked the swiftness and strength of his usual self. Observing the failure of his ambush, Zhang Hao, with reckless abandon, lunged forward, seizing the injured man's wrist with both hands, and they once more engaged in a fierce struggle. This time, their conflict was infused with greater ferocity and desperation, each aware that this might be their final opportunity. The commotion roused Zhou Kuo and Lin Qian, who screamed in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the two writhing figures on the ground. The injured man, burdened by his wounds and waning strength, gradually found himself at a disadvantage. In a fit of madness, Zhang Hao bit down hard on the man's wrist, eliciting a scream of agony from the latter, causing the metal rod to slip from his grasp. Seizing the moment, Zhang Hao picked up the bloodied rod, a frenzied glint in his eyes as he aimed it at the injured man with unrestrained ferocity. "No!" Zhou Kuo and Lin Qian shrieked in unison. A dull thud echoed through the corridor. The injured man froze, a gaping wound on his forehead oozing crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Zhang Hao. Before collapsing backward, lifeless, panting heavily, Zhang Hao stood amidst the two fallen bodies, gripping the dripping iron rod, resembling a victorious beast. He turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Zhou Kuo and Lin Qian, who cowered in the corner, paralyzed by fear. He advanced slowly, a grotesque smile twisting upon his face. "Now, only the three of us remain." Within the safe house, an eerie silence prevailed. Lu Dong, nestled deeply in the soft down comforter of the master bedroom, remained oblivious to the horrific events unfolding in the corridor, nor did he care. He slept soundly, his taut nerves seemingly able to find respite only in this sanctuary of absolute safety. In the secondary bedroom, Su Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly in her sleep, as if troubled by an ominous dream, before turning over and continuing her slumber. The following morning, Lu Dong awoke first. Habitually, he pressed the bedside panel, activating the main screen for the living room surveillance. As the screen illuminated, revealing the corridor, his brow furrowed with concern. In the corridor, only three figures remained. Zhang Hao lounged against the wall furthest from the door of room 1801, clutching the bloodstained rod, his head bowed, appearing as though he were asleep. Yet his posture was unnaturally rigid. In another corner, Zhou Kuo and Lin Qian huddled closely together, their eyes swollen, faces streaked with dried tears and terror. Yet they still breathed. The oversized mail coat that had once draped over them now enveloped both, while Zhou Kuo's tattered stockings and trousers bore traces of dark red blood, and Lin Qian's disheveled hair framed a face as pale as parchment. On the ground lay two rigid, cold corpses, the limping man and the injured man. Their deaths were gruesome, particularly that of the injured man, whose head bore a wound congealed with dark red clots of blood. It was evident that a horrific event had transpired during the night. Lu Dong gazed at the screen, his expression impassive, though a flicker of understanding and a hint of disdain danced in his eyes. This outcome, while unexpected, seemed almost inevitable. The inherent flaws of humanity had never failed to disappoint him. He did not awaken Su Wanqing. Instead, he rose, attended to his hygiene, and made his way to the kitchen. From the dimensional space, he retrieved fresh bread, eggs, and milk, beginning to prepare breakfast. The sizzle of the frying eggs and the aroma of the food soon wafted through the air. At that moment, the door to the guest room opened, and Su Wanqing emerged. Dressed in the pajamas Lu Dong had prepared for her long hair simply tied back, revealing her slender neck, she appeared well-rested. Her complexion slightly rosy, though the tension and unease in her eyes lingered. She immediately caught a whiff of the delicious food. Her stomach betrayed her with a soft growl, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. "Good morning, Mr. Lu," she greeted softly. "Morning," Lu Dong replied without turning, focused on the frying eggs. "How did you sleep?" "Very well, thank you," Su Wanqing responded, her gaze instinctively darting towards the monitoring screen in the living room. Upon seeing the scene in the corridor, her face drained of color, instinctively covering her mouth. She gasped, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Two are dead? Indeed, she had sensed it. But witnessing the icy corpses and the plight of the survivors struck her profoundly. Particularly seeing that Zhou Ke and Lin Xian were still alive brought her an inexplicable sense of relief, quickly followed by a tinge of shame for feeling that way. Lu Dong plated the fried eggs and, carrying the breakfast to the dining room, finally cast a glance at the screen. His tone is neutral, as if discussing the weather. "Oh, it seems last night was quite eventful." He gestured to the seat across from him with his chopsticks. "Sit. Eat." Su Wanqing forced herself to look away, carefully taking her seat at the table. The delectable breakfast lay before her, yet she found it difficult to swallow. Her mind consumed by the harrowing images she had just witnessed. "What is the matter? No appetite?" Lu Dong glanced at her. "No." Su Wanqing quickly picked up her chopsticks, bowing her head to take small bites. The food was exquisite, a warmth and normalcy she had not experienced in a long time, yet felt akin to chewing wax at that moment. She understood this was one of Lu Dong's tests. He needed her to acclimate to this indifference, to embrace the new rules of this apocalyptic world. She had to eat. Lu Dong ceased speaking, quietly savoring his own breakfast. Sunlight filtered through the reinforced window, softly illuminating the room and casting a serene outline on his profile, creating a bizarre and ironic contrast to the brutal scene outside in the corridor. Within the safe house, only the subtle sound of chewing remained, while outside, the three survivors harbored divergent thoughts, with cold and fear shadowing them like a specter. Chapter 62, Dread. The 11th day of the apocalypse. The snow continues to fall, though its intensity is visibly waning. Inside the safe house, the temperature remains a constant spring-like warmth, creating a stark contrast to the world outside, ravaged by blizzards and frigid temperatures. Lu Dong has just finished his breakfast, which consisted of a perfectly fried, sunny-side-up egg, aromatic grilled ham, and a steaming cup of milk. Leisurely, he picks up his phone, which is inundated with numerous messages. Most of them originate from a chat group named United as One, a happy family, which is currently ablaze with activity. He casts a cursory glance at the messages, a hint of cold amusement curling his lips. 702 Desperate House Husband. Does anyone know the situation over at Building 9? I heard quite a commotion coming from their side yesterday. Are they perhaps in conflict with the residents of the top floor? 502 Cutie. I second that inquiry. How go? The formidable 808 Lin Xian. 808 Zhou. Aren't you familiar with the folks from Building 9? How are they faring? Have they secured any supplies? 903. They must have succeeded. With so many of them, how could the top floor withstand the onslaught? 1801 Lu Dong. Brother, are you still alive? Care to share some soup? 1101 Manager Lu. Damn it. If they VE truly succeeded, everyone should get their fair share. 302 Manager Lee. 1201 Aunt Wong from the street. You must uphold justice. We cannot allow them to monopolize. 1201 Aunt Wong from the street. Everyone, please remain calm. Do not act impulsively. I have faith that the neighbors from Building 9, should they obtain supplies, will certainly share them out of humanitarian spirit. We must stand united. How go? The formidable 808 Lin Xian. Could you please clarify the situation? The group is saturated with speculation, envy, and hypocritical appeals. Almost everyone has tacitly accepted the notion that the gang from the black market has successfully breached his safe house and is now dividing his vast stockpile, eagerly anticipating their share, particularly Aunt Wong, whose tone remains piously authoritative, as though she is genuinely overseeing the situation. Lu Dong can even see some individuals beginning to malign Haipi, Zhang Hao, and Lin Xian, their inquiries morphing into urgent, even threatening tones. Unfortunately, they're destined for silence, as most of them have already become cold corpses, lying in the corridor outside his door or reduced to charred remains by yesterday's explosions and flames. With a chilling gaze, Lu Dong resolved to put an end to this farcical delusion and to douse his dreaming neighbors with a bucket of icy reality. He rose, walked to his study, and retrieved several striking photographs from the surveillance footage. The contorted corpse of Zhao Dahu, blasted by a high-pressure water gun, the charred remnants of Hype as henchmen, and the gruesome close-ups of the limping man and the injured man lying in pools of blood from the previous night. He selected a few images, made no alterations, and sent them directly to the group. A series of high-definition, blood-soaked, and harrowing images instantly flooded the screen. He followed this with a single line of text. Who else wishes to try their luck? The next fate will be akin to theirs. With that, the once frenzied chatter of the homeowners group descended into an eerie silence. It was as if through the screen, one could behold countless faces petrified in an instant, their color drained. Moments later, the reactions within the group erupted like a boiling cauldron, but instead of the prior greed and urgency, there was now an overwhelming sense of dread and horror. 502 little cutie, someone has died. It's true, someone has died. Panic, panic. 903. What the hell? This, I'm gonna be sick. 702, desperate husband. Oh my god, is that a person of color? Are they all dead? 1508, Mr. Wu. This person has exited the group chat. 1101, Mr. Liu. 1801, Lu Dong, brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We were just asking. Absolutely no other intentions. Please don't take it to heart. 603, Designer Chun. I told you all not to provoke him. You didn't listen. 302, Managerly. 1801, Lu Dong, Mr. Liu. ISNT this a bit too much? After all, we are neighbors. 1201, Aunt Wong from the street. Oh my. How terrifying. How brutal. This is a crime. 1801, Lu Dong. How could you resort to such cruel measures? You must come forward and provide an explanation to everyone. You must bring forth your supplies to compensate for the wounded spirits of the people. Otherwise, Aunt Wong's voice message remained sharp, yet it was laced with a cowardly undertone as she attempted to engage in moral coercion, seeking to gain advantages for herself. Lu Dong gazed at the screen and let out a cold laugh. Even at such a moment, some were still lost in delusion. He disregarded Aunt Wong and instead observed that Lin Xian and Zhou Ku had indeed begun to act in accordance with his prior instructions. Hunger and the yearning for food temporarily subdued their fear upon seeing the photographs, compelling them to execute Lu Dong's commands. 808 Lin Qian, 1201 Aunt Wong. Before you speak of others, why don't you clarify first? Just how much food have you hoarded at home? What do you mean by unified distribution? How much do you and your family consume? And how much can we receive? 808 KER, 1201 Exactly. Your words are more melodious than a song. Are you trying to swindle everyone's supplies, only to lock yourselves away and feast? How can we trust you? These two messages detonated like bombs, instantly shifting the group's focus from Lu Dong's terrifying intimidation to Aunt Wong's philanthropic endeavors. Many who had harbored doubts about surrendering their supplies were merely momentarily swayed by hunger and the collective name, now directly called out. They resonated with a sense of solidarity and skepticism. 502 little cutie. Indeed, Aunt Wong, it seems your household has never mentioned a food shortage. 903. What's the distribution plan? Let us make it public. 702, desperate husband. Damn it. I almost believed it. I was about to send the last half bag of biscuits from my house. The group was instantly thrown into a tumult, clamoring for Aunt Wong to provide an explanation. Their tone fervent. Aunt Wong was evidently taken aback by the sudden onslaught from those she had endeavored to assist, her composure faltering as her voice trembled. What do you mean by this? Suspecting me? I have only acted with good intentions for everyone's sake. You are deeply disappointing me. Certainly, our household does not possess much in terms of provisions. We have been frugal. The distribution plan will undoubtedly be fair. You must trust me. Trust the organization. Yet her feeble defense failed to quell the rising doubts among the crowd, only serving to exacerbate the situation. Lu Dong observed with satisfaction this farce he had orchestrated. A dog-eat-dog scenario, indeed. This was the kind of spectacle suited to a world in chaos. He exited the group chat, disinterested in the unfolding drama. The meager reward of instant noodles could wait to be tossed to the two pitiful pets outside. As he made his way to the living room, he noticed Su Wanqing standing hesitantly at the kitchen doorway. Today, she had donned a set of gray loungewear provided by Lu Dong, the fabric soft and comfortable, slightly loose yet still accentuating her slender waist and full bosom. Her long hair was gathered up, revealing her fair and elongated neck with a few strands cascading down, adding an air of delicacy. Barefoot, she stood on the warm floor, her toes curling slightly as if in unease. Mr. Liu, she spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of timidity. "Would you like me to help you clear the breakfast dishes?" She sought to appear useful, yet her gaze avoided Lu Dong's, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Lu Dong scrutinized her for a moment, his eyes briefly glancing over her chest, which rose and fell slightly with her anxiety and her straight, delicate legs before he nodded him. Upon receiving his permission, Su Wanqing seemed to exhale in relief, hastily entering the kitchen to cautiously wash the dishes. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, clearly indicating she was not accustomed to such tasks, yet she approached them with earnestness, her profile illuminated by the kitchen light, appearing particularly gentle. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Lu Dong observed her quietly. This woman was astute, aware of the circumstances, and making efforts to adapt to her new role. Beneath her fear and compliance, there seemed to linger something else. However, Lu Dong remained indifferent. As long as she proved sufficiently useful and recognized her place, he did not mind granting her a relatively secure corner. Su Wanqing sensed his gaze upon her, her back tensing slightly, and her actions becoming even more cautious, her cheeks warming. She understood she was treading on perilous ground, flirting with danger. Yet she had no better options. At least for now, this was the only safe haven. Once she finished tidying up, she dried her hands and turned to him, her head slightly bowed. "Mr. Lu, is there anything else you require of me?" Lu Dong gestured towards the bookshelf in the living room. "There are some books there that you may read." Or, he paused, his tone neutral. "Continue practicing your massage techniques. I may need them this afternoon." Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, a blush sweeping across her face as she nodded eagerly. "Yes, I understand." With no further words exchanged, Lu Dong turned and walked towards his study, contemplating the next steps in his plans. The order within the community is rapidly disintegrating, as the survivors outside grow increasingly frantic in their quest for sustenance. Although the safe house stands resolute, a few bothersome flies buzz incessantly around her ears. Perhaps a more proactive approach is necessary. Su Wanqing exhaled softly as she watched his silhouette vanish behind the door of the study. She approached the bookshelf, her fingers gliding across the spines of the books, though her mind wandered aimlessly. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the enormous surveillance screen in the living room. On the screen, the three figures in the corridor remained huddled together. Zhang Hao clutched a metal rod, his eyes vacant. Lin Qian and Zhou Kur nestled closely, trembling in fear, their faces etched with hunger and terror, occasionally glancing up longingly towards Lu Dong's door, akin to stray dogs awaiting their master's benevolence. Their earlier courageous declarations in the group chat seemed to have drained their last reserves of strength. Su Wanqing observed them, perceiving a reflection of her former self not long ago. Had it not been for her medical background and the opportune timing, she too would likely be among the desperate crowd outside. A complex emotion unfurled within her, a blend of relief, compassion, unease, and an indescribable thread of dread. She hastily averted her gaze, forcing herself to pull a book from the shelf, only to find it was one on psychological manipulation. Her fingers trembled, nearly dropping the volume. After steadying her thoughts, she took this book along with a manual on massage, curled up on the living room sofa, and began to read. Sunlight streamed through the window, cascading over her, yet it could not dispel the ever-deepening chill within her heart. The safe house was tranquil, save for the sound of turning pages. Chapter 63. Modifying the GLS. The clamor and disputes within the homeowners group were like muffled echoes through thick glass, failing to capture Lu Dong's interest in the slightest. The despair, greed, and mutual animosity among those individuals merely served as tedious background noise against the apocalyptic backdrop. He had far more pressing matters at hand. Approaching the window, he lifted a corner of the specially designed blackout curtain. Outside, the blizzard that had ravaged for over 10 days had surprisingly diminished. Though the sky remained overcast and snowflakes continued to fall, visibility had improved significantly, and the howling winds had transformed into a low, mournful wail. The snow had completely buried the first floor, reaching depths of 3 to 4 meters, as if the entire world were ensconced beneath a vast, uneven white shroud. This was a fleeting opportunity. He picked up his phone and opened the chat window with Qin Yuyan. The last message was her desperate plea from yesterday, promising absolute submission. Lu Dong pondered for a moment before sending a brief message. "Are you still alive?" The wait for a response seemed to stretch interminably. Minutes later, the screen finally illuminated. "Mr. Lu, is that you? I'm still alive, but I am fading fast. It's cold. I'm so hungry." The messages came in fragmented bursts, as if she were expending her final reserves of strength. Lu Dong's gaze flickered. Still alive, good. Stay put and lock the door. If I can reach you, you will receive everything I promised. If I cannot, or by the time I do, you have already passed away, then that is your fate. Lu Dong sent the message and, without waiting for a reply, promptly stowed his phone away. Turning around, he made his way to the secondary bedroom. Su Wanqing was seated on the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book, and upon hearing the noise, she immediately lifted her gaze. Clad in a gray loungewear set, the neckline slightly open, a glimpse of her delicate collarbone was revealed. Her smooth feet rested upon the plush carpet, with her toes curling slightly in nervousness. Upon seeing Lu Dong emerge, she hastily set down her book and stood up, her eyes reflecting a mix of inquiry and a barely perceptible dependence. I need to step out, Lu Dong stated in a neutral tone. Stay in this room. It will be locked while I am away. Su Wanqing post. A flicker of panic crossing her face. Go out? Now. It's so dangerous outside. Where are you headed? She instinctively took a half step forward as if to impede him, only to halt abruptly, acutely aware of her position. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately lowered her head, softly replying, Yes, Mr. Lu. Please. Do take care. After speaking, Su Wanqing obediently curled up at the edge of the bed, the wide neckline slipping slightly, revealing more of her exquisite collarbone and delicate skin. Her slender calves lay together sideways, her toes still slightly curled from anxiety. A long-awaited ray of sunlight filtered through the window of the secondary bedroom, casting a gentle halo over her, fragile yet imbued with a curious compliance. Lu Dong's gaze lingered on her for a moment, devoid of any expression, before decisively shutting the door and locking it from the outside. The click of the lock resonated clearly in the stillness of the room. With concerns for his safety alleviated, Lu Dong proceeded directly to the entrance of the underground garage. The design of the safe house included a direct passage to the private garage. Inside the garage, his black Mercedes GLS SUV stood quietly, a fine layer of dust having settled upon its surface. Yet at this moment, it was on the brink of transformation. With a thought, Lu Dong's consciousness sank into the dimensional space. Within lay a trove of materials left over from the construction of the safe house. Reinforced specialty glass, ballistic steel plates, high-strength alloy components, and even specialized kits designed for polar vehicles, along with some unique engine insulation and antifreeze parts. The modification commenced. Lu Dong's dimensional space ability demonstrated remarkable efficiency at this juncture. He required no tools. With a mere thought, the materials were manipulated as if by an invisible craftsman, precisely covering, welding, and reinforcing the GLS's body. Heavy ballistic steel plates enveloped the doors, hood, and other critical areas, while specialty glass replaced the original windows. Angle steel reinforced the frame and chassis, and alloy grills were cleverly installed on the exterior of the windows and windshield, forming a movable protective net. Finally, the four wheels were removed and replaced with super-wide tracks, the cold metallic treads glinting with a chilling gleam. The entire process was quiet and swift, akin to a silent magic. In less than half an hour, a newly transformed, formidable snow fortress emerged in the garage. The once opulent SUV had morphed into a steel beast, perfectly suited for traversing the frigid desolation of a post-apocalyptic world. Lu Dong opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. The interior retained its luxurious comfort, yet the heavy isolation from the outside world offered a reassuring sense of security. He ignited the engine, which, after modification, let out a deep, powerful roar. The next crucial step was to navigate out of the underground garage, nearly buried beneath snow. Lu Dong had anticipated this challenge. He maneuvered the modified vehicle, deliberately avoiding the conventional garage exit, which was undoubtedly sealed by an impenetrable layer of snow. Instead, he drove along an inconspicuous passage within the garage, leading to a specialized equipment room. This room had been an addition he requested from Qin Yuyan during the construction of the safe house, ostensibly a backup generator room. But in reality, it concealed an upward-sloping emergency exit. The entrance was reinforced and camouflaged, leading directly to a relatively secluded greenbelt at the edge of the community. The passage was not spacious, just wide enough for the vehicle to pass. Lu Dong activated the powerful spotlight on the roof, illuminating the cold concrete corridor ahead. He carefully ascended, the tracks rumbling against the ground with a muted sound. At the end of the passage stood a heavy hydraulic protection door. Lu Dong operated the control panel inside the vehicle, and the hydraulic door slowly swung open. Beyond the door lay not the dimness of the garage, but a blinding expanse of white. The immense pressure of the snow was held back by the sturdy door, yet a torrent of snowflakes surged into the passage. The modified GLS roared defiantly as it burst forth, the tracks spinning wildly, effortlessly crushing the ice and compressed snow at the entrance, akin to an icebreaker surging across the snowy surface. In an instant, the landscape opened up, overwhelming and suffocating. The entire world seemed to have been reshaped. Familiar streets, buildings, and vehicles had vanished, leaving only an endless, undulating expanse of snow. The snow depth generally exceeded 5 stories. Many low structures had completely disappeared, with only the tops of a few high-rise buildings peeking through, resembling isolated islands. The sky was an oppressive leaden gray, and thin snowflakes continued to drift down. The temperature chillingly low, causing breath to freeze. Lu Dong's modified vehicle stood out like an anomaly against the desolate white wasteland. He adjusted his direction, relying on memory and the vehicle's navigation system. Though the satellite signal was exceptionally weak, fortunately, the offline map was still operational. Lu Dong steered toward the general direction of the Jinxie apartment. The track tires provided remarkable traction and maneuverability, allowing the vehicle to navigate the deep snow relatively smoothly, albeit at a reduced speed. The front-mounted ice plow pushed aside the softer top layer of snow, while harder ice layers or obstacles were forcefully crushed beneath. The roar of the engine was the only sound in this silent world. He remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Occasionally, one can glimpse vague silhouettes shifting behind the windows of towering edifices, seemingly startled by the sound of engines. Yet no soul dares to emerge. Instead, a profound and desolate silence prevails. The 3-kilometer journey, typically a mere application of the accelerator, now appears exceedingly protracted and perilous. He must continuously navigate around completely buried rubble or impassable zones. Chapter 64. It is I. Meanwhile, within the secondary bedroom of the safe house, Su Wanqing sits curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, listening to the faint sounds of vehicle engines igniting from outside, followed by the dull thud of a passage opening. And then, tranquility descends once more. She realizes it must be Lu Dong, for only he possesses the capability to create such commotion. This man is indeed somewhat enigmatic. But now, Lu Dong has departed, leaving her locked alone in this utterly secure yet entirely closed prison. She approaches the door, tentatively twisting the doorknob, but it remains steadfast. Next, she moves to the window, which is also reinforced and cannot be opened. Gazing out at the chaotic white world beyond, a tumult of indescribable emotions swells within her. There is concern for Lu Dong's solitary venture, a sense of grievance and unease at being confined, and a strange feeling of being safeguarded, albeit through such a forceful and unquestionable means. Instinctively, Su Wanqing wraps her arms tighter around herself, feeling a chill. She has no knowledge of when Lu Dong will return, whether he will encounter danger, or what his purpose outside may be. All she can do now is wait, passively anticipating the next twist of fate in this warm, yet stifling cage. She lowers her head, her long lashes casting shadows that obscure the barely perceptible confusion and reluctance deep within her eyes. Outside the modified GLS, a desolate expanse of white stretches endlessly. Once familiar streets, buildings, and vehicles lie buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, discernible only by the silhouettes of towering structures and the tips of street signs. The biting cold wind continues to pierce through, swirling snowflakes that strike against the fortified windows, producing a whispering sound. Occasionally, he catches sight of frozen corpses partially buried in the snow, maintaining their last desperate postures from life. He can also see faces peering out from behind the windows of high rises, expressing shock and disbelief at the sudden appearance of this peculiar steel vehicle. Yet, Lu Dong remains unfazed. His objective is clear: Building B of the Jinxie apartment, room 1201. The vehicle's speed is unhurried, yet remarkably steady. The sound of tracks crushing the snow is the sole disruption in this silent world. After approximately half an hour, a snow-covered high-rise looms ahead. The characters spelling Jinxie apartment are obscured by ice and snow. Lu Dong parks near the entrance of Building B, which is mostly blocked by snow. After turning off the engine, he retrieves the handgun purchased previously from the alternate space, checks the ammunition, and then pushes open the heavy car door. A sudden gust of cold wind rushed in, yet he, fully armed, felt little discomfort. He treaded upon the thick blanket of snow, producing a crisp crunch with each step. Surveying his surroundings, he was enveloped in a profound silence, save for the sound of the wind. Approaching the entrance, he attempted to pull the door, only to discover it was barricaded from within. He took a few steps back, raised his firearm, and aimed at the vicinity of the lock. Bang! Bang! The sharp report of gunfire shattered the surrounding stillness. The lock was obliterated. He delivered a forceful kick, and the door burst open, revealing a lobby similarly cloaked in snow. Without hesitation, Lu Dong brandished his weapon and strode inside. The corridor was dim and frigid, emergency lights flickering faintly. The air was saturated with an indescribable melange of scents, coldness, dust, and a faint hint of decay. He ascended the staircase step by step along the safety path. His footsteps echoed through the cavernous stairwell. 12th floor, room 1201. He stood outside the door, the metal security gate firmly shut. Straining to listen, he detected no sound from within. He raised his hand and knocked firmly on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resonated far within the silent corridor. Still, there was no response. Lu Dong furrowed his brow and knocked with greater force. Thud, thud, thud. This time, he heard an exceedingly faint rustling sound from within, as if someone was summoning their last strength to shift their body. A voice, barely a whisper, yet trembling with intense fear and a glimmer of hope, emerged from behind the door. Who? Who is out there? The voice was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, trembling with unmistakable terror. It is I, Lu Dong, he replied, his expression impassive as he spoke to the door. A brief, deathly silence ensued. Then, a flurry of commotion arose from within, accompanied by muffled sobs and incredulous gasps, as if someone were struggling to rise. Mr. Lu, is it really you? You have truly come. The voice, still frail, was now infused with overwhelming joy, a sense of survival against all odds, stumbling over words. With a clattering sound, a frenzied cacophony of chains and locks being manipulated echoed, revealing the urgency of the occupant. The heavy security door was finally yanked open a crack from the inside. A rush of cold, musty air escaped through the opening. Immediately, a figure staggered forth, nearly collapsing at the threshold. It was Qin Yuyan. Yet, the sight before Lu Dong starkly contrasted with his memory of her as a polished and capable woman, always impeccably attired in tailored skirts and high heels. She was tightly wrapped in a thick wool blanket, which appeared scarcely warm, the edges revealing a wrinkled silk nightgown beneath. Her once smooth chestnut hair was now dry and disheveled, lifelessly cascading around her, with strands clinging to her pale, sweat-drenched forehead and cheeks. Her face had long since lost its former elegance, now bearing an unhealthy, almost translucent pallor. Her lips were cracked and tinged with purple, trembling incessantly from the cold and her agitation. Those once keen and piercing eyes were now deeply sunken, bloodshot, yet radiated a nearly frenzied glimmer of survival, fixating greedily on Lu Dong as if he were her sole salvation. Beneath the blanket, her body seemed to shiver violently, her slender ankles exposed and reddened. Even bearing a hint of blue, clad in a pair of plush slippers wholly unsuitable for the frigid weather. Mr. Lu, oh, you truly have come, she sobbed, nearly choking on her words, attempting to stand upright, but swaying precariously due to her weakness and excitement, her hands clinging desperately to the doorframe for support. Her gaze darted anxiously behind Lu Dong, as if confirming that he was not a mere figment of her imagination and that he brought with him hope, sustenance, and warmth. Lu Dong's eyes swept over her calmly, noting that even in such disheveled, desperate circumstances, the essence of her once innate grace had not entirely faded. Among the tousled strands of hair, delicate pearl earrings were faintly visible, and the tightly wrapped blanket inadvertently accentuated her still alluring figure, particularly the way her chest, slightly elevated from the cold, pushed against her thin nightgown, along with the faint outline of her slender calves, once adorned in sheer stockings, occasionally revealed as the blanket shifted. A peculiar juxtaposition of fragility and lingering charm emerged in this dire environment, exuding a haunting allure. It seems you are still alive, Lu Dong remarked, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if merely confirming the state of an object. Can you still walk? Yes, I can, Qin Yuyan replied almost instantly, her voice hoarse, yet imbued with an urgent conviction. She nodded fervently, terrified that Lu Dong might deem her useless and abandon her. I can do it. Mr. Lu, please. Take me away. Give me something to eat. I will obey you completely. She struggled to take a step forward, but stumbled due to her frail and frozen body. Nearly falling, Lu Dong furrowed his brow but did not extend a hand to assist, merely stepping aside to clear the passage. Keep up. Lock the door. With that, he turned and strode toward the staircase, his pace unhurried yet devoid of any sign of waiting. A flicker of panic crossed Qin Yin's eyes as she observed his cold, resolute figure, igniting an astounding will to survive within her. She bit down hard on her lower lip and scrambled back into the room, frantically seizing a small, deflated backpack she had prepared earlier. Stumbling back outside, she slammed the door shut behind her, scarcely considering whether it was locked, and hurriedly pursued the figure that was about to vanish around the corner of the staircase, representing her last chance at survival. In the frigid stairwell, only her hurried, weak, yet fiercely determined footsteps and labored breaths remained. Chapter 65, Lunch Together. The heavy steel door closed, utterly sealing off the silent, icy world outside. Qin Yin stumbled after Lu Dong as they boarded the modified GLS. Although the interior could hardly be described as warm, it was a veritable paradise compared to the frigid cold outside. She curled up in the passenger seat, still tightly wrapped in the tattered wool blanket, her body shaking uncontrollably, not solely due to the cold, but also from the overwhelming shock and disbelief of having survived. Through the frosted, reinforced windows, she observed Lu Dong skillfully maneuvering the peculiar steel behemoth, crushing the deep snow as they retraced their route. Throughout the journey, Lu Dong did not utter a single word. His profile was stern and focused, as if merely executing a predetermined task. Qin Yin dared not speak. Her eyes, once sunken, now flickered with a faint glimmer of life, greedily drinking in all that lay before her, the living, the capable, the powerful, in this incredible vehicle. Each element struck her senses and cognition with a force that threatened to shatter her fragile state. As the vehicle re-entered the familiar underground garage and the door descended slowly, sealing out the wind and snow, Qin Yin felt tears welling once more. Lu Dong turned off the engine, removed the key, and succinctly instructed her to exit the vehicle. He opened the door and stepped out, striding towards the reinforced door leading into the safe house. In a flurry, Qin Yin unbuckled her seatbelt and clambered out, nearly collapsing from weakness and anxiety as she landed. She quickly steadied herself by gripping the cold metal of the car. Clutching her empty little backpack tightly, she stumbled to follow in Lu Dong's wake, passing through the final airtight and heavily fortified door. The true interior of the safe house unfolded before her in an instant. Warmth. The almost scalding, tear-inducing warmth enveloped her frozen body. Brightness. The soft, non-dazzling lights dispelled all shadows. And peace. An absolute, reassuring tranquility, devoid of any howling wind or snow. She stood frozen, her pupils dilating in shock, her mouth slightly agape. Yet no sound escaped her lips. She beheld a spacious and immaculate living room, adorned with plush carpeting, a fireplace animated with virtual flames on the wall, a glass coffee table laden with fresh fruit, and even caught a whiff of a subtle, refreshing fragrance in the air. All of this was a stark contrast to the cold, dark, and despairing apartment she had inhabited for the past 10 days, which reeked of death, a world from an entirely different dimension. This was the doomsday fortress she had helped to build. Only by being enveloped in it did she truly comprehend the astonishing safety and comfort that transcended her imagination. Lu Dong's initially obsessive and extravagant demands now bore an unmistakably clear and awe-inspiring significance. Lu Dong hung up his winter gear, turned around, and gazed at Qin Yin, who stood frozen in place like a statue. Her face was a tumultuous blend of shock, ecstasy, confusion, and humility as silent tears cascaded down her soiled cheeks, carving two distinct trails. "Don't just stand there." Lu Dong's voice shattered the silence, rousing Qin Yin from a reverie. "You look quite disheveled." His words were direct, even somewhat harsh, as his gaze swept over her unkempt hair, grimy visage, and the tattered blanket she clutched. Suddenly, Qin Yin snapped back to reality, a wave of profound embarrassment and shame flooding her features. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the blanket and lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. "Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Lu, the bathroom is over there." Lu Dong pointed in a direction, interrupting her apology, his tone remaining indifferent. "Clean yourself thoroughly. I dislike dirt and unpleasant odors." He retrieved a pristine set of black women's sleepwear from a nearby storage cabinet, the fabric appearing soft and smooth, and handed it to her. "Change into this." Trembling, Qin Yin reached out and accepted the clean, supple garments, the delicate texture nearly bringing her to tears once more. She had long forgotten the sensation of such cleanliness. Thank you, Mr. Lu," she choked out, clutching the sleepwear as if it were a rare treasure. Hurry up. Lu Dong waved his hand dismissively, no longer looking at her, and strode directly toward the guest room. Qin Yuyan dared not delay, hastily making her way to the bathroom. Her steps unsteady yet filled with urgency. Lu Dong arrived at the guest room door and unlocked it. Inside, Su Wanqing immediately rose, a hint of nervousness and inquiry on her face. Upon seeing Lu Dong unharmed, she visibly relaxed. I brought someone back. Lu Dong stated simply. Qin Yuyan, the architect of the safe house. You will be cohabiting from now on. A flicker of surprise flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes, but she quickly composed herself and nodded obediently. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lu Dong did not elaborate further, closing the guest room door without relocking it, and proceeded to the kitchen area. It was time to prepare lunch. Having exerted energy and gained a new subordinate, a lavish meal was in order. He directly summoned fresh ingredients from the dimensional space, premium steak, plump tiger prawns, vibrant green asparagus, and even a bottle of red wine. The kitchen soon resonated with the delightful sounds of cooking, the sizzle of butter-seared steak, the preheating of the oven, and the stir-frying of ingredients. The rich, intoxicating aroma of meat and fat rapidly enveloped the entire safe house. In the bathroom, Qin Yuyan stood beneath the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over her body. She scrubbed vigorously, as if attempting to wash away all the grime, coldness, and despair of the past several days. Watching the murky water swirl down the drain, revealing her gradually returning fair skin beneath, she felt a disorienting sense of rebirth. She continued to wash for an extended period, until her skin slightly reddened, and then cautiously used the fragrant bathing products prepared by Lu Dong. After drying herself, she donned a black silk nightgown. The garment, slightly loose, caressed her body's curves with its soft fabric, its touch cool and silky, evoking an almost sigh of comfort. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld her reflection, still gaunt and pallid, with sunken eyes, yet significantly cleaner. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and stepped outside. As she exited the bathroom, the overpowering aroma of food ensnared her senses like a hook. A sudden, intense cramp gripped her stomach, bordering on painful, while her mouth began to flood with saliva. She spotted Lu Dong approaching the dining room, carrying two perfectly seared, sizzling steaks. The table was elegantly set, complete with a glass of aerated red wine. Su Wanqing emerged from the guest room, and upon seeing the rejuvenated Qin Yuyan, she nodded slightly, her expression tinged with complexity. Lu Dong placed the steaks down and glanced at the freshly cleaned Qin Yuyan. The black nightgown accentuated her exposed neck and wrists, rendering them even paler, while her damp chestnut hair cascaded around her, less disheveled than before, now exuding a fragile grace. The V-neck of the nightgown subtly revealed her delicate collarbone and a hint of soft skin. Come and sit, Lu Dong commanded. Qin Yuyan and Su Wanqing moved almost in unison, cautiously approaching the dining table before sitting down with a sense of restraint. Their eyes involuntarily fixated on the enticing food, their throats instinctively swallowing. Lu Dong poured himself a glass of wine, gesturing towards the two remaining steaks. Eat. These are for you. Granted permission. The two women could no longer maintain any semblance of decorum, almost instantly seizing their knives and forks to slice into the steaks. Yet, due to their hunger and eagerness, their hands trembled and their movements appeared somewhat clumsy. Qin Yuyan took her first bite of the succulent, juicy beef, and the long-forgotten rich flavor coupled with a robust texture instantly captivated her palate. A wave of overwhelming happiness mixed with bittersweetness surged up her nose, reddening her eyes once more. She quickly bowed her head, fervently chewing and swallowing, as if fearing the food might vanish if she hesitated. Su Wanqing, while slightly more composed, also ate at a noticeably quicker pace than usual, her cheeks slightly puffed as she savored the delicious fare. Lu Dong leisurely sliced his steak and savored his wine, observing the two women, distinct in their styles yet equally submissive to him, as one would admire a collection. Within the warm sanctuary, the only sounds that filled the air were the gentle clinks of cutlery against plates and the muffled, contented sounds of eating. Chapter 66, Girlfriend. Lunch concluded in a subtle and serene atmosphere. The plates were thoroughly cleared, even the sauce meticulously wiped up with bread. For Qin Yuyan and Su Wanqing, this meal signified far more than mere sustenance. It resembled a ritual, marking their formal entry into a sanctuary governed by Lu Dong, starkly contrasting the hellish world outside. After a satisfying meal, Qin Yuyan felt enveloped by warmth and contentment, her taut nerves finally beginning to ease. She carefully placed her knife and fork down, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the woman seated across from her, Su Wanqing. This woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding a cool elegance intertwined with a hint of softness. And she appeared to have arrived here before Qin Yuyan. Who was she? What was her connection to Mr. Liu? A potent instinct for survival, coupled with a nascent sense of belonging, or perhaps dependence, compelled Qin Yuyan to fervently seek to understand the intricate web of relationships within this space. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage, her voice laced with a subtle undertone of inquiry and deference, and softly asked, "Miss Su, may I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Liu?" Su Wanqing was taken aback by the directness of the question, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had not anticipated such a forthright inquiry from Qin Yuyan. How should she respond? Should she reveal that she was a former neighbor saved by Lu Dong? Should she confess that she had promised to comply with all arrangements for the sake of survival? Or should she admit that she herself had yet to fully comprehend her exact position in this scenario? Instinctively, she glanced at Lu Dong, her eyes betraying a hint of panic and a plea for assistance. Her lips parted as she stammered, I am Su Wanqing, a doctor." Lu Dong's calm voice interjected, cutting through Su Wanqing's discomfort. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin, his gaze sweeping between the two women before finally settling on Su Wanqing. His tone as natural as if stating an ordinary fact. "She's also my girlfriend." Clatter. The fork in Su Wanqing's hand slipped, clattering onto her plate with a sharp sound. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lu Dong. Her face suffused with a vivid blush that spread to her ears. Her heart felt as if it had been tightly squeezed, then began to race furiously, pounding against her chest with a thunderous rhythm. Girlfriend? Had she misheard? Lu Dong had introduced her with that designation. How could this be? Their relationship was merely that of master and dependent. Nothing had truly transpired between them. How could he? In an instant, a maelstrom of conflicting emotions surged within her. Shock, confusion, a tinge of unexpected delight, an indescribable shyness, and deeper currents of unease and doubt. Su Wanqing instinctively clenched her fingers resting on her lap, her fingertips growing cool, yet her cheeks felt scalding. She dared not glance at Qin Yuyan's reaction, instead hastily lowering her gaze to the empty plate before her, as if it bore some extraordinarily captivating pattern. In stark contrast to Su Wanqing's intense reaction, Qin Yuyan remained remarkably composed. She paused momentarily, then allowed an expression of realization to grace her features, her eyes reflecting a newfound understanding and perhaps even a sense of reverence. To her, it seemed entirely natural that the powerful, enigmatic Lu Dong, possessing boundless resources, would have one or even multiple women. Su Wanqing, a beautiful and gentle doctor, being favored by Lu Dong and bestowed with the title of girlfriend, appeared not only reasonable but expected. This identity, paradoxically, rendered Su Wanqing's existence more comprehensible and acceptable. So, she is Dr. Su, Mr. Liu's girlfriend. Qin Yuyan swiftly offered Su Wanqing a friendly, even somewhat ingratiating smile, acknowledging her earlier rudeness. Her demeanor had evidently shifted to one of greater politeness, imbued with an instinctive respect. Lu Dong observed their reactions with an inscrutable expression, as if his previous astonishing remark was merely a casual utterance. He lifted his glass, gently swirling the remnants of the crimson liquid within, his gaze profound and enigmatic. Previously, Wanqing was our neighbor and possesses medical knowledge. Should any discomfort arise here, she can be consulted, Lu Dong added, thereby subtly enhancing Su Wanqing's status. Wanqing kept her head lowered, her voice faint as a whisper, responding with an almost inaudible hum. She felt the heat still radiating from her cheeks, her heartbeat showing no signs of settling. Why had Lu Dong made such a statement? Was it to afford her a more dignified position? To facilitate management? Or was there, perhaps, a hint of genuine sentiment involved? She dared not ponder too deeply, yet found herself uncontrollably curious. This sudden acknowledgement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through her heart. The atmosphere that followed grew increasingly delicate. The trio exchanged a few more words, primarily Lu Dong inquiring about Qin Yuyan's circumstances over the past 10 days, to which she responded with deference, occasionally expressing her gratitude for his foresight and life-saving assistance. Most of the time, Su Wanqing remained quietly attentive, responding softly only when prompted. Yet, she sensed that Lu Dong's gaze occasionally drifted towards her while he spoke, and that look seemed to carry less of the usual cold scrutiny, infused instead with an inexplicable nuance. Moreover, she realized that she could no longer regard Lu Dong with the same pure awe and trepidation as before. The term girlfriend served as an invisible bridge, forging an unusual connection within her heart. Stealing glances at him, she studied his stern profile and the elegant fingers gripping the wine glass, her thoughts in disarray. She felt that the distance between herself and Lu Dong had indeed narrowed. Even if she understood that this was likely merely a whimsical game or a strategic maneuver on his part. Yet, deep within, a flicker of humble, unwarranted excitement and fantasy stirred. Qin Yin quickly adapted to her role, skillfully positioning herself as a subordinate and beneficiary. Showing utmost respect to Lu Dong while being exceedingly courteous to Su Wanqing, striving to integrate into this new small collective. After lunch, Lu Dong rose and casually instructed, Wanqing, please show her to the guest room next door to the secondary bedroom. Allow her to acclimate to the surroundings. Certainly, Su Wanqing replied, rising promptly, her heartbeat still racing. Lu Dong glanced at her, and, in a surprisingly natural gesture, reached out to gently tuck away a stray lock of hair that had fallen across her forehead. The warmth of his fingertips barely grazed her skin, yet it left Su Wanqing feeling as though she had been struck by a faint current, rendering her momentarily frozen. Her cheeks flushing with a fervent hue, and her breath halting for the briefest instant. Go ahead. Lu Dong withdrew his hand, his tone remaining unperturbed as he turned to stride toward the study. Su Wanqing stood dazed in place until Qin Yin's soft reminder jolted her back to reality. She touched her forehead, where Lu Dong's fingers had lingered, and there seemed to be a remnant of that fervent touch. Drawing in a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her racing heart, offering Qin Yin a somewhat strained smile. Miss Qin, please follow me. As they made their way to the guest room, Su Wanqing's heart continued to flutter with unease. That fleeting touch, accompanied by the title of girlfriend, felt surreal, as if woven from the fabric of a dream. She was uncertain of what awaited her. Yet, at that moment, a faint yet genuine hope and warmth began to unfurl quietly within the long-frozen depths of her heart. Chapter 67. The Privileges of a Girlfriend. Su Wanqing guided Qin Yin to the guest room. Although less opulent than a master bedroom, it was clean and tidy, equipped with a private bathroom, a veritable paradise compared to the icy world outside. As Qin Yin surveyed her surroundings, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes, and she repeatedly thanked Su Wanqing, her demeanor tinged with a respectful caution, clearly viewing Su Wanqing as the lady of the house. After settling Qin Yin, Su Wanqing gently closed the door to the guest room and stood in the quiet corridor, her heart still tumultuous. Lu Dong's mention of girlfriend and the earlier touch of his fingers rippled through her mind like stones cast into a tranquil lake, sending waves of emotion coursing through her. Taking a deep breath, her gaze instinctively drifted toward the study. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and approached. The door to the study was ajar. She gently pushed it open and found Lu Dong seated behind a large desk, focused on his computer screen, seemingly reviewing some documents. The light from the screen accentuated the sharp contours of his profile, exuding an aura of concentrated intensity and cool allure. Hearing the door open, Lu Dong did not turn around but casually inquired, "All settled?" Su Wanqing replied softly, taking measured steps into the room. She remained silent, quietly positioning herself behind him. An air of subtle tranquility enveloped the space. Observing the tension in Lu Dong's shoulders, Su Wanqing recalled his arduous day filled with errands and the labor of modifying vehicles, which must have drained his energy. Summoning her courage, she extended her slightly trembling hands and gently placed them on his temples. Lu Dong's body seemed to momentarily pause, yet he did not object or turn to face her. Su Wanqing's heart raced as she felt the warmth of his skin beneath her fingertips, even sensing the faint thrum of his pulse. She focused on recalling the techniques from the massage manual, using her fingertips to apply gentle, circular pressure, ensuring her touch was neither too firm nor too light. Though her movements were somewhat unrefined, they were imbued with sincerity. Delicate fingers, initially imbued with a subtle coolness, gradually warmed as they cautiously roamed across his temples, forehead, and the muscles at the nape of his neck. She leaned in closely, enveloped in a faint, refreshing fragrance reminiscent of a recent bath, intertwined with an almost imperceptible softness that she herself was unaware of, a feminine essence that lingered at Lu Dong's nostrils. The study was enveloped in tranquility, broken only by her gentle breaths and the faint rustle of her fingers against his skin. After a moment, Lu Dong suddenly spoke, his voice seemingly softened compared to usual. Isn't it peculiar? Why I would say such a thing? Su Wanqing's fingers froze abruptly, her heart skipping a beat. He had indeed seen through her thoughts. She opened her mouth at a loss for words. Lu Dong did not turn around, but continued to gaze at the screen, as if conversing with himself. Qin Yuyan is intelligent and capable. Yet her eyes conceal far too much. Calculations, considerations, and an astute awareness of circumstances. That is something ingrained in her over years of navigating the business world, unchangeable. He paused, leaning back slightly, his head drawing closer to her fingers. But you're different. His voice remained calm. Your eyes reveal fear, unease, and confusion, but devoid of that tiresome cunning and greed. I can see that you are not malicious, perhaps even a bit naive, knowing only fear and compliance. It was difficult to discern whether his tone was complimentary or disparaging. Yet Su Wanqing felt her cheeks involuntarily flush anew as she listened. Did he just call her naive? Yet it seemed not to be a derision. Although we have only known each other for less than 2 days, Lu Dong continued, I seldom misjudge people. Granting you this status will alleviate many troubles and allow certain individuals to recognize their own positions more readily. His words were pointed, evidently including the recently arrived Qin Yuyan. Su Wanqing's heart gradually steadied. So it was for management and to avoid complications? Though there was a hint of disappointment, it appeared more in line with Lu Dong's style. She softly acknowledged with a gentle her fingers continuing to apply a delicate pressure as she whispered, I understand, thank you, Mr. Lu. However, Lu Dong suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation, a barely perceptible, playful amusement lacing his voice. This status, of course, should come with certain corresponding privileges. Su Wanqing's fingers halted once more, an unsettling premonition rising within her. Lu Dong finally turned slowly to face her, his gaze deep and penetrating, imbued with an insight that unnerved her, along with a hint of mockery that made her heart race. From now on, do not call me Mr. Lu. Simply call me Lu Dong. Of course, if you have certain peculiar preferences, you may privately address me as Mr. Lu, my little puppy. Tonight, he observed her cheeks flush crimson and her bewildered expression. Speaking slowly, you may come to my room to rest. What? Su Wanqing was utterly taken aback. Her mind a blank, her entire being frozen in place, forgetting to retract her hand. Go to his room to rest. Is this progress not too rapid? Although she had indeed contemplated the possibility of what might occur, she never anticipated it would happen so swiftly and so directly. Observing her utterly startled demeanor, Lu Dong's smile deepened, and he mischievously added, by the way, I shall procure some study materials for you shortly. It will be beneficial for your learning, especially this evening. Study materials? More convenient in the evening? Even Su Wanqing, despite her usual dullness, grasped his implication. Her face flushed a deep crimson, nearly as if it could bleed, with her neck and ears also tinged with a rosy hue. Instinctively, she wished to retreat, yet Lu Dong's gaze anchored her in place, leaving her uncertain of where to place her hands and feet, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Mr. Lu, she stammered, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide within. What is the matter? Lu Dong raised an eyebrow, observing her flustered state with a calm demeanor. Shouldn't a girlfriend reside with her boyfriend? Or do you prefer to forego studying in favor of direct practice? And no, it's not. Su Wanqing hurriedly shook her head, her voice barely a whisper, her head nearly buried in her chest. She felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, particularly in the areas where his gaze had lingered, as if they were ablaze. Lu Dong seemed quite pleased with her reaction, refraining from further teasing her, and turned back to face the computer. The materials are in the folder on my desktop. Feel free to peruse them. Come over after your shower this evening. His tone returned to its previous neutrality, as if the earlier, blushing conversation had never transpired. Relieved as if granted a reprieve, Su Wanqing disregarded her previous intentions and awkwardly approached the computer, where she indeed found a folder titled Study Materials. Her fingers trembled as she clicked it open, revealing titles and thumbnail images of videos that were decidedly inappropriate. She shut it down in an instant, her cheeks ablaze, hot enough to fry an egg. I'll step out for a moment, she uttered, her voice barely audible, unable to meet Lu Dong's gaze, and nearly fleeing the study. Leaning against the wall outside the study, Su Wanqing clutched her heart, which continued to race, taking deep breaths. Her mind was filled with Lu Dong's earlier remarks and that wicked smile, along with the images from the folder that made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Tonight, she would venture to his room. She felt her legs growing weak, an overwhelming sense of shame intertwined with an indescribable, secret anticipation, almost consuming her. Meanwhile, within the study, Lu Dong observed the hastily closed door, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The process of taming always requires a delicate balance of rewards and pressures.